Some houses remember more than the people who live inside them, and some refuse to let the past stay buried. If you listen closely, you may begin to wonder whether the darkness is haunted by ghosts or by something far more unsettling. Sarah Waters invites you into that quiet uncertainty with A Little Stranger, a chilling psychological Gothic novel inspired by her fascination with Britain's fading post-war country estates and the lingering echoes of class, memory, and belief. First published in 2009, the novel captivated readers around the world, selling well over 1 million copies across its editions and cementing Waters' reputation alongside acclaimed works like Fingersmith and Tipping the Velvet. Its haunting atmosphere later reached the screen in the 2018 film adaptation, bringing Hundreds Hall to life with haunting restraint. This is not a word-for-word reading, but a carefully crafted third-person retelling that preserves the heart, mystery, and emotional weight of the original story. The visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. As you follow each shadowed hallway and whispered secret, you'll also discover fascinating facts about the novel, its inspiration, the adaptation, and behind-the-scenes details waiting along the way. The story begins. The first glimpse of Hundreds Hall came to Dr. Faraday when he was just a boy of 10, in the summer of 1919. The Ayres family was still prosperous then, prominent in the district, and the occasion was an Empire Day fete. He remembered standing in a line of village children, awkward in his Boy Scout salute, as the young Mrs. Ayres and the Colonel moved past, pressing commemorative medals into their palms. Later, there had been tea at long tables on the lawn, but the memory of the family themselves had faded, blurred by time. What had stayed with him sharp and luminous was the house. It had seemed an absolute mansion to his childish eyes. The worn, soft red brick, the rippled old glass in the windows, the weather-beaten sandstone trim, the whole place had a hazy, melting quality, like an ice sculpture beginning to lose its form in the sun. He hadn't been allowed inside, of course. Ropes and ribbons were strung across the open doors, and the only facilities for the village children were the grooms' and gardeners' lavatories out in the stable block. But his mother, who still kept ties with the servants, had let him through a side door once the tea was finished and the grounds were open to the public. They had spent time in the kitchen, a cavernous basement room reached by a cool vaulted corridor that felt like a castle dungeon. The bustle was overwhelming, servants streaming past with hampers and trays, a mountain of dirty crockery by the sink. His mother had rolled up her sleeves to help the kitchen girls, and as a reward, he had been allowed to choose from the jellies and molded sweets that had come back uneaten from the fete. Sitting at a worn wooden table, he was given a heavy silver spoon from the family's own drawer, its bowl almost too large for his mouth. The real treat came when a bell rang from the junction box on the wall, summoning the parlour-maid upstairs. She took him with her, letting him peek past the green baize curtain that separated the servants' quarters from the grand front of the house. She warned him to stay hidden behind the curtain. If the Colonel or his wife saw him, there would be trouble. He was an obedient child, but curiosity got the better of him. The moment she disappeared down one marble-floored corridor, he slipped a few daring steps in the other direction. The thrill was almost dizzying, not just the excitement of trespass, but the sheer presence of the house itself. The polish of the floor, the sheen of wooden furniture, the gleam of a mirror, the delicate curves of a picture frame, every surface seemed to speak to him. He was drawn to a dustless white wall, with a decorative plaster border of acorns and leaves, more exquisite than anything he had ever seen outside a church. And in a moment of instinctive longing, he did what he now recognized as a terrible thing. He worked his fingers around one of the acorns, trying to prise it loose. When that failed, he took out his penknife and dug at it. It wasn't malice. It wasn't vandalism. He simply wanted to possess a piece of the beauty he admired, as if his admiration itself, a feeling he suspected other children wouldn't understand, entitled him to it. It was the urge of a man suddenly, hopelessly smitten, wanting a lock of his beloved's hair. The acorn finally came free, though not cleanly. It tore with a gritty crunch of white powder, leaving him oddly disappointed. He had half imagined it to be marble. But no one had seen him. No one had caught him. He pocketed the little plaster trophy and slipped back behind the curtain just as the parlor-maid returned. She took him downstairs. His mother said their goodbyes to the kitchen staff, and they rejoined his father in the garden. The hard lump in his pocket now felt sickeningly exciting, and he grew anxious that the frightening Colonel Ayres would discover the damage and stop the fête. But the afternoon passed without incident, until dusk began to gather. They walked home with other villagers through the lanes, bats flitting around them like toys on invisible strings. His mother found the acorn eventually. He had been fidgeting with it in his pocket, and it had left a chalky smear on his gray flannel shorts. When she realized what it was, she nearly wept. She didn't strike him, didn't tell his father. She simply looked at him with tearful, baffled shame and said what everyone always said, that a clever boy like him ought to know better. Those words had followed him through his childhood, from parents, uncles, schoolmasters, all the adults invested in his future. They drove him to secret rages. He desperately wanted to live up to his reputation for cleverness, and yet he resented that cleverness, something he had never asked for, being used as a weapon against him. The acorn was thrown on the fire. The next day, he found its blackened nub among the ashes. That, he thought, must have been the last grand year for Hundreds Hall. The following Empire Day fête was hosted by another family in a neighboring house. Hundreds had begun its steady decline. Soon after, the heiress's daughter died, and the family retreated from public life. He vaguely remembered the births of Caroline and Roderick, but by then he was away at Leamington College, fighting his own bitter small battles. His mother died when he was 15, worn out by a series of miscarriages. His father lived just long enough to see him graduate from medical school and return to Lidcote as a qualified doctor. Colonel Ayres died a few years later, of an aneurysm. With the colonel's death, Hundreds Hall seemed to withdraw further from the world. The park gates were kept almost permanently closed, and the stone wall around the estate, though not especially high, was forbidding enough. He sometimes thought of the house, hidden away beyond that wall, as he drove past on his rounds, always picturing it as it had seemed on that summer day in 1919, with its handsome brick faces and cool marble passages filled with marvelous things. When he saw it again, almost 30 years later, the changes appalled him. It was pure chance that took him there. The Ayres family was registered with his partner, David Graham, but Graham was tied up with an emergency case, so the call was passed on. His heart sank the moment he let himself into the park. The drive, once neat with rhododendrons and laurel, was now so overgrown his small car had to battle through. When he finally broke free of the bushes and saw the hall ahead, he stopped the car and stared in dismay. The house was smaller than he remembered, but that was expected. What horrified him was the decay. Sections of the weathered edging had fallen away, making the building's Georgian outline even more tentative. Ivy had spread and died in patches, hanging like tangled rat tails. The front steps were cracked, weeds sprouting up through the seams. He parked, climbed out, and hesitated before closing the car door, afraid to disturb the place. It felt precarious despite its size. No one seemed to have heard him arrive, so he crunched over the gravel and gingerly climbed the cracked steps. The air was hot and still. When he pulled the tarnished brass bell pull, the distant, clear ring seemed to come from deep within the house, immediately followed by the faint, gruff barking of a dog. The barking stopped, and for a long minute there was silence. Then to his right he heard the scrape of an uneven footstep. A moment later, the son of the house, Roderick, appeared around the corner of the building. He squinted with suspicion until he noticed the doctor's bag. Drawing a limp cigarette from his mouth, he called out, asking if he was the doctor they had been expecting, Dr. Graham. His tone was friendly enough, but with a hint of languor, as if he was already bored. Faraday introduced himself as Graham's partner and explained the emergency. Roderick responded blandly, thanking him for coming and leading him around the side of the house, saying it was quicker than going through the front. He gave a perfunctory handshake, his fingers strange against Faraday's rough like crocodile skin in some places, oddly smooth in others. Faraday knew his hands had been burnt in a wartime accident, along with a good part of his face. Despite the scars, he was handsome, taller than Faraday, still boyish and slender at 24, dressed casually in an open-necked shirt, summer trousers and stained canvas shoes. He walked with a noticeable limp. As they went, Roderick asked if he knew why they had called, and Faraday said he'd been told it was for one of their maids. Roderick corrected him. With a wry comment, there was only one maid, a girl named Betty, with a stomach problem. He admitted his family usually managed without doctors, but had sent for someone because they understood that neglecting servants was a capital offense these days. He pointed out a spot where the terrace had subsided, warning Faraday to watch his step. Faraday picked his way around, curious to see this side of the house but dismayed again by its neglect. The garden was wild with nettles and bindweed, and there was a faint smell of blocked drains. The windows were dusty and mostly shuttered, except for a pair of glass doors at the top of some stone steps wound with bindweed, offering a glimpse of a messy room with a desk and brocade curtains. They soon reached a narrow service door, where Roderick stood aside to let him pass, gesturing with a scarred hand. He said his sister was downstairs to show him to Betty. It was only later, remembering Roderick's limp, that Faraday guessed the young man hadn't wanted him to struggle with stairs. At the time, he thought his manner casual, and said nothing as he passed, hearing Roderick's rubber-soled shoes crunching quietly away. He moved through the narrow doorway with his own quiet tread, the realization dawning that this was the same side entrance his mother had used to smuggle him into the house decades before. He remembered the bare stone stairs leading downward, and as he followed them now, he found himself in the dim vaulted passage that had once seemed so impressive. But the reality was disappointing. The walls were glossy institutional cream and green, like a police station or firehouse. A strip of coconut matting covered the stone floor, and a mop sat sourly in a bucket. No one came to greet him, but a half-open door to his right offered a glimpse of the kitchen. He stepped softly over and peered inside, another letdown. The large room felt lifeless, its Victorian counters and mortuary surfaces brutally scoured. Only the old wooden deal table recalled the excitement of his first visit. It was the very same one he suspected, where he had eaten his jellies. And it was the only thing in the room showing any signs of use. A small pile of muddy vegetables sat on it, beside a bowl of discolored water and a wet knife, as if someone had been interrupted in the middle of preparation. He stepped back, and his shoe must have scuffed against the matting. Instantly, the gruff, excited barking erupted again, much closer this time. A moment later, an elderly black Labrador burst into the passage and hurtled toward him. He stood frozen, holding his bag up defensively, while the dog barked and pranced around him. Then a young woman appeared behind it, speaking in a mildly exasperated tone, telling the creature to calm down and apologizing. As she drew nearer, he recognized Roderick's sister, Caroline. She reached forward and gave the dog a firm swipe on the haunches, and he subsided at once. She tugged his ears indulgently, calling him a little imbecile, remarking that he thought every stranger had come to rob them, though they hadn't the heart to tell him the family silver had long since been sold. She smiled and offered her hand, explaining that she had been expecting Dr. Graham and introducing herself. Her grip was firmer and more sincere than her brother's. Faraday had only ever seen her at a distance before, at county events or on the streets of Warwick and Leamington. She was older than Roderick, 26 or 27, and he had often heard her described in local terms as hearty, a natural spinster, a clever girl, in other words, noticeably plain, over tall for a woman, with thick legs and ankles. Her hair was a pale English brown that might have been handsome with proper care, but he had never seen it tidy. It fell dryly to her shoulders now, as if she had washed it with harsh soap and forgotten to comb it. She had the worst dress sense of any woman he had ever known, wearing boyish flat sandals and a badly fitting summer dress that did nothing for her wide hips and large bosom. Her features were striking hazel eyes set high, a long face with an angular jaw, a flattish profile, but only her mouth, he thought, was truly good, surprisingly large, well-shaped, and mobile. He explained again about Graham's emergency case and the call being passed on to him. She echoed her brother's sentiment, thanking him for coming such a distance. She told him Betty hadn't been with them long, less than a month, and her family lived too far away to bother. The mother, she added, was by all accounts a bit of a bad lot. Betty had started complaining of stomach pain the previous night, and when she seemed no better that morning, they thought they ought to make sure. Caroline asked if he would see her right away, and he agreed. She led him along the corridor on her muscular legs, the dog and he following. The room she took him to was at the very end, a cramped space that might once have been a housekeeper's parlor. Like the rest of the basement, it had a stone floor, high stunted windows, and the same drab institutional paint. A narrow grate was swept clean, a faded armchair and table sat against the wall, and there was a metal-framed bed, the kind that could be folded away into a cupboard cavity. Lying beneath its covers, dressed in a petticoat or sleeveless nightdress, was a figure so small and slight he initially thought it was a child. Looking closer, he saw it was an undergrown teenage girl. She made a weak attempt to push herself up when she saw him in the doorway, but fell back against her pillow as he approached. He sat on the bed beside her and introduced himself, explaining that Miss Ayres had told him about her tummy ache and asked how she was feeling. She replied in a thick country accent, pleading that she was awful poorly. He asked if she had been sick. She shook her head. He asked about diarrhea. She nodded, then shook her head again. He opened his bag, telling her they'd have a look at her. She parted her lips just enough for him to slip the thermometer under her tongue, and when he pulled down the neck of her nightdress and pressed the cold stethoscope to her chest, she flinched and groaned. He had probably seen her before, being from a local family, but he had no memory of it. She was an unmemorable sort of girl, blunt cut, colorless hair fastened with a grip at her forehead, a broad face with wide-set, depthless gray eyes, pale cheeks that only darkened slightly with self-consciousness when he lifted her nightdress to examine her stomach, revealing dingy flannel knickers. The moment he placed his fingers lightly on the flesh above her navel, she gasped and cried out, almost screaming. He soothed her, asking where it hurt most. She cried that it hurt all over. He asked if the pain was sharp like a cut, or more like an ache or a burn. She said it was like an ache with cuts in it, but also burning, and screamed again, opening her mouth wide to reveal a healthy throat and a row of little crooked teeth. He pulled her nightie back down, then turned to Caroline, who had been standing in the open doorway with the Labrador at her side, watching anxiously, and asked for a few minutes alone with Betty. Caroline frowned at his serious tone but agreed, taking the dog out into the passage. The door closed behind them. He put away his instruments and snapped his bag shut, then spoke quietly to the pale-faced girl, telling her he was in a ticklish position. Miss Ayres had gone to a lot of trouble to help her, but he knew for a fact there was nothing he could do. He added more plainly that he had more important things to do on his day off than chase 5 miles to look after naughty little girls, and threatened to send her to Leamington to have her appendix out. There was nothing wrong with her. Her face turned scarlet, and she insisted there was. He accused her of being a good actress, but said if he wanted play acting, he'd go to the theater. Who did she think was going to pay him? He wasn't cheap. The mention of money frightened her. She insisted she was poorly, that she had felt sick the night before, and began to tear up as she explained that she had thought if she was as poorly as that, perhaps she ought to go home for a bit, until she got better. She turned her face away, her tears running down her little girl's cheeks. He asked if that was what this was all about. Did she want to go home? She put her hands over her face and cried properly. He let her cry, though he had a heap of chores at home and was annoyed at being dragged away for nothing. But she looked so young and pathetic that he let her have the cry out before touching her shoulder and firmly telling her that was enough. He asked what the trouble was. Didn't she like it there? She produced a limp blue handkerchief from under her pillow and blew her nose, admitting she didn't. He asked if the work was too hard. She shrugged hopelessly and said the work was all right. He pressed further. Surely she didn't do it all by herself? She explained that Mrs. Baisley came in every day except Sunday until 3, doing the washing and cooking while she did everything else. A man sometimes worked on the gardens, and Miss Caroline did a bit too. He said that didn't sound too bad, but she didn't answer. He pressed on. Did she miss her parents? She pulled a face. A boyfriend, an even worse face. He picked up his bag, saying he couldn't help her if she wouldn't talk. Seeing him start to rise, she finally admitted it was just this house. She said it wasn't like a proper house at all. It was too big, too quiet, giving her the creeps. During the day it was all right when she was working and Mrs. Baisley was there, but at night she was all alone, with no sound, horrible dreams. It wouldn't be so bad, but they made her go up and down those old back stairs with so many corners, and she never knew what was around them. She thought she'd die of fright sometimes. He told her she was lucky to live in such a lovely house, and should think of it that way. She scoffed, saying all her friends thought she was mad to go into service. They laughed at her at home. She never got to see anyone or go out. Her cousins all had factory jobs, and she could have had one too, but her father wouldn't let her because he said factories made girls too wild. He said she must stop here for a year first and learn housework and nice ways a year. She would die of horror or shame, and he should see the awful old dress and cap they made her wear. He picked up his bag, telling her he couldn't help if she wouldn't say. As he began to rise, she finally blurted out that it was just this house. It wasn't like a proper house at all. It was too big, too quiet. It gave her the creeps. During the day, when she was working and Mrs. Baisley was there, it was all right. But at night, she was all alone, with no sound, and she had horrible dreams. It wouldn't be so bad, but they made her go up and down those old back stairs with all their corners, and she never knew what was around them. She thought she'd die of fright sometimes. He told her she was lucky to live in such a lovely house and should think of it that way. She answered with disbelief, saying all her friends laughed at her for going into service. She never got to see anyone or go out. Her cousins all had factory jobs, and she could have had one too, but her father wouldn't let her because he said factories made girls too wild. He said she had to stay here for a year to learn housework and nice ways a year. She would die of horror or shame, and he should see the awful old dress and cap they made her wear. She threw her sodden handkerchief to the floor in frustration. He leaned down, picked it up, and told her gently that a year would pass quickly when she was older. It would seem like nothing. She shot back that she wasn't old now. He asked her age. She said 14, and that she might as well be 90 stuck here. He laughed, and told her not to be silly. He asked what they were going to do about it should he say something to the heiresses. Surely they didn't want her to be unhappy. She said they just wanted her to do her work. He suggested having a word with her parents. She scoffed at that, saying her mother spent her time with other men and didn't care where she was, and her father was useless, always shouting and rowing. He'd only put her into service so she wouldn't turn out like her mother. He asked why on earth she wanted to go home when she sounded better off here. She said she didn't want to go home, she was just fed up. Her face darkened with pure frustration, and she looked less like a child and more like a dangerous young animal. But seeing him watching her, her temper began to fade, and she grew sorry for herself again, sighing and closing her swollen eyes. He glanced around the drab, almost underground room. The silence was so pure. It felt pressurized. She was right about that. The air was cool, but curiously weighted, and one was aware of the great house above, and even of the creeping chaos of nettle and weed just beyond it. He thought of his mother, who had probably been younger than Betty when she first went out to Hundreds Hall. He got to his feet and told her plainly that they all had to put up with things they didn't care for from time to time. That was called life, and there was no cure for it. But he offered a compromise. She could stay in bed for the rest of the day and think of it as a holiday. He wouldn't tell Miss Ayres she'd been shamming, and he'd send her some stomach mixture so she could look at the bottle and remember how close she came to losing her appendix. But he would ask Miss Ayres if they couldn't make things a bit more cheerful for her here. In the meantime, she could give the place another chance. She gazed at him with her depthless gray eyes, then nodded and whispered her thanks. He left her turning over in the bed, exposing the white nape of her neck and the small sharp blades of her narrow shoulders. The passage was empty when he stepped into it, but the dog started barking again at the sound of the closing door. There was a flurry of paws and claws, and he came bowling out of the kitchen less frantically this time. His excitement soon subsided, and he was happy to let Faraday pat him and pull his ears. Caroline appeared in the kitchen doorway, wiping her hands on a tea-cloth in a brisk housewifely way. On the wall beyond her, he noticed the box of call bells and wires, the imperious little machine designed to summon servants to the grander realm above. She asked if everything was all right, and he said it was just some slight gastric trouble, nothing serious, but she was right to call him in. He would send over a prescription, and she might as well go easy on Betty for a day or two. But there was one other thing. He lowered his voice and said he had the idea she was pretty homesick. Hadn't she noticed? She frowned, saying Betty had seemed all right so far and would need time to settle in. He pressed on, mentioning that Betty slept down here all alone at night and had found the back stairs creepy. Her look cleared, growing almost amused, and she said she thought Betty was above nonsense like that. She'd seemed sensible when she first came, but you could never tell with country girls. They were either hard as nails, wringing chickens' necks, or going off into fits. She expected Betty had seen too many unpleasant films. Hundreds was quiet, but there was nothing queer about it. He suggested she might find some way to reassure the girl. She folded her arms and made a dry joke about bedtime stories. He said more seriously that Betty was awfully young. Caroline replied that they didn't treat her badly. They paid her more than they could afford, and she ate the same food as them. Really, in lots of ways she was better off than they were. He answered coolly that her brother had said something like that. She colored, the blush rising into her throat and struggling patchily across her dry cheeks. She turned her gaze from him, as if trying to hold on to her patience. When she spoke again, her voice had softened, and she admitted they'd do a great deal to keep Betty happy. They couldn't afford to lose her. Their daily woman did what she could, but the house needed more than one servant, and they'd found it almost impossible to get girls in the past few years. Their last maid had stayed only 3 days back in January. Until Betty arrived, Caroline had been doing most of the work herself, but she was glad Betty was all right. The blush was fading from her cheeks, but her features had sunk slightly, and she looked tired. He glanced over her shoulder at the kitchen table, where the heap of vegetables was now washed and peeled. Then he noticed her hands for the first time, how spoiled they were, the short nails split and knuckles reddened. It struck him as a shame, because they were rather nice hands. She must have seen where he was looking, because she moved self-consciously, turning away and tossing the tea-cloth onto the table beside the muddy tray, suggesting she take him back upstairs. They mounted the stone steps in silence, the dog following and getting under their feet, sighing and grunting as he climbed. At the turn of the stairs, where the service door led back onto the terrace, they met Roderick coming in. He said their mother was looking for Caroline and wondering about tea. He nodded to Faraday and asked if he'd reached a diagnosis. The casual Faraday grated on him, given his own age and Roderick's youth. Before he could answer, Caroline looped her arm through her brother's and said that Faraday thought they were brutes, forcing Betty up chimneys and such. Roderick smiled faintly and agreed it was an idea. Faraday confirmed that Betty was fine, just a touch of gastritis. Roderick asked if it was infectious, and he said certainly not. Caroline added that they were to take Betty breakfast in bed and generally spoil her for days, then invited Faraday to stay for tea. Roderick echoed the invitation, his tone as languid as before. Roderick's invitation had been as lackluster as before, but Caroline seemed genuine. He suspected she wanted to make up for their earlier disagreement over Betty, partly because he wanted to make amends too, but mainly because he realized staying for tea would let him see more of the house. He accepted. They stepped aside to let him go ahead. He climbed the last few stairs and emerged into a small, bland hallway, spotting the same baize curtained arch he'd been led to by the parlor maid in 1919. Roderick came slowly up behind him. Caroline still looped through his arm, but at the top, she moved away and casually drew the curtain back. The passages beyond were dim and unnaturally bare, but otherwise, just as he remembered the house opening up like a fan, the ceiling lifting, the flagged floor becoming marble, the bare service walls giving way to silk and stucco. He immediately searched for the decorative border where he'd pried off that acorn, but as his eyes adjusted to the gloom, he saw with dismay that it looked as if a horde of schoolboy vandals had been at work on the plaster since his attack chunks had fallen away, and what remained was cracked and discolored. The rest of the wall wasn't much better. There were fine pictures and mirrors, but also darker squares and oblongs where paintings had clearly once hung. One panel of watered silk was torn and patched like a sock. He turned to Caroline and Roderick, expecting embarrassment or apology, but they let him pass the damage as if untroubled. They took the right-hand passage, an interior stretch lit only by light from rooms opening off it since most doors were shut. Even on that bright day there were deep pools of shadow, and the black Labrador padding through them seemed to wink in and out of life. The passage turned 90 degrees to the left, and finally a door stood properly ajar, letting out a blurred wedge of sunlight. It led, Caroline told him, to the room where the family spent most of their time, known for years as the little parlor. Little, he'd already realized, was a relative term at Hundreds Hall. The room was about 30 feet deep and 20 wide, decorated in a rather hectic manner with more molded detail on its ceiling and walls, and an imposing marble fireplace. As in the passage, much of the detail was chipped or cracked, or had been lost entirely. The floorboards, humped and creaking, were covered with overlapping threadbare rugs. A sagging sofa was half hidden by tartan blankets. 2 worn velvet wing-back chairs stood close to the hearth, and beside one of them sat a florid Victorian chamber pot filled with water for the dog. Yet somehow, the room's essential loveliness stood out, like handsome bones behind a ravaged face. The scents were all of summer flowers, sweet pea, mignonette, stock. The light was soft and mildly tinted, held and embraced by the pale walls and ceiling. A French window stood open on another set of flying stone steps leading to the terrace and the south lawn. Standing at the top as they entered, just kicking off outdoor sandals and working her stockinged feet into shoes, was Mrs. Ayres. She wore a wide-brimmed hat with a light silk scarf draped over the top, tied loosely under her chin. Her children laughed at the sight of her. Roderick said she looked like something from the early days of motoring, and Caroline added, she looked like a beekeeper, wishing she were one for the honey. Then she introduced Faraday, explaining he'd finished with Betty, and she'd invited him for tea. Mrs. Ayres came forward, taking off her hat, letting the scarf fall loosely over her shoulders, and holding out her hand. She greeted him warmly, apologizing for her Sunday-ish appearance. She'd been gardening in their wilderness. She remarked on how Sundays had changed since her childhood, when one had to sit in white lace gloves and hardly dare to breathe. Now, Sunday meant working like a dustman and dressing like one too. She smiled, her high cheeks rising in her heart-shaped face, giving her dark eyes a mischievous tilt. She looked perfectly well groomed in a worn linen dress, with her long hair pinned loosely, showing the elegant line of her neck. She was over 50, but her figure was still good, and her hair was almost as dark as it must have been on the day she'd handed him his Empire Day medal, when she was younger than her daughter was now. Something about her, perhaps the scarf, the fit of her dress, the movement of her hips, lent her a Frenchified air, at odds with her children's English looks. She gestured him to one of the chairs beside the hearth, and took the other across from it. As she sat, he noticed her shoes, dark patent leather with a cream stripe, too well made to be anything but Pierre wore, and to a man's eye absurdly over-engineered, like clever little nonsense gadgets faintly distracting. On a table beside her chair was a small heap of bulky old-fashioned rings, which she began to work onto her fingers one by one. As she moved, the silk scarf slid from her shoulders to the floor. Roderick, still on his feet, leaned forward awkwardly to pick it up and settle it back around her neck, remarking that she was like a paper chase, leaving a trail of things wherever she went. She settled the scarf more securely, her eyes tilting again, and said her children abused her, predicting she'd end her days as a neglected old woman starving in her bed. Roderick yawned and said they'd chuck her a bone now and then went to the sofa. He lowered himself down, and this time the awkwardness of his movements was unmistakable. Faraday paid more attention, saw a puckering and whitening at his cheek, and realized how much his injured leg still troubled him, and how carefully he'd been trying to disguise it. Caroline had gone to fetch their tea, taking the dog with her. Mrs. Ayres asked after Betty, relieved to hear the problem wasn't serious. She apologized for dragging him out so far, sure he had graver cases to deal with. He said he was a family doctor, mostly rashes and cut fingers. She told him he was being modest, and that she couldn't imagine why one should judge a doctor by the severity of his cases. If anything, it ought to be the other way around. He smiled, and admitted every doctor liked a challenge now and then, mentioning his wartime work on the wards of a military hospital at Rugby, where he'd done muscle therapy and electrical work. Roderick, rolling a cigarette, grunted that they'd wanted to sign him up for some of that after his smash, but he couldn't spare the time from the estate. Faraday said it was a pity. Mrs. Ayres added that Roderick had been with the Air Force. Faraday asked what kind of action he'd seen, and Roderick tilted his head and stuck out his jaw to draw attention to his scars, saying most of his flying time had been reconnaissance, so he couldn't claim much glory, just a bit of bad luck over the south coast that brought him down, though his navigator and the other chap had got the worst of it. He ended up with beauty spots and a bashed-up knee. Faraday expressed sympathy, and Roderick brushed it off, offering him a cigarette. The cigarette was wretched, the sort they'd called a coffin nail in medical school, and Faraday declined, not wanting to embarrass him by bringing out his own better ones. He sensed Roderick had offered only to change the subject. Mrs. Ayres seemed to think the same. She gazed at her son with a troubled expression, then turned to Faraday with a smile, remarking how the war felt far away now. She mentioned an army unit that had been billeted with them, leaving odd things like barbed wire and iron sheets rusting in the park. She'd stopped listening to the news, it was too alarming. The world seemed run by scientists and generals playing with bombs like schoolboys. Roderick struck a match and said they'd be all right at hundreds. It was the original quiet life. As he spoke, Jip's claws clicked on the marble floor like an abacus, followed by the slap of Caroline's sandals. The dog nosed open the door clearly, a habit, as the door frame was darkened from the rub of his coat, and the lower panels were scratched from years of dogs. Caroline entered with a heavy tea tray. Roderick gripped the sofa arm to push himself up and help her, but Faraday beat him to it. She looked grateful, more on her brother's account than her own, he thought, but said it was no trouble, she was used to it. He offered to clear a spot for her at least, but she insisted on doing it herself, making a joke about being ready to earn her living in a corner house. She set the tray down among the clutter of books and papers on the table, poured the tea, and passed round the cups handsome old bone china, one or two with riveted handles, which she kept back for the family. She followed with plates of thinly sliced fruitcake, and Faraday guessed she'd made the best of a meager store. Mrs. Ayres sighed, wishing for a scone with jam and cream or a good biscuit. She said the worst of rationing had killed hospitality. She dipped her cake pieces into her milkless tea. Caroline folded her slice in half and ate it in 2 bites. Roderick set his plate aside to focus on his cigarette, then picked out the peel and sultanas idly before throwing the rest to Jip. Caroline reproached him, not for wasting food, but for setting a bad example to the dog. She caught the animal's eye and called him a villain, then drew her foot from her sandal, extending a bare, tanned, unshaven leg to prod his haunches with her toes. Faraday remarked politely that the dog looked pitiful, but she warned him not to be taken in, he was a dreadful ham. She nudged him again with her foot, then turned the nudge into a rough caress. The dog struggled at first to keep his balance under the pressure, then with the defeated, bewildered air of a helpless old man, he lay down at her feet, lifting his limbs to show the gray fur of his chest and his balding belly. Caroline worked her foot harder. Faraday noticed Mrs. Ayres glance at her daughter's downy leg. She gently suggested Caroline put on some stockings, otherwise Dr. Faraday would suppose them savages. Caroline laughed it off, saying it was too warm and she doubted he'd never seen a bare leg before, but she did draw her leg back and make an effort to sit more demurely. The dog, disappointed, lay with his limbs still raised and crooked, then rolled onto his front and began to gnaw wetly at one of his paws. The smoke from Roderick's cigarette hung blue in the hot, still air. A bird in the garden gave a distinctive throbbing call, and they all turned their heads to listen. Faraday looked around the room again at the lovely faded details, then twisted further in his seat and, with a shock of surprise and pleasure, got his first proper view through the open window. An overgrown lawn ran away from the house for what looked like 30 or 40 yards, bordered by flower beds and ending at a wrought iron fence. Beyond that lay a meadow, then the park's fields, stretching off for 3/4 of a mile. The hundred's boundary wall was just visible at the end, but since the land beyond was pasture giving way to tilth and cornfield, the prospect ran on uninterrupted, its paling colors bleeding into the haze of the sky. Mrs. Ayres asked if he liked the view. He said he did, and asked when the house had been built, 1720, 1730. She called him clever, and said it was finished in 1733. He nodded, saying he could see what the architect must have had in mind: shady corridors with rooms opening from them, large and light. Mrs. Ayres smiled, but it was Caroline who looked over at him as if pleased. She said she'd always liked that too, though other people seemed to think the gloomy passages a bore. But he should see the place in winter. They'd happily brick up the windows then. For 2 months last year they'd more or less lived in this one room, bringing in their mattresses and sleeping like squatters. The pipes froze, the generator broke, and there were icicles 3 feet long outside. They never dared leave the house for fear of being harpooned. She asked if he lived above his surgery, in old Dr. Gill's place. He confirmed he did, having moved in as a junior partner and never moved out. It was plain enough, but his patients knew it, and it suited a bachelor. Roderick tapped ash from his cigarette, and remarked that Dr. Gill had been a bit of a character. He remembered going into his surgery as a boy, and seeing a great glass bowl. Gill said he used to keep leeches in it. Frightened the pants off him. Caroline teased that everything frightened him, reminding him of the giantess of a girl who had worked in the kitchen when they were young. She asked her mother to remember her name, describing a woman over 6 feet tall with a sister even taller, whose hands could wring clothes better than a mangle and were always freezing cold. She used to tell Roddy that the girl crept into his room at night and put her cold hands under his blankets, making him cry. Roderick called her a little beast. Their mother thought the name was Miriam Arnold, and the sister was Marjorie. There had been another girl who married a Tapley boy and became a chauffeur and cook at a house out of the county. Miriam had gone to Mrs. Randall, but she hadn't taken to her and only kept her for a month or 2. Roderick suggested she might have taken up garroting, and Caroline added that they'd had a girl once who ran away to join the circus. Their mother said she'd married a circus man, breaking her mother's heart and her cousin's too. The cousin, Lavender Hewitt, had also loved the circus man and stopped eating when the other girl went off with him. She would have died, but was saved by her mother's stewed rabbit, which she couldn't resist. For a time, they'd let her father take a ferret over the park to get all the rabbits he pleased, and it was the rabbits that saved her. The story continued, Caroline and Roderick prompting more details, speaking to each other rather than to him. Shut out of the game, Faraday looked from mother to daughter to son, and caught the likenesses between them, not just the similar features, long limbs and high-set eyes, but the clannish gestures and speech patterns. He felt a flicker of impatience, the faint stirring of a dark dislike, and his pleasure in the room was slightly spoiled. Perhaps it was the peasant blood in him rising, but Hundreds Hall had been made and maintained by the very people they were laughing at now. After 200 years, those people had begun to withdraw their labor and their belief in the house, and the house was collapsing like a pyramid of cards. Meanwhile, the family sat here, still playing gaily at gentry life with chipped stucco, threadbare carpets, and riveted china. Mrs. Ayres recalled another servant, and Roderick dismissed her as a moron. Caroline defended her fairly, admitting she was awfully dim. She'd once asked what sealing wax was, and Caroline told her it was a special sort of wax for putting on ceilings, making her stand on ladders to try it on the ceiling of their father's study. It made a mess, and the poor girl got into trouble. She shook her head, embarrassed but laughing, then caught Faraday's eye. His expression must have been chilly, because she tried to stifle her smiles and apologized, saying she could see he didn't approve. Quite right, too. They'd been frightful children, but much nicer now. She assumed he was thinking of poor little Betty. He took a sip of tea and said not at all, as it happened. He was thinking of his mother. She repeated the word, a trace of laughter still in her voice, and in the silence that followed, Mrs. Ayres said his mother had been a nursery maid at Hundreds once. She remembered hearing that. When was she here? Slightly before her time, she thought. She spoke so smoothly and nicely that he felt almost ashamed his own tone had been pointed. He said, less emphatically, that his mother had been there until about 1907. She met his father there, a grocer's boy. A backdoor romance, he supposed you'd call it. Caroline said uncertainly that it sounded like fun. He agreed it was. Roderick tapped more ash from his cigarette, saying nothing. Mrs. Ayres grew thoughtful, got to her feet, and went to a table with framed family pictures. She drew one out, held it at arm's length, peered at it, then shook her head. Without her spectacles, she couldn't be sure, but she thought Dr. Faraday's mother might be in it. She brought it to him. It was a small Edwardian photograph in a tortoiseshell frame, showing the south face of the hall with the French window open to the afternoon sunlight, just as today. Gathered on the lawn was the family of the time, surrounded by a sizable staff: housekeeper, butler, footman, kitchen girls, gardeners. They made an informal, almost reluctant group, as if the photographer had rounded them up belatedly. The family looked most at ease. Old Mrs. Beatrice Ayres seated in a deck chair, her husband standing at her side, one hand on her shoulder, the other in his pocket. Lounging at their feet was the slender 15-year-old who had grown up to become the colonel, looking very like Roderick. Beside him, on a tartan rug, were his younger siblings. Faraday looked closer. Most were older children, but the smallest, an infant, was held by a fair-haired nursemaid. The child had been wriggling when the shutter snapped, so the nursemaid had tilted her head back in fear of flailing elbows, her gaze away from the camera, her features blurred. Caroline left the sofa to examine the photograph with him, standing at his side, bending forward, looping up a lock of dry brown hair. She asked quietly if that was his mother. He said he thought it might be, but then noticed another servant, also fair-haired, in an identical gown and cap, and laughed, embarrassed it might be this one. He wasn't sure. She asked if his mother was still alive, but he shook his head, explaining both parents were dead. His mother died while he was still at school, his father a few years later. She expressed sympathy, and he said it seemed long ago. Mrs. Ayres asked if his mother had been happy at Hundreds, if she'd ever talked about the house. He paused, recalling some of his mother's stories, how she'd had to stand each morning with her hands out while the housekeeper examined her fingernails, how Mrs. Beatrice Ayres would come unannounced to the maids' bedrooms and turn out their boxes, going through their possessions piece by piece. He finally said he thought his mother had made good friends among the other girls. Mrs. Ayres looked pleased, perhaps relieved, and remarked that it had been a different world for servants then, with their own entertainments, scandals, and fun, and their own Christmas dinner. This prompted more reminiscences. Faraday kept his eyes on the picture. Slightly thrown by the force of his feelings, though he'd spoken lightly, he found himself more moved by the unexpected appearance of his mother's face. If it was her face, then he would have guessed. At last, he put the picture down on the table beside his chair. They spoke about the house and its gardens, the grander times it had seen. He kept glancing at the photograph as they talked, and his distraction must have been obvious. Their tea was finished. He let a few more minutes pass, then looked at the clock and said he ought to be going. As he got to his feet, Mrs. Ayres gently insisted he take the picture with him. She wanted him to have it, frame and all. He protested, startled, but Caroline urged him to take it, joking that she'd be glad to have one less thing to dust while she did the housework. He accepted, blushing and almost stammering his thanks. They found a piece of used brown paper to wrap it, and he tucked it safely into his bag. He said goodbye to Mrs. Ayres and patted the dog's warm dark head. Caroline, already on her feet, prepared to take him back to his car, but Roderick moved forward and insisted on seeing him out himself, struggling up from the sofa with a wince. His sister watched him with concern, but he was determined. She gave in and offered her worn, well-shaped hand for another shake, saying she was glad they'd found the picture and asking him to think of them when he looked at it. He promised he would. He followed Roderick from the room, blinking at the plunge into shade. Roderick led him to the right, past more shut doors, but soon the passage lightened and widened, and they emerged in the entrance hall. Faraday paused to look around. The hall was very lovely. Its floor was pink and liver-colored marble laid like a checkerboard. The walls were pale wooden panels, ruddy with reflected color from the floor. Dominating it all was the mahogany staircase, rising in an elegant soft square spiral through 2 more floors, its polished serpent-headed banister climbing in a single unbroken line. The stairwell was 15 feet wide and easily 60 feet high, lit coolly and kindly by a milky glass dome in the roof above. Roderick remarked on the effect, noting the dome had been a devil in the blackout. He tugged open the broad front door, which had got damp at some point, and was faintly buckled, grating horribly against the marble. Faraday joined him at the top of the steps, and the heat of the day billowed around them. Roderick grimaced, saying it was still blistering and he didn't envy the run back to Lidcote. He asked what Faraday was driving a Ruby. How did he find her? The car was a basic model, but Roderick was clearly interested in motors. So Faraday pointed out a few features and opened the bonnet to show the engine layout. As he closed it, he remarked that the country roads punished her. Roderick asked how far he drove her each day, and Faraday explained his rounds: 15 to 20 calls on a light day, more than 30 on a heavy one, mostly local with a couple of private patients as far as Banbury. Roderick said he was a busy man. Faraday agreed, sometimes too busy. Roderick then asked how much he owed for seeing Betty. Faraday didn't want to take money, thinking of his mother's generosity with the photograph, but Roderick pressed him, saying he should take it while it was offered. He reluctantly agreed to 4 shillings for the visit and prescription. Roderick brought out a warm handful of small coins and counted them into his palm, changing his pose as he did so. The puckering reappeared at his cheek, and Faraday almost commented, but didn't want to embarrass him. Roderick folded his arms and stood comfortably while Faraday started the car. As he moved off, Roderick raised his hand languidly, then turned and headed back to the house. Faraday kept his eye on him through the rear-view mirror, watching him make his painful way up the steps to the front door, the house seeming to swallow him as he limped back into the shadowy hall. Then the drive turned between unclipped bushes, the car dipping and lurching, and the house was lost to him. That night, he had dinner with David Graham and his wife Anne, as he often did on Sundays. Graham's emergency case had gone well against substantial odds, so they spent most of the meal discussing it. Only as they started their baked apple pudding did Faraday mention he'd been out to Hundreds Hall that day on Graham's behalf. Graham looked envious, asking what it was like there now. The family hadn't called him out in years. He'd heard the place had gone badly downhill, and they were rather pigging it. Faraday described what he'd seen of the house and gardens, saying it was heartbreaking to see it so changed. He wasn't sure if Roderick knew what he was doing. It didn't look much like it. Anne said she felt sorry for Roderick, a nice sort of boy, partly because of his scars, but more because he seemed so out of his depth. He'd had to grow up too quickly, like all boys his age, but he'd had Hundreds to think about as well as the war, and he somehow wasn't his father's son. Faraday said that might be in his favor. He remembered the colonel as rather a brute of a man, once going off at a motorist whose car startled his horse, jumping out of his saddle and kicking the car's headlamp in. Graham agreed. The colonel had a temper, the old-fashioned squire type. Faraday called him an old-fashioned bully. Graham said he wouldn't have liked his job. He must have been out of his mind with money worries half the time, and the estate was already losing income when he inherited it. He'd sold land through the 20s, like shoveling water from a sinking boat, and the duties after his death were astronomical. How the family kept going it all beat him. Faraday mentioned Roderick's smash his leg looked bad, and he wondered if a course of electrical therapy would help, assuming Roderick would let him close enough to try. They seemed to pride themselves on living like the Brontes, cauterizing their own wounds. Graham shrugged and said to go ahead. They hadn't called him out in so long he barely qualified as their doctor. He remembered the injury, a nasty break, poorly reset, and the burns spoke for themselves. He grew thoughtful, adding that there'd been a touch of nervous trouble when Roderick first came home. Faraday hadn't known that, and said it couldn't have been too bad. He seemed relaxed enough now. Graham said it was bad enough for them to want to be hush-hush about it, but those families were touchy like that. He didn't think Mrs. Ayres even called in a nurse. She looked after Roderick herself, then brought Caroline home at the end of the war. Caroline had been doing quite well with some sort of commission in the Wrens, Or awfully brainy girl, of course. Faraday heard the way he said, brainy, and knew it was a euphemism for playing. He didn't answer, and they finished their puddings in silence. Anne rose to close a window as moths fluttered around the candle flame in the twilight. Sitting back down, she asked if he remembered the first daughter out at 100 Susan, the little girl who died. Pretty like her mother. She'd gone to her 7th birthday party, where her parents gave her a silver ring with a real diamond in it. Anne had coveted that ring, and a few weeks later the girl was dead. Was it measles? Graham said it was diphtheria. Anne pulled a face at the thought, remembering the funeral with its little coffin and heaps of flowers. Faraday realized then that he remembered it too, standing with his parents on Lidcote High Street as the coffin passed, seeing young Mrs. Ayres heavily veiled in black like a ghastly bride, his mother quietly weeping, his father's hand on his shoulder, and the stiff, sour-smelling colors of his school blazer and cap. The thought depressed him more than it should have. Anne and the maid cleared the dishes, while he and Graham remained at the table discussing business matters, which only deepened his gloom. Graham was younger than him, but doing rather better. He'd entered the practice as a doctor's son with money, and standing behind him. Faraday had come in as an apprentice to Graham's father's partner, Dr. Gill, that character Roderick had quaintly called him, actually a lazy old man who, under the pretense of being his patron, had let him gradually buy out his stake over many long, hard, poorly paid years. Gill had retired before the war, and now lived in a pleasant half-timbered house near Stratford. Faraday had only recently begun to make a profit, but with the health service looming, private doctoring seemed finished. All his poorer patients would soon have the option of leaving his list for another man, vastly reducing his income. He'd had several bad nights over it. He told Graham he'd lose them all, rubbing his face wearily. Graham dismissed his fears, saying they had no more reason to leave him than they did to leave Graham, Seeley, or Morrison. Faraday countered that Morrison gave them cough mixture and liver salts, and they liked that Seeley had his manners and his ways with the ladies. Graham was a nice, clean, handsome family chap. They didn't like him. They never had. They'd never been able to place him. He didn't hunt or play bridge, but he didn't play darts or football either. He wasn't grand enough for the gentry, nor grand enough for working people. They wanted to look up to their doctor, not think he was one of them. Graham called it rubbish, insisting they just wanted a man who could do the job, which he eminently could. If anything, he was too conscientious, with too much time to fret. He ought to get married. That would sort him out. Faraday laughed, and said he could barely keep himself, let alone a wife and family. Graham had heard it all before, but let him grumble on. Anne brought coffee, and they talked until almost 11. He would have stayed longer, but guessing how little time Graham and Anne got alone together, he said good night. Their house was on the other side of the village, a 10-minute walk away. The evening was still warm and airless, so he went slowly by a roundabout route, pausing to light a cigarette, then slipping off his jacket and loosening his tie, walking on in his shirt sleeves. The ground floor of his house was given over to a consulting room, dispensary, and waiting room, with a kitchen and sitting room upstairs, and a bedroom in the attic. It was a very plain place, as he told Caroline Ayres. He'd never had the time or money to brighten it, so it still had the same dispiriting decorations, mustard walls, and combed paintwork, and a cramped, inconvenient kitchen. A daily woman, Mrs. Rush, kept things tidy and cooked his meals. When not dealing with patients, he spent most of his time downstairs making prescriptions or reading and writing at his desk. Tonight, he went straight to his consulting room to review his notes for the next day and put his bag in order. Only as he opened the bag and saw the loosely wrapped brown paper parcel did he remember the photograph Mrs. Ayres had given him. He unwrapped it and studied the scene again, still unsure about the fair-haired nursemaid and wanting to compare the picture with other photographs. He took it upstairs. In one of his bedroom cupboards was an old biscuit tin full of papers and family keepsakes his parents had put together. He dug it out, carried it to the bed, and began to go through it. He hadn't opened the tin in years and had forgotten its contents. Most of it, he saw with surprise, were odd little fragments from his own past: his birth certificate, a christening notice, a furred brown envelope with 2 milk teeth and a lock of his baby hair unfeasibly soft and blonde, and a jumble of scout and swimming badges, school certificates, reports, and prize records, all mixed up so that a torn newspaper cutting announcing his graduation from medical school had snagged on a letter from his first headmaster fervently recommending him for a scholarship to Leamington College. Astonishingly, there was even the Empire Day Medal presented to him at Hundreds Hall by a youthful Mrs. Ayres, carefully wrapped in tissue paper, tumbling heavily into his hand, its ribbon unfrayed and bronze surface dulled but untarnished. But of his parents' own lives there was shockingly little record. A couple of sentimental wartime postcards with neat, bland, badly spelled messages, a lucky coin with a hole for a string hammered through it, a spray of paper violets. That was about it. He'd remembered photographs, but there was only one. A fading postcard-sized thing with curling corners taken in a photographer's tent at a local mop fair. It showed his mother and father as a courting couple, fantastically posed against an alpine backdrop in a roped laundry hamper meant to be a hot air balloon basket. He set this picture beside the Hundreds group and looked from one to the other, but the angle of his balloonist mother's head and the droop of a sad-looking feather on her hat meant he was still no wiser, so he gave it up. The mop fair photograph had begun to look poignant to him, and when he gazed again at the scraps recording his own achievements, thinking of the care and pride with which his parents had preserved them, he felt ashamed. His father had taken on debt after debt to fund his education, debts that had probably ruined his health and almost certainly weakened his mother. And what was the result? He was a good, ordinary doctor. In another setting he might have been better than good, but he'd started work with his own debts, and after 15 years in the same small country practice, he was yet to make a decent income. He had never thought of himself as a discontented man too busy for discontentment to set in, but he'd had occasional dark hours, fits when his life laid out before him seemed bitter, hollow, and insignificant as a bad nut. One of those fits came upon him now. He forgot the modest successes and saw only failures, mishandled cases, missed opportunities, moments of cowardice and disappointment. He thought of his undistinguished war years spent in Warwickshire while younger colleagues like Graham and Morrison joined the Ramsay. He felt the empty rooms below him, and remembered a girl he'd loved as a medical student, from a good Birmingham family whose parents hadn't considered him a suitable match, who'd thrown him over for another man. He'd turned his back on romance after that, and the few affairs since had been half-hearted. Now those passionless embraces came back in all their dry mechanical detail. He felt disgust for himself and pity for the women involved. The heat in the attic room was stifling. He switched off the lamp, lit a cigarette, and lay down among the photographs and fragments on the bed. The window was open, the curtain pulled back. The night was moonless, but the dark was the uneasy dark of summer, fretful with subtle movement and sound. He gazed into it, and what he saw, a curious after-image of his day, was Hundreds Hall. He saw its cool, fragrant spaces, the light held like wine in a glass. He pictured the people inside it as they must be now: Betty in her room, Mrs. Ayres and Caroline in theirs, Roderick in his. He lay like that for a long time, open-eyed and unmoving, his cigarette burning slowly down to ash between his fingers. The bleak mood that had settled over him dissolved with the darkness, and by sunrise he'd nearly forgotten it. The weeks that followed were a blur of work. Summer had brought a rash of minor outbreaks through the district, and now a serious fever was cutting a path through the villages. One child in particular, already frail, demanded nearly constant attention. He found himself calling at the house 2 or 3 times a day, until the boy finally turned the corner. There was no money in it. The family were club patients, which meant his annual fee for treating all their children amounted to a few shillings. But he knew them well, liked them, and the gratitude in the parents' faces when their son recovered was payment enough. Amid the rush, he remembered to send Betty's prescription out to the hall, though he had no further contact with her or the Ayreses after that. He continued to drive past the estate's high stone walls on his regular rounds, and occasionally a flicker of wistfulness would catch him, a brief imagining of the tangled grounds beyond, with that lovely crumbling house at their center, quietly surrendering to decay. But as summer crested and the season began its slow fade, Even those stray thoughts grew rare. His visit to hundreds began to feel hazy, almost unreal, like something he might have dreamed. Then on an evening in late August, more than a month after his call to treat Betty, he was driving along the lane outside Lidcote when he spotted a large black dog nosing through the dust. It was 7:30, the sun still high, but the sky just starting to blush. He'd finished his evening surgery and was on his way to a neighboring village to check on a patient. The dog began barking at the sound of his car, lifting its head and padding forward, and he recognized the gray in its muzzle. It was the elderly hundred's Labrador, Jip. A moment later he saw Caroline. She stood at the edge of the lane, hatless and bare-legged, half swallowed by the brambles of the hedge. Without Jip's warning, he might have passed right by her. She quieted the dog and turned toward his car, squinting against the glare of the windscreen. He noticed the satchel strap across her chest, and the bundle in her hands, a spotted handkerchief tied up like something out of a storybook. He drew up beside her and called out through the window, teasing that she looked like she was running away from home. She recognized him and smiled, carefully extracting herself from the bushes, one hand freeing her hair from the thorns before she sprang onto the dusty road, brushing down her ill-fitting cotton dress, the same one she'd worn on his last visit. She explained that she'd been into the village on errands for her mother, but had been waylaid by temptation. She opened her bundle, and he saw the purple juice stains he'd mistaken for spots, the cloth lined with dock leaves and brimming with blackberries. She picked out the largest berry for him, blowing off a film of dust before offering it. He bit into it, and the taste burst warm and impossibly sweet against his tongue. She took one for herself, then told him that she and her brother had picked berries here as children, that this spot produced the best fruit in the county, dry as the desert everywhere else but always lush here. She touched her thumb to the corner of her mouth to catch a stray trickle of juice, then pretended gravity, claiming she'd let slip an heir's family secret and might have to kill him, or, at least, make him swear to keep it. He swore, and she seemed satisfied, joking that killing a doctor was bad form anyway. He switched off the engine, mindful of the wasted fuel, and the car seemed to settle into the heavy, exhausted summer air. Across the fields, muffled by heat and distance, he could hear the rhythmic grind of farm machinery and distant voices calling harvesters working until well past 11 on these long August evenings. Caroline picked out more fruit and, tilting her head, asked why he hadn't inquired about Betty. He said he'd been about to. How was she? Any more trouble? She reported that the girl had spent a day in bed and then made a miraculous recovery, and they'd done their best to make her comfortable, letting her avoid the back stairs and giving her a wireless set that cheered her up considerably, even if it meant a weekly drive to Lidcote to recharge the battery. Then she asked slyly if his medicine had been pure chalk, if there'd truly been anything wrong with her at all. He gave a lofty answer about patient-doctor bonds, and she laughed ruefully, saying he was safe, they couldn't afford the lawyer's fees. Jip barked sharply, and she turned to see him vanish into a gap in the brambles after a bird. She hurried off in pursuit, calling the dog back, thrusting the bundle of blackberries into his hands. He watched her lean into the hedge, unafraid of thorns or spiders, her brown hair catching on the branches. It took her a few minutes to retrieve the dog, who trotted back looking immensely pleased with himself. By then he remembered his patient and said he should be going. She offered him some berries, but as she began to separate them, it occurred to him that he was driving more or less toward hundreds, and he offered her a lift. She hesitated, glancing at her watch, then accepted, but asked if he could drop her at the lane to the farm instead of the park gates, since her brother was there and might welcome help. He agreed, opened the passenger door for Jip to scramble into the back, and she slid into the seat beside him. He felt the weight of her settle, tilting the small car, and he wished suddenly that it weren't quite so cramped and old. She didn't seem to mind, though she placed the satchel flat on her knees, balanced the berry bundle on top, and sighed with pleasure at being off her feet. He noticed the dust clinging to the fine hairs on her bare, unshaven legs as she offered him another berry, which he declined. She ate one herself, and he asked after her mother and brother. She said her mother was fine, glad to have met him, But they went out so little now, and she felt cut off, proud about visitors with a house so shabby. As for Roderick, well, he was as usual working too hard, eating too little, his leg a constant nuisance. The question about Roderick's leg hung between them, and he watched her face as she considered how much to admit. She confessed she didn't truly know how bad it was. Roderick kept the books himself and was cagey about the details, always insisting he'd pull things through. They both shielded their mother from the worst of it, but even she must see that hundreds would never be what it was. They'd lost too much land, the farm was nearly their only income now, and the world had changed. That was why they'd clung so desperately to Betty. He couldn't imagine what it meant to her mother's spirits to be able to ring for a servant in the old way, instead of fetching hot water themselves, a small luxury that mattered enormously after having servants right up until the war. She spoke plainly, as if to an equal, but then a flicker of self-consciousness crossed her face, and she apologized for sounding shallow. He dismissed it, but her embarrassment only deepened his own. The road they traveled stirred a sudden, uncomfortable memory as a boy. He'd carried bread and cheese along this same lane to his uncle's during the hundreds harvest. The irony of driving here now, 30 years later, with the squire's daughter beside him, struck him as absurd, almost fraudulent. He imagined his laborer uncles appearing before him, seeing through his pretensions, laughing at the impostor he'd become. The ease between them evaporated. They fell silent, though the drive was lovely hedgerows, thick with dog-rose and valerian, glimpses of fields beyond, some stripped to stubble, others still golden with wheat streaked scarlet with poppies. When they reached the lane to the farm, she straightened as if to get out, insisting she didn't need to be taken all the way. He slowed, and she paused with her hand on the door, turning awkwardly to thank him. She knew what people must think, that they were mad to go on living at hundreds, trying to preserve what was gone, that they ought to simply give up. But the truth, she said, was that they knew how lucky they'd been to live there at all. They had to keep the place in order, keep up their side of the bargain, and that pressure sometimes felt unbearable. Her voice was low and melodic, the voice of a handsomer woman, and it struck him deeply in the warm twilight of the car. His tangled feelings began to ease, and he offered that he didn't think her mad at all. He only wished he could lighten their burdens. The doctor in him wanted to help. Her brother's leg, for instance, he'd been thinking about it, wondering if he could examine it properly. She shook her head, grateful but firm there simply wasn't money for treatments. He suggested waiving the fee, but she doubted her brother's pride would allow it. Then he proposed a workaround, an idea that had been forming since his first visit. He explained his past successes with electrical therapy for muscle injuries, how induction coils were rarely used outside specialist wards, but he believed their application could be wider. GPS needed convincing evidence, and he had the equipment but lacked the right case. If he had a suitable patient and could write up the work as a paper, the patient would be doing him a favor. He wouldn't dream of charging a fee. She narrowed her eyes, glimpsing the shape of a beautiful arrangement. He could bring the portable machine to the hall, wire Roderick up once a week for 2 or 3 months, and there was a real chance of significant benefit. She thought it sounded marvelous, but worried he might be wasting his time on a less deserving case. He assured her that Roderick's case was deserving enough, and admitted, if only to himself, that the trial would also enhance his standing at the district hospital and perhaps impress the local gentry enough to consider him for their own ailments. They talked it over, and her excitement grew. She urged him to come to the farm right then, and put it to Roderick directly. He glanced at his watch, thinking of his waiting patient, but she pressed patience had to be good at waiting after all, and her schoolgirl enthusiasm was hard to resist. He agreed, turned the car into the lane, and they jolted into the cobbled farmyard. The gaunt Victorian farmhouse loomed ahead, the milking shed to the left. They'd arrived near the end of milking time. Only a few fretful cows remained in the pen, the rest already gathered in an enclosure across the yard. He and Caroline climbed out with Jip and picked their way over the filthy cobbles, baked hard into rutted peaks by the long dry summer. The shed was a dilapidated wooden structure, reeking of manure and ammonia, hot as a greenhouse. Inside, There were no machines, only stools and pails. In the first stalls, the dairyman Makins worked alongside his grown son. Caroline greeted him, and he nodded back with mild curiosity at the doctor's presence. They walked further, and to his surprise he found Roderick there, milking with the others, his face flushed with heat and exertion, his lean legs folded, his forehead pressed into a cow's flank. He looked up and blinked at the sight of him. Not entirely pleased, he suspected, to be caught at manual labor, but he hid it well, calling lightly that he'd have to excuse him for not getting up to shake hands. He asked his sister if everything was all right. She said it was that Dr. Faraday wanted to talk about something. He grumbled at the cow to settle down and said he wouldn't be long. The cow grew restless at the sound of unfamiliar voices, shifting nervously, and Caroline gently drew him back, explaining that the animals were skittish around strangers but knew her. She asked if he minded her helping, and he assured her he didn't. She slipped into the pen, pulled on Wellingtons and a filthy canvas apron, and moved easily among the waiting cattle, driving one into the shed to stand beside her brothers. Her bare arms needed no rolling, but she washed her hands at a standpipe, swilled them with disinfectant, then brought a stool and pail to her chosen cow, elbowing it into position before settling to work. He heard the rhythmic squirt of milk into the empty bucket, saw the brisk motion of her arms, and caught glimpses of her hands working beneath the animal's broad hindquarters. She finished one cow and started another before Roderick was done. He let his beast out, emptied his foaming milk into a steel vat, and came over, wiping his fingers on his apron, chin raised in inquiry. He asked what he could do for him. He explained his idea briefly, phrasing it as a favor he needed a suitable case for some important research. The scheme sounded less convincing than it had in the car, and Roderick listened with a dubious expression, especially when he described the electrical machine. He shook his head, saying they couldn't run the generator during the day, but he assured him the coil ran on its own batteries. Caroline finished her cow and joined them, adding her arguments to his. Roderick glanced anxiously at the restless cattle and seemed to agree only to quiet them. As soon as he could, he limped off to fetch another beast, and Caroline fixed the date for the next visit. She murmured that she'd make sure he was there, then added, as if struck by the thought he should stay long enough for tea her mother would want him to. He agreed, pleased, and thanked her. She put on a comically pained expression and told him to call her Caroline, since she had years ahead of being dry Miss Ayres, but she'd still call him Dr. One, never liked to breach professional distances. Smiling, she offered her warm, milk-scented hand, and they shook on it there in the cowshed like farmers sealing a deal. The following Sunday arrived, another parched, languid day, the sky heavy with dust and grain. The red front of the hall looked pale and insubstantial as he approached, only coming into focus as he drew up on the gravel. He saw again all the shabby detail, and had the impression of the house held in some precarious balance, a painful glimpse of both the glorious thing it had recently been and the ruin it was becoming. Roderick must have been watching for him. The front door grated open, and he stood at the top of the cracked steps as he emerged from the car. He carried his bag in one hand and the induction coil in its neat wooden case, and Roderick frowned at the gadget, having pictured something heftier. He joked it looked like something for keeping sandwiches. He assured him it was more powerful than it appeared, and Roderick, sounding as if he regretted the whole arrangement, led him inside, taking him right of the staircase and along a dim passage to the last door. He apologized for the mess in advance. He followed him in and looked around in surprise. He'd expected a bedroom, but the room was huge. He still hadn't acclimated to 100 scale with paneled walls, a lattice work plaster ceiling, and a wide Gothic fireplace. Roderick explained that it had once been a billiard room, kitted out by his great-grandfather, but the equipment had been sold years ago. After his hospital return, unable to manage stairs, his mother and sister had put a bed in here, and he'd grown so used to it, he'd never bothered moving back upstairs. He did all his work here too. He realized this was the room he'd glimpsed from the terrace in July, even more of a jumble now. One corner held an iron-frame bed, a dressing table, and an antique washing stand and mirror. Before the fireplace were 2 scuffed leather armchairs. Two curtained windows faced the terrace before the other. Roderick had set a desk and swivel chair to catch the northern light, its surface almost buried in papers, ledgers, folders, technical books, dirty teacups, and overflowing ashtrays. The desk was a magnet for the eye and for Roderick himself, who had already drifted back to it, rooting through the chaos. He produced a stub of pencil and a scrap of paper, and began copying figures into a ledger, asking him to sit down, promising he wouldn't be a tick. He'd just come from the farm and needed to note the figures, or he'd forget. He sat for a minute or two, but as Roderick showed no sign of joining him, he decided to prepare the machine. He brought it over and set it between the two chairs, unhooking the latch and drawing off the case. He'd used the apparatus many times, a simple combination of coil, dry cell battery, and metal plate electrodes, but it looked daunting with its terminals and wires. Roderick left his desk and gazed down at it in dismay, calling it a little monster and asking if he meant to set it going right now. He said that had been the idea, but if he'd rather not. Roderick interrupted, saying it was all right since he was here. They might as well get on with it. He asked if he needed to strip off. He said rolling his trouser leg over the knee would do. Roderick seemed relieved not to have to undress, but once he'd taken off his plimsoll and sock and rolled the trouser, he folded his arms, looking awkward. He joked. It felt like joining the Freemasons. Did he have to swear an oath? He laughed, and told him he'd simply have to sit and let him examine him. It wouldn't take long. Roderick lowered himself into the armchair, and he squatted before him, gently taking hold of the injured leg and drawing it straight. The muscle tightened, and Roderick grunted in pain. He asked if it was too much. He needed to move it about to get a feel for the injury. The leg was slender, thick with dark hair, but the skin was yellowish and bloodless, with polished pink dents and ridges where the hair had given way. The knee was pale and bulbous, terribly stiff, the calf muscle shallow and rigid, knotted with indurated tissue, the ankle joint puffy and inflamed from overuse. Roderick admitted it was pretty foul, and he agreed the circulation was sluggish with many adhesions, but he'd seen worse. He tested different positions, asking how each felt. Roderick winced at one, calling it stinking, and jerked away sharply at another, cursing. He jerked back sharply, cursing at the sudden pain, and he gentled the leg back into place, warming the rigid calf muscle between his fingers for a moment before beginning the wiring process. He soaked squares of lint in salt solution, fixed them to the electrode plates, and bound them to Roderick's leg with elastic. Roderick leaned forward, watching with growing interest, asking about the condenser and the current interruption, then joked about needing a license and sparking at the ears. He quipped that his last patient now saved a fortune on permanent waves, and Roderick blinked, mistaking the tone for seriousness, before finally meeting his gaze properly for the first time, and smiling a smile that lifted his features and revealed his likeness to his mother. He asked if he was ready, and Roderick grimaced, boyish, agreeing reluctantly. He threw the switch, and Roderick yelped as his leg jumped, then laughed, saying it wasn't painful, just pins and needles, and now heating up. He told him to let him know when the heat faded, and they settled into 5 or 10 minutes of treatment until the sensation reached a constant peak. He left the machine to run and sat in the other armchair, watching Roderick reach for his tobacco. Unable to bear the sight of him rolling another coffin nail, he offered his own case and lighter. Roderick took a long draw, closing his eyes, his head going slack on his slender neck. He remarked sympathetically that Roderick looked tired, and Roderick straightened, insisting he was fine. He'd been up at 6 for the milking, which wasn't so bad in this weather, but winter was another matter. He added that having Makins for a dairyman didn't help. When pressed, he explained reluctantly that Makins, though he'd had a tough summer with the heat wave and the losses, wanted impossible things: an extension from the water main, electricity, a new pump, a brick milking shed, and had no idea how to achieve them, leaving it all to him. He laughed bitterly at his own words, admitting Makins was right about the milk and about the farm being jiggered, but he had no capital to free. Makins didn't believe him, seeing the great house and imagining piles of gold, not the reality of candles and Tillies at night, his sister scrubbing floors in cold water. He'd been writing to the bank, applying for a building license, speaking to the district council about water and electricity, only to be told they were too isolated. But he had to put it all down on paper, plans, and reports, for it to do the rounds of 10 different departments before they rejected it. His voice had wound tighter as he spoke, bitterness shifting across his scarred features, and he remembered what Graham had told him about the nervous trouble after the crash. He'd mistaken Roderick's manner for casualness, but now he saw it was something else: exhaustion, a studied warding off of anxiety, a tension so habitual it looked like languor. Roderick noticed his gaze, and fell silent, drawing deeply on his cigarette, exhaling slowly. He apologized for running on, insisting he could be a frightful bore, and he assured him he'd like to hear more. But Roderick was set on turning the subject, and they talked of other things for a while. Every so often he checked the leg, asking how the muscle felt. Roderick said it was fine, but his flushed face and the way he began picking at the electrodes told a different story. When he finally switched off the machine and removed the elastics, Roderick scratched vigorously at his calf, grateful for the release. The treated flesh was hot and moist, almost scarlet. He dried it, shook powder on it, and worked the muscle with his fingers for a few more minutes. Roderick grew impatient under the touch, shifting restlessly, and he let him rise. He pulled on his sock and plimsoll, unrolled his trouser leg in silence, then took a few paces across the room and looked back, pleased and surprised it wasn't bad at all. He realized how much he'd wanted it to succeed, and watched him walk again, noting the freer movement, cautioning him not to overdo it, and asking if he had any liniment. Roderick doubted there was anything, but he'd anticipated that, and brought a bottle in his bag. Roderick took it, gazing at the label as he tidied the machine. A knock at the door startled him. The room's insulated feel, like an ocean liner's cabin, had muffled any footsteps. Roderick called out, and Jip pushed his way in, trotting straight to him, followed more tentatively by Caroline, in an Airtex blouse tucked into a shapeless cotton skirt. She asked if her brother was cooked, and he answered he was quite fried. She exclaimed over the machine, calling it something from Dr. Frankenstein's. She watched him lock it back in its case, then noticed her brother absently flexing his leg, and from his expression she must have seen the relief the treatment had brought, because she gave him a serious, grateful look that pleased him almost more than the therapy's success. But then, embarrassed by her own emotion, she turned away, picked up a stray paper, and began complaining about Roderick's untidiness, wishing there were a machine for keeping rooms in order. Roderick had unstoppered the liniment and was lifting it to his nose, distracted. Roderick's retort about already having a machine named Betty earned a light scolding from his sister, and he protested that he couldn't keep her out. She moved things and then pretended she hadn't touched them. He spoke absently, already drifting back to his desk, the liniment forgotten, and he opened a dog-eared file and began rolling a cigarette. Caroline watched him, her expression growing serious, and she wished he'd give up the habit, gesturing to the smoke-damaged oak panels that needed waxing. He yawned, saying the whole house needed something, and if she knew a way to do something with nothing, no money, she should go ahead. Then he caught his eye and brightened, declaring it a fellow's duty to smoke in that room, gesturing to the lattice-work ceiling, which he now realized was stained nicotine yellow from decades of cigar-smoking billiard players. Soon Roderick returned to his papers, and they took the hint and left, his vague promise to join them for tea ringing hollow. Caroline shook her head, murmuring that he'd be in there for hours, and she wished he'd let her share the work. His leg, though it really had been better, hadn't it? She was grateful for his help. He suggested exercises, and daily massage would make a difference, offering to check that Roderick used the liniment. She would do her best, but he'd noticed how careless Roderick was. She slowed her step and asked what he honestly thought of him. He said Roderick was fundamentally healthy, charming even, but it was a pity he'd allowed the business to dominate his room like that. She agreed, noting that their father had run the estate from the library, with an agent, Mr. McLeod, who had left during the war. Now the entire men's side of the house, apart from Roderick's room, might as well not exist. The novelty of growing up in a house with so many spare rooms struck him, but she laughed ruefully, saying the novelty wore off. They became like tiresome, poor relations, using up money even when shut away. But there were nice features, and she offered him a sixpenny tour if he promised to avert his gaze from the worst bits. He accepted, and she checked the time, noting her mother's Edwardian aversion to tea before 4, and they had plenty of time. She called Jip back and led him past her brother's door to the front of the house. The hall he'd already seen, Carrara marble 3 inches thick, a devil to polish, and the staircase a feat of engineering with its open second landing. Her father had called it department store like her grandmother had refused to use it, vertigo-stricken. She passed over the empty morning room, too shabby, and opened a darkened library, its shelves draped in dust sheets, furniture missing. She showed him a couple of the house's best books, but the room was clearly diminished, and she peered up the chimney concerned about soot. She closed the shutter and led him to the old estate office, paneled like Roderick's with similar Gothic touches. They passed the curtained arch to the basement and found the boot room, a musty chamber of Macintoshes, perished Wellingtons, and sporting equipment, a tiring room from the stables era. Inside, a delft-tiled lavatory known for over a century as the gentleman's hoo-ha. She snapped her fingers for Jip and moved on, asking if she made a good guide. He assured her she did, and she pointed out a damaged panel, laughing at his sudden smile. He explained, a bit warily, about the plaster acorn he'd pried loose as a boy, and she widened her eyes. Thrilled her mother had given him a medal? He asked her not to mention it, and she laughed, saying she didn't blame him for wanting to vandalize the silly moldings, which Roddy and she had probably finished off. It was queer he'd seen hundreds before either of them had. They moved on to a line of murky portraits in heavy gold frames, the family album. She pointed out William Barber Ayres, the builder, a good county chap, but evidently near with money Matthew Ayres, who'd taken troops to Boston and come back in disgrace with an American wife, dying 3 months later, Ralph Billington Ayres, the family gambler, who'd lost a second estate in a single card game, and Catherine Ayres, his daughter-in-law, an Irish racehorse heiress, who'd restored the fortune but feared horses herself. Caroline laughed at her own resemblance to the strikingly ugly Catherine, and he noticed the likeness with a slight shock, though he'd grown used to her mismatched features. He made a polite gesture of demurral, but she'd already turned away, saving 2 more rooms for last. He found the dining room arresting pale chinoiserie, hand-painted paper, or molu candelabra with writhing branches. Then she led him to another door, making him stand at the threshold while she crossed the darkness to unfasten the shutters. The light came in like blades, and even before she lifted the bolt he could see the large, impressive space with sheeted furniture. When the shutters creaked back, details leapt into life, and he laughed in astonishment. The room was an octagonal saloon 40 feet across, with vivid yellow paper, a greenish patterned carpet, an unblemished white marble fireplace, and a large gilt and crystal chandelier hanging from the heavily molded ceiling. He exclaimed that it was incredible, never to be guessed from the house's sober exterior. She explained that Ralph Billington Ayres had added it in the 1820s, when he still had money. They'd been madly keen on yellow then. The paper was original, drooping now, and the chandelier, electrified by her parents, was a glory when blazing. The carpet was in strips, rolled back for dancing. She lifted dust sheets to show Regency furniture, and he asked about an irregular-shaped item, a Flemish harpsichord older than the house. Neither of them played, she said, and it ought to be used. She ran her hand over the harpsichord's decorated case without much feeling, letting the cover fall before moving to the unshuttered window. He joined her there, noticing that the window was actually a pair of long glass doors, opening onto collapsed stone steps. The top jutted from the sill, the rest scattered on the gravel below, dark and weathered. Undeterred, she opened the doors, and they stood on the little precipice, looking over the west lawn. The ground was lumpy with molehills and thistles, the grass knee-high in places, the straggling shrubs giving way to vivid purple beech, out of control, with 2 huge unlopped elms beyond that would soon cast the scene in shadow. To the right were outbuildings, the garage and disused stables, with a great white clock over the stable door. He smiled, noting the stuck hands at 20 to 9, and she explained that She and Roddy had done that when the clock first broke a reference to Miss Havisham's stopped clocks and Great Expectations. It had seemed funny, then less so now. Beyond the stables were the old kitchen gardens, their wall made of the same uneven red brick as the house, an arched opening revealing cinder paths and overgrown borders. He expressed a sudden wish to see them, and she checked her watch, offering to go that way by jumping from the collapsed steps. He declined, feeling too old, and asked to be taken some other time. She seemed sorry, perhaps restless from the tour, or simply showing her youth. She stayed at his side for a few minutes, then went around the room, checking the furniture was properly wrapped, and lifting carpet corners for silver fish and moth. She bid goodbye to the poor neglected saloon, closing the window and fastening the shutter, and they made their way half-blind back to the passage. He said he was glad to have seen the house. It was lovely. She agreed. It wasn't such a bad old pile, but her jolly manner grated on him, and he urged her to be serious. It was the first time he'd used her Christian name, and perhaps that, combined with his chiding tone, made her self-conscious. She colored, and the jolliness faded, admitting that hundreds was a lovely monster, needing constant feeding with money and hard work, and when one felt the weight of the somber portraits at one's shoulder, it could seem a frightful burden hardest on Rod, with the extra responsibility of being master, not wanting to let people down. He realized she had a trick of turning the talk away from herself, and assured her that her brother was doing all he could, and she too. But a clock struck 4, and she touched his arm, her look clearing, reminding him that the sixpenny tour included refreshments. They continued along the passage to the little parlor, where Mrs. Ayres was at her writing desk, putting paste to a fragment of paper. She looked up almost guiltily, and he saw the fragment was an unfranked stamp already used. She confessed it might not be quite legal, but they lived in lawless times, and he offered to take the letter to the post at Lidcote. She was grateful, complaining about careless postmen before the war. Wills had come to the door twice a day now. They were lucky if the post wasn't left at the end of the drive. She moved across the room with an elegant gesture, and he followed her to the chairs by the fireplace. She was dressed in creased dark linen with a silk scarf at her throat, wearing another pair of distracting polished shoes. She thanked him warmly for taking an interest in Roderick, asking if he really thought the treatment would make a difference. He said the signs were good, and Caroline chimed in that he was just being modest. It really was helping. Mrs. Ayres was delighted, lamenting that Roderick worked so hard and hadn't the feel for the land his father had. He politely suggested that such feel counted for less now, given the difficulties farmers faced, and she readily agreed, assuming he knew more about it than she did. She asked if he'd enjoyed the tour, and he said he had, very much. She was glad, noting the house was the shadow of what it once was, but they were lucky to have held on to it. She preferred 18th-century houses. Her own childhood home had been a Victorian eyesore, now a Catholic boarding school, and she worried for the little girls in its gloomy corridors. Her father had died there, hating Catholics. She asked if he'd heard about the changes at Standish. He nodded, having heard bits from patients. Standish was a neighboring manor house, sold to a London man named Peter Baker Hyde, an architect working on Coventry, drawn by its out-of-the-way charm. He'd heard there was a wife and young daughter, 2 expensive cars, no horses or dogs, and that the man had a good war record, and had already spent a lot on renovations. He spoke sourly, since the new wealth wasn't coming his way. The Baker Hydes had registered with his rival, Dr. Seeley. Caroline laughed, mocking the town planner who'd probably knock Standish down for a roller skating rink, or sell it to Americans who'd ship it over like Warwick Priory. Mrs. Ayres chided her cynicism, saying the Baker Hydes sounded charming, and they should be grateful for them so few nice people were left. She listed the great houses that had fallen, Umberslade Hall filled with secretaries, Woodcote and Meriden Hall empty, Charlecote and Coton turned over to the public. She sighed, looking her age for a moment, then her expression changed as she caught the faint rattle of china in the passage. She leaned forward with mock anxiety, warning that Betty had a genius for dropping cups, and they simply hadn't the china. The rattle of china grew louder, and Mrs. Ayres closed her eyes in mock suspense, calling out to Betty to watch her step. The girl appeared, frowning and blushing as she maneuvered the large mahogany tray through the doorway. He rose to help, but Caroline reached it first, taking it capably from Betty's hands and setting it down, noting with approval that not a single drop had been spilled a feet. She attributed to his presence, reminding Betty that the doctor had once worked a miracle cure for her. Betty lowered her head in acknowledgement. He greeted her warmly, asking how she was, and she replied she was all right. "Thank you." He complimented her on looking well and smart, but her expression darkened slightly. As if suspecting teasing, he remembered her complaint about the awful dress and cap the heiresses made her wear. She was quaintly dressed in a black frock with a white apron, starched cuffs and collar dwarfing her childish wrists and throat, a fussy frilled cap on her head, the kind he hadn't seen in a Warwickshire drawing room since before the war. Yet in that shabby, elegant setting, it was hard to imagine her dressed any other way. She looked healthy enough, and took care over handing out the cups and slices of cake, settling into her role. When she finished, she made an unformed curtsy, and Mrs. Ayres dismissed her with thanks. They heard the fading slap of her stout-soled shoes as she returned to the basement. Caroline set down a bowl of tea for Jip, remarking that Betty wasn't a natural parlor maid, but her mother spoke indulgently, remembering her great-aunt's saying that a well-run house was like an oyster girl's, came as specks of grit and left as pearls. She was clearly forgetting that his own mother had once been one of those specks. He said nothing, enjoying the tea and cake himself, realizing that if the house was at work on Betty, it had already begun a similar process on him. Roderick failed to join them as predicted, and Caroline walked him out to his car. She asked if he was driving straight back to Lidcote, and he mentioned he had a call in another village. She suggested he take the Cross Park route, which was quicker, and watch out for his tires. The drive was as bad as the other. Then she offered him the use of the park as a shortcut between patients. He was pleased, asking if she and her family would mind, and she smiled, saying they'd like it. He promised to take her at her word and be out there every day. She moved back, hands on her hips, watching him start the car and turn it, then snapped her fingers for Jip and headed off. He picked his way around the north side of the house, looking for the other drive, and caught a view of Roderick's windows. Roderick didn't notice his car, but he saw him clearly through the glass sitting at his desk, cheek on his hand, gazing at papers and open books with an expression of baffled weariness. It became routine after that Sunday visits to treat Rod's leg, followed by tea with his mother and sister. And once he started using hundreds as a shortcut, he was out there often. He looked forward to the visits. They were a welcome contrast to his workaday existence. He never entered the park and closed the gates behind him without a small thrill, always feeling, on arriving at that crumbling red house, as if ordinary life had tilted, and he'd slipped into some rarer, stranger realm. He'd begun to like the heiresses for their own sake. He saw Caroline most often. She walked in the park daily, and he'd catch sight of her long-legged, broad-hipped figure, Jip cutting through the long grass at her side. They'd chat through his car window, and she always seemed in the middle of some chore, carrying a basket of fruit, mushrooms, or kindling. She might as well have been a farmer's daughter. The more he saw of life at Hundreds, the sorrier he was that her life, like her brother's, held so much work and so few pleasures. When a neighbor gave him 2 jars of honey for treating his son's whooping cough, he remembered Caroline's longing for honey on his first visit, and gave her one. She was amazed and delighted, showing it to her mother, and Mrs. Ayres softly reproached him for being too kind, but his kindnesses were small. The family lived so isolated and precarious that any chance nudge of fortune, good or bad, was felt with extra force. In mid-September, the long summer broke. A day of thunderstorms dropped the temperature and brought heavy rain. The well was saved. The milking ran smoothly for the first time in months, and Rod's palpable relief lightened his whole mood. He spent more time away from his desk, talked almost brightly about improvements, brought in laborers, and set the odd jobber Barrett to scythe the overgrown lawns. They emerged lush and trim, making the house look more impressive, more as it was meant to look, more as he remembered it from his childhood visit 30 years before. Meanwhile, The Baker Hydes were settling into Standish and appearing more in the neighborhood. Mrs. Ayres ran into Diana Baker Hyde on a shopping trip to Leamington and found her charming. On the strength of that, she began thinking of hosting a small gathering at Hundreds to welcome the newcomers. She mentioned it to him in late September, and the thought of the hall opening to strangers unsettled him slightly. The feeling must have shown. She reminisced about the parties they'd thrown in the old days, even during the war, though rations had made things harder. Now, they had Betty, who could just about be trusted with a decanter. She planned a quiet drinks party for no more than 10, the Desmonds, the Rossiters. Caroline insisted he must come too, and Mrs. Ayres agreed warmly, though with a brief hesitation he couldn't blame her for. He was a regular now, but hardly a family friend. His only free evening was Sunday, usually spent with the Grahams, but she said Sunday evenings were fine, and brought out her engagement book. That was as far as it went that day, and on his next visit there was no mention of the party. But a few days later, taking his shortcut across the park, he saw Caroline, who told him that after a flurry of correspondence between her mother and Diana Baker Hyde, an evening had been settled on, 3 Sundays ahead. She spoke without enthusiasm, and he asked if she wasn't excited. She turned up her collar, drawing its tips across her chin. She admitted she was simply bowing to the inevitable. Her mother, once set on an idea, couldn't be talked out of it, and Rod had compared throwing a party with the house in its current state to Sarah Bernhardt playing Juliet with one leg. She might just stay in the little parlor with Jip and the wireless. That sounded more fun than getting glamored up for strangers they probably wouldn't like. Her tone was self-conscious and didn't ring quite true, and despite her grumbling, it was clear she was looking forward to the party to some extent. Over the next weeks, she threw herself into cleaning and tidying, often tucking her hair in a turban and working alongside Betty and the Daily Woman, Mrs. Baisley. Carpets were beaten, pictures appeared on empty walls, and furniture emerged from storage. Mrs. Baisley remarked that you'd think His Majesty were coming, showing him Betty's calloused hands. Betty, who'd been cleaning silver, turned up her palms, enjoying the attention after 3 months at Hundreds. Her childlike hands had thickened and stained. He shook her finger, saying they were good country hands, no worse than she'd get in fields or factories. Mrs. Baisley added that she'd gotten the worst of it from doing the glass chandeliers every blasted drop. Miss Caroline had put her to it. She lamented that in years gone by men would have taken them to Birmingham to be dipped, and all this flummox for a couple of drinks, not even a dinner, and they were only London folks coming. But the preparations continued, and even Mrs. Baisley worked hard. It was difficult not to be seduced by the novelty, for in that year of strict rationing even a small party was something to relish. He was curious to meet the Baker Hydes, and to see the hall decked out in its grander style, and to his own surprise and annoyance, he felt a little nervous. He had his hair cut on the Friday, and on Saturday asked his housekeeper to dig out his evening clothes, only to find the jacket moth-eaten and the shirt so worn she had to cut off its tail to patch it. Looking in the mirror, his make-do and mend appearance wasn't heartening. His hair was thinning, freshly barbered, he seemed bald at the temples, and he was bleary from a night call. He realized he looked like his father, or how his father would have looked in evening dress, happier in a shopkeeper's coat and apron. Graham and Anne had invited him for a drink on his way to the party, amused by the thought of him hobnobbing with the heiresses instead of having Sunday supper with them. Graham laughed at the sight of him, but Anne kindly brushed his shoulders and re-knotted his tie, telling him he looked perfectly handsome. Graham warned him to put on a vest, recalling that Morrison had found the hall freezing on a previous evening due. The hot summer had given way to a mixed autumn. The day was cool and damp, and rain set in as he left Lidcote, turning the lanes to mud. He had to run from the car with a blanket over his head to open the park gates, and when he emerged from the wet drive, he gazed at the hall in fascination, its uneven outline bleeding into the darkening sky. He hurried up the steps and tugged the bell, but no one came, and his hat sagged about his ears, so he opened the unlocked door and let himself in. The rain faded as he closed the door, and he found the hall lit with soft electric lights, just bright enough to gleam on the newly polished marble floor. Bowls of late summer roses and bronze chrysanthemums adorned every table. The staircase ascended into shadows, the glass dome holding the last evening twilight like a great translucent disk. The silence was perfect. He stepped softly forward and stood looking upwards for a minute. He moved along the south passage. The little parlor was warm and lit but empty. He followed a stronger light to the open doorway of the saloon. Jip started barking and pranced out to him, followed by Caroline's strained voice asking if it was Roddy. He called back that it was only him, hoping he wasn't early. She laughed, saying they were the ones who were late, and told him to find her. She couldn't come to him. She was at the top of a step ladder at one of the far walls, and he was dazzled by the saloon itself. Its delicate sofas and chairs uncovered, the chandelier blazing like a furnace, smaller lamps burning, light caught by gold ornaments and mirrors, and above all by the still bright Regency yellow walls. She told him his eyes would soon stop watering, and to take off his coat and help himself to a drink. Her mother was still dressing, and Rod had gotten stuck at the farm. She was fixing down drooping edges of yellow paper with drawing pins. He went to help, but she pressed in the final pin as he reached her. So he held the ladder and offered his hand to steady her as she came down. She was wearing an old blue chiffon evening gown, silver shoes and gloves, her hair pinned with a diamante clasp. The low neckline showed her collarbones and throat, the bodice too tight for her bust. She had color on her eyelids and rouge on her cheeks, her red lips startlingly full. He thought she'd look nicer with a scrubbed face in her usual shapeless skirt, but conscious of his own deficiencies, he told her she looked lovely. Her rouged cheeks pinked. She avoided his eye, joking to the dog that he hadn't even had a drink yet. She was ill at ease, he realized, anxious about the night. She tugged the bell for Betty, and the wire creaked invisibly in the wall. She showed him the sideboard with a range of handsome old crystal glasses and a decent selection of drinks: sherry, gin, Italian vermouth, bitters, lemonade. He'd brought a half bottle of navy rum as a contribution, and they'd just poured 2 small glasses when Betty appeared, spruced up with blindingly white cuffs, collar and apron, and a fancier cap with a stiff vertical frill. She'd been preparing sandwiches downstairs, and looked warm and slightly harassed when Caroline called her to take away the stepladder. She went to pick it up too hastily, or underestimated its weight, and it crashed to the floor as she took a couple of steps. They both started, and the dog began barking. Caroline quieted Jip and demanded to know what Betty was doing. The girl tossed her head, her cap slipping, insisting she wasn't doing anything. The ladders were jumpy. Everything was jumpy in this house. Caroline told her not to be stupid, and she protested she wasn't being stupid. He intervened quietly, helping Betty pick up the ladder and find a firmer grip, assuring her nothing was broken and asking if she could manage. She gave Caroline a baleful look, but carried the ladders away silently, narrowly avoiding Mrs. Ayres, who had just arrived at the doorway and caught the end of the fuss. Mrs. Ayres swept into the room, exclaiming at the commotion, then saw him, and smoothed her manner, offering her hand. She was dressed like an elegant French widow in a dark silk gown, a black lace mantilla fastened at her throat with a cameo brooch. She squinted up at the chandelier, remarking how fierce the lights seemed. Surely they'd never been so bright in the old days, or perhaps her eyes were younger then. She turned to Caroline, who struck a brittle mannequin's pose, asking if she'd do not quite up to her mother's standard. Mrs. Ayres dismissed the nonsense, told her she looked very well, and reminded her to straighten her gloves. She asked about Roderick, hoping he wasn't dragging his heels. He'd been grumbling about his evening clothes being too loose, and she'd told him he was lucky to have any. He handed her a sherry, and she smiled distractedly, admitting she felt almost nervous. It had been so long since the house was opened up. He assured her no one would guess, but she wasn't listening, saying she'd be calmer with her son at her side. Sometimes she thought he forgot he was master of hundreds. From what he'd seen of Roderick, he thought that very unlikely, and saw Caroline plainly thinking the same. Mrs. Ayres took a sip of her drink, set it down, and went to check the sideboard, then the cigarettes and table lighters, and finally fretted about the unswept chimney and damp wood, before voices in the passage announced the first guests. Bill and Helen Desmond, a Lidcote couple he knew slightly, along with Mr. and Mrs. Rossiter and elderly spinster Miss Dabney, arrived together, squashed into the Desmonds' car to save fuel. They complained about the weather, and Betty took their wet coats and hats, her cap straight again. The temper passed. He caught her eye and winked. She looked startled, then smiled like a child. The newcomers didn't recognize him in his evening clothes. Rossiter was a retired magistrate, Desmond a landowner, not the sort he usually mixed with. Helen Desmond was the first to recognize him, anxious if someone was unwell, but Mrs. Ayres laughed it off, saying he was their guest. He'd treated Miss Dabney once or twice. She was a hypochondriac, the sort a doctor could make a living from, but old-fashioned quality with a high-handed way with GPS, and she seemed surprised to find him there with a glass of rum. The surprise was swallowed in the general stir of arrival. Everyone admired the room. Drinks were poured, and Jip nosed among them seeking attention. Caroline offered cigarettes, and the guests got a proper look at her. Mr. Rossiter gallantly asked who this young beauty was, and she tilted her head, calling herself plain old Caroline underneath the lipstick. Mrs. Rossiter assured her she looked charming, the daughter of a very handsome man, and turned to Mrs. Ayres, reminiscing about the Colonel's enjoyment of parties. A tremendous dancer, like Thistledown at Warwick. She lamented that young people didn't know old dances, and modern ones were vulgar, like a scene from a mental ward. He made an anodyne response, and the conversation returned to past county balls and parties. He had little to contribute. Miss Dabney mentioned a particularly glittering event in 28 or 29, and he was wryly picturing his own life then, a dead-on-his-feet medical student in Birmingham, living in a Dickensian garret, when Jip began barking. Caroline caught his collar, and they heard voices in the passage, one a child's asking about a dog. A group appeared in the doorway, 2 men in lounge suits, a good-looking woman in a vivid cocktail gown, and a pretty little girl of 8 or 9. The girl was the Baker Hyde's daughter, Gillian, and the second man was Mrs. Baker Hyde's younger brother, Mr. Morley, who tagged along for the weekend. He joked about not getting off to a great start, calling to his brother-in-law that he'd be thrown out of the county. They were in lounge suits, while the Warwickshire men were in old-style evening clothes, and the ladies in floor-length gowns. The Baker Hyde party laughed off the embarrassment, but somehow it was the rest of them who ended up feeling badly dressed. The Baker Hydes were perfectly pleasant and polite, with an extraordinary finish that made him understand why some locals might find them out of touch. The little girl had their poise, ready to chat with grown-ups, but was still a child, tickled by Betty's uniform, and making a show of being frightened by Jip. She was given lemonade but clamored for wine, and her father finally tipped some sherry into her tumbler as the Warwickshire adults looked on in fascinated dismay. From the moment he arrived, Faraday felt a prick of distaste for the man. Young, sleek-haired, with those rimless spectacles, Morley made it known within minutes that he was a London ad man dabbling in film, though he left everyone guessing what that actually meant. A moment of confusion arose when Rossiter misheard and assumed the fellow was a doctor like Faraday. Morley laughed it off with a tolerance that grated. Faraday watched him survey the room over his cocktail, assessing and dismissing each of them in turn, including Faraday himself, before the first drink was finished. Mrs. Ayres, determined to play the gracious hostess, steered him through the crowd, introducing him here and there. When he drifted back to the fireplace where Faraday and Rossiter stood, she chivied them all towards seats, taking Morley's arm with studied casualness and guiding him to the sofa where Caroline sat with Mrs. Rossiter. He settled in beside Caroline with a show of reluctance, and Faraday noticed Caroline lean forward to fuss with Jip's collar, a gesture that seemed forced, meant to buy her a moment. But when she sat back, her face betrayed a flush of self-consciousness. She raised a hand to her hair, a gesture so unlike her usual bluntness that Faraday felt a sharp, unpleasant jolt. He looked from her to Morley, whose own posture looked strained, and suddenly the whole evening snapped into focus. The elaborate preparations, the brittle edge he'd sensed in Caroline earlier. This was not merely a party, it was a scheme, a calculated introduction, and both Caroline and her mother were complicit in it. The realization had barely settled before Mrs. Rossiter rose, murmuring something about letting the young people talk, and handed Faraday her empty glass with a coquettish request for more sherry. He crossed to the sideboard and poured, catching his own reflection in the room's many mirrors, a balding, weary figure clutching a bottle, looking every inch the provincial doctor out of his depth. When he returned the glass, Mrs. Rossiter's thanks were effusive, but her smile slid past him, returning to her husband as if the interruption had barely registered. The night's momentum seemed to curdle from that moment on. Perhaps it was his own deflating mood. Perhaps it was the slick polish of the Standish guests, which made the old Warwickshire set look faded by comparison. Even the saloon itself, which had seemed so magnificent when they'd prepared it, now felt diminished, its grandeur somehow exposed. The Baker Hydes made polite noises about the decor, moving through the room with practiced appreciation, but the space was large and chilly. Mrs. Baker Hyde shivered more than once, rubbing her bare arms, until she drifted closer to the fire to admire the gilded chairs. Learning that the tapestry seats were original, she remarked on their survival unlike the Standish tapestries, she said, which had been devoured by moths and had to be discarded. Mrs. Ayres murmured regret. She remembered those tapestries well, having visited Standish often in the old days. Peter Baker Hyde, taking up the thread, described the beetle infestation that had destroyed much of their paneling, speaking with a brisk pragmatism that made Faraday's hostess visibly uncomfortable. They had saved what they could, his wife added, but one couldn't cling to everything forever. Her husband was blunter. The Randalls should have sold up years ago rather than let the place decay. He nodded toward Mrs. Ayres, mentioning that he'd heard she'd sold most of her farmland, a sensible move, he thought, and then turned to his daughter, asking if she didn't love their park. The little girl, perched beside her mother, announced she would have a white pony and learn to jump it, and her mother laughed, her silver bracelets chiming as she stroked the child's hair, confirming they would learn together. When Helen Desmond asked if she rode, Mrs. Baker Hyde admitted she didn't, and Morley piped up from the sofa where he had just passed Caroline a cigarette that she was a terror on motorbikes, like a Valkyrie. They shared a private laugh, and Caroline's hand went to her hair again, dislodging her comb. Peter Baker Hyde, meanwhile, asked Mrs. Ayres if she kept horses. She explained she was too old, though Caroline sometimes hired one, and that they'd once had their own stable, a fine one, Rossiter added, until the war and her son's injury forced them to give it up. She mentioned Roderick's RAF service, and Baker Hyde, with a breezy nod, said they wouldn't hold that against him, asked what he'd flown, and confessed he'd hated being in a mosquito himself, preferring his own action at Anzio. He expressed sympathy for Rod's injured leg, and wondered how he managed. Mrs. Ayres assured him well enough, but her reply was distracted. She kept glancing at her watch, apologizing for Roderick's absence, blaming farm business. Then she sent Betty to fetch him. The maid returned to say he was dressing and would come soon, but as the evening wore on, he still didn't appear. Glasses were refilled. The little girl grew increasingly giddy, demanding more wine. Someone suggested she might be overtired, but her mother waved it off, declaring they let her run until she dropped, that rigid bedtimes bred neuroses. The girl herself piped up that she never went to bed before midnight, that she regularly drank brandy and had once smoked half a cigarette. Mrs. Rossiter objected that Faraday wouldn't approve, and he made a show of mock disapproval. Caroline cut in quietly, remarking that she wouldn't either. The wretches were bad enough with oranges, which made Morley turn and stare at her. A tense silence followed, broken only by Gillian's defiant announcement that no one could stop her smoking, even cigars if she wanted. The child was hardly charming, but Faraday found himself grateful for her presence. She was a diversion, something to watch and smile at when conversation flagged. Mrs. Ayres, however, remained visibly preoccupied, her thoughts clearly with her absent son. After another quarter hour she sent Betty again. This time the maid returned swiftly, flustered, and whispered something in her mistress's ear. Faraday, trapped by Miss Dabney's demands for medical advice, could only observe as Mrs. Ayres excused herself to the company and went to see to Roderick alone. The party, already limping, now seemed to lose whatever fragile momentum it had left. Someone remarked on the rain, and the guests turned gratefully toward the sound, seizing on the weather as a safe topic. Farming, land, the usual country concerns. Diana Baker Hyde spotted a gramophone and record cabinet, but after a brief disappointed leaf through the discs, she gave up the idea. Perhaps the piano, she suggested. Her brother corrected her. It was a spinet, he thought, and when they realized it was actually a Flemish harpsichord she was delighted, urging him to play. Tony, she insisted, could manage any keyboard. Without so much as a glance at Caroline, he crossed to the instrument, pressed a key, and laughed at the quaint, badly out-of-tune sound, then launched into a chaotic jazz riff. Caroline sat alone on the sofa for a moment, picking at a loose thread on her silver glove, before rising abruptly and going to the fireplace to tend the smoking hearth. Mrs. Ayres returned, her face betraying surprise and dismay at the sight of Morley at the harpsichord. When Rossiter and Helen Desmond asked hopefully about Roderick, she announced he wasn't well and wouldn't be joining them, expressing his apologies. Caroline and Faraday both offered to help, but she waved them off, claiming it was just a headache from overwork. She rejoined Diana Baker Hyde, who murmured sympathetically about his injury. Mrs. Ayres hesitated, then nodded. Faraday knew that was a lie. His treatments had kept Rod's leg manageable for weeks. But Rossiter, seizing the moment, launched into a fond recollection of Roderick's boyish mischief, and the story caught on, others adding their own memories. The anecdotes, tinged with poignancy, gave the evening a new pulse, though Faraday had little to add, and the Standish party seemed politely unmoved. Morley continued his discordant plinking. The Baker Hydes listened with fixed smiles. Soon Gillian whispered to her mother about needing the lavatory, and Mrs. Baker Hyde led her away. Her husband detached himself and drifted, eventually encountering Betty, who was circulating with anchovy toast. He remarked on her hard work and lack of a butler, which left her blank. He laughed and flicked the frill on her cap, then turned to Faraday, saying he liked the fancy headgear. Alone with Faraday at the sideboard, Baker Hyde commented on the strangeness of the house, admitting he'd only come for the chance to look around. He'd heard Faraday was the family doctor, and assumed he was there for Roderick's sake. Faraday corrected him. He was a social guest like everyone else, and explained that Roderick had been looking forward to the party, but must have overdone it. Baker Hyde nodded absently, checked his watch, and stifled a yawn, remarking it was time to round up his party if he could tear his brother-in-law away from that mad piano. He confided, with the frankness of one man to another, that Tony was the reason they were there. His wife and the hostess had cooked up the evening as a matchmaking scheme, introducing him to Caroline, but Baker Hyde had seen immediately it wouldn't work. Tony liked pretty faces. He spoke without malice, unaware that Caroline was watching from the hearth and unconcerned about the room's tricky acoustics. He finished his drink and signaled to his wife, who had just returned with Gillian, clearly waiting for a natural break to make his excuses. And then Faraday, with what he would later recall as a petty, spiteful impulse, did the opposite of what he should have. As the Rossiters finished a story, he called out a casual question, something about the Colonel's reaction, and set them off on another long reminiscence. He saw Baker Hyde's face fall and felt a childish satisfaction. Then Gillian, who had spent the evening alternating between feigned fear of Jip and tentative overtures, had finally drawn up a footstool beside the window where the dog had retreated behind a curtain, and was petting him, chattering softly. Her mother kept glancing over, cautioning her to be careful, a warning Caroline snorted at, knowing Jip was gentle. But in the moment that followed, no one could later say exactly what happened. What they heard was unmistakable, a tearing yelp from the dog, overlaid by a single piercing shriek from Gillian that sank into a thin liquid wail. Jip bolted from the window, curtain billowing, and for an instant the confusion of bodies obscured the child. Then someone saw, and a woman cried out. Baker Hyde, or his brother-in-law, shouted her name. A glass was knocked from the mantelpiece and shattered in the hearth. Faraday glimpsed only the child's bare arm, blood streaming, and for a moment he thought a window had broken and cut her. But Diana Baker Hyde pushed through and began to scream, and when Faraday moved closer, he saw the truth. Jip had bitten her. Her cheek and lip were practically severed, drooping lobes of flesh. The child was white, rigid with shock. Her father was beside her, his trembling hand hovering over her face, unsure whether to touch the wound. Faraday found himself at his side without knowing how he'd got there, his professional instincts taking over. They lifted her to the sofa. Handkerchiefs were pressed to the wound, one quickly soaked scarlet. Faraday worked to staunch the bleeding, knowing the bite was severe. Baker Hyde, wild with panic, demanded to know what had happened, why no one had stopped it. Faraday told him she was in shock but not in danger. She would need extensive stitching and soon. Baker Hyde seemed to have forgotten he was a doctor, Faraday reminded him, calling for his bag from the car. Bill Desmond ran to fetch it. Faraday sent Betty downstairs for boiling water, blankets, a cushion. Then, gently, with Mrs. Baker Hyde's trembling hand still holding the bunched handkerchiefs to her daughter's face, he lifted the girl in his arms. She was cold, her eyes dark and lifeless, her skin clammy with shock. He announced they would have to take her down to the kitchen. Faraday's announcement that he would operate in the kitchen drew a sharp protest from the father. Surely a hospital or surgery, or at least a telephone call. But Faraday insisted the nearest hospital was 9 miles away, his surgery 5, and the roads were treacherous. The sooner he worked on the wound, the better. Blood loss was a real concern. Mrs. Baker Hyde, weeping, begged her husband to let the doctor proceed, and Mrs. Ayres added her voice, urging them to trust Faraday. Moving through the confusion, Faraday noted, though only dimly, focused as he was on the rigid child in his arms, that Baker Hyde roughly shook off Mrs. Ayres's touch, turning his face from her. He also registered later the significance of what followed as he and Mrs. Baker Hyde carried Gillian to the doorway. Bill Desmond met them with Faraday's bag, while Helen Desmond and Mrs. Ayres watched anxiously. Mrs. Rossiter and Miss Dabney, in their distraction, stooped to pick up broken glass from the hearth. Miss Dabney cut her finger badly, adding fresh blood to the carpet. Peter Baker Hyde followed close behind Faraday, with his brother-in-law trailing. But Morley, catching sight of Jip, cowering under a table, cursed and kicked the dog hard, making him yelp. Caroline darted forward and shoved him away, her voice shrill, and unlike itself, demanding what he was doing. He snapped that the dog had torn his niece's face off. She knelt, drawing Jip to her, insisting he was making things worse, that the dog was terrified. Morley shot back that he'd like to do worse than terrify him, that the animal should have been chained. Caroline defended Jip as harmless unless provoked. Morley turned back, incredulous, demanding what that was supposed to mean. She told him to stop shouting. He pointed out what the dog had done. She insisted Jip had never snapped before he was a house dog. Morley declared him a wild beast that ought to be shot. The argument faded, as Faraday, preoccupied with maneuvering the child down to the basement, descended the stairs. He found Betty heating water and laying brown paper on the kitchen table, her hands shaking. She had also brought blankets and cushions. He set Gillian down, wrapped her, and opened his bag for his instruments. It was only when he removed his jacket to roll up his sleeves that he realized, with a start, he was still in his dress jacket. He'd forgotten he wasn't in his regular tweeds. The kitchen, with its stark Victorian fittings, flagstones, and massive range, must have seemed alarming to the Baker Hydes, and the dim light required an oil lamp from the pantry to illuminate the work. Faraday, accustomed to such procedures in farmhouse kitchens, once having amputated a young man's leg at a table just like this, set to work. He washed the wound with water and iodine, then administered a light general anesthetic to keep the child still, knowing the stitches would hurt. Her mother was sent upstairs. The girl whimpered throughout, tears streaming. There were no severed arteries, thankfully, but the torn flesh made repair tricky. Faraday focused on minimizing the inevitable extensive scarring. Her father sat at the table, gripping her hand, wincing at each stitch, watching him work as if bracing for a mistake. Morley appeared briefly, his face still flushed from his argument with Caroline, muttering about lunatic daughters. He saw the operation and fell silent, lighting a cigarette and sitting at a distance. He did the only sensible thing that night, getting Betty to brew tea. The others remained upstairs with the mother. Mrs. Ayres came down once, watching anxiously, but Peter Baker Hyde refused to look at her. The procedure took nearly an hour. When it was done, Faraday told the father to take Gillian home. He would follow in his car, stopping at his surgery for supplies, to see her settled at Standish and guard against infection. Morley and Baker Hyde carried the drowsy child out. She began to cry pitifully as they laid her in the car. Faraday had bandaged her face with gauze, more for her parents' sake than hers. The stitches and iodine made the wound look ghastly. Returning to the saloon, he found the guests in stunned silence, like survivors of an air raid. Blood was still visible on the carpet and sofa, though someone had tried to scrub it into pale stains. Rossiter called it a wretched business. Helen Desmond wept for the child, wondering how badly she'd be marked, and asked if Jip was normally snappy. Caroline, sitting apart with the trembling dog at her side, insisted he wasn't, her voice brittle and foreign, her hands shaking, her rouge and crooked comb stark against her pale face. Bill Desmond suggested. Something must have startled the dog, a noise, a sudden movement, but Caroline cut him off, implying the girl had been teasing him. She fell silent as Peter Baker Hyde appeared in the passage, dressed to leave, a streak of scarlet on his forehead. He announced they were ready, addressing only Faraday. Mrs. Ayres stepped forward, asking to be informed of the girl's condition. He replied curtly that he would if she wished. She apologized earnestly for what had happened in her house. He gave her a single cold glance and said he was sorry too. Faraday followed him out into the rainy night. His engine was damp, took several tries to catch. That night, he later realized, marked the turn of the seasons, the beginning of the gloomy winter. He hung back while Baker Hyde led the way along the overgrown drive, his car moving with agonizing slowness until Morley opened the gate. Then he sped up. Faraday matched his pace, peering through the wipers, fixing his gaze on the red taillights as they floated through the dark, winding Warwickshire lanes. Faraday left Standish around 1 a.m, promising to return the next day. His morning surgery kept him until after 10, so it was nearly 11 when he pulled into the courtyard again. The first thing he spotted was a muddy maroon Packard, Dr. Seeley's car. He supposed it was only fair that the Baker Hydes had called in their own doctor, but the professional awkwardness of being replaced without notice was palpable. A butler or secretary showed him in, and he encountered Seeley descending the narrow staircase, looking bulkier than ever in the cramped space. Seeley was plainly as embarrassed to see Faraday as Faraday was to see him. Seeley took him aside, explaining he'd been called first thing, and this was his second visit. He lit a cigarette, and remarked on Faraday's luck in being there when it happened, agreeing it was a terrible business for the girl. Faraday asked after the wound. Seeley said it was fine. Faraday had done a neater job than he could have, even on a kitchen table, but the scarring would be dreadful, especially for a girl of her class. The parents wanted a London specialist, though Seeley doubted they could do much more of the plastics. Boys had plenty of practice lately, but for now rest was what she needed. A nurse was coming, and he'd prescribed luminol to keep her sedated for a day or two. He spoke briefly with Peter Baker Hyde, nodded to Faraday, and left. Faraday lingered in the hallway, hoping to see the girl himself, but her father made it clear she was to be left undisturbed. He seemed genuinely grateful, shaking Faraday's hand with both of his, thanking God he'd been there, but then guided him firmly toward the door, his hand on Faraday's shoulder. Faraday understood he'd been dismissed from the case. Baker Hyde asked for his bill. Faraday declined, but Baker Hyde pressed a couple of guineas on him and, thinking of the petrol, called for a gardener to fetch a can of fuel. The gesture felt extravagant but hard, like he was buying Faraday off. They stood in the spitting rain while the gardener filled the tank, and Faraday wished he could have slipped upstairs for one more look at the girl. He'd have preferred that to guineas or petrol. Only as he climbed into the car did he ask if word had been sent to hundreds that Gillian was doing well. Baker Hyde's manner hardened. He jerked his chin and said they'd hear from them soon enough. They were taking the matter further. Faraday asked if he'd informed the police. He said not yet, but intended to, at the very least, wanting the dog destroyed. Faraday objected that Jip was a foolish old thing, that the incident was out of character. Baker Hyde countered that was small comfort, that Gillian's life was ruined, that Seeley had said it was only chance her blood wasn't poisoned, and all because the heiresses thought themselves too grand to tie up a dangerous dog. What if it attacked another child? Faraday doubted it would, and Baker Hyde read the doubt in his expression. He went on, acknowledging Faraday was a friend of the family, but pointing out what Faraday might not see. The heiresses acted like lords of the manor, Probably trained the dog to see off trespassers. They ought to look at their own scrap heap. They were out of date. The whole bloody county was out of date. Faraday almost replied that the county's out-of-datedness was what had attracted him, but instead asked him not to involve the police until he'd seen Mrs. Ayres. Baker Hyde agreed, but warned that if the heiresses had any consideration, they'd destroy the dog before he got there. None of Faraday's morning patients mentioned the affair, but by evening surgery, lurid accounts were circulating in the local shops and pubs. One of his evening patients, a laborer with chronic pleurisy, described the incident correctly, except he had Seeley stitching the girl instead of Faraday. The man coughed through his story, saying the dog had nearly taken her cheek and nose off. He believed any dog could turn, regardless of breed. Faraday asked if he thought the dog should be destroyed. The man said no, every dog was a biter, so why punish it for its nature? He'd heard others say it should be whipped or shot, but there was the family to consider. Faraday thought he meant the heiresses, but the man clarified he meant the girl's family, the Baker Pies. When Faraday asked if it wouldn't be hard on the heiresses to give up their dog, the man coughed and spat into the fireless hearth, remarking they'd had to give up worse. The words unsettled Faraday. He'd wondered all day about the mood at the hall, and finding himself near the park gates after leaving the cottage, he decided to call in. It was the first time he'd gone without an invitation. The rain was heavy. No one heard his car, and he let himself in, greeted by Jip himself barking half-heartedly, his claws tapping on the marble. The dog seemed subdued, aware of the shadow over him, reminding Faraday of an elderly patient whose mind had begun to fail. For a moment, he wondered if Jip was losing his wits, but when he squatted to tug his ears, the dog seemed his usual amiable self, tongue pink against yellow teeth. Faraday murmured to him, asking what he'd been thinking. Mrs. Ayres appeared from the shadows, dim in her dark gown and paisley shawl, her face pinched. She was surprised to see him. He said he'd been worried about her, and her expression softened. She invited him in, and as he followed her to the little parlor, he sensed the house had shifted with the season. The passage that had been cool and airy now felt damp, the curtains drawn, the fire crackling. But the room not quite cozy, more like an island of warmth in a sea of worn carpet and shadow. Mrs. Ayres had been sitting in one chair, Roderick sat in the other, startling Faraday, with his appearance dressed in an old Air Force sweater, his hair newly cut, looking slender as a ghost in the wing chair. He seemed about to rise, but Faraday waved him down and joined Caroline on the sofa. Jip lowered himself onto the rug with a human-sounding groan. No one spoke at first. Caroline sat with her legs drawn up, tense and unhappy, picking at a seam on her stocking. Roderick rolled a cigarette with jerky movements. Mrs. Ayres rearranged her shawl and said they'd been at 6s and 7s all day. She asked after the child. Faraday said she was doing well enough, but he hadn't seen her. They'd given her over to Seeley. Mrs. Ayres's scorn at the name surprised him, until he remembered Seeley's father had cared for her own first daughter, who had died. She asked. What he'd learned, Faraday relayed that Gillian was recovering, but the parents planned to take her to London. Mrs. Ayres expressed her distress, saying she'd called the house 3 times, but only got a maid she'd thought of sending flowers. But with people like the Baker Hydes, one couldn't send money. She remembered a boy injured on their land years ago, and they'd seen to everything. But this was different. Caroline shifted beside him, saying she felt as badly for the child as anyone, but she'd feel the same if the girl had put her arm through a mangle. It was rotten bad luck, and money or flowers wouldn't fix it. Faraday warned that the Baker Hydes were certainly expecting something. Caroline cut across Faraday, dismissing any hope of reasoning with the Baker Hydes. She reported what Morley had told her the night before. Not only were they stripping out most of the paneling at Standish, but they intended to rip open the entire south wing to turn it into a cinema for their friends, keeping only the gallery, which Morley had dismissively called the 1 and 9s. Mrs. Ayres responded vaguely that houses do change. She and her husband had made alterations when they first married. She regretted the loss of the Standish tapestries, asking Faraday if he'd ever seen them. It would break Agnes Randall's heart. Faraday didn't reply, sensing that mother and daughter were consciously or unconsciously avoiding the more urgent issue. He finally pointed out that dismantling Standish was surely the last thing on the Baker Hydes' minds right now, with Gillian to worry about. Mrs. Ayres looked pained, wishing they hadn't brought the child at all. Surely they could afford a nurse or governess. Caroline muttered that they probably thought a governess would give her a complex, then added, with a nervous edge, that she'd certainly have one now. Faraday and Mrs. Ayres both reacted with shock, and Caroline herself seemed startled by her own words. Her expression was horrible, a nervous smile fixed on her mouth, but her eyes anguished. Faraday noticed she wore no makeup, her cheeks dry, her mouth faintly swollen, as if she'd scrubbed her face brutally. Roderick looked over at her as he drew on his cigarette, his face flushed unevenly from the fire, the tight pink patches of scar tissue standing out like diabolical fingerprints, but he said nothing. Faraday felt a stirring of dislike for them. They seemed to have turned their backs on the gravity of the affair, drawing together, closing ranks. When the commotion settled, he told them plainly everything that had passed between him and Peter Baker Hyde in the courtyard that morning. Mrs. Ayres listened in silence, raising her joined hands to her face and bowing her head. Caroline stared in horror at the news that they wanted to destroy Jip. Faraday said he was sorry, but asked if she could blame them. She must have expected it. She insisted she hadn't, though he saw in her eyes that she had. Jip, catching the distress in her voice, rose and stood with his anxious gaze fixed on her face, waiting for reassurance. She leaned forward to draw him closer, but spoke again, arguing that destroying Jip wouldn't undo what had happened. If it would miraculously unbite the child, she'd give him up in a shot. She'd rather have been bitten herself than relive that night. The Baker Hydes just wanted to punish him. Punish them? They couldn't be serious. Faraday said he was afraid they were. About the police, too. Mrs. Ayres wrung her hands, asking what the police would make of it. Faraday said they'd have to take it seriously, given Baker Hyde's standing and the emotive nature of the injury. He looked at Roderick, trying to draw him in. Rod shifted self-consciously, clearing his throat, and asked if they had a license for Jip that might help. Caroline snapped that of course they had a license, but why should that matter? This wasn't a dangerous dog loose in the street. It was a family dog in its own home, teased out of temper. Everyone who'd been there would say the same. If the Baker Hydes couldn't see it, she wished they'd never bought Standish, wished they'd never had that wretched party. Faraday said the Baker Hydes probably wished the same. The business with Gillian had devastated them. Mrs. Ayres agreed, saying anyone could see the child would be horribly disfigured. A frightful thing for any parent. A silence followed, and Faraday found his gaze drawn unwillingly from Mrs. Ayres to her son. He was looking down at his hands, some emotion moving behind his eyes, but his manner baffling. He raised his head, his voice catching, and said he wished he'd been there with them last night. Caroline echoed the wish. Rod continued, as if he hadn't heard her, that he couldn't help feeling somehow responsible. Faraday said they all felt that he felt it himself, but Rod looked at him blankly. Caroline insisted it wasn't their fault. It was the brother-in-law messing about on the harpsichord, and the parents shouldn't have brought the child, or at least should have kept her where she belonged. They were back where they'd started, running over the incident from beginning to end, each with their own perspective. Faraday glanced at Rod, saw him lighting another cigarette clumsily, dropping tobacco into his lap, moving restlessly as if troubled by their voices. He had no idea how uncomfortable Rod really was until Rod abruptly stood, declaring he couldn't bear it. He'd heard it too many times. He apologized and said he was going back to his room, his voice strained, his movements awkward. Faraday half rose to help him, but Rod pushed him back, insisting he was fine, just feeling a bit cheap after last night. He'd have Betty bring him cocoa and be all right with sleep. Caroline rose, linked her arm with his, and said she'd say good night too if her mother didn't need her. She thanked Faraday for coming out. He apologized for not bringing better news, told them not to worry. Caroline smiled bravely, insisting they wouldn't hurt Jip. She wouldn't let them. They moved off, the dog trotting faithfully after, reassured by her confidence. Faraday watched the door close, then turned back to Mrs. Ayres. She looked terribly tired. He'd never spent time with her alone before. He wondered if he should leave, tired himself, but she beckoned wearily, asking him to take Roderick's place so she could look at him more easily. He moved to the fire. He said, "This must have been a dreadful shock for her." She agreed, saying she'd been wakeful all night, thinking of the child, that such a ghastly thing should have happened here. She started turning her rings indecisively, and Faraday wanted to reach for her hand. Finally, in a tighter, more anxious voice, she said she was rather concerned about Roderick too. Faraday glanced at the door, agreeing he seen not himself, and asked if all this had upset him that much. She asked if he hadn't noticed last night Faraday had forgotten with all the drama, but remembered now. She explained that Betty had come back alarmed. She'd found Rod in a strange state. Faraday asked what she meant. Was he ill? She spoke reluctantly, admitting she didn't know what had been wrong with him. He'd complained of a headache, but he'd looked dreadful half-dressed in his evening clothes, sweating, trembling violently. Faraday stared, asking if he'd been drinking. He was embarrassed to suggest it, but she shook her head, certain it wasn't that. She didn't know what it was. At first he'd asked her to stay, clutching her hand like a schoolboy, then abruptly changed his mind and almost bundled her from the room. She'd had Betty bring aspirin. There was no question of his coming out. She'd had to make excuses. What else could she have done? Faraday said she could have told him. She said she'd wanted to, but he wouldn't let her. And she'd been thinking of appearances, afraid he might make a scene. Now she almost wished he had, because then that poor little girl. Her voice tightened and failed. They sat in unhappy silence, and Faraday's mind ran back to the previous evening, the grisly snap of Gyp's jaws, the shriek and liquid moan. At that very moment, Rod had been in that strange nervous state in his room, and while Faraday carried Jillian downstairs and worked on her cheek, Rod had remained there, presumably hearing the fuss beyond his door but unable to face it. The thought was horrible. Faraday seized the arms of his chair, offering to go talk to him, but Mrs. Ayres reached out, urging him not to. She didn't think Rod would want it. Faraday asked what harm it could do, but she insisted he'd seen how Rod was tonight, unlike himself, uncertain, subdued, all day. She'd had to plead with him to sit with them. His sister didn't know how she'd found him last night. She thought it was just a headache. Mrs. Ayres thought he was ashamed. She bowed her head, turning her rings, and confided that she'd never spoken to him about this before. His doctor had called it depression, but it seemed more than that. He never slept, flew into rages or sulks. His language was filthy. She'd hardly known him, her own son. For months, she'd had to stop inviting people to the house. She'd been ashamed of him. Faraday wasn't entirely surprised. Graham had mentioned Rod's nervous trouble back in the summer, and he'd seen signs of it himself, the over-preoccupation with work, the bouts of irritation. He expressed sympathy, saying he'd treated many injured men. She quickly acknowledged that Rod's injuries could have been worse. He said he didn't mean that he was thinking about healing, how it was different for every patient. It was no surprise that Rod's injury had made him angry. Any fit young man in his situation would have been angry, losing so much health, looks, freedom. But she shook her head, unconvinced. It was more than anger. The war had changed him, made him a stranger. He seemed to hate himself and everyone around her. She thought of all the boys like him and what they'd been asked to do in the name of peace. Faraday said gently that it was done with now. He was young. He'd recover. But she insisted he hadn't seen Rod last night. She was afraid, if he grew ill again, what would happen? They'd already lost so much. Her children tried to keep the worst from her, but she wasn't a fool. She knew the estate was living on its capital, knew what that meant. They'd lost friends, the trick of society. Caroline grew shabbier and more eccentric by the day. The party had been for her sake, and it was a disaster like everything else. There'd be nothing for her after she was gone. If she lost her brother too, and now those people talking of police, she didn't know how she'd bear it. Her voice, level until then, darted unsteadily upward. She covered her eyes with her hand. Faraday, realizing the burden she'd carried for years, the death of a child, a husband, war, an injured son, a lost estate hidden behind breeding and charm, was shocked to see her lose her self-possession and weep. He sat transfixed for a moment, then went and squatted beside her chair, taking her hand lightly but firmly, as any doctor might. Her fingers tightened around his, and she grew calmer. He offered his handkerchief, and she dabbed at her eyes, embarrassed, worrying that one of the children or Betty might see her. She'd never seen her own mother weep. She despised crying women. She apologized, saying she'd hardly slept and sleeplessness never agreed with her. She asked him to turn off a lamp. An ornamental reading light hung with lustres. He did so, and as the ring of the lustres faded, he told her she had nothing to fear from the light she never had. She caught his eye in weary surprise, saying she hadn't known he was so gallant. He felt himself blush. Before he could answer, she sighed, saying men acquire gallantry, as women acquire lines. Her husband had been gallant. She was glad he wasn't alive to see her now. She thought she'd aged 10 years last winter, and might age another 10. This Faraday said she would look all of 40, which made her laugh properly, the life and color returning to her face. They spoke of ordinary things after that. She had him pour her a drink and bring a cigarette. Only as he rose to leave did he remind her of why he'd come, mentioning Baker Hyde. She lifted her hand as if exhausted by the idea, saying his name had been heard too often in this house today. If he wanted to hurt them, they must let him try. He wouldn't get far. Faraday asked if she really thought that she said she knew it. This horrible business would rage for a day or two and blow over. She seemed as certain as her daughter, so he let the matter rest. But they were wrong. The very next day, Baker Hyde drove out to the hall to inform them he planned to take the case to the police unless they destroyed Jip themselves. He sat with Mrs. Ayres and Roderick for half an hour, speaking reasonably at first, and Mrs. Ayres later told Faraday she'd believe she might persuade him to change his mind. She told him no one regretted the accident more bitterly, but destroying Jip wouldn't undo it. As for the likelihood of his snapping at another child, they lived so quietly, there were simply no other children to provoke him. It was an unfortunate way to phrase it. Faraday could picture the hardening effect it must have had on Baker Hyde. Worst of all, at that moment Caroline appeared with Jip at her heels, flushed, sturdy, untidy, the dog muddy and contented. Baker Hyde looked at them, and must have remembered his daughter lying wretchedly at home with her savaged face. He later told Seeley, who reported it back to Faraday, that if he'd had a gun in his hand at that moment, he would have shot the damn dog himself, and the whole bloody family with it. The visit collapsed into curses and threats, and Baker Hyde drove off with a roar of gravel. Caroline watched him go, hands on her hips, then, trembling with anger, strode to an outhouse and dug out old padlocks and chains. She went across the park, locking both gates shut. Faraday heard this from his housekeeper, who'd heard it from a neighbor who was cousin to Barrett, the hundreds-odd job man. The case was still widely discussed in the villages, with some sympathy for the heiresses, but most feeling their stubbornness over Jip was making things worse. Bill Desmond, when Faraday saw him on Friday, seemed to think it was only a matter of time before the heiresses did the decent thing and had the dog shot. A couple of days of silence followed, and Faraday began to wonder if things might be fizzling out. Then, early the following week, a Kenilworth patient asked him, almost casually but with admiration, how that dear little Baker Hyde girl was. She'd heard he was involved, and had practically saved the child's life. Startled, he asked who'd told her. She handed him the latest Coventry Weekly. The paper carried an account of the whole affair. The Baker Hydes had admitted their daughter to a Birmingham hospital for further treatment. She'd undergone a savage attack but was making good progress. The parents were determined to see the dog destroyed and were taking legal advice. The owners, Mrs. Colonel Ayres, Mr. Roderick Ayres, and Miss Caroline Ayres, were said to be unavailable for comment. Faraday didn't think the Coventry papers were taken at hundreds, but their circulation was wide, and the coverage worried him. He telephoned the hall. They hadn't seen it, so he brought a copy on his way home. Roderick read it in grim silence, then passed it to his sister. Caroline's confident manner faltered for the first time, and Faraday saw real fear in her face. Mrs. Ayres was appalled. Wartime newspaper interest in Roderick's injury had left her with a morbid dread of exposure. When Faraday left, she walked with him to his car, raising a scarf to cover her hair, and spoke out of earshot of her children. She hadn't told them yet. Chief Inspector Allam had called to warn her that Baker Hyde was about to press charges. Allam, who'd been in the same regiment as her husband, made it plain they had very little chance of winning with a child involved. Hepton, the family solicitor, agreed there might be more than a fine. There could be damages. She couldn't believe it had come this far. They didn't have the money for a trial. She'd been trying to prepare Caroline, but Caroline wouldn't listen. She was more upset over this than she'd been over her brother's accident. Faraday didn't understand either, but said Jip meant a great deal to her. Mrs. Ayres acknowledged he meant a great deal to all of them, but he was a dog, an old one. She couldn't have the family taken to court. She had to think of Roderick, who was still unwell. She put her hand on Faraday's arm, asking if he could help. She didn't want to involve Bill Desmond or Raymond Rossiter. Faraday, bleakly surprised, realized she meant destroy Jip. She couldn't ask Roderick, and clearly Caroline was out of the question. He said he would do it, reluctantly, but feeling he couldn't refuse. She bowed her head in relief and gratitude, her face sinking into tired elderly lines. Faraday asked if Caroline would allow it. She said simply that Caroline would, for the sake of the family. That evening, she called to say Allam had spoken to the Baker Hydes again, and after much wrangling they'd grudgingly agreed to drop charges if Jip were destroyed immediately. She sounded desperately relieved. Faraday was pleased things were resolved, but passed a miserable night thinking of what he'd agreed to do. At about 3 a.m, just as he was sliding into sleep, the night bell rang. A man had run from a neighboring village. His wife was having difficulties in labor. Faraday dressed and drove him home. It was a tricky first confinement, but the delivery was finished by 6:30. The baby was bruised from the forceps but healthy. The man, due in the fields at 7, left the mother and child with a midwife, and Faraday gave him a lift to his farm. He went off whistling. Pleased the child was a boy. His brother's wives, he said, could only make wenches. Faraday was glad for him, and felt the usual euphoria after a successful confinement, but when he remembered the task ahead at Hundreds, the excitement curdled. He didn't want to go back to Lidcote and have to come out again. He drove along a lane that led through woods to a clearing beside an overgrown pond. In summer, it was picturesque, a haunt of lovers, but it was also the scene of a wartime suicide, and the dark water and wet, bruise-colored trees looked melancholy. He switched off the engine, lit a cigarette, wound down the window, and hugged himself against the chill. He'd seen herons and dabchicks here before, but today the pond seemed lifeless. A single bird called from a branch, called again, went unanswered. A drizzling rain began, and a breeze cast stinging drops against his cheek. He pinched out his cigarette and wound the window back up. A couple of miles down the road was the turning to the west gate of Hundreds Park. He waited until just before 8, then started the car and drove over. The chain and padlock had been removed, so he got in easily. It was lighter in the open park than in the lanes, and the house, visible from the west for quite a distance, looked vast and solid in the murky twilight, a great dark cube. He knew the family were early risers. As he drew nearer, he saw smoke from some chimneys. When he rounded the back, and his tires crunched over the gravel, a light came on at the windows beside the front door. The door was opened before he reached it by Mrs. Ayres. Pale. He asked if he was too early. She said it was all the same to them. Roderick was already at the farm. She didn't think any of them had slept neither. Had he, by the look of him? Had anyone died? He said it was a maternity case. The baby and mother were well. Caroline was upstairs with Jip and would have heard his car. He asked if she'd been warned he was coming and knew why. Yes, she knew. How had she taken it? Mrs. Ayres shook her head but didn't answer. She took him through to the little parlor and left him by the fire. When she returned, she brought tea, bread, and cold bacon, and sat with him while he ate, eating nothing herself. Seeing her playing the servant's role added to his unease. When he'd finished, he took his bag and followed her up to the first floor. She left him at Caroline's door, slightly ajar. He tapped, heard no answer, and pushed it open. The room was large, pleasant, with pale paneled walls and a narrow 4-poster bed. Everything faded, the curtains bleached, carpets threadbare, floorboards worn to streaky gray. Caroline sat at one of 2 sash windows on a cushioned ottoman, Jip at her side, his head in her lap. He raised his muzzle when he saw Faraday, his tail thumping. Caroline had her face turned to the window and didn't speak until Faraday drew close, remarking he'd come as soon as he could. He said he'd been with a patient, and wasn't it better to do it now than wait and risk the police sending their own man? Wouldn't she rather a stranger did it? She turned to him. She looked ghastly, hair unbrushed, face white, eyes red and swollen. She asked why everyone talked about it as if it were ordinary and reasonable. Faraday said she knew it had to be done. She said only because everyone said it did, it was like going to war. Why should she do it? It wasn't her war. Faraday reminded her of the little girl. She said they might have taken it to court and one Hepton had said so, but her mother wouldn't let him try. Faraday pointed out the cost, the attention, the look of the thing, trying to defend themselves with a child so injured. Caroline made an impatient gesture, dismissing attention as only her mother cared about it, and her mother was only afraid of people seeing how poor they were. As for decency, no one cared about that anymore. Faraday said her family had been through too much, her brother. She cut him off, fierce, saying let them all think of her brother, as if they ever did anything else. He could have stood up to their mother but did nothing. Nothing at all. Faraday had never heard her criticize Roderick except in jest, and her fierceness startled him. But her eyes were growing redder, her voice weakening, and he thought she knew there was no other way. She turned to gaze out the window. He stood in silence, then gently said she must be brave. He was sorry. Should he see to it now? She closed her eyes and said, God. He reminded her the dog was old. She asked if that made it better. He gave his word he wouldn't suffer. She sat tensely. Then her shoulders sank. She let out her breath, and all the bitterness seemed to drain away. She said, Oh, take him. Everything else had gone. Why not take him too? She was sick of fighting it. Her tone was so bleak that Faraday finally saw past her stubbornness to deeper losses and griefs, and realized he'd been misjudging her. She put her hand on Jip's head as she spoke, and the dog, understanding she was talking about him and hearing the distress in her voice, looked up with trust and concern, then rose on his front legs and moved his muzzle toward her face. She called him an idiotic dog, letting him lick her, then pushed him away, telling him Faraday wanted him. Faraday asked if he should do it there. She said no, she didn't want to see it. She pushed the dog toward him almost roughly, so that Jip stumbled from the ottoman to the floor. When he hesitated, she urged him on again, her voice breaking. Jip came faithfully to Faraday. After a final glance at Caroline, he led the dog from the room and quietly closed the door. Jip followed him down through the house to the kitchen, and Faraday took him to the scullery, having him lie down on an old rug. The dog knew this was strange. Caroline was strict about his routines, but he must have sensed the upset in the house, and perhaps even guessed he was the cause of it. Faraday wondered what notions swam in his mind, what memories of the party, whether he felt guilt or shame. But looking into the dog's eyes, he saw only confusion. He opened his bag, took out what he needed, and touched Jip's head, murmuring to him, calling him a good old dog. He held his arm beneath the dog's shoulders, and after the injection took effect, Jip sank onto his hand. Faraday felt the faltering of his heart against his palm, and then its failing. Mrs. Ayres had told him Barrett would bury the dog, so Faraday covered him with the rug, washed his hands, and went back into the kitchen. Mrs. Baisley had just arrived and was tying on her apron. When he told her what he'd done, she shook her head, distressed, saying the house wouldn't seem right without that old hound. She'd seen him about the place all his life, and would have sworn there was no more harm in him than in the hairs on her own head. She'd have trusted him with her grandchild. Faraday agreed miserably, adding, if he had one. But the kitchen table reminded him of that recent horrible night, and there, half concealed by a door, was Betty, folding freshly dried dishcloths. She moved with an odd jerkiness, her shoulders twitching, and Faraday realized she was crying. When she saw him watching, she wept harder, insisting with surprising violence that the poor old dog wasn't to blame, it wasn't fair. Her voice broke, and Mrs. Baisley went to comfort her, patting her back awkwardly, explaining that Betty had some idea in her head that the little girl's being bitten had something peculiar about it. Faraday asked what she meant. Betty drew back and declared there was a bad thing in the house, a bad thing that made wicked things happen. Faraday stared, then rubbed his face, dismissing it. Betty insisted it was true, that she'd felt it, her gray eyes wide, her body trembling. But Faraday sensed she was enjoying the fuss and attention. He said, less patiently, that they were all tired and sorry. She wouldn't be dismissed, insisting it wasn't tiredness. He spoke sharply, calling it pure silliness. The house was big and lonely, but she was used to that. She said she was. But it wasn't just that. He said there was nothing bad, nothing spooky. What happened with Jip and the child was a horrible accident. Betty insisted it wasn't an accident. The bad thing had whispered to Jip or nipped him. Faraday asked if she'd heard a whisper. She reluctantly admitted she hadn't. Neither had he, nor anyone else at the party. He turned to Mrs. Baisley, who confirmed she'd never seen anything queer in nearly 10 years of coming to the house. He pointed this out to Betty, who stubbornly replied that just because Mrs. Baisley hadn't seen it didn't mean it wasn't true. It might be a new thing. Faraday told her to be a good girl and wipe her eyes, and warned her not to mention this to Mrs. Ayres or Miss Caroline. It was the last thing they needed. They'd been good to her. She remembered how they'd called him when she was poorly in July. She caught his meaning and colored, but her expression grew mulish. She whispered again that there was a bad thing. Then she hid her face against Mrs. Baisley's shoulder and wept. Not surprisingly, life at Hundreds in the weeks that followed felt changed, discouraged, and sad. The physical absence of Jip was hard to get used to. The house seemed dimmer and more lifeless without him. Faraday, still visiting weekly to treat Rod's leg, found himself listening for the click and pat of paws, or turning to shadows, thinking he saw the dog, only to feel a pang of dismay as everything came rushing back. He mentioned this to Mrs. Ayres, who nodded. She'd stood in the hall one rainy afternoon, convinced she heard him pattering upstairs, until she realized it was only water dripping from a broken gutter. Mrs. Baisley had a similar experience, finding herself making up a bowl of bread and gravy and setting it by the kitchen door as she used to for Jip, letting it sit for half an hour, wondering where the dog was, then almost crying when she remembered he was gone. She'd only done it because she thought she'd heard him coming down the basement steps, huffing like an old chap. As for Caroline, how often she mistook sounds for Jip's claws, or turned to shadows, Faraday didn't know. She had Barrett dig a grave for him in the pet cemetery among the marble headstones. She made a dreary tour of the house, collecting his water bowls and blankets and putting them away, sealing up her own grief with a thoroughness that unnerved Faraday. On his first visit after that miserable morning, he sought her out, not wanting bad feeling between them. But when he asked how she was, she said, in a brisk, expressionless voice, that she was fine. It was all done now. She apologized for speaking wildly, said it wasn't his fault, and changed the subject, showing him some antique trinket she'd found. She didn't refer to Jip again. Faraday felt he didn't know her well enough to press, but spoke to her mother, who thought Caroline would recover in her own way. Mrs. Ayres sighed, confiding in him that Caroline had never been one to wear her heart on her sleeve, but that she was profoundly sensible, which was precisely why she had been brought home to nurse her brother. She then passed along the morning's news from Mrs. Rossiter. The Baker Hydes were leaving the county, taking their injured daughter back to London, and Standish was to be shuttered and sold. Mrs. Ayres seemed relieved at the prospect of no longer risking encounters with that family in local towns, a sentiment Dr. Faraday shared, as he felt a similar weight lift at the thought of avoiding them. He was also glad the newspapers had lost interest, and though local gossip persisted, he did his best to deflect any inquiries, letting the talk die down. Still, his mind kept returning to Caroline. Driving across the park, he would sometimes spot her alone, Jip no longer trotting beside her, and she appeared a forlorn figure. When he stopped to speak with her, she seemed willing enough to chat in her old manner, and she looked as healthy as ever. Yet he could see in her face, caught at certain angles, a new heaviness and plainness, as if the loss of her dog had taken the last of her optimism and youth. Wondering if she ever opened up to her brother, he asked Roderick during one of his treatments. Roderick shook his head, frowning, saying she didn't seem to want to talk. When pressed if he could try to draw her out, he admitted he might try, but never found the time. Faraday's light comment about having no time for his sister went unanswered, and he saw Roderick's face darken as he turned away, as if struggling with something unspoken. At that point, Faraday felt more uneasy about Roderick than about Caroline. The ordeal with Jip and the Baker hides had clearly left a devastating mark on him as well. It wasn't just his usual preoccupation and withdrawal. There was something extra, a burden of knowledge or fear lurking behind his expression. Faraday hadn't forgotten what Mrs. Ayres had told him about the night of the party, and he suspected this new phase of Roderick's behavior had started there. He had tried several times to raise the subject, but Roderick always evaded him. Though he was busy with winter ailments and heavy rounds, Faraday couldn't let it rest. He felt more involved with the family now than he had just weeks before. So, once he had the electrodes in place and the coil running, he confronted Roderick directly. The reaction shocked him. Roderick moved furiously in his chair, accusing his mother of breaking confidence and demanding to know what she had said. He insisted he had simply not felt like attending an idiotic party, had a headache, had a drink, and gone to bed. Was that a crime? When Faraday tried to explain that his mother had only been worried, Roderick grew more agitated, accusing her of exaggeration and imagining things. He cut himself off, hinting darkly that he knew something none of them understood, but when Faraday pressed him, he refused to elaborate. Then he sharply lunged forward, tearing the wires from his leg and pulling the electrodes free. He rose clumsily, trouser legs still rolled up, and went to stand at his desk with his back turned, effectively ending the treatment. Faraday gave up on him that day, leaving him to his temper. The following week Roderick apologized, and the treatment resumed normally. But by the next visit, something new had happened, a cut on Roderick's nose and a black eye. When Faraday arrived, Caroline was sitting with him waiting, it seemed, and he took Roderick's head in his hands to examine the injury. Roderick claimed he had woken in the night, blundered out to the lavatory, and walked into the edge of an open door. Caroline corrected him, insisting he had actually knocked himself out cold, lying flat on the floor. She explained that he had cried out so loudly he woke Betty downstairs, who crept up thinking there were burglars, found him unconscious, and fetched her. They had to throw water in his face to revive him, and when he came to, he was ungrateful and used foul language. Roderick scowled, dismissing her as exaggerating, but she insisted she was not. He grew annoyed, saying they had proved he was an idiot and to leave it alone. He sat in moody silence while Caroline tried to change the subject. When Faraday prepared to treat his leg, Roderick refused outright, saying he was tired of it, and it was doing no good. Caroline was amazed, pointing out that wasn't true, but Roderick insisted it was his leg. He grew peevish, saying if Faraday wanted to put himself out for people he hardly knew, that was his lookout. He was tired of being pinched and pulled about, and asked bitterly if his legs were estate property to be patched up and used until worn down. Caroline protested that he wasn't being fair, but Faraday intervened, saying Rod didn't have to continue the treatment, especially since he wasn't paying for it. Caroline seemed not to hear, reminded him of his paper, but Faraday said it was practically written and the best results were already achieved. Roderick moved away and refused to talk further. They left him and joined Mrs. Ayres for tea. Before leaving, Faraday went down to the basement to speak with Betty. She confirmed Caroline's account. She had been woken by a cry, went upstairs groggily, found Roderick's door open, and him lying on the floor with blood on his face, so still she thought him dead and nearly screamed. She fetched Caroline, and together they brought him around. He had woken swearing and saying strange things. When Faraday asked what sort of things, she struggled to describe them. Just queer, like ramblings, she said. Betty scrunched up her face, struggling to recall, but could only describe them as funny, queer things like the ramblings of someone coming out of gas at the dentist. That was all she could offer, and Faraday had to let the matter drop. A few days later, with a bruise on Roderick's eye still vivid, a shade Caroline had wryly called greenery yallery, he suffered another small injury. Again, he had apparently woken in the night and gone blundering across his room. This time he walked into a footstool that had mysteriously moved from its usual place, tripped, and hurt his wrist. He tried to play it down, letting Faraday bind the wrist with an air of humoring the old man, but Faraday could tell from the look of the arm and his reaction that the sprain was quite bad. His attitude was baffling. Later, Faraday spoke to Mrs. Ayres, who immediately looked anxious, turning her rings as she often did. She confessed she had tried repeatedly to get him to talk, but he wouldn't say anything. Clearly, he wasn't sleeping, but then none of them were sleeping well. All this wandering at night couldn't be healthy. When Faraday asked if she thought he had actually stumbled, she said his leg was stiffest after lying down. But what about the footstool? She dismissed it, saying he kept the room in a frightful state. But didn't Betty tidy it? She caught the concern in his voice, and her gaze sharpened with alarm, asking if he thought something was seriously wrong. Could he be suffering from more headaches? Faraday had already thought of that. He had asked Roderick about headaches while bandaging his wrist, and Roderick had answered that, apart from his 2 small injuries, he had no physical ailments at all. He seemed truthful enough, and though he looked tired, Faraday could see no signs of illness in his eyes, manner, or complexion. There was only that elusive something, faint as a scent or shadow, that continued to perplex him. His mother looked so concerned he didn't want to burden her further, recalling her tears on the night after the party, so he played it down, just like Roderick. But he was bothered enough to want to talk to someone, so later that week, he made an excuse to call at the hall and sought out Caroline alone. He found her in the library, sitting cross-legged on the floor with a tray of leather-bound books, rubbing lanolin into their covers. She had only weak north light to work by the window shutters, had warped in the damp weather, and she could only open one partially. White sheets still hung across most of the shelves like shrouds, and the room was chill and cheerless, with no fire lit. She seemed pleasantly surprised to see him there on a weekday afternoon, and showed him a couple of small tan books, their bindings glossy and moist from the lanolin. He hitched up a stool and sat beside her as she opened one and began turning pages. She confessed she hadn't gotten very far, as it was always more tempting to read than to work. She had found a bit of Herrick that made her smile and read it aloud, a pastoral passage about kids' tongues, milk, filberts, and cowslips. She thought it could have been a Ministry of Food broadcast, missing only the ration book, and wondered what the paste of filberts might taste like. He suggested peanut butter, but nastier, and they smiled at each other. She returned to rubbing the book she had been working on, but when he brought up Roderick, her hand slowed and her smile faded. She admitted she had been wondering how much it had struck him, and had considered talking to him herself, but with everything else going on, that was as close as she came to mentioning the business with Jip, to dipping her head as she spoke, so he saw her lowered eyelids, heavy and moist, and curiously naked above her dry cheeks. She said Roderick kept insisting he was all right, but she knew he wasn't, and their mother knew it too. That business with the door, for instance. When did Rod ever leave his door open at night? And he had been almost raving when he came to, despite what he claimed. She thought he was having nightmares, hearing noises when nothing was there. She reached for the lanolin jar as she spoke. Then she asked if he had told Faraday about coming up to her room in the night the previous week. Faraday had heard nothing of this. She explained, as she worked, that he had woken her long before dawn, barging in and accusing her of shifting things about, driving him mad. When he saw her in bed, he turned greenery-yallery, just like his eye. He said he had been lying in his room, which was almost underneath hers, listening to her dragging things across the floor for an hour, thinking she was rearranging the furniture. He had been dreaming, of course. The house was quiet as a church, but the dream seemed more real to him than she did. It took him forever to calm down. She eventually made him get into bed beside her. She went back to sleep, but she didn't know if he did, thinking he lay awake all the rest of the night, as if watching or waiting. This made Faraday thoughtful. He asked if he had passed out or had some sort of seizure. She was certain it wasn't a fit. She remembered a girl who threw fits when she was young, and this was nothing like that. He suggested that not all seizures were the same, and it made a sort of sense given his injuries, confusion, and queer behavior. But she was skeptical, shaking her head, saying she didn't think that was it. Why would he start having seizures now? He had never had them before. Faraday pointed out he might have and just not told her, as people had an odd sense of shame about epilepsy. But she frowned, considered, and shook her head again, unconvinced. Wiping the lanolin from her fingers and screwing the lid back on the jar, she stood. The narrow strip of window showed a swiftly darkening sky, and the room seemed colder and gloomier than ever. She complained it was like an ice house and asked for help with the tray of treated books. They lifted it together and set it on a table. She dusted down her skirt and asked where Roderick was now. Faraday said he had seen him outside with Barrett heading to the old gardens. When she asked if they should talk to him, he thought not. She then asked if he had been to Roderick's room lately. He hadn't, as Roderick didn't seem to want him there. She admitted Roderick didn't want her there either, but she had gone in a couple of days ago when he was out and noticed something odd. She wasn't sure if it backed up his epilepsy theory. She rather thought not, but she wanted him to come and see it. He hesitated, uncomfortable with the idea, but she pressed, saying it was something she wanted him to see for herself, and she had no one else to talk to about it. That was more or less the feeling that had brought him to her, and since she was clearly troubled, he agreed. She led him quietly through the hall and down the passage toward Roderick's room. It was late afternoon after Mrs. Baisley had gone home, but they could hear the faint chatter of Betty's wireless from the kitchen. Caroline glanced at the curtained arch to the service regions as she turned the handle of Roderick's door, wincing at the creaking lock. She murmured that she didn't make a habit of this. If anyone came, she would lie and say they were looking for a book. Then she gestured to the back of the door, not, as he had expected, to Roderick's desk and papers. The door was oak-paneled like the rest of the room, and though impressive, it was bleached and streaky with age. Some sections shrunk and cracked, but the panel Caroline pointed to had a different mark, a small black smudge at about breast height, like a scorch mark, just like one he remembered seeing on the floorboards of his childhood home, where his mother had set down a hot iron. He looked quizzically at Caroline, asking what it was. She told him to tell her. He suggested. Roderick had been lighting candles and let one fall. She had thought the same at first, but Roderick denied it, saying he used the Tilly lamp when the power failed. Mrs. Baisley confirmed he hadn't taken any of her candles. Roderick claimed he didn't know how the mark got there and hadn't noticed it before, but it seemed to spook him. Faraday moved closer and ran his fingers over the smudge. It left no soot or scent, and its surface was smooth. The more he studied it, the more it seemed to have a faint bloom or patina, as if it had developed just below the wood surface. He wondered if it could have been there for some time without her noticing. She shook her head, certain she would have noticed it whenever she closed or opened the door. She even recalled that first treatment she'd witnessed him give Roderick. She had stood right about there and complained about the panels, and the mark hadn't been present then. Betty knew nothing of it, nor did Mrs. Baisley. Her mention of Betty, rather than Mrs. Baisley, made Faraday thoughtful. He asked if she had brought Betty to see the mark. She had, quietly, and Betty had been as surprised as she was. He wondered if Betty might have been responsible somehow, perhaps walking past with an oil lamp or spilling a cleaning solution, and then been too frightened to own up. Caroline dismissed the idea, saying there was nothing stronger in the kitchen cupboards than meths and liquid soap, and she would know, having used them often enough. She didn't think Betty was a liar, though she had her moods, but that was beside the point. She had come back in yesterday when Roderick was out, and looked around again, finding nothing strange until she looked up. She tilted her head back and Faraday followed her gaze. The mark leapt out at him at once on the ceiling. This time, that plaster latticework stained yellow with nicotine. It was a small, dark, formless smudge, exactly like the one on the door, as if someone had held a flame or iron there long enough to scorch but not blister. Caroline watched his face, wanting to know how even a very careless parlour-maid could put a burn mark on a ceiling 12 feet off the floor. He stared, then moved across the room until the smudge was directly over his head, squinting upward. He asked if it was really the same as the other. She confirmed it was. She had even brought in the step-ladder to look, and it was if anything worse. There was nothing underneath to account for it except Roderick's washing stand. Even if he had put the Tilly lamp on that, the distance involved made it impossible. He wondered if it was definitely a scorch or burn rather than some chemical reaction. She dismissed the idea with a dry remark about chemical reactions making antique oak panels and plaster ceilings smolder by themselves, and told him to look over here. With a slightly giddy sensation, he followed her to the fireplace, where she showed him the heavy Victorian ottoman beside it. The leather was marked in exactly the same way, with a small dark smudge. He tried to rationalize it. The ottoman could have been marked for years from a spark from the fire, and the ceiling might have been marked a long time as well. She hoped he was right, but pointed out the oddness of the door being the one Rod had walked into the night he blacked his eye, and this being the thing he tripped over. Faraday had been picturing some dainty footstool. This thing must weigh a ton. How could it have found its way across the room like that? She wanted to know that too, and wondered why it was marked in such a queer way, as if marked out. It was just so creepy. He asked if she had mentioned this to Roderick. She had shown him the marks on the door and ceiling, but not this one, because his reaction to the others was too odd, furtive, even guilty. He looked at her, and began to understand the anxious movement of her thoughts. He asked quietly if she thought he had been making the marks himself. She answered unhappily that she didn't know, but perhaps in his sleep, or in the sort of fit he had mentioned. If he could do other things, open doors, move furniture, injure himself, come to her room at 3 a.m. to accuse her of moving furniture, then couldn't he also do something like this? And if he could do this, what else might he do? Faraday thought it over and asked if she had mentioned this to her mother. She hadn't wanted to worry her, and besides, what was there to tell? Just a few funny marks. She knew why they bothered her so much, though because they had trouble with Rod before. He said her mother had told him a little about that, and he was sorry it must have been tough. She nodded, describing that bad time when Rod's injuries were at their worst, his scars ghastly, his leg so bashed it seemed he might be crippled for life, but he wouldn't do anything to get better. He just sat brooding and smoking, drinking too, she thought. She mentioned that his navigator had died when their plane came down, and Roderick blamed himself, though it was nobody's fault but the Germans. They said it was always hard on pilots when their crews were lost, and the boy was younger than Roddy, only just 19. Rod used to say it ought to have been the other way around, that the boy had more to live for. That had been fun for her and her mother to hear. Faraday asked if he had said anything like that lately. He hadn't to her, nor to her mother as far as she knew, but she could tell her mother was afraid of his getting sick again too. Perhaps they were just imagining too much because they were afraid. But something wasn't right. Something was going on with Rod, as if there was a hoodoo on him. He hardly went out anymore, even to the farm. He just stayed in here, saying he was going over his papers. She gestured to his desk and table, both nearly obscured by deep, untidy piles of letters, ledgers, and typewritten sheets. He was drowning in all this stuff but wouldn't let her help him, claiming he had a system she wouldn't understand. It didn't look like a system to her. Practically the only person he allowed in here these days was Betty, who at least kept the carpet swept and emptied his ashtrays. She wished he would get away for a while, take a holiday, but he never would. He wouldn't leave the estate, and it wasn't even as though his being there made any real difference. The estate was doomed whatever he did. She lowered herself onto the marked ottoman, resting her chin in her hands, and said sometimes she thought he ought to just let it go. She spoke wearily, matter-of-factly, her eyes almost closing. Faraday was conscious again of the curious nudeness of her slightly swollen eyelids. He gazed down at her, perturbed, and insisted she didn't mean that she couldn't bear to lose hundreds. She answered almost casually that she had been brought up to lose it once Rod married. The new Mrs. Ayres wouldn't want a spinster sister-in-law about the place, nor a mother-in-law. The stupidest thing was that as long as Roddy went on holding the estate together, too tired and distracted to find a wife, and probably killing himself in the process, she and her mother got to stay. Meanwhile, hundreds was such a drain on them it was hardly worth staying for. Her voice faded, and they sat in silence until the insulated room began to feel oppressive. Faraday looked again at those queer scorch marks, and realized suddenly they were like the burns on Rod's own face and hands, as if the house were developing scars in response to his unhappiness, or Caroline's, or her mother's, the griefs and disappointments of the whole family. The thought was horrible. He could see what Caroline meant about it being creepy. He must have shuddered. Caroline got up and apologized for telling him all this, saying it really wasn't his trouble. He insisted it was, in a way, since he had more or less become Rod's doctor. She gave her rueful smile, pointing out that he hadn't really. Rod wasn't paying him. He could dress it up however he liked, but she knew he was treating Rod more or less as a favor. It was awfully kind of him, but he mustn't let them drag him into any more of their problems. She reminded him of what she had told him when she showed him around the house. It was greedy. It gobbled up all their time and energy. It would gobble up his too if he let it. He didn't answer for a second. He had a vision of his own home, with its neat, plain, undemanding, utterly lifeless rooms. He would be returning there later to a bachelor's supper of cold meat and boiled potatoes and half a bottle of flat beer. He said firmly that he was happy to help her, truly. She asked if he really meant it. He confirmed that he meant it. He didn't understand what was happening any more than she did, but he wanted to help her figure it out. He would take his chances with the hungry house. He was a pretty indigestible fellow after all. She smiled properly then, briefly closing her eyes again, and thanked him. After that, they didn't linger, afraid of Roderick returning and discovering them. They made their way quietly back to the library for Caroline to tidy up and close the shutter, then went to the little parlor to join her mother. But Faraday kept puzzling over Roderick's condition over the next few days. It must have been early the following week when the whole thing came together, or fell apart, depending on how one looked at it. Driving through Lidcote around 5 o'clock, he was surprised to see Roderick himself on the high street. His presence there would once have been unremarkable, as he often came in on farming business, but as Caroline had said, he rarely left Hundreds now. Though he still looked like the young country squire in his overcoat and tweed cap, with a leather satchel across his chest, there was something unmistakably burdened and ill at ease about him in the way he walked, with his collar turned up and shoulders hunched, as if against more than the chill November breezes. When Faraday drew up across the street and called his name, Roderick turned with a startled expression, and for just a second he looked like a frightened, hunted man. He came slowly over to the car, and Faraday asked what had brought him into the village. Roderick explained. He had been to see Maurice Babb, the big local builder. The county council had bought up the last free parcel of Ayres farmland and planned to build a new housing estate on it, with Babb as contractor. They had just been running through the final agreement. He spoke bitterly about being made to come to Babb's office like a tradesman, imagining what his father would have thought if such a man had suggested such a thing. He knew he'd do it. He had no choice. He drew his lapels close again, looking burdened and miserable. Faraday couldn't offer much comfort over the sale. He was actually pleased about the new houses, which were badly needed, but, thinking of his leg, asked if he had walked in. Roderick hadn't. Barrett had managed to get him some fuel, so he had driven. He gestured to his shabby old black and ivory Rolls-Royce parked along the street, saying he thought it might give up the ghost on the way, but it had made it. He sounded more like his old self, so Faraday invited him in to warm up, as he had almost an hour before evening surgery. Roderick was reluctant, but Faraday kept up a light pressure, and he finally agreed to come in for just 5 minutes. Faraday parked and met him at the door. Since none of the upstairs fires were lit, he took him into the dispensary, brought chairs close to the ancient tortoise stove, and spent a few minutes kindling the embers into a blaze. By the time he straightened, Roderick had taken off his cap and put down his satchel and was going slowly around the room, looking at the quaint old jars and instruments that had once belonged to Dr. Gill. His mood seemed to have lifted slightly. He commented on the leech jar that used to give him nightmares as a kid, wondering if old Dr. Gill ever actually kept leeches in it. Faraday admitted he probably did. He was just the sort of man to have faith in leeches, licorice, and cod liver oil. He told Roderick to take off his coat and went through to the consulting room to bring out a bottle and 2 glasses, explaining it was only some old brown sherry he kept for pregnant women. They either wanted to celebrate or needed something to get over the shock. Roderick smiled, but the smile quickly fell from his face. He had just been given a drink by Bab, not Old Brown Sherry, to toast the completion of the contract, warning it would bring bad luck if they didn't. He had nearly said he'd already had his bad luck selling. The land was part of it. As for the money it brought in, it was practically spent already. But he took the glass Faraday gave him and touched it to his. The liquor trembled in his hand, and perhaps to hide the tremor he took a swift sip and began rolling the stem between his fingers. As they moved to the chairs, Faraday noticed the tense yet lifeless way he lowered himself into his seat, as if he had odd little weights inside him rolling unpredictably about. He commented that Roderick looked done in. Roderick lifted his hand to wipe his lip. His wrist was still bandaged, the crepe soiled and frayed. He blamed it on the business with the land. Faraday said he shouldn't take it so personally. There were probably 100 landowners in England in exactly his position. Roderick said there were probably 1,000, but without much force. He described how every time he heard from his old school friends or flying chaps, they told the same story most had run through their settlements. Some had to take jobs. Their parents were living on their nerves. He had opened a newspaper that morning to find a bishop sounding off about the shame of the German. Why didn't anyone write about the shame of the Englishman, the ordinary hard-working Englishman who since the war had watched his property and income vanish like smoke? Meanwhile, grubby little businessmen like Bab were doing all right, and men without land, family, or the eyes of the county on them, men like that bloody Baker Hyde. His voice tightened, and he didn't finish. He threw back his head and swallowed the rest of his sherry, then began twirling the empty glass even more restlessly. His gaze turned inward, alarmingly out of reach. He made some movement, and again Faraday had that sense of unmoored weights inside him, making him jerky and off balance. His reference to Baker Hyde dismayed Faraday, giving him a glimpse of what might have been troubling Roderick all this time. It was as though he'd made a fetish of the man, with his handsome wife, his money, and his good war record. Faraday leaned forward, urging him to let go of this fixation and concentrate on what he had rather than what he thought he lacked. Plenty of men would envy him. Roderick looked at him with a queer expression, repeating, "Envy me?" Faraday pressed on, pointing out the house he was living in. It was tough work keeping it going, but holding on to resentment only made life harder for his mother and sister. He asked what had gotten into him lately, if there was something on his mind. Roderick flared up, snapping that if Faraday liked the damn house so much, why didn't he try running it? He had no idea. Didn't he know that if Roderick stopped even for a moment, his Adam's apple jerked painfully as he swallowed, stopped holding everything back, keeping it at bay? Every second of every day the whole damn thing was in danger of crashing down and taking him, Caroline and Mother with it. None of them had a clue. It was killing him. He put a hand on the back of his chair as if to push himself up, then changed his mind and sat back down, trembling with upset or anger. Faraday looked away, giving him time to pull himself together and move to fiddle with the stove's draft. But he grew aware that Roderick was fidgeting unnaturally, and heard him mutter, "Hell," in a soft, desperate voice. Faraday looked properly and saw he was pale, sweating, and shaking like a man in a fever. Alarmed, he got up, thinking he must have been right about the epilepsy, that Roderick was going into a seizure right there in front of him. But Roderick put a hand across his face, telling him not to look, to stand over there. Faraday realized he was not ill, but in the grip of a dreadful panic, and his embarrassment at being seen like this was making it worse. He turned his back and went to the window, gazing out through the dusty net curtain. He could hear the rapid, labored breathing, the catch of tears in his throat. He kept his voice level, describing what he could see out the window, his car needing washing and polishing. Roderick's further down looking even worse. Mrs. Walker and her little boy, Enid from the Desmonds, in a temper with her hat on crooked. Mr. Crouch coming out to shake a cloth. He asked if he could look at him now. Roderick told him to stay like that and keep talking. Faraday kept talking, noting how hard it was to keep talking when someone asked you to start and not stop. He was more used to listening, and often thought family doctors were like priests. People told them their secrets because they knew they wouldn't be judged. They were used to looking at human beings without their skins. Some doctors didn't like it, developing contempt for mankind after seeing so much weakness. Some even took to drink. Others were humbled by it, seeing what a punishing business it was, simply being alive, not to mention having wars and estates and farms thrown at one. Most people seemed to muddle through all right in the end. Faraday slowly turned back to him. Roderick met his gaze with a wretched expression but didn't protest. He held himself impossibly tense, breathing through his nose with his mouth clamped shut, his face bloodless. Even the taut skin of his scars drained of color. Only the fading yellow-green bruise at his eye remained, and his cheeks were wet with sweat and perhaps tears. But he was over the worst of it. Growing calmer as Faraday watched, Faraday went to him, brought out a packet of cigarettes, and Roderick took one gratefully, though he had to hold it to his mouth with both hands while Faraday lit it. As he blew out the first uneven plume of smoke, Faraday quietly asked what was going on. Roderick wiped his face and lowered his head, insisting nothing was going on. He was all right now. Faraday pressed him, pointing out his state. He spoke breathlessly and miserably, blaming the strain of keeping on top of it. It wanted him to buckle, but he wouldn't give in. It knew that, and kept trying harder. The combination of anguish and reason in his words was unnerving. Faraday went back to his chair and asked again, knowing something was wrong if he would tell him. Roderick raised his eyes without lifting his head, saying he wanted to, but it would be better for Faraday's sake if he didn't. When asked why, he said it might infect him. Faraday reminded him he treated infections every day. Roderick insisted it wasn't like that, and when pressed what it was like, he dropped his gaze and called it a filthy thing. At the combination of infection and filthy, an idea began to dawn on Faraday. Surprised and dismayed, yet relieved that the predicament might be so mundane, he almost smiled, and asked why he hadn't come to him sooner. Roderick looked at him uncomprehendingly, and when Faraday spoke more plainly he broke into a ghastly laugh, wiping his face and saying, if only it were that simple and Faraday wouldn't believe him if he told him his symptoms. Faraday urged him to try, and Roderick insisted he wanted to. When did the symptoms first appear? The night of that wretched party. Faraday had sensed this all along, and asked if the headache his mother mentioned had been the start. Roderick said the headache was nothing, just a cover for the real thing. Faraday could see him struggling, and told him to tell him. Roderick put a hand to his mouth, pushing his lip between his teeth, worried about what would happen if it got out. Faraday misunderstood, giving his word he would tell no one, but that alarmed Roderick. He mustn't tell his mother or sister. Faraday promised, and Roderick asked if he meant it. He did. Roderick looked away, working at his lip. Silent so long Faraday thought he'd retreated into himself. But then he drew unsteadily on his cigarette, and gestured with his glass, saying it would be a relief to share it at last. But he needed another drink first. Faraday poured a large measure Roderick's hands, shaking too hard to do it himself, and he swallowed it in one gulp, then asked for another. After drinking that, he began slowly and haltingly to tell what had happened to him on the night the little Baker Hyde girl was hurt. He had been dubious about the party from the start, uncomfortable with the idea of playing master of the house, and feeling a fool about putting on evening clothes he hadn't worn in 3 years. But he'd gone along for Caroline's sake, and to please his mother. He had genuinely been delayed at the farm, though everyone would suppose he'd been dawdling. The hundreds pump had looked like it was finally about to blow, and leaving the farm to deal with it was out of the question. Thanks to his RAF experience, he knew as much about machinery as any mechanic. He and Macon's son patched up the pump, but it took until well past 8. By the time he crossed the park and let himself in by the garden door, the Baker Hydes and Mr. Morley were already arriving. He was still in his farm clothes, filthy with dust and grease. He didn't have time for a proper wash in the family bathroom, so he planned to use hot water in his washing stand bowl. He rang for Betty, but she was busy with the guests. He waited, rang again, then finally went down to the kitchen to fetch the water himself. Now came the first queer thing. His evening clothes were laid out on his bed. Like many ex-servicemen, he was a neat and orderly dresser. He had brushed them down earlier and set them ready. After returning from the kitchen and washing hastily, he put on his trousers and shirt, then looked for his collar and couldn't find it. He lifted the jacket, looked beneath it, under the bed, everywhere. The wretched collar was nowhere. This was maddening because it was an evening collar meant for the shirt he was wearing. One of the few unpatched or unturned collars he had left. He couldn't simply get another from the drawer. He knew how idiotic it sounded, even at the time. He hadn't wanted to go to the bloody party, but there he was, the supposed host, keeping everyone waiting, chasing around like a twit because he only owned one decent stand-up collar. Betty arrived then, sent by Mrs. Ayres to find out what was keeping him. He told her the problem, and asked if she had moved the collar. She said she hadn't seen it since that morning, when she brought it up with his laundry. He asked her to help him look, and they searched together, finding nothing. Frustrated, he told her rather sharply to let it alone and go back to his mother. After she left, he gave up, and went to his drawer to improvise an evening collar from a daytime one. Had he known the Baker Hydes had arrived so informally dressed, he might have been less anxious. As it was, all he could picture was the disappointed face his mother would turn on him if he stepped into the saloon done up like a sloppy schoolboy. Then another, much odder thing happened. As he went crossly through the drawers, he heard a sound in the empty room behind him, a soft but unmistakable splash. He guessed something on his washing stand had toppled into the bowl. He turned to look, and couldn't believe his eyes. The thing in the water was his missing collar. He darted to fish it out, then stood holding it, trying to figure how it could have happened. The collar had not been on the washing stand. There was no nearby surface it could have slipped from, no reason for it to slip, nothing above the stand that might have held it and let it drop. All there was, he said, was the faintest sort of smudge on the lattice-work plaster ceiling above his head. He was baffled, but not unnerved. A wet collar was better than none, so he dried it as best he could and stood at his dressing-table mirror to fix it to his shirt and tie his necktie. After that, he only had to fasten his cuffs and grease and comb his hair. He opened the little ivory tub where he kept his dress cufflinks and found it empty. The absurdity and exasperation of it made him laugh, he said. He hadn't seen the links that day, but that morning he had accidentally knocked against the tub and clearly remembered the rattle of metal inside. He hadn't touched it since. He couldn't believe Betty or Mrs. Baisley had removed them, nor that Caroline or his mother had taken them. Why would they? He shook his head, and addressed the room itself, speaking to whatever fates or spirits seemed to be playing games with him, demanding his cufflinks back, and pointing out that he didn't want to go to the party either. But want had nothing to do with it. He closed the ivory tub and returned it to its place, and in that very instant, through the dressing-table mirror, he caught a small dark object dropping behind him like a spider from the ceiling. It was followed immediately by the violent crash of metal against china, frightening the life out of him. He turned and walked slowly to the washing stand with a rising feeling of unreality. There in the bowl were his cufflinks. The stand was splashed, the cloudy water still heaving. He looked up at the ceiling, seamless and unmarked except that the smudge he had noticed before was now considerably darker. This was the moment he realized something truly uncanny was at work. He couldn't doubt his senses. He had seen the links drop and heard the crash. But where could they have dropped from? He drew over his armchair and stood precariously on it to examine the ceiling, finding nothing but that queer dark smudge, as if the links had materialized from thin air. He got heavily down, his leg beginning to hurt, and peered into the bowl. A whitish scum was closing over the water, but he could easily fish the links out. Yet he couldn't bring himself to do it. He thought of the brightly lit saloon, everyone waiting for him with glasses of sherry, and began to sweat. He met his own gaze in the circular shaving glass, and seemed to see beads of perspiration rising like worms from his pores. Then came the most grotesque thing. Still gazing at his sweating face, he watched in disbelief and horror as the shaving glass, a heavy old Victorian piece with a porcelain base, gave a shudder. He stood perfectly still in the still room as it shuddered again, rocked, and began to inch its way across the washing stand toward him. It was as if the glass were walking, discovering its own ability to move with a jerky, halting gait, its unglazed base grating against the polished marble. He described it as the most sickening thing he had ever seen, all the more so because the glass was such an ordinary object. If a beast or apparition had appeared, he might have borne it better, but this was hateful and wrong, making him feel that everything around him might at any moment start up and overwhelm him. What happened next was worse. You watched the glass's shuddering progress, sick with horror at its wrongness, sensing that what animated it was blind, thoughtless motion. He felt that if he put his hand in its path, the porcelain base would creep over his fingers. He shrank back but couldn't stop watching as it approached the edge of the marble stand, fascinated by the prospect of its teeter and fall. He kept his place a yard away as the glass crept until an inch, then 2, of its base projected over the edge. He saw it tilt, and started to put out his hand automatically to prevent its fall. But at that moment the glass seemed to gather itself for a spring, and launched itself at his head. He twisted away, catching a stinging blow behind his ear, and heard the shattering as it struck the floor. He turned to see the pieces lying harmlessly on the carpet, as if just knocked there by a clumsy hand. It was at that exact moment Betty returned. She tapped at the door, and tense and startled, Roderick cried out. Confused, she timidly pushed the door open and saw him gazing transfixed at the broken object. She moved forward to tidy up, then caught sight of his expression. He couldn't later recall what he said, but he must have spoken wildly, because she left at once and went hastily back to the saloon. That was when Faraday saw her, flustered, whispering in Mrs. Ayres's ear. Mrs. Ayres went straight back with her and immediately saw something was terribly wrong. Roderick was sweating worse than ever, shaking like a man in a fever. His first impulse on seeing his mother was to clutch at her hand like a child, but he had gathered his wits enough to know he mustn't involve her. He had seen the shaving glass make that spring at his head. It hadn't been animated by senseless impulse, but driven at him by something purposeful and vicious. He didn't want her exposed to that. He gave her a confused, fragmented account of having overtaxed himself at the farm, saying his head was splitting. She wanted to send for Faraday, but he refused. He only wanted to get her out of that room as quickly as possible. The 10 minutes she spent with him were some of the most dreadful of his life. The strain of concealing what he had been through, combined with his fright at being left alone, must have made him seem mad. Once he almost broke down in tears, and only the look of dismay on his mother's face gave him the strength to pull himself together. When she and Betty left him, he sat on his bed in the corner with his back to the wall and his knees drawn up. His injured leg throbbed, but he was almost glad of the pain for keeping him alert. What he had to do now was watch every object, every corner and shadow, his gaze moving restlessly from one surface to another. He knew the malevolent thing that had tried to hurt him was still there, waiting. That was the worst part, knowing it hated him beyond logic, wished him harm. Unlike combat, where there was a logic and fairness to an enemy fighter trying to blast you out of the sky, this was mean, spiteful, and wrong. He couldn't have held a gun or raised a knife against it. The knife might have come to life in his hand. He felt as though the very blankets he sat on might rise up and throttle him. He kept it up for what might have been 30 minutes, or what might as well have been 1,000, trembling and straining under the frightful effort of warding off the malevolence. At last, his nerve snapped. He heard himself cry out for the thing to leave him alone, and the sound of his own voice appalled him. Perhaps it broke some sort of spell. He felt something shift, and suddenly knew, though he couldn't explain how, that the objects around him were ordinary and lifeless again. Utterly shattered, he drank a tumblerful of brandy, got under the covers, and curled up like a baby. His room had that muted feel, slightly insulated from the rest of the house. If there were sounds beyond his door footsteps and murmurs, he either didn't hear them or was too exhausted to care. He fell into a fretful sleep, and was woken 2 hours later by Caroline, who had come to see how he was and tell him what had happened with Jip and Jillian. He listened with mounting horror, realizing the little girl must have been bitten at just about the time he had been calling out at that vicious presence to leave him alone. He looked at Faraday with sore eyes burning in his scarred face, insisting it was all his fault. He had willed that thing away from him through sheer gutlessness, and it had gone to hurt someone else. He lamented the fate of that poor child, insisting he would have endured anything if he had known. Wiping his mouth, he composed himself, and continued more levelly, stating he had not let his guard slip again since then. When it came, he was ready, keeping watch for it. Most days it didn't come at all, but it liked to surprise him, catching him out like a sly, spiteful child. It set traps opening his door for him to walk into, and bloody his nose, moving his papers, putting things in his path for him to stumble over and break his neck. He didn't mind that it could do what it wanted to him. As long as he could keep it in his room, he could contain the infection. That was the vital thing, to keep the source of the infection away from his sister and mother. A familiar dismay began to creep over Faraday as he listened to Rod's extraordinary story, a feeling he had known many times in his medical career when a case revealed itself as desperate. He thought of a young pregnant woman with tuberculosis, a talented boy with a muscle-wasting illness, each first certain glimpse bringing the heaviest feeling of impotence and dismay. He kept silent for the most part, and when Rod finished, they sat together in the quiet room. Faraday glanced around at the safe familiar world, the stove, the counter, the instruments and jars with old Gill's faded labels, and it all seemed slightly strange to him, knocked askew. Rod was watching him, wiping his face and working his handkerchief between his fingers, reminding him he had wanted to know and had been warned what a filthy thing it was. Faraday cleared his throat, saying he was very glad to have been told, only wishing it had been sooner. It broke his heart to think of Rod going through this alone. Rod insisted he had to, for the sake of the family. Faraday assured him no one could blame him over the girl, and then suggested he examine him if he might. Rod asked why, and Faraday pointed out he was pretty tired. Rod admitted he was out on his feet, hardly daring to close his eyes at night, frightened the thing would return. Faraday rose to fetch his bag, and Rod began to draw off his sweater and shirt, standing on the hearthrug in his vest and trousers with a dirty bandage on his wrist, looking shockingly thin, vulnerable, and young. Faraday made a brief, basic examination, listening at his chest and reading his blood pressure, but mainly to buy himself time. He could see anyone could what the real nature of his trouble was. What Rod had told him had shaken him to the core. As he'd guessed, there was nothing obviously wrong beyond underfeeding and overtiredness, true of half his neighbors. He took his time putting his instruments away, still thinking, while Rod buttoned his shirt and asked for his verdict. Faraday said Rod had said it himself. He was exhausted, and exhaustion did odd things, played odd tricks. Rod frowned at the word tricks. Faraday spoke plainly. Not mincing words, he was extremely alarmed. He thought the problem was mental. What Rod had been experiencing was a nerve storm, more common than one might think in overstressed people, especially given the enormous pressure he had been under since leaving the Air Force. Rod scorned the idea of war shock, but Faraday insisted. Delayed war shock was more common than he would think. Rod shook his head firmly, saying he knew what he knew, what he saw. Faraday countered that he knew what he thought he saw, what his tired nerves persuaded him to see. Rod grew angry, wishing he had said nothing Faraday had asked him to tell. He hadn't wanted to, and now it was being thrown back at him, making him out to be some sort of loony. Faraday suggested a good night's sleep, but Rod insisted the thing would come back if he did. Faraday promised it would only return if he didn't, because it was a delusion feeding on his tiredness. He thought Rod should get away from the hall for a while, on a holiday. Rod pulled on his sweater and looked at him in disbelief, asking if he hadn't listened to a single thing he'd said. If he left, who knows what would happen. He smoothed his hair and put on his overcoat, saying he'd been away too long and must get back. Faraday offered to give him some luminol. Rod rejected it scornfully, saying he'd been pumped full of that after his smash and didn't want it. He'd throw them away. Faraday insisted Rod could change his mind, but Rod said he wouldn't. Faraday returned empty-handed, urging him to listen. If he couldn't persuade him to leave the house, there was a good physician with a clinic in Birmingham for cases like his. Let him bring him in to talk, to listen. That's all he'd want to do. Rod's face set, accusing Faraday of meaning a mental doctor, a psychiatrist, or psychologist. That wasn't his trouble. The trouble was at Hundreds. He didn't need a doctor so much as a vicar or something. If Faraday had felt what he had, Faraday impulsively offered to come with him, to spend time in his room and see if the thing appeared. Rod hesitated, considering it as if possible, sensible, reasonable, which was almost more disturbing than anything else. But then he shook his head coldly, saying he couldn't risk it, wouldn't tempt it. It wouldn't like that. He put on his cap, saying he had to go, and was sorry he'd told any of this. He should have known Faraday wouldn't understand. Faraday pleaded with him, unable to let him go in this state of mind. What if that dreadful panic came over him again? Rod insisted it wouldn't. He'd been caught off guard. He shouldn't have come in the first place. He was needed at home. Faraday suggested he at least talk to his mother, or let Faraday talk to her for him. Rod said sharply, no, she mustn't know, nor his sister. Faraday had promised and given his word he wasn't to tell them, nor that doctor friend of his either. If Faraday thought he was going crazy, fine. Let him believe that if it made him feel better, but at least have the decency to let him go crazy all by himself. His tone was hard and level, absurdly rational sounding. He put the strap of his satchel over his shoulder and drew together his coat lapels. Only the paleness of his face and the redness of his eyes hinted at the fantastic delusion that had him in its grip. Apart from that, he looked like a youthful country squire. Faraday knew there was no keeping him now. He had moved to the dispensary door, but the first evening patients were arriving beyond it. He gestured impatiently to Faraday's consulting room, and Faraday took him through to let him out into the garden, his heart heavy with dreadful frustration. As soon as the door closed, he went back to the dispensary window and stood at the dusty net curtain to watch Rod reappear from around the house and make his rapid, limping way along the high street to his car. Faraday was at a loss. It was horribly clear that Rod had been suffering from powerful hallucinations over the past weeks, hardly surprising given the dreadful burdens he'd borne. The sense of threat and strain had overspilled, making even ordinary things seem to rise against him. That the delusion had struck on the night he was meant to host a party for his more successful neighbor was no surprise. He found it sadly significant that the worst of it had centered on a mirror reflecting his scarred face, which had ended up shattered. Shocking as it was, it could be explained by stress and nerve strain. More upsetting was that Rod remained so attached to the delusion, producing a logical-seeming fear that his mother and sister would be infected unless he was there to ward it off. He spent the next hours turning the condition over in his mind. Even with other patients, a part of him remained with Rod, listening in horror. He felt that a professional loss, his relationship with the family, was interfering with his judgment, and he should probably hand the case over. But it wasn't really a case. Rod hadn't come for a medical opinion and had been unwilling to confide. There was no question of payment. He didn't suspect Rod of being a danger to himself or others. He thought it more likely the delusion would gather strength until it consumed him into complete breakdown. His biggest dilemma was whether to tell Mrs. Ayres and Caroline. He had given Rod his word, and no doctor takes a promise of secrecy lightly. He passed a fretful evening, deciding one thing then another. Finally, at nearly 10, he ran to the Graham's house to talk it through. Graham was surprised to see him. Anne was upstairs with a slightly unwell child, so he took Faraday into the sitting room and heard the story. He was as shocked as Faraday had been, asking how things got so bad and if there had been warnings. Faraday admitted he'd known something wasn't right, but not like this. Graham asked what he planned to do. Faraday was trying to work it out, without even a firm diagnosis. Graham considered epilepsy Faraday's first idea, which might explain some of it with auras and queer sensations, but he couldn't believe it was the whole story. Graham suggested myxedema, but Faraday had thought of that too hard to miss, and there were no indications. Could something interfere with brain function, a tumor? Faraday hoped not. It was possible, but there were no other signs. His hunch was, it was purely nervous. Graham agreed. That was just as bad in its way. Faraday knew his mother and sister had no idea. Should he tell them? That was what troubled him. Graham shook his head, saying Faraday knew them better now. Roderick certainly wouldn't thank him, but it might push him to crisis, or put him completely out of reach. That was a risk. Why not take a day or two to think it over? Faraday gloomily agreed, but meanwhile things at Hundreds inched further into chaos. Graham's detached tone that at least wasn't his problem jarred. He finished his drink and went home, grateful for the listening, relieved to have shared the details but no wiser. Only as he stepped into his dark dispensary and saw the 2 chairs still at the stove, hearing again Rod's halting, desperate voice, did the full force of the story return, and he realized it was his plain duty to give the family at least some inkling of his condition as soon as he could. It was a dismal journey to the house the next day. All his business with the heiresses seemed to lie in warning them or carrying out dreary undertakings. With daylight, his resolve had slightly failed. He thought again of his promise, and drove in a shrinking, reluctant way, hoping not to encounter Rod. Neither Mrs. Ayres nor Caroline was expecting him. He found them in the little parlor, and saw he had thrown them by turning up out of the blue. Mrs. Ayres said he caught them on their toes, regretting she had dressed so weekdayishly. She asked Caroline if there was anything in the kitchen to offer with tea bread and margarine, and she should ring for Betty. He hadn't telephoned ahead for fear of alerting Roderick, and was so used to coming and going. It hadn't occurred to him the visit might put them out. She spoke politely, but with a faintly querulous tone. He had never seen her so discomposed, as if surprised without her charm, powder, and rings. The reason became clear when he had to move sagging flat boxes from the sofa old family photograph albums Caroline had unearthed from a morning-room cupboard, now foxed and spotted with mildew, practically ruined. Mrs. Ayres showed him the crumbling pages, lamenting the tragedy of 80 years' worth of pictures, not just the Colonel's family but hers too, the Singletons, and Brooks. She had been asking Caroline and Roderick for months to find them and make sure they were safe. She had no idea they were in the morning room, thinking they were locked away in the attics. Caroline, with a distant, patient air, said they wouldn't have been safer in the attics the last time she looked up there. Baskets of books from childhood were all foxed to death. Mrs. Ayres wished she had been told. Caroline insisted she had at the time. Mrs. Ayres acknowledged they had much to think about, but it was disappointing. She handed Faraday a stiff carte de visite, its Victorian subject obscured by rust-colored spots. The Colonel's father is a young man whom she used to think Roderick resembled. Faraday absently asked where Roderick was. Mrs. Ayres imagined in his room. She picked out another spoiled one. Then another she remembered as perfectly ruined, her own family just before the war, her brothers and sister Sissy all there. The family never to be together again, as within 6 months the fighting started, and 2 of the boys were lost. Her voice changed with real distress, and Caroline looked up, exchanging a glance with Faraday. Betty appeared and was sent for tea, which Faraday didn't want or have time for. Mrs. Ayres continued sadly through the photographs. Faraday thought of all she'd been through, and the awful news he had to break, watching the fretful movement of her hands, ringless and large at the knuckle. The idea of burdening her with another anxiety seemed too much. He remembered his conversation with Caroline about her brother the week before. Perhaps he should speak to her first. He spent a useless few minutes trying to catch her eye, then rose as if to help with the tea tray, and took Caroline's cup to her while Betty attended to Mrs. Ayres. As Caroline looked up in mild surprise, reaching for the saucer, he bent his head and whispered, asking if she could find a way to talk to him alone. She drew back, startled, looked at his face, glanced at her mother, then nodded. He returned to the sofa, and they let 5 or 10 minutes pass over tea and dry cake. Then Caroline moved forward as if struck by an idea, telling her mother she had put some old books together for the Red Cross, and thought Dr. Faraday could take them back to Lidcote. They were in the library, boxed and ready. She spoke without self-consciousness, but Faraday's heart pounded. Mrs. Ayres said she supposed she wouldn't miss them for a minute or two, and returned to the albums. Caroline said she wouldn't keep him long, but gestured with her eyes along the passage. They went quickly and softly to the library, where she drew back the single working shutter. The wintry light spilled in, and the shrouded bookshelves seemed to spring into life around them like rearing ghosts. Faraday took a few steps out of the gloom, and Caroline came back to stand before him, asking gravely if something had happened, if it was Rod. He said yes, and briefly told her everything her brother had confessed the night before. She listened with growing horror, but also dawning comprehension, as if the words gave her the clue to a dark puzzle just out of reach. She interrupted only when he repeated Rod's words about the smudge on his ceiling, seizing his arm and exclaiming about that mark and the others. She knew there was something odd about them. Faraday realized with surprise that she was almost ready to take her brother's claim seriously. He insisted anything could have made those marks. Rod might have made them himself to back up his delusion, or the marks appearing first might have set the whole thing off. The doctor watched her withdraw her hand, her fingers slipping from his. She asked, her voice troubled, whether he truly believed what he'd just told her, that there was no physical cause, no seizure or injury to explain her brother's condition. He admitted it was a grim conclusion, one he'd rather not have reached, but the evidence pointed squarely toward a breakdown of the mind. The word landed like a blow, and for an instant he saw real fear cross her face before she murmured her pity for Roderick and asked what they could possibly do. He explained that he'd come to the hall intending to speak with her mother, but had been stopped by the sight of her absorbed in those ruined photographs, a reminder of how fragile she was. Caroline cut in, saying it wasn't just the pictures her mother was changing, sometimes her old self, other times drifting into vague, mournful reminiscence, and she'd begun quarreling with Rod over the farm. Debts were mounting, and he took everything as a personal failure, retreating into himself. Now, she said, it all made a terrible kind of sense. She pressed him. Had he really heard those horrifying words from Rod's own mouth? Could there be any chance of misunderstanding? He wished there was. But there wasn't. Without Rod's cooperation, all they could do was hope his mind settled. The departure of the Baker Hydes might ease things, though the farm's troubles wouldn't. And as long as Rod clung to the delusion that he was protecting his mother and sister, the doctor was helpless. When she wondered if speaking to her brother herself might help, he cautioned that hearing those ravings directly would be unbearable. The best they could manage, for now, was to watch him closely, together, and pray he didn't worsen. When she asked what would happen if he did, the doctor's answer was stark. In any other household, with any other family, he'd call in his partner and have Rod forcibly committed to a psychiatric ward. He could see the horror bloom on her face, and rush to explain he was thinking of Rod's injuries, the pattern of self-punishment, the guilt festering over the estate, and perhaps even over his navigator's death. It might be unconscious, or it might be a desperate, twisted bid for help. He might be hurting himself specifically to force the doctor to intervene. He stopped mid-thought. In the thin light from the half-open shutter, the tension of their low, urgent conversation had closed in around them when a small, sharp creak cut through the silence from somewhere behind him. They both turned, startled. The sound came again, and he realized it was the library door's handle, slowly turning in its socket. In the gloom, with their nerves already raw, the sight felt almost supernatural. He heard Caroline's sharp intake of breath, felt her unconsciously edge closer to him, as if seeking protection. The door pushed open, and the hall light revealed Roderick's figure. For a fleeting second, they both felt relief which dissolved as they saw his face. They sprang apart, their guilt radiating from them like heat. His voice was icy as he fixed the doctor with a glare, saying he'd heard the car and half expected this. Turning to his sister, he demanded to know what poison the doctor had been pouring into her ear, that he was mad, deranged. He supposed he'd told their mother the same thing. The doctor quickly said he hadn't spoken to their mother yet. Rod's reply was a mockery of gratitude. How generous of him, seeing as he'd given his word, that, apparently, was the worth of a doctor's promise, a doctor like him anyway. Caroline tried to steer the conversation back to concern, telling her brother they were worried sick, and he wasn't himself, asking him to step inside so their mother and Betty wouldn't overhear. He moved forward, closed the door and leaned against it, flatly repeating her accusation so she thought he was cracked too. She insisted he just needed rest, a break, anything to get him away from the place. He scoffed, asking why everyone was so keen to banish him, and she pressed him. Was it true he'd been seeing things, believing there was something in the house that meant him harm? He didn't answer at first. Then he met her eyes and asked, simply, what she thought. The doctor saw Caroline flinch, as if his gaze held something that genuinely frightened her. She stammered that she didn't know what to think, only that she was terrified for him. He countered that she ought to be frightened. Both of them should, but not of him, and not for him. Couldn't they see? He was the only thing holding hundreds together. The doctor stepped forward, pleading that if Rod would just let them help, but Rod rounded on him, accusing him of breaking his promise the moment he'd left his room. The doctor's response was firm. This was helping, because Rod was in no position to help himself. Rod's voice rose with frustration, insisting they'd missed the point entirely. He wasn't thinking of himself. No one had ever given him credit for the effort he'd poured into this family, even now as he drove himself to the breaking point. Maybe he should just abandon it all, close his eyes and let the chips fall. He sounded suddenly petulant, like a boy arguing against a school report. He folded his arms and hunched his shoulders, and the raw, tangible horror of the moment seemed to drain away, replaced by something almost mundane. The doctor saw Caroline glance at him, doubt flickering in her eyes for the first time, and he pressed forward again, desperate, insisting they were all terrified and this couldn't go on. But Rod shut him down, refusing to talk any further. The doctor argued that they needed to understand his illness to cure it, and Rod shot back that the only thing making him ill was their prying, their conspiracy against him. Even the business with his leg, the whole pretense of helping the hospital, had been a trick. Caroline protested, trying to defend the doctor's kindness, but Rod was beyond hearing. He repeated that he had nothing to say, then wrenched the heavy library door open and slammed it so hard behind him that a line of dust dropped from the ceiling like a veil, and 2 of the dust sheets slipped from the shelves to land in a musty heap. Helpless, the doctor and Caroline looked at each other. They moved to lift the sheets back into place, and she asked him what was left to do if Rod was this ill but refused help. He had no answer. They could only keep watching, hoping to regain his trust, a burden that would mostly fall to her. She nodded, then searched his face. After a pause, she asked, with a fragile hope, if he was absolutely certain if there couldn't be somehow some truth in what Rod was saying. He was surprised she would even entertain the idea, and gently told her it was hard when madness struck someone you loved. She seemed unconvinced, and he saw her shiver. When he asked if she was cold, she shook her head and said she was frightened. He reached out and placed his hands over hers, and he felt her fingers relax into his touch, as if she were clinging to a lifeline. The doctor tried to soften the blow, apologizing for the grim turn of their conversation and glancing around the gloomy library, a space so dim and oppressive it could only be feeding her brother's unraveling. He expressed his frustration that Rod had let things slide this far, but a glance at his watch cut him short. He had to leave. He made Caroline promise to contact him immediately if anything changed, and she agreed. He squeezed her fingers, calling her a good girl with an awkward paternal affection. She let her hands linger in his for a moment before pulling away. They returned to the little parlor, where Mrs. Ayres greeted them with a mixture of curiosity and reproach. She'd been showing their visitor's daughter Betty some of the ruined photographs, a half-dozen pictures of Caroline and Roderick as infants, and was now gathering them up impatiently. She wanted to know what had caused the tremendous crash they'd heard earlier, joking that she thought the roof was coming in. Caroline apologized, explaining a door had slammed and there was dust in the library. She sent Betty to clean it up. The doctor made his hasty goodbyes, meeting Caroline's eyes and trying to convey all the reassurance he could before following Betty out. In the hall, he paused at the open library door and saw her kneeling on the threadbare carpet, listlessly brushing at dust. The sight of her slender shoulders working recalled the strange outburst she'd had the morning he'd destroyed Jip, her claim that the house harbored a bad thing. He found himself stepping in, lowering his voice, and asking whether she might have said anything to Roderick that could have planted such an idea. She swore she hadn't. When he pressed, she reminded him that he'd told her not to speak of it, and she'd kept her word. Even in fun, she insisted, she'd said nothing. He studied her wide gray eyes, and for the first time he wasn't sure if he was looking at innocence or guile. He asked if she'd been moving things around, just to liven things up. She denied it vehemently, saying she didn't even like to think about the thing. It frightened her when she was alone downstairs. It wasn't her bad thing. As Mrs. Baisley told her, if she didn't bother it, it wouldn't bother her. He had to be satisfied with that, and after watching her a moment longer, he left her to her dusting. Over the next week or two, he spoke with Caroline by telephone several times. She reported that Rod was unchanged, secretive, but otherwise rational. When the doctor next visited the hall and knocked on Rod's door, he came to it only to say, with sober finality, that he had nothing to say and wanted to be left alone, closing the door in his face with horrible decisiveness. His interference had backfired exactly as he'd feared. There was now no question of continuing the lead treatments, and once he'd written up his paper and submitted it, his visits to the hall began to taper off. He missed them more than he'd expected. He missed the family and the house itself. He worried constantly about Mrs. Ayres and thought often of Caroline, wondering how she was coping in the midst of such ruin, and recalling that moment in the library when her hand had slipped from his with such tired reluctance. December brought a bitter turn in the weather and an influenza outbreak that claimed 2 of his elderly patients and laid many others low. His partner, Graham, fell ill, and the locum took on some of his work while the doctor absorbed the rest, working every spare hour. He barely got closer to the hall than the Hundreds farm, where Macon's wife and daughter were sick, the milking suffering as a result. Macon's, grumbling and sour, talked of giving up the whole business. He hadn't seen Roderick in weeks, not since the last rent day when he'd come to collect his money. The farmer's bitterness was playing gentlemen farmers, he sneered, were all sunshine and good cheer until the weather turned, and then they were indoors with their feet up. The doctor didn't have time to stay and listen, nor to call at the hall as he once would have, but Macon's words worried him. That night, he telephoned the house. Mrs. Ayres answered, her voice weary, admitting they'd had no visitors, and the house was comfortless with the cold. He asked if they were all right. Caroline, Rod herself, and she answered vaguely that they were fine. He told her he'd spoken to Macon's, but the line crackled, and she cut through to invite him to dinner for a proper old-fashioned meal. He accepted eagerly, and they fixed a date, as best they could through the poor connection, for a few days hence. The weather continued to decline, and on the appointed night it was wet, moonless, and starless. Stepping into the hall, the doctor was immediately struck by how shabby and neglected the house had become in his absence, or perhaps he'd forgotten just how bad it was. Some of the wall lights had blown, and the staircase climbed into shadows like an ominous throat. The chill was piercing. Ancient radiators ticked and bubbled uselessly. He found the family in the little parlor, chairs pulled up to the hearth in a desperate cluster, all of them dressed eccentrically to keep warm. Caroline wore a short cape of balding sealskin. Mrs. Ayres was in stiff silk with an emerald necklace and an array of mismatched shawls and her black mantilla, and Roderick had a thick woolen waistcoat under his jacket and fingerless gloves on his hands. Mrs. Ayres greeted him with a light apology for their appearance, but the doctor sensed she didn't realize how truly outlandish they looked, and the realization made him uneasy. He was seeing them, and the house, through a stranger's eyes. He looked closest at Roderick, and what he saw dismayed him. Rod hung back when his mother and sister greeted him, shaking the doctor's hand only limply, barely meeting his eyes, clearly going through the motions. But more troubling was his whole demeanor. Where before he'd been tense, braced against disaster, he now slouched with an air of indifference, as if the calamity had already come and gone. He sat silently through the conversation about county matters, rising only once to refill his glass at the drinks table. The way he handled the bottle and the stiffness of his cocktail told the doctor he'd been drinking steadily for some time. When Betty announced dinner, the doctor drew close to Caroline and asked, in a murmur, if everything was all right. She glanced at her mother and brother, and gave a tight, wordless shake of her head. They stepped into the passage, and she pulled the collar of her cape tighter against the chill rising from the marble floor. The dining room had been elaborately laid for the promised old-fashioned dinner, with Chinese porcelain and ancient silver. The ormolu candelabra were lit, their flames dipping in the draught from the windows. Caroline and the doctor sat facing each other across the long table, while Mrs. Ayres took the foot, and Roderick settled into the master's chair at the head. As soon as he sat, he poured himself a glass of wine, and when Betty approached with the soup tureen, he waved it away, declaring in a foolish, jarring voice that he wouldn't have any. He asked Betty if she knew what happened to the naughty boy in the poem, and when she said no, he mimicked her accent and said he was burned in a fire. Caroline corrected him with a strained smile, saying the boy wasted away, which was what Rod would do if he wasn't careful, though she added with a hint of acid that perhaps none of them would care. She told him to have some soup, but he repeated his refusal in that silly voice and told Betty to bring more wine. He refilled his glass heavily, the neck of the bottle striking the crystal with a sharp ring. It was a lovely Regency glass, and the sound seemed to snap something in Caroline. Her smile faded, and for the rest of the meal her gaze at her brother was hard with barely concealed distaste. In the candlelight, the doctor thought she looked her best, her heavy features softened, and her angular lines hidden by her cape. Mrs. Ayres, also flattered by the light, kept up a smooth conversation with him, seemingly ignoring her son's behavior as a matter of good breeding. But the doctor sensed a brittleness beneath her tone, recalling Caroline's earlier warning that her mother and brother had been quarreling. He found himself wishing, for the first time at hundreds, that he hadn't come, and he began to long for the meal to end. Eventually, Mrs. Ayres and the doctor fell to discussing a patient he'd treated for the flu, an old hundreds tenant. He mentioned how convenient it was to use the park road to reach him. Mrs. Ayres agreed, then cryptically added that she hoped that would be allowed to continue. Surprised, he asked why it shouldn't, and she gave a pointed look at her son, as if expecting him to explain. Roderick remained silent, staring into his wine, and his mother, after dabbing her lips, broke the news he'd told her they'd soon have to sell more land. The doctor turned to Rod in surprise. He thought there was nothing left to sell, and asked who the buyer was this time. When Rod didn't answer, Mrs. Ayres explained it was the county council again, with Maurice Babb building another 24 houses. She couldn't believe the regulations would allow it, but the government seemed happy to let developers break up parklands and cram families into tiny plots, which would mean breaching the wall and laying pipes. The doctor was confused, and Caroline clarified Rod had offered farmland, but the council only wanted the grass snake field to the west. They'd finally decided about the utilities. They wouldn't extend mains just for hundreds, but they would for the new houses, and the family might just be able to raise the money to run pipes and wires the extra distance to the farm. The doctor was too dismayed to speak for a moment. The grass snake field, as Caroline and Rod had called it since childhood, lay just inside the park wall, visible from the south and west-facing windows as a lovely rippling expanse. The thought of Rod giving it up was unbearable. He urged Rod to reconsider, insisting there had to be another way. But Mrs. Ayres said there wasn't, short of selling the house and park entirely, which wasn't an option after all they'd sacrificed to keep it. They'd at least have Babb put up a fence so they wouldn't have to look at the work. Rod spoke up thickly, agreeing they needed a fence to keep out the mob, though it wouldn't stop them from scaling the walls with cutlasses. He told Caroline to sleep with a pistol under her pillow. She murmured, without looking up, that they weren't pirates, but he insisted the mob would love to hang them all, just waiting for Atlee to give the word. Ordinary people hated their sort now. Mrs. Ayres tried to soothe him, saying no one hated their sort in Warwickshire. But Rod grew more animated, declaring that Warwickshire people had always been good business people, right back to Cromwell, and could see which way the wind was blowing. He wouldn't blame them if they chopped off heads. They'd certainly done a poor job of saving themselves, and Caroline and he were hardly furthering the herd. Anyone would think they were trying to make themselves extinct. The doctor, seeing Caroline's pained expression, tried to intervene, but Rod turned on him, sneering that he ought to be glad, coming from pirate stock himself, otherwise he wouldn't have been invited tonight. His mother was too embarrassed to let their real friends see them as they were now. The doctor felt himself flush with anger, but refused to show any other discomfort, meeting Rod's gaze steadily as he ate. The tactic seemed to work. Rod's lashes fluttered, and he looked for a moment, ashamed and desperate, like a boasting boy cowed by his own bravado. Caroline kept her head down, focusing on her dinner. Mrs. Ayres said nothing for a minute or two, then set down her cutlery, and, with smooth, soft-voiced detachment, asked after another patient, effectively cutting her son off as if snuffing out candles one by one. The dinner was beyond saving. The dessert was a sour bottled raspberry pie with artificial cream, and the room was damp and cold, the wind moaning in the chimney. Mrs. Ayres told Betty to serve coffee in the little parlor, and she, Caroline, and the doctor rose. Only Rod hung back, saying moodily he had papers to look over. Caroline quipped, as she opened the parlor door, that they were probably cigarette papers. Rod blinked at her, and the doctor again had the sense he was trapped by his own bad humor, secretly abashed. He felt a rush of angry pity as Rod turned away to his room, but he joined the women, who were adding wood to the fire. Mrs. Ayres apologized for her son, pressing her wrist to her temple as if her head ached, calling his behavior unforgivable. If he meant to start drinking on top of everything, she'd have Betty keep back the wine. She'd never seen his father drunk at the table. She assured the doctor he was welcome, and he sat across from her. Betty brought coffee, and they talked more about the land sale. The doctor pressed again for alternatives, pointing out the disruption and impact on the hall, but they'd already resigned themselves. Even Caroline seemed strangely passive, so, finishing his coffee, the doctor said he'd look in on Rod to see if he could help with his work. He found Rod sitting in near darkness by the fire, and when he entered without knocking, Rod said sulkily he'd expected him. The doctor asked if he could join him, and Rod, refusing to let him put on the light, said he had a headache and would stoke the fire instead. He threw logs clumsily into the hearth, sending sparks and cinders flying, momentarily damping the flames and darkening the room further. But soon the fire caught, and the doctor could see him clearly slouched in his chair, legs stuck out, still in evening clothes but with his tie loose and a collar stud out, one side of his collar springing up like a comedy drunk's. The doctor glanced uneasily around the room, the shadows impenetrable except for the rumpled bed, dressing table, and washing stand. The shaving glass he'd seen last on the stand was gone. Rod was fiddling with papers and tobacco, rolling a cigarette, his face flushed and thick with drink. The doctor tried to talk earnestly about the land sale, but Rod turned away, refusing to listen. Giving up, the doctor sat back and bluntly told him he looked terrible. Rod laughed, and quipped that he hoped that wasn't a professional opinion, since they couldn't afford it. The doctor pressed him, asking why he was destroying himself when the estate was crumbling around him. He pointed to Rod's glass, listing the gin, vermouth, and wine he'd consumed. Was that gin again? Rod cursed under his breath, demanding what of it. Couldn't a man get drunk now and then? The doctor replied that a man in his position couldn't. Rod sneered, asking if that meant lord of the manor. The doctor confirmed it, and Rod, licking his cigarette paper, accused him of thinking of his mother. The doctor warned that she'd be miserable if she saw him like this, and Rod begged him not to tell her, lighting his cigarette with a spill from the fire. Sitting back, he added bitterly that it was too late for her to play the devoted matron, 24 years too late for him, 26 for Caroline. The doctor insisted. His mother loved him, but Rod scoffed, asking what he knew about it. They were such great chums. What had she told him? That he'd disappointed her? She'd never forgiven him for getting shot down and lambed. He and Caroline had been disappointing her, their whole lives, perhaps just by being born. The doctor fell silent, and Rod gazed into the fire. Then, lightly, almost casually, he asked if he knew he'd run away from school as a boy. The doctor, surprised, admitted he didn't. Rod recounted how he'd bolted twice, the second time at 13, walking out to a hotel bar and calling his father's chauffeur, Morris. He'd planned to go shares in a garage with Morris's brother, live with him, be a mechanic. Morris had been kind, gently pointing out how it would break his parents' hearts, and brought him back to his mother. But she'd only told him he was a great disappointment and sent him to his father, who thrashed him by an open window for the servants to see. And he'd run away because a boy at school, Hugh Nash, was thrashing him, though even Nash had the decency to whip him in private. His cigarette burning down, his voice dipped. Nash had gone into the Navy and was killed off Malaya. When he heard, he'd felt relieved, as if he were still at school, and Nash had simply been taken out of class. Morris was dead too, he thought. His voice grew harsh as he wished he'd taken that garage deal. He'd be happier now than pouring everything into this estate. Why was he doing it? For the sake of the family, the doctor would say. But was the family worth saving? Look at his sister. This house had sucked the life out of her, just as it was sucking it out of him. It wanted to destroy them all. He could stand up to it now, but how long could he last? And when it was finished with him, the doctor told him to stop, his voice rising with agitation. Rod's cigarette had gone out, and he'd leaned forward to light another spill, throwing it down violently so it bounced off the fender and burned on the rug. The doctor picked it up and tossed it in the grate. Then, seeing Rod's state, drew the fine mesh fire curtain closed. Rod sat back, arms folded, taking furtive puffs, his eyes dark and large in his lean face, as he began to glance around the room. The doctor knew what he was watching for and felt sick with frustration. There'd been no mention of the old delusion until now. His behavior had been troubling, but rational. But nothing had changed. His mind was still clouded. The drinking was probably just courage, the truculence a desperate bluster. Rod said, his gaze still moving, that there'd be tricks tonight. He could sense it, like a weather vane twitching when the wind turned. The doctor couldn't tell how much was theatrics, how much was real, but he found his own gaze following. Again he looked at the washing stand, then tilted his head to the ceiling above it, making out that peculiar smudge, and then spotted another nearby, and another, and on the wall behind the bed. The shadows played tricks, but the room seemed teeming with those mysterious marks. The thought of leaving Rod among them for another night was unbearable. He leaned forward and urged him to come back to Lidcote, where he'd be safer. Rod refused, saying he couldn't leave. The wind was on the turn. The doctor told him to stop talking like that. Rod blinked, then tilted his head with a coy accusation. The doctor was afraid. He could feel it now, couldn't he? He hadn't believed the talk of nerve storms and war shock, but now he was more frightened than Rod himself. The doctor realized he was afraid not of the babbling, but of something vaguer and more dreadful. He reached to catch Rod's wrist, insisting he was in danger. Startled, Rod moved back, and then, fueled by drink, flew into a rage, shoving him away and cursing, accusing him of always telling him how to behave, grabbing at him with filthy doctor's fingers, watching him with filthy doctor's eyes. Who the hell did he think he was? Why was he even here? He wasn't part of the family. He was no one. He thumped his glass down, slopping gin over the papers, and absurdly declared he'd call for Betty to see the doctor out. He lurched to the chimney breast and jerked the call bell lever, setting off a faint, hectic clanging in the basement that sounded bizarrely like the air raid sirens, adding to the doctor's agitation. The doctor rose and opened the door just as Betty appeared, breathless and startled. He tried to send her back, saying nothing was wrong, but Rod called over his shoulder that the doctor was leaving and to take him out to the hall. The doctor, trapped by his own earlier reminder that Rod was head of the household, could only stiffly agree. Betty stepped aside, and he heard her hurrying off for his coat and hat. He felt so agitated. He had to stand at the little parlor door to collect himself, and when he went in, still shaken, he expected his face to betray him. But Caroline was reading, and Mrs. Ayres was dozing in her chair by the fire, a sight that jolted him, as he'd never seen her sleep before. When she woke, she looked at him briefly with the frightened, unmoored gaze of a bewildered old woman, her shawl slipping. He bent to retrieve it, and by the time he straightened, she tucked it back around her knees herself again. She asked how Roderick was. He hesitated, then admitted he wasn't wonderful and suggested Caroline look in on him. Caroline dismissed the idea, saying he was too boring if he was drunk. Mrs. Ayres agreed with a touch of scorn, grateful his grandmother wasn't alive to see him. She'd found nothing more depressing than a man in liquor. The doctor pressed Caroline again, and she finally gave a weary nod, catching his meaning. He couldn't sit calmly. He thanked them and said good night. Betty was waiting in the hall with his things, and seeing her brought Rod's words back. "Who are you?" "You're no one." The filthy weather outside whipped up his mood as he drove home, badly, clashing gears and nearly running off the road. He tried to calm himself with bills and papers until past midnight, but when he finally went to bed, he lay fretful, almost hoping for a call to distract him from his thoughts. No call came, and eventually the doctor switched on the lamp and rose to pour himself a drink. Passing his bedside table, he caught sight of the old photograph of the hall in its tortoiseshell frame, which he'd kept out along with the Empire Day medal. He picked it up and studied his mother's face, then let his gaze shift to the house behind her. As he'd sometimes done before, he thought of the people inside it now, wondering if they were resting more peacefully than he was in their cold, dark, separate rooms. Mrs. Ayres had given him the picture in July, and it was now early December. How, he asked himself, had his life become so entangled with that family in just a few months, troubling and unsettling him like this? The alcohol blunted his anger, and he eventually slept but badly, tussling with dark, violent dreams. While he lay tormented, something dreadful happened at Hundreds Hall. The story, as he pieced it together afterward, was this. After he left, Mrs. Ayres and Caroline stayed in the little parlor for just over an hour. During that time, uneasy after the doctor's hints, Caroline went to check on Rod. She found him sprawled open-mouthed, nursing an empty gin bottle, too drunk to speak. Her first reaction was annoyance. She was tempted to leave him to stew in his chair, but he gazed blearily up at her with a spark of his former self that moved her. For a moment, the hopelessness of their situation overwhelmed her. She knelt, took his hand, lifted it to her face, and rested her brow against his knuckles, quietly asking what had happened to him, saying she didn't know him anymore, and missed him. He moved his fingers against her cheek but couldn't answer. She stayed a moment longer, then pulled herself together, and decided to put him to bed. She got him to his feet, sent him to the lavatory, and when he lurched back, she removed his shoes, collar, and trousers, tasks she was used to from nursing him after his accident. He passed out the moment his head hit the pillow, snoring and reeking of drink. She tried to roll him onto his side in case he was sick, but he resisted all her efforts, and she finally gave up, tired and frustrated. She made sure he was covered with blankets, drew back the fire guard, added more wood, and closed the guard again. She was certain of that. She was equally sure no cigarettes were burning and no lamps or candles were lit. She returned to the little parlor for another half-hour with her mother. They went to bed well before midnight. Caroline read for 10 or 15 minutes before putting out her light and falling asleep almost immediately. She was woken around 3:30 by the faint, distinct sound of breaking glass from just below her windows from her brother's room. Startled, she sat up, assuming Rod had woken and was blundering about. Her first thought was to prevent him from disturbing their mother. She got up, put on her dressing gown, and steeled herself to go downstairs, then wondered if the sound might be a burglar. She remembered Rod's talk of pirates and cutlasses. Softly, she went to her window, pulled back the curtain, and looked out. She saw the garden bathed in a leaping yellow light and smelled smoke. The house was on fire. Fire was always dreaded at Hundreds Hall. In the old days, there had been small kitchen fires, easily put out. During the war, Mrs. Ayres had feared air raids, and buckets, hoses, and stirrup pumps had been left on every floor, though they'd never been needed. Now those pumps were put away. There were no mechanical extinguishers, only an old line of ancient leather pails hung in the basement, bloomy with age and probably leaky, kept more for decoration than use. It was a wonder Caroline didn't panic, knowing all this and seeing the dancing yellow light. She confessed later that for a wild moment she felt a sort of excitement, thinking of all the problems that would be solved if the hall simply burned to the ground. She saw the work she'd done over the years, the wooden floors and panels she'd polished, the glass and plate, and instead of resenting the fire's threat, she wanted to give it all up in an orgy of surrender. Then she remembered her brother. She grabbed the rug from the hearth and the blankets from her bed and raced to the staircase, calling wildly to her mother. Downstairs, the smell of smoke grew stronger in the passage. The air was thick and stung her eyes. She ran through the boot room to the gentleman's lavatory to douse the rug and blankets with water. She found the call bell and rang it furiously, much as she'd seen Rod ringing hours before. By the time she gathered the sodden blankets and staggered out, Betty appeared at the curtained arch, barefoot in her nightdress. Caroline shouted for her to bring water, bedclothes, anything there was a fire. Couldn't she smell it? Hoisting the wet blankets higher, she ran, panting and sweating, to Rod's room. She began coughing before she even opened the door. Inside, The smoke was so thick and stinging, it reminded her of a gas practice chamber from her Ren days. Then she'd had a respirator, now she could only bury her nose and mouth in the wet bundle and fight her way forward. The heat was already terrific. Flames were everywhere, and for one desperate moment, she thought she was beaten and would have to turn back. But when she turned, she lost her bearings and grew sick with panic. She saw flames close by and flung her blankets at them, then began beating at another patch with the rug. Soon she became aware of Betty and her mother, beating with their own blankets. The smoke billowed and briefly thinned, and she glimpsed Rod on the bed where she'd left him, dazed and coughing, as if just coming to 2 brocade curtains were alight. 2 others had burned almost completely, and were falling away. She forced a path to them and flung open the glass doors. The doctor shuddered when she told him this. If the fire had been stronger, the rush of cold air would have been fatal. But the flames were already under control, and the night was damp. Caroline helped a staggering Rod out onto the stone steps, then went back to her mother. The smoke was clearing, but the room was like a small scene from hell, unimaginably hot, lit up at 1,000 points, thick with whirling embers and tongues of fire darting at her face and hands. Mrs. Ayres was coughing and gasping, her hair wild, her nightdress filthy. Betty brought pans of water, and ash, smoke, and smoldering fragments of carpet and blanket turned to black sludge beneath their feet. They worked longer than necessary, beating out patches of flame only to find them glowing again minutes later. They took no chances, methodically pouring water and using pokers and tongs to beat out every ember and spark. All 3 were sick and wheezing from the smoke, their eyes running, leaving pale tear marks on soot-stained cheeks. Soon they were shivering from the drama and from the cold that rushed in the moment the last flame was doused. Rod stayed at the open window, clinging to the frame, still drunk, and given his wartime experience, paralyzed by the sight of flames and choking smoke. He watched wildly as his mother and sister made the room safe. He let himself be helped inside, but by the time they got him to the kitchen and sat him at the table with a blanket around him, he understood how close they'd come to disaster. He clutched his sister's hand, exclaiming that she saw what had happened, what it wanted. It was cleverer than he thought. If she hadn't woken, if she hadn't come, Mrs. Ayres, distressed, asked what he meant, but Caroline, knowing full well, protected her, saying he was still drunk and to please be quiet. Caroline described how her brother had then begun acting like a madman, pressing his palms to his eyes, clutching at his hair, then staring in horror at his fingers. His hair was coated with oil that had turned to gritty tar in the smoke. He wiped his hands compulsively on his blackened shirt, then started coughing and struggling for breath, which sent him into another panic. He reached for Caroline, apologizing over and over, his breath ragged and boozy, his eyes crimson in his sooty face, his shirt soaked with rainwater. He grabbed at his mother with shaking hands, still apologizing. After their ordeal, his behavior was too much. Mrs. Ayres looked at him in horror, then cried out for him to be quiet, her voice breaking. When he kept babbling and weeping, Caroline swung her hand and struck him. She felt the sting in her palm before she even realized what she'd done, then put her hands to her mouth, as startled as if she'd been the one hit. Rod fell silent and covered his face. Mrs. Ayres watched, her shoulders twitching as she caught her breath. Caroline said unsteadily that they were all a little mad, a little crazy, and asked if Betty was there. The girl came forward, pale and soot-streaked. Caroline asked if she was all right, if she was burnt, and Betty whispered no. Reassured, Caroline praised her bravery, told her not to mind her brother, he wasn't himself. None of them were, and asked her to light the boiler and heat water for tea and wash bowls so they could clean off the worst of the muck before going to the bathroom. She told her mother to sit down. Mrs. Ayres looked vague. Caroline helped her into a chair and tucked a blanket around her, but her own limbs trembled, nerveless, as if she'd been lifting impossible weights. She sank heavily into a chair beside her mother. For 5 or 10 minutes, the only sounds were the roars of the stove, the warming water, and the clink of metal as Betty set out bowls and gathered towels. Betty softly helped Mrs. Ayres to the sink, washing her hands, face, and feet, then did the same for Caroline. She looked doubtfully at Rod, but he'd calmed enough to stumble over, moving like a sleepwalker, letting her soap and rinse his hands and wipe his face. His tarry hair resisted washing. She combed it instead, catching the cindery crumbs in newspaper, which she screwed up and set on the draining board. When she finished, he moved aside, dumb, and caught his sister's eye with a mixture of fear and confusion she couldn't bear. She turned away to rejoin her mother. Then something very strange happened. As Caroline took a step toward the table, she saw her brother make a simple movement, raising his hand to his face, she thought, to bite a nail or rub his cheek. At the same moment, Betty turned away from the sink to drop a towel. As she turned back, she gasped. Caroline looked and saw beyond her brother's shoulder more flames. She called out in fear. He turned, saw the fire, and darted away. On the wooden draining board, inches from where he'd stood, was the newspaper Betty had used to catch the cinders from his hair, now a small bundle of fire and smoke. Somehow, impossibly, it had set itself alight. The fire was nothing compared to the inferno in Rod's room. Caroline knocked it into the sink, where it flared and then dwindled, the blackened paper collapsing into fragments. But how had it started? Mrs. Ayres and Caroline looked at each other, unnerved. They asked Betty what she'd seen, and she answered, frightened, that she'd seen nothing, only smoke and yellow flames appearing behind Mr. Roderick's back. Perplexed, they could only conclude doubtfully that a cinder from his hair had still held a spark, and the dry newspaper had revived it. The thought was disturbing. They began glancing nervously about, expecting more flames. Rod, distressed and panicky, cried out when his mother suggested they go back to his room to rake the ashes, insisting they mustn't leave him alone. He was afraid. He couldn't stop it. To keep him from breaking down, they took him with them, found him an undamaged chair where he sat with his legs drawn up, hands at his mouth, eyes darting, while they wearily checked the blackened room. But all was cold, dead, and filthy. They gave up searching just before dawn. The doctor woke an hour or two later, wearied by bad dreams, unaware of the catastrophe that had nearly consumed the hall. He heard nothing of the fire until one of his evening patients mentioned it, having heard from a tradesman who'd been at the house that morning. He didn't believe it at first. It seemed impossible the family wouldn't have sent word. But when another man mentioned it as common knowledge, he telephoned Mrs. Ayres, and she confirmed the whole story, her voice hoarse and tired. He cursed himself for not calling sooner, but he'd been spending an evening a week at the district hospital and couldn't get away. She assured him they were all well, only weary, calling it a little fright. He pictured it as relatively minor, remembering Rod's drunken state, his slop drinks, the lighted spill he'd dropped on the carpet. He assumed Rod had started a small blaze with a cigarette, but even a small fire could produce a lot of smoke, and its effects were often worse a day or two later. He went to bed worried about the family, passing another uneasy night. He drove out the next morning at the end of his round, and found them all suffering. Physically, Betty and Roderick were least affected. She'd stayed by the door, running for water. He'd been lying flat, breathing shallowly while smoke collected above. But Mrs. Ayres was wretched, breathless and weak, confined to her room. Caroline looked ghastly, her throat swollen, hair singed, face and hands marked crimson from embers. She met him at the front door, and the sight of her was so much worse than he'd expected that he put down his bag and took her by the shoulders, staring into her face. She blinked, smiled self-consciously, but her eyes glistened with tears as she joked. She looked like a Guy Fawkes snatched from the bonfire. Turned away coughing, and he urged her inside. Once he'd picked up his bag and joined her. Her cough had subsided, and the tears were gone. He closed the door, shocked by the scent of burning and the hall itself, every surface thickly spotted with soot, as if hung with mourning veils. Caroline hoarsely agreed it was rotten, and led him along the north passage, warning that the smell was everywhere and the soot stuck to everything. The door to Rod's room was ajar, and even before entering, he could see enough to prepare for the devastation. Caroline went in, and for a second he stayed at the threshold, too appalled to follow. Mrs. Baisley, washing down the walls with Betty, met his gaze and nodded grimly, saying he looked like she had when she'd first come in, and this was nothing to how it had been. They'd been wading in filth up to their ankles. The room was cleared of most of its furniture, standing haphazardly on the terrace. The carpet was rolled up, and newspapers laid on the wet, ashy floorboards, turning to gray pulp. The walls ran with ashy water, the paneling scorched and charred, the lattice-work ceiling perfectly black, its mysterious smudges lost forever. The doctor said he couldn't believe it. Unsettled that such a serious thing had happened in his absence, the whole house might have been lost. He asked about Rod, and Caroline gave him an odd look, glancing at Mrs. Baisley, before saying Rod was all right, only wheezy, but most of his things were lost. His chair, desk, and table had taken the worst of it. The doctor looked through the window and saw the desk, its surface blackened and crisp, as if a bonfire had been lit on it, understanding now why there was so much ash. He asked about his papers, and Caroline nodded tiredly, saying they'd been the driest things in the house. A few were spared, but she didn't know what had been lost: plans, maps, deeds, letters, bills, notes from their father. Her voice thickened, and she coughed again. The doctor looked around, seeing new damage with every glance at charred painting, blackened lamps, and asked what they'd do if the room could be saved. She shrugged gloomily. Her mother thought they'd just close it up like the others, since they couldn't afford to restore it. The doctor asked about insurance money. Caroline glanced at Mrs. Baisley and Betty, still scrubbing the walls, and under cover of their brushes' rasp, she quietly told him that Rod had let the insurance payments lapse. They'd just found out. He was shocked, and she explained it had happened months ago as a way to save money. She closed her eyes, slowly shook her head, and moved to the French window, asking him to come outside for a minute. They went down the stone steps, and the doctor surveyed the ruined furniture, the desk, the table, the armchair with its leather gone, springs and horsehair exposed like diseased bones. The sight was bleak, and the cold day made Caroline shiver. He wanted to examine her, Betty and her mother and brother, so he suggested they go back inside to the little parlor. But after a hesitation, she glanced through the open window and drew him further away, coughing again and grimacing as she swallowed. Very quietly, she asked if he'd spoken to her mother yesterday. Had she said anything about how the fire might have started? He replied that Mrs. Ayres had only told him it broke out after they'd all gone to bed, and he'd assumed Rod, drunk, had done something careless with a cigarette. Caroline said they thought the same at first. He was struck by her phrasing and asked what Rod remembered. Nothing, she said. He suggested Rod might have woken later, gone to the fire, lit a spill. She didn't know what to think, and nodded toward the window, asking if he'd noticed the fireplace. The grate was covered with the gray mesh guard, exactly as she'd left it hours before the fire. When she went back in, the grate was dark and undisturbed. But there hadn't been just one fire. There were 5 or 6. He was shocked, calling it a miracle no one was more seriously hurt. But she pressed on, saying that wasn't what she meant. In the Wrens, they'd taught her that fire creeps. It doesn't leap. These were separate small fires, like those started by incendiaries. She pointed to Rod's chair, where flames had broken out in the middle, leaving the legs untouched. The desk and table were the same. She caught up the brocade curtains that had burned free of their rings, slung over the ruined armchair, and showed him how the fire started halfway up, the walls on either side only scorched. It wasn't just carelessness, it looked as if the fires had been set deliberately. Appalled, he asked if she thought Rod had done it. She answered quickly that she didn't know, but she'd been thinking about what he'd told the doctor at his surgery, and the marks on his walls, they were burns, weren't they? It made a horrible kind of sense now. Besides, there was another thing, the odd incident in the kitchen with a newspaper that burst into flame behind Rod's back. They'd all thought it was a cinder, but Caroline had since found a box of kitchen matches on a nearby shelf. It seemed just possible, with no one watching, that Rod could have grabbed one and started the blaze himself. The doctor thought that was too much, suggesting they'd all been through such an ordeal that they might have imagined more flames. She insisted they hadn't imagined it. The flames were real. If Rod didn't start them, what did? That was what scared her, and why she thought it had to be him. He urged calm, asking if there was proof it wasn't an accident. She wasn't sure what would a policeman make of it. Paget's man had been there, smelled the smoke, and looked around before she could stop him. He'd been a fireman in Coventry during the war. She told him some story about an oil heater, but she could see in his face he didn't believe her. He said softly that what she was suggesting was monstrous, to think of Rod cold-heartedly going about the room. She agreed it was horrible, but she didn't believe he'd done it deliberately, hadn't wanted to hurt anyone. But couldn't people do hurtful things without even knowing it? He didn't answer, looking again at the ruined furniture, the desk where Rod had so often pored in despair. He remembered how, hours before the fire, Rod had raged against his father, mother, and the estate, and said with dreadful coyness that tricks were coming. He'd looked from him into the shadows of the room and seen the walls and ceiling swarming with those unnerving black smudges. He passed a hand over his face, saying it was a ghastly business, and he felt responsible. Caroline asked why, and he said he should never have left her brother alone. He'd let them all down. He asked where Rod was now, and what he said. Her look grew odd again. They'd put him upstairs in his old room, but they couldn't get anything sensible out of him. He was in dreadful shape. They could rely on Betty, but didn't want Mrs. Baisley to see him. They didn't want anyone to see him if they could help it. The Rossiters had called yesterday, and she'd sent them away in case he made a fuss. It wasn't shock, it was something else. Her mother had taken his cigarettes and locked him in. He couldn't believe it. She explained that her mother had been thinking about the fire, like she had. At first, they'd thought it was an accident, but his behavior and words made it clear something else was going on. She'd had to tell her mother about the other things. Now she was afraid of what he might do next. She turned away, coughing uncontrollably, having spoken too long and feelingly in the cold. She looked weary and ill. He took her to the little parlor and examined her, then went upstairs to check on her mother and brother. He went to Mrs. Ayres first. She was propped against pillows, swathed in bed jackets and shawls, her long hair loose, her face pale and pinched. She was clearly glad to see him, asking hoarsely if he could believe this new calamity. She felt her family must be cursed, wondering what they'd done and whom they'd angered. He said they'd had more than their share of bad luck. She coughed, leaning forward and sinking back, but held his gaze, asking if he'd seen Roderick's room and the desk and chair. He moved the stethoscope, listening at her back, then put it away and nodded. She pressed him on what he made of them, and he admitted he didn't know. She said she thought he did, and confessed she'd never imagined living to be afraid of her own son. She kept picturing flames every time she closed her eyes. Another fit of coughing overtook her, and he held her shoulders until it subsided, giving her water and a handkerchief. She fell back, flushed and exhausted. He told her she was talking too much, but she insisted she had to speak. She had no one to discuss this with but Caroline, and they'd been talking in circles. She told him extraordinary things yesterday, that Roderick had been behaving like a madman, that his room had been burned before, that she'd shown him the marks. He shifted uncomfortably, admitting she'd shown him something. She asked why he hadn't come to her, and he explained. They hadn't wanted to unsettle her, to spare her if they could. If he'd had any idea Rod's condition would lead to this, things might have been different. Her expression grew unhappier as she repeated his word, condition, realizing he knew Rod was ill. He confessed he knew Rod wasn't well, had suspected he was far from well, but he'd made him a promise. She asked if Rod had told him a tale about the house, about something in it wishing him harm. He hesitated, and she earnestly begged him to be honest. So he said yes, it was true, and recounted everything: Rod's panic in his dispensary, his bizarre story, his sulkiness and temper, the threats in his words. She listened in silence, reaching out and blindly catching his hand. Her fingernails were ridged and elderly, still dirty with soot, her knuckles scarred from embers. Her grip tightened as he spoke, and when he finished, she looked bewildered, calling Rod her poor dear boy. She'd had no idea. He was never strong like his father, but to think of his mind giving way like this. She asked if he'd really spoken so harshly against hundreds, and against her. He said that was why he'd hesitated to tell her Rod hadn't been himself, had hardly known what he was saying. She seemed not to hear, asking if it could be true that he hated them all so much, if that was why this had happened. He insisted it was clearly the strain, the house, the farm, the aftershock of his accident, his time in the service. But she looked more bewildered than ever, clutching his fingers and asking, anguished, if she was to blame. The question, charged with such raw anguish, surprised him. He assured her she wasn't to blame, but she pressed on, insisting she was his mother. This was his home. It wasn't natural or right. She must have failed him somehow. She lowered her eyes, ashamed, and wondered if something had gotten in the way of her feelings for him when he was a boy, some shadow of upset or grief. Her voice flattened as she reminded him she'd once had another child before Caroline and Roderick, her little girl, Susan. He nodded, offering his sympathy, but she acknowledged it with a gesture that dismissed it, as if it had no bearing on her grief. She spoke matter-of-factly, saying Susan had been her one true love. She'd never expected to fall in love with her own child, but they'd been like sweethearts. When Susan died, she felt for a long time that she might as well have died with her. Perhaps she had. People had told her the best way to get over a child's loss was to start another quickly. Her mother, mother-in-law, aunts, sister. When Caroline was born, they said a little girl would remind her of the lost one. She must try again for a boy. A mother always loves her sons. And after Roderick, they told her not to complain. She had a fine home, a husband who'd come through the war, 2 healthy children. She coughed, wiping her eyes. He said it had been hard for her. She said harder for her children. He argued that love couldn't be weighed and measured, and she acknowledged he might be right. She did love her children truly, but that love had seemed dull and half alive because she herself had been half alive. Caroline, she thought, hadn't been harmed by it, but Roderick was sensitive. Could he have grown up feeling a falseness in her and hated her for it? He thought of Rod's words on the night of the fire, how he'd said he and Caroline had disappointed their mother simply by being born, but her expression was so anguished, and he'd already told her so much. What good would sharing that do? He took her hand again, and firmly said she was being fanciful, ill and tired. One upset summoned up others. She looked into his face, wanting to believe him, and he insisted she mustn't brood on the past. The issue now was how to get Rod well. She feared it was too deep, that he couldn't be cured. He said of course he could, but she shook her head, coughing again, insisting they couldn't care for him here. She and Caroline lacked the strength, and they'd been through this before. She suggested a nurse, but she didn't believe one could cope. Her gaze moved from his, and she guiltily mentioned that Caroline had told her he'd spoken of a hospital. He admitted he'd hoped to persuade Rod to admit himself to a specialist private nursing home for mental disorders, discreetly located in Birmingham, but the fees would be hefty, even with Rod's disability pension. Perhaps a reliable nurse at hundreds would be better. She said she was frightened. A nurse could only do so much. Suppose Rod started another fire. Next time he might burn the hall down, kill himself, his sister, or the servants. Imagine the inquiries, policemen, newspapermen, not like the business with Jip. As far as anyone knew, the fire was an accident, and Rod had the worst of it. If they sent him away now, they could say it was simply to recover from the Warwickshire winter. She asked him to help, as their friend and doctor. He saw the sense in her words, conscious he'd already dragged his heels with near-disastrous results. Getting Rod away from the estate couldn't hurt. He'd wanted that from the start. But there was a difference between encouraging him and packing him off by force. He said it was an option, but he'd need a second opinion, and they shouldn't act too hastily. This incident might jolt Rod out of his delusion. She whispered that he hadn't seen him yet, with that odd look of Caroline's, and he admitted he hadn't. She told him to go speak to him now and come back, then reached into her bedside drawer and drew out a key. Reluctantly, he held out his hand. The room they'd put Rod in was the bedroom he'd had as an older child, where he'd slept during school holidays and leaves from the Air Force before his smash. It was just around the landing from his mother's, and it was horrible to think of him being in there all this time, horrible to tap at his door and brightly call his name, then put the key to the lock like a jailer when he didn't answer. He flinched as he opened the door, bracing for anger or abuse, but what he found was far worse. The curtains were half drawn, the room gloomy. Rod sat in bed in boyish striped pajamas and an old blue dressing gown, watching him approach, keeping very still. He had one hand at his mouth, fingers loosely fisted, rapidly flicking at his lip with his thumbnail. Even in the poor light he looked unwell. His face was greasy yellowish white, his eyes swollen and sore. There were traces of soot in his pores and unwashed hair. His cheeks were unshaven with patchy stubble around his scars, his mouth pale, lips drawn. He smelled of smoke, perspiration, and sour breath. Under the bed was a recently used chamber pot. He kept his eyes on the doctor but didn't answer when spoken to. Only when the doctor sat beside him, opened his bag, and gently parted his dressing gown and pajama top to put the stethoscope to his chest. Did he break his silence, asking, "Can you hear it?" The doctor drew him forward to listen to his back, and asked what he meant. Rod's mouth was close to his ear, saying the doctor knew what. The doctor insisted all he knew was that Rod had breathed in smoke, and he wanted to be sure he wasn't hurt. Rod said it wouldn't hurt him, he didn't want that anymore. The doctor told him to be quiet, and listened, finding his heart thumping and his chest tight, but no stickiness or deadness in his lungs. He settled him back, and refastened his clothes. Rod let him, but his gaze moved away, and he returned to flicking at his lip. The doctor asked what he remembered about the fire. No one seemed to know how it started. Rod seemed not to listen, then grew peevish, saying he'd already told everyone he didn't remember anything, just the doctor being there, Betty coming, Caroline putting him to bed. He thought he'd had a dream. The doctor pressed, asking what kind of dream he might have dreamed. He got up, tried to light a cigarette or candle. Rod's hand grew still, and he looked at the doctor in disbelief, asking if he was trying to make out it was all an accident. The doctor admitted he didn't know what to think yet. Rod grew excited, saying even Caroline could see it wasn't an accident. There were lots of fires, and those marks in his room were little fires too, fires that didn't take. The doctor said they didn't know that for sure. Rod insisted he knew. He'd known that night he'd told the doctor a trick was coming. Why had he left him alone? Couldn't he see he wasn't strong enough? He was shifting around, as if he could hardly control his movements, like a man with delirium tremens. He reached for the doctor's arm, asking what if Caroline hadn't come in time. The whole house might have burnt down. His sister, mother, Betty. The doctor told him to calm down, but Rod cried out that he was practically a murderer. The doctor said, "Don't be foolish," but Rod insisted that's what they were saying. The doctor said no one was saying anything. Rod twisted his sleeve, repeating that he'd thought he could keep the thing at bay, stop the infection, but he was too weak. The infection had been too long inside him, changing him, making him like it. He thought he was keeping it away from Mother and Caroline, but all this time it had been working through him as a way to get at them. The doctor drew away to reach for his bag, and Rod saw him bringing out a tub of tablets. He cried out, hitting the tub away, asking if the doctor was trying to help it. If that was what he was doing, he mustn't go to sleep. The blow and the obvious madness in his words and expression frightened the doctor, but looking at Rod's swollen eyes, he asked if he hadn't been sleeping since the night before last, and took hold of his wrist. His pulse was still racing. The doctor watched Roderick pull himself free, his refusal hanging in the air between them. He understood the boy's terror, but pressed him again about the need for sleep, trying to reason with him. Roderick confessed he was too afraid to close his eyes, then lowered his voice and described a horrifying sound he had heard the previous night, something scratching at his door, trying to get in. The worst part, he revealed, was realizing the sound had actually come from within himself, a thing trying to claw its way out of his own body. He stressed that it was waiting, and that being locked in was meaningless if he surrendered to unconsciousness. He trailed off, his gaze fixed on the doctor with a look of what he seemed to feel was profound understanding, then drew up his knees and retreated into a nervous tick, picking at his lip. The doctor left the bed to retrieve the scattered pills, and found his own hands were shaking. The full, terrible weight of Roderick's mental state finally crashed down on him. He stood and stared at the young man, then let his gaze wander around the room. He saw the sad remnants of a different life. The adventure books on the shelf, the sporting trophies and model airplanes, the Air Force charts marked with a boyish scrawl. How could such a bright young man have come to this? It seemed impossible. The doctor felt a sudden conviction that his mother was right. That simple stress could not account for such a complete collapse. There had to be something else at the root of it, a hidden clue he was unable to see. He returned to the bedside and looked into Roderick's face, but ultimately had to look away, defeated. He told him he had to leave, expressing his regret, and asked if he should send Caroline. Roderick refused. The doctor then asked if there was anything he could do for him. Considering the question, Roderick's manner abruptly shifted, becoming polite and apologetic, like the boy the doctor had just been imagining. He asked for a cigarette, something he wasn't allowed to have alone, and pleaded with the doctor to stay while he smoked it. The doctor gave him one and lit it, watching as Roderick flinched away from the flame. He sat with him while he smoked it through, his breathing ragged. When he finished, he handed over the stub for the doctor to dispose of, then anxiously checked that the doctor hadn't left the matches behind, forcing him to perform a deliberate pantomime of returning the box to his pocket before he would let him go. Then, in the most heartbreaking gesture of all, Roderick insisted on accompanying him to the door to make sure it was locked behind him. The doctor had to step out twice, the first time to empty his chamber pot. Each time, Roderick demanded the key be turned on him. When the doctor returned, he found Roderick hovering on the other side of the door, disturbed. On his second and final exit, the doctor tried to shake his hand, but found his grip lifeless, and his gaze sliding away. He closed and locked the door with deliberate care, but as he walked away, he heard the lock creak and turned back to see the handle twisting in its socket. Roderick was making absolutely sure he was trapped. The sight of that was perhaps the most upsetting of all. He took the key back to Roderick's mother. Seeing the shock and distress on his face, they sat in silence before beginning to discuss, in low, dismal tones, the arrangements for his removal to a clinic. The process proved surprisingly simple. He called on his partner, David Graham, to confirm Roderick was beyond ordinary help, and then the clinic's director, Dr. Warren, came from Birmingham to examine him and bring the paperwork. By the Sunday following the fire, Roderick had gone 4 sleepless nights, violently refusing sedation and passing into a near-hysterical state. The doctor was relieved, and even dismayed to find him pathetically grateful when told he was to be committed. He clung to Warren's hand and begged him to watch over him, a desperate plea that raised a troubling question of blame. His mother, still weak but dressed to receive the specialist, witnessed the scene. Distressed by the sight of her son, the doctor took her downstairs to join Caroline in the little parlor. Warren joined them shortly after. He expressed his sorrow and noted from Roderick's records a history of nervous depression, but no prior sign of such severe mental imbalance, and asked if there had been a recent loss or shock. The doctor had already detailed the case in a letter, and it was clear Warren shared his feeling that something was missing. No healthy young man could have declined so fast without a deeper cause. They reiterated Roderick's delusions, his panics, the strange marks on his walls, and the crushing burdens of his life as a landowner. Warren admitted they might never find the real root, but confirmed the doctor was prepared to put him in his care, and that his mother was willing. He then decided to take him immediately, citing the driver's availability and the fact that keeping him at home was doing more harm than good. He seemed ready to go. While Warren and the doctor handled the paperwork, the women prepared Roderick and his things. When they brought him down, he moved like an old man, his clothes hanging on his painfully thin frame, his limp as bad as ever. Caroline had tried to shave him, leaving cuts on his chin. He asked the doctor if he was really going with Warren, his dark eyes darting. The doctor confirmed it, and took him to the window to show him the waiting car, its driver beside it. For a moment, Roderick looked at the vehicle with boyish curiosity, even asking Warren a question about the engine, seeming almost himself again, causing the doctor a fleeting, dizzying doubt. But it was too late. He grew edgy as they said their goodbyes, returning his sister's embrace warmly and shaking the doctor's hand, but when his mother kissed him, his eyes started darting again. He asked for Betty, and grew so agitated that Caroline was sent to fetch her. The girl stood shyly before him, He gave her a jerky nod and told her to keep his room neat in his absence. She promised she would. His mother called an end to the exchange, and the girl slipped away. But Roderick watched her go, fumbling in his pockets, as if looking for a coin. His brow creased, afraid of another outburst. The doctor and Warren led him out to the car. He got in without fuss. The doctor remained on the steps with the women as the car drove out of sight, and the ordeal was over. The assistant's next words hit the doctor with an unexpected weight. While Roderick hadn't shown much visible progress, the real problem, he was told with some embarrassment, was that the family's visits were actively hindering his recovery. Roderick remained fixated on the idea that he was a threat to them, and the exhausting effort of keeping that supposed danger in check was draining him. Without the constant reminder of home, he was a different person, much brighter, and the staff had all observed the same pattern. Standing in the clinic office, the doctor could see Mrs. Ayres and Caroline below, bundled against the cold as they trudged back to the car. He offered to try to dissuade them from coming in future, and to make the trips alone. The assistant, however, offered a cigarette from a box on the desk, and then delivered the harder truth: Roderick would likely prefer it if they all stayed away for a while. The visits brought the past back too vividly, and they had to consider his future. The doctor, his hand hovering over the offered cigarettes, protested, citing his role as Roderick's physician and their friendship. The assistant apologetically explained that the request had actually come from Roderick himself, who had specifically asked to be left alone for a time. The doctor, deflated, declined the cigarette. He said his goodbyes and crossed the courtyard to rejoin the women, taking them home. In the weeks that followed, while they wrote regularly to Roderick and received occasional spiritless replies, none of his letters encouraged another visit. His room at Hundreds, with its charred walls and blackened ceiling, was simply shut up, and since Mrs. Ayres now frequently woke in the night, breathless and coughing, in need of medicine or steam, Roderick's old schoolboy bedroom was given over to Betty. Mrs. Ayres explained the change wheezily, saying it made more sense to have the girls sleep near them, especially since she had been so loyal through their troubles, and the basement was too lonely. Betty was delighted, but the doctor found himself faintly unsettled by the move. When he looked into the room soon after, he felt unnerved. The Air Force charts, the trophies, the boyish books had all been put away, and Betty's few poor possessions, her petticoats, a cheap hairbrush, sentimental postcards tacked to the wall, were somehow enough to transform the space. Meanwhile, the north side of the hall, once described by Caroline as the men's side, went practically unvisited. The rooms there felt dead, and soon it was eerily as though Roderick had never been master of the house at all, having vanished as completely as poor Jip before him. With Roderick's removal, the house entered a distinct new phase. The already overstretched finances were hit hard by the clinic fees, forcing drastic economies. The generator was now routinely turned off for days at a time, plunging the hall into near total darkness on the doctor's wintry visits. A brass lantern left for him by the front door would guide his way through the smoke-scented passages, the walls seeming to dance into the soft light and then recede into shadow. In the little parlor, Mrs. Ayres and Caroline would be huddled by candles and oil lamps, reading or sewing, the room a tiny island of radiance against the surrounding inkiness. When they rang, Betty would appear with an old-fashioned candlestick, looking wide-eyed like a character from a nursery rhyme. They all endured the new conditions with astonishing fortitude. Betty, used to such things from her upbringing, seemed to have settled into her place in the household, the dramas having fixed her there even as they had shaken Roderick out of his. Caroline claimed to like the darkness, saying the house wasn't designed for electricity anyway, and that they were living in it as intended. But the doctor could see through the bravado, and he was bothered by how reduced she and her mother had become. His visits had fallen off during the worst of Rod's illness, but now he began going to the hall once or twice a week, often bringing small gifts of groceries or coal, sometimes pretending they were from patients. As Christmas approached, a day always awkward for him as a bachelor, he had planned to spend it with a former colleague. But Mrs. Ayres made it clear she was expecting him to dine with them, and he was touched. He made his apologies to his friends, and the three of them enjoyed a subdued dinner at the long mahogany table, serving themselves, while Betty spent the holiday with her parents. But Roderick's absence created another effect. Gathered around that table, none of them could forget the last time they had sat there, hours before the fire, when Rod had cast such a brooding shadow. A guilty sense of relief at his removal was undeniable. He was missed keenly, and the hall was muted and lifeless. But life was undeniably less tense. For all his obsessing over the estate, his absence made astonishingly little difference to its management. Things continued to stagger along, even more smoothly. Caroline ordered new reports to replace those lost in the fire, learned the true state of the finances, and had a frank talk with her mother. They instituted the grim new economies, and Caroline ruthlessly began selling off pictures, books, and furniture that had been sentimentally retained. Most drastically, she continued negotiations for the sale of Parkland. The deal was struck at New Year, and within days the developer, Bab, was on the site with surveyors. Digging began, pipes and foundations were laid, and a section of the boundary wall was demolished. From the road, one could now stare directly across the parkland to the hall itself, which seemed more remote and oddly vulnerable. Caroline clearly felt the same way. She confided to him one day in January that she and her mother felt horribly exposed, like a bad dream. Rod was no better, and no one knew when he might be fit to return. The sale money would see them through the winter, and by spring the water pipe would be laid to the farm. She rubbed her tired eyes, gazing at a desk smothered in estate correspondence. She described the business as a creeping ivy. For every letter she sent, they wanted 2 more copies, and she had started dreaming in triplicate. He warned her she was starting to sound like her brother. She was startled by the comparison, but it helped her understand better why the business had so consumed him. She offered her bare forearm and told him to pinch her if she ever sounded like that again. He reached for her wrist, but instead of pinching, he shook it gently, struck by its leanness. A surge of feeling for her caught him off guard, and he told her seriously to be careful, not to take on too much, and to let him help. She pulled her hand free, self-consciously folding her arms, and admitted she didn't know how they would have managed without him. He told her he hoped to be her friend, not just her doctor. She agreed, but asked why he would want such a nuisance. He said he liked his nuisances, and that he worried about her in particular. She laughed, insisting she was always all right, but he wasn't convinced, and he noticed how tired she looked. He had been meaning to ask her something for weeks, and finally, in a rush, he suggested she get another dog. Her expression shut down. She turned away, refusing. He mentioned a lovely retriever and pup, but she wouldn't entertain the idea. He gently insisted it wouldn't mean she was replacing Jip. She shook her head, saying it wasn't that. It wouldn't feel safe, she explained, but not for her or her mother. He was confused, and she had to clarify she meant for the dog. She was being silly, she said, but she couldn't help thinking about Roddy and everything he had said about the house. They had packed him off to the clinic, which was easier than listening. She had almost hated him in those final weeks. But what if it was their hatred, their refusal to listen, that had made him so ill? She tugged at her jersey cuffs, her thumbs finding a hole in the wool. Sometimes the house itself seemed changed to her, and she couldn't tell if it was the way she felt about it, or the way it felt about her. She caught his eye, afraid he would think her crazy. He assured her he could never think that, but understood how the house and farm could make her feel gloomy. She repeated the word, and asked if that was really all it was. He said it was, that things would be different in spring. But then she asked if it was really worth persevering with hundreds at all, and the question shocked him. He asked if she didn't think so, but her mother entered then, coughing, and the conversation was lost. Mrs. Ayres, pale and delicate, looked worn from her winter bronchitis. She confirmed they had heard again from Warren, with no good news, and the 3 of them fell back into discussing the grim topics of the building work and the estate. Her voice soon failed, and she got up to search through papers on her writing table, frustrated by her silence. Caroline watched her, asking what she was looking for. Mrs. Ayres was peering into an envelope, seemingly ignoring the question, and complained about the council's nonsense and the government's talk of paper shortages. When pressed, she explained she was looking for her sister Sissy's last letter to show it to the doctor. Caroline rose and informed her. It wasn't there anymore, that she had moved it. She fetched it from a cabinet and handed it over. Mrs. Ayres returned to her chair, settling herself while a shawl slipped, its long fringe beginning to trail. As she went to read it, she realized she had mislaid her reading glasses, whispering her exasperation. They all began searching under cushions, in drawers, peering around, but to no avail. Caroline rang for Betty, and despite her mother's protests that she knew exactly where she had last put them, sent the girl up to look. Betty returned quickly, having found them on a pillow in her mistress's room. Mrs. Ayres stared at them for a moment before taking them, turning her head in disgust and muttering that this was what it meant to be old. Caroline laughed, but the doctor sensed it was forced. Mrs. Ayres continued, imagining she might end up like her Aunt Dodo, who had a pet monkey to carry her things around for her. Caroline offered to find her one, but Mrs. Ayres said such a thing would be prevented by some society or other now, and even joked that monkeys probably had the vote in India. Her breathlessness had passed, and she put on the glasses, opening the letter to read the relevant passage. It was advice from a Conservative MP about the breaking up of old estates, offering only the grim counsel that rural landowners would face nothing but penalties under the current government and should simply sit tight and wait for the next election. Caroline scoffed, saying that was all right for those with belts, but what about those who didn't even have a buckle? If they could hibernate for a few years in the hope of a gallant Conservative government appearing, that would be fair enough, but they would be sunk if they did nothing for another year. She almost wished the council wanted more of their land, as 50 more houses would probably just about pay off their debts. They discussed this in a dispirited way until Betty brought in the tea, and then they fell silent. Mrs. Ayres still struggled for breath, and Caroline kept glancing at the writing table, her mind on the failing estate. The doctor sat with his cup, light and warm in his hands, and found himself looking around the room, thinking back to his first visit. He remembered Jip lying on the floor and Rod reaching to pick up his mother's scarf. Now both were gone. The French window was closed against the bitter weather, a screen bolted across it to keep out drafts, cutting out daylight. The room still had the sour scent of burning, and the plaster walls were marked with greasy-looking soot stains. It also smelled of damp wool from Caroline's clothes drying by the fire. He couldn't imagine Mrs. Ayres 6 months ago, allowing the room to be used as a laundry. He looked at the tanned, handsome woman who had stepped in from the garden that July, and looked at her now, coughing and sighing in her mismatched shawls, and saw how much she had changed. He glanced at Caroline and saw her looking at her mother with an anxious expression. Their gazes met, and she blinked. She declared how dreary they all were, and went to the window, saying the rain was easing off, and that she would go down to the building work before it got dark. She explained. She went nearly every day now, working through the building schedule Bab had given her, and that he and she were great friends. He reminded her that she had wanted it fenced off, but she admitted there was a morbid fascination to it, like a grisly wound you couldn't help lifting the bandage from. She got her coat and hat from the clothes horse and asked him to come with her. He had time, but he was tired, and didn't relish the walk. He also felt it was rude to leave her mother. Mrs. Ayres, however, encouraged him to go, saying she would like a man's opinion of the work, so he agreed. Caroline rang for their outdoor things. They built up the fire and saw Mrs. Ayres settled, then left directly from the little parlor, hopping over the screen at the French window and going down the flying stone steps to strike off across the south lawn. The damp grass soaked their shoes, and they walked on tiptoe, awkwardly joining hands, and then separating once they reached a drier path. The wind was solid, but they walked briskly, Caroline setting the pace, her hands in her pockets, and her coat pulled tight, showing the flare of her figure. Her cheeks pinked from the cold, and her badly tucked hair blew in dry, demented locks. She was not at all breathless, having shaken off the effects of the fire, and the doctor thought she looked robust and powerful. Her pleasure in the walk was infectious, and he began to warm up and enjoy the cold air. They spotted snowdrops and crocus buds among the tangle of green, but ahead they could see the breach in the wall and the muddy ground where men moved with barrows and spades. The doctor saw the true scale of the work. The grass snake field was gone, replaced by raw earth, parceled off by poles and channels. They approached one of the trenches, being filled in with rubble from the demolished park wall. He expressed his dismay, and Caroline agreed it was horrible, as if hundreds was being chewed up and spat out in nasty little lumps. Maurice Babb, the builder, came over to them. He was a short, barrel-chested man in his early 50s, clever and boastful, who had pulled himself up from laboring stock without the help of a patron. He raised his hat to Caroline and offered the doctor a warm, plump hand. He said he knew she would be down, and that she'd put his foreman to shame. The doctor smiled, saying he could believe it. Caroline, slightly blushing, said the doctor was wondering how the work was getting on. Babb was glad to show it, especially to a medical man, and mentioned how the sanitary inspector had praised the air and drainage. He gestured with his thick arm, explaining the layout: 6 houses, a break at the curve of the road, and then 6 more, built semi-detached in red brick to match the hall. He offered his hand to guide her, and Caroline, though she didn't need the help, obligingly let him lead her over the trench. They moved to a spot where the work was more advanced, and Babb explained the layout of each house in detail, then stepped into one of the squared-off spaces to sketch the rooms it would contain: the lounge, the fitted kitchen with its gas stove, the indoor bathroom. The patch looked barely the size of a boxing ring, but apparently people had already been coming out to ask how to get their names down. He boasted of being offered bribes to pull strings, and confided that the list was already filled months ago. His own nephew, Dougie, and his wife had their names down, and he hoped they got it, describing their cramped living conditions and how one of these houses would be perfect for them, with a garden and a chain-link fence. He also mentioned the Lidcote bus would be rerouted along the Barnbridge Road starting in June. He ran on until his foreman called him away, then offered his hand again and left them. Caroline moved to watch another man, but the doctor stayed in the concrete space, standing where the kitchen window would be, looking back across the park to the hall. It was clearly visible in the distance, and he realized it would be very visible indeed from the upper floor of this house. He could also see how the flimsy fences at the back would do nothing to keep the children of the 24 families out of the park. He joined Caroline, and they chatted with the man she had been watching. He was a cousin of the doctor's, Tom Pritchett, who had shared a desk with him as a boy. They had been friends, but the friendship soured when the doctor went to Leamington College, and for a time Tom and his brother had persecuted him. Tom had since married twice, his first wife and child dying, and had 2 grown-up sons in Coventry. He told them, in a thick Warwickshire accent, that his sons had factory jobs and were bringing home a wage of over £20 more, the doctor thought, than the heiresses had to live on in a month. Tom removed his cap to speak to Caroline, but looked shyly at the doctor, giving him an awkward nod. The doctor knew it was strange for him to call him doctor, but impossible to use his Christian name or address him as sir. He said goodbye, and Caroline added her warm farewell, saying she was glad his boys were doing well. The doctor suddenly wished she wasn't wearing that ridiculous hat. They turned back toward the hall, walking in silence, following their dark footprints. Both were thoughtful. Caroline finally spoke, praising Babb and the houses, saying they would be good for his poorer patients. He agreed, listing the improvements. She then said she would as soon move into one of those little brick boxes as live in their old cowshed, and asked what a fitted kitchen was anyway. He explained. It had no nasty gaps or odd corners, and she said it would have no character either, asking who would want a life without gaps and odd corners. He replied that it was possible to have too many, and added, almost as an afterthought, that his mother would have been glad of a house like that, and if he had been born a different sort of boy, she might well be living in one with his father. She asked what he meant, and he told her, with growing bitterness, about the struggle his parents had to keep up with the scholarships and grants that got him through school, the debts, the grim economies, his father working extra hours, his mother taking in sewing and laundry when she was barely strong enough to lift the wet clothes. He realized he had never even noticed she was ill. He learned to be ashamed of them, never took friends home, and once, in front of a customer, had called his father a fool. He stopped. She waited, then gently said they must have been very proud of him. He shrugged, saying pride doesn't make for happiness. They would have been better off if he had been like his cousins. She frowned, swiping at the ground, and admitted she had thought he must hate them, her mother, her brother, and herself on his parents' behalf. He was astonished. She said it now sounded as though he hated himself. He didn't answer, and they walked on, growing awkward. The day was sliding into evening, and they quickened their pace, leaving their dark trail for drier ground and approaching the house by a different route, arriving at an old ha-ha that was so collapsed. He suggested it was more of a boo-hoo. The comment made her smile. They struggled through the ditch and tiptoed across waterlogged lawn. His smooth-soled shoes nearly caused him to do the splits, and she laughed properly at that, her cheeks flushing. They went around to the garden door, wiping their muddy shoes. The hall was unlit, and moving towards it was like stepping into shadow, as if its sheer walls were drawing the last light from the afternoon. She paused, looking up, and he saw lines of tiredness reappearing in her face. She said she hated the short days and wished Roddy were there. Her mother was a darling, but sometimes seemed to be growing sillier, and she feared she didn't always keep patience. She missed the nonsense fun she and Rod used to have before he got ill. He said it wouldn't be long before he was back. She wished they could see him, but Dr. Warren said he liked the isolation. He agreed that Dr. Warren should know, and she conceded, her voice trailing off. He encouraged her to give it more time, repeating his belief that spring would change everything. She nodded briskly, wanting to believe it, then kicked her shoes against the mat, and with a reluctant sigh, headed back into the cold, gloomy house to rejoin her mother. A day or two later, the doctor found himself recalling that sigh as he made arrangements for the district hospital dance. It was an annual fundraiser, not taken very seriously except by the younger set, but the local doctors and their families liked to attend. That year, it was his and Graham's turn to go, while the locum and a partner stayed on call. As a bachelor, he could bring guests, and months earlier he had thought of asking Mrs. Ayres. But with her still unwell, he considered inviting Caroline instead, for the sake of an evening away from hundreds. He dithered, unsure if she would see it as a work-stew and be appalled, but he had forgotten her ironic streak. When he finally called, she was delighted, and he cautioned her about the odd nature of the event, where women usually outnumbered men. She envisioned the nurses as pink and hysterical, asking if matron would get drunk and disgrace herself with the surgeons. He told her to steady on, or there would be no surprises. Her laughter and pleasure were clear even over the phone, and he was glad he had asked. He wondered if she had other motives, but she spoke of the evening, as if they would be a pair of elderly lookers-on. When he picked her up, she was dressed unshowily in an olive sleeveless gown, her hair loose, her throat and hands bare, her face almost free of makeup. They left Mrs. Ayres in the little parlor, apparently content to have an evening to herself with a tray of old letters. The doctor still felt awkward leaving her alone, but Caroline reassured him that Betty would sit with her for hours, that they had even started playing board games together, drafts and Halma, betting ha'pennies, with her mother letting Betty win. She found it queer, as their mother had never played games with them as children. She yawned, drawing her coat against the cold, and they fell into companionable silence during the 30-minute drive to Leamington. Once at the hospital, they both perked up. The dance was in a lecture hall cleared of furniture, with colored lamps and bunting, and a band playing. They headed for the bar but were intercepted by colleagues, Bland and Rickett, who had spiked their punch with brandy. The doctor introduced them to Caroline, and they chatted briefly. When they moved on, the doctor steered her away from the bar traffic. He was soon hailed again, this time by a consultant who wanted his opinion on a therapeutic process, and he had to stop for 10 or 15 minutes, neglecting Caroline. She took rapid sips from her cup, gazing around, but looked at him, as if seeing him in a new way. After the consultant left, she remarked that he was quite the somebody here. He laughed it off, saying he was a nobody, and she said they could be nobodies together. She noted how all the nurses had arrived in a flock, just as she had pictured, and admitted that so many people telling her she was cut out for nursing had put her off, which was why she joined the Wrens. He asked if she missed service life. She nodded, saying she had missed it badly at first. She liked the routines, the singular ways of doing things, and had planned to go to Italy or Singapore after the war before she was pulled back to hundreds. She was jostled, slopping her drink, and the band grew louder, making it harder to talk. He offered to find her someone to dance with, but she declined, especially not a surgeon, saying she would feel he was sizing her up for the knife. Men hated dancing with tall women anyway, she said, and asked if he would dance with her. He agreed. They finished their drinks and moved to the floor, and during the awkward moment of joining the jostling crowd, she said she hated this bit, like hurling herself onto a paternoster lift. He told her to close her eyes and guided her out. Finding the rhythm, she opened her eyes, impressed, and wondered how they would get off again. He said not to worry yet. She noted they would have to wait for the slow numbers, and complimented his dancing. He said she danced well too, she confessed. She loved to dance, had done so madly during the war, and remembered dancing with her father, who was tall enough to make her feel not so tall. Rod had been hopeless, complaining she heaved him about. She asked if she was heaving him about, and if she was talking too much, which put some men off. He said she could talk as much as she liked. He was delighted to see her so relaxed and mobile in his arms, feeling her full bosom and the solid push of her hips. Her hand was sticky from the spilled punch, and he caught the scent of brandy on her mouth. He realized she was slightly drunk, and he might be too, but he felt a rush of fondness for her. She asked why he was grinning, pretending to check for a contest number on his back, then spotted Dr. Seeley and asked him to spin her around to see his bow tie and buttonhole. He turned, seeing the large man with a polka-dotted tie and a fleshy orchid, dancing with his wife. He said Seeley thought he was Oscar Wilde. Caroline laughed, imagining he was, and remembered the girls calling him the octopus when they were young. She asked him to guide her away where Seeley couldn't see them and to keep to the edge of the floor while he dished out the gossip. He chided her, joking that he was beginning to understand Roderick's complaint about being heaved about. She laughed, telling him to keep to the edge so he could point out the hospital personalities and dish out the scandals. They stayed on the floor for 2 or 3 more songs, and he did his best to identify people and offer mild gossip. When the music shifted to a waltz and the crowd thinned, they moved back to the bar for more punch. The hall was warming up, and he spotted David Graham arriving with Anne, leaning close to her. He asked if she would mind seeing him, given their last meeting at Hundreds. She gave a tight shake of her head, saying she had guessed he would be there. The awkwardness of the Grahams' arrival was soon dispelled when it turned out their guest's married daughter, Brenda, was an old friend of Caroline's. They greeted each other warmly. Brenda was blonde and worldly-looking, and the doctor was both pleased and vaguely sorry for her arrival, as it seemed to draw a line between the older and younger guests. Caroline and Brenda stood apart, smoking, then linked arms, and headed to the ladies. When they returned, the Graham party had claimed him and found a table with a couple of bottles of Algerian wine. Caroline and Brenda were given cups but wouldn't sit, preferring to stand and watch the dance floor, Brenda swinging her hips to the music. The tunes picked up, and they both wanted to dance. Caroline asked if he minded, explaining Brenda wanted to introduce her to some people. He encouraged her to go, and she promised not to be long. Graham remarked it was good to see her out enjoying herself, and the doctor agreed. Graham then asked if they saw a lot of each other. The doctor said he called in whenever he could. Graham asked about the brother, and the doctor gave him the latest report from Warren. They moved on to other patients, then to a debate about the health service with the Stratford man, which grew lively. Every so often the doctor would look for Caroline on the dance floor. She and Brenda would return for more wine, and he would ask if he was neglecting her. She would shake her head, telling him not to be silly. Later, he asked Anne if she thought Caroline was all right, feeling he had abandoned her. Anne said something that didn't quite carry over the music, then assured him Brenda was looking after her. At 11:30, a Paul Jones was announced, and they were persuaded to join the migration to the floor. He looked for Caroline and saw her pulled into the women's circle. He hoped to coincide with her at the breaks, but with every reshuffle they were tugged apart. He saw her smile and stumble, and once she grimaced at him as she flew past. The next time she was laughing, her loose hair clinging to her damp face. Finally she finished near him, and he moved to claim her, but was beaten by Jim Seeley, who led her off in a slow foxtrot. He danced that number with a younger nurse, then left the floor when the circles formed again. He went to the bar for more punch and watched the dancing. Caroline had escaped Seeley and was with a young man in horn-rimmed glasses. Seeley himself had given up and came over to offer him a cigarette. Seeley complained about feeling his age and how young the nurses seemed, and grumbled about the frantic dancing. He was flushed and damp, his orchid lost. The doctor kept him company while they smoked, watching the couples. He saw Caroline still dancing with the young man. Her heightened color suited her. She looked very young. Seeley remarked that Caroline looked well, and that she was a good dancer who knew how to use her hips. He noted it was a pity she didn't have the looks to match, but advised the doctor not to let that put him off. The doctor was stunned, and Seeley, laughing, said it was no secret how much time he was spending with the family, and that there was a local debate as to which woman he had his sights on. The doctor replied coldly. Seeley laughed again, advising him to plump for Caroline for the sake of her having more years left. The doctor was so offended, he almost punched him, but felt he would only be confirming his own rusticity. He stood tensely, unable to respond, and Seeley nudged him, telling him to make his move tonight before the young man in horn rims did, as it was a long, dark drive back to Hundreds. The doctor finally found his voice, saying he thought he saw Seeley's wife, and moved away. He headed for the door to get some air, but was intercepted by the Stratford couple, who assumed he was lost. He rejoined their table and stayed for the rest of the night too, thrown by what Seeley had said to sort out his feelings. The fact that he had brought Caroline with no thought for how it would look suddenly seemed incredible. He had grown used to spending time with her, but now realized people had been watching and speculating. He felt fooled and exposed. Part of his upset was simple embarrassment at being romantically linked with a notoriously plain girl, part was shame at feeling that. But part was also pride. Why shouldn't he bring Caroline if he chose to? Why shouldn't he dance with the squire's daughter if she wanted to dance with him? Interwoven with his other feelings was a sudden, sharp possessiveness toward Caroline that seemed to come from nowhere. The memory of Seeley's smirk, as he watched her, his crude comment about her hips, and his insinuation about her on horseback, sent a surge of fury through the doctor. He regretted not hitting him when he had the chance, and even scanned the hall with the crazy idea of finding him. But Seeley was gone, and worse. So was Caroline, along with the young man in horn rims. His anxiety mounted. He continued his polite chat with the Stratfords, but his eyes darted restlessly. The dancing looked nonsensical, the dancers like lunatics. All he wanted was for Caroline to emerge from the crowd so he could take her home. Finally, just after 1, the music stopped and the lights came up. She reappeared at the table with Brenda, both flushed from dancing. She stood near him, yawning and plucking at her dress, exposing a strap and the muscular stubbled hollow of her armpit. Despite his longing for her return, when she smiled at him, he felt a sharp, unaccountable anger, and turned away. Stiffly, he said he would fetch their coats. She and Brenda went to the ladies. When they returned, she had tidied her hair and applied lipstick and powder, and he felt relieved. As he helped her into her coat, she laughed at her own appearance, comparing the faded glamour of the hall to herself. She wished they didn't have to leave, mentioning a girl crying in the lavatory. He told her to do up her coat, as it would be freezing outside, and asked if she had a scarf. She said she had forgotten, and he told her to close her lapels. She complied, drawing the coat together with one hand and slipping the other through his arm. He wished she hadn't. They said their goodbyes, and he felt horribly self-conscious, imagining the others' knowing gazes. He remembered Anne's odd comment about Caroline having to get used to being abandoned, which made him more self-conscious. As they crossed the emptying hall, he found a way to hand her ahead so their arms became disengaged. Outside, the frosty ground was icy, and she caught hold of him again. He warned her she would freeze, and she joked about breaking a leg in her heels. She stumbled, laughing, and seized his arm to draw herself closer. The gesture jarred with him. Her earlier giddiness now seemed slightly forced, as if she wanted more from the night and was trying to extract it. She stumbled again, or pretended to. When he got her in the car and wrapped a blanket around her, she shivered violently. He had brought a hot water bottle and filled it for her, and she tucked it inside her coat. But as he started the engine, she wound down the window and stuck her head out, shivering. He asked what she was doing. She said she was looking at the stars. He told her to close the window, and she laughed, saying he sounded like a doctor. He replied that she sounded like a silly young girl and told her to sit up straight and close the window. She obeyed, meekly, perhaps puzzled by his irritation. He knew she didn't deserve it. It was all Seeley's fault. They drove in silence out of the hospital grounds, soon leaving the lively traffic for quieter, unlit roads. The frosty landscape sparkled in the headlights. Caroline, huddled in the blanket, gradually warmed and loosened up. He softened a little and asked if she was better. She said yes. She gazed at the hypnotic road and asked if it bothered him. He said he was used to it. She seemed struck by this, imagining people listening for his car and longing for his arrival. She asked if the responsibility frightened him. He said it didn't, that people saw the bag, not him. She persisted, asking if he liked that someone was always wanting him in the night. He didn't answer, sensing something false in her manner, as if she were trying on Brenda's personality. She started humming, and he realized it was a song from the dance, which hardened his mood. She reached for her bag and asked if the car had a lighter, then said she had matches. She lit 2 cigarettes, putting one between her lips and passing the other to him. He was faintly disturbed by the brush of her cold fingers and the suggestion of lipstick on the cigarette. They smoked in silence. She drew lines on the window, then abruptly said she didn't much like Brenda. He was surprised, given their warm greeting. She said women always went on like that, and that it must be exhausting to be a woman. She confided that she knew Brenda from before the Wrens, when they firewatched together. Brenda had been seeing a boy and got pregnant, and Caroline had gone with her to a chemist's in Birmingham to buy something to get rid of it. The man was horrible, but the stuff worked. He said it probably hadn't, that it hardly ever did. She was surprised, wondering if it was just a coincidence, and remarked that Brenda was the sort of person luck happened to. She said Brenda had asked who he was, thinking he might be her stepfather, or, after Caroline corrected her, her sugar father. He was horrified, but asked if she had put her right. She admitted. She had let her think it for a minute just for fun, but then told her the truth, that he was a family friend taking her dancing as a treat. She thought Brenda had thought the worse of her for it. He said Brenda sounded unpleasant, and Caroline laughed, saying most young women talked like that. She complained that her feet were perished. She fidgeted, trying to warm herself, and he realized she was kicking off her shoes. She hitched up her legs, tucking her skirts behind her knees, and turned sideways, setting her stockinged feet over the gap between their seats. Reaching forward, she caught her toes and chafed them, finally stubbing out her cigarette and laying her warm palms flat on the back of her feet. Then she fell silent, tucking in her head as if to doze. He wasn't sure if she was actually sleeping. When the car hit a patch of ice and slid, she didn't stir, and at a crossroads he turned to look at her. In the darkness, her closed eyes and angular features, the squarish face, the full red mouth, her throat and calves and long pale hands seemed like fragments. She opened her eyes, her gaze gleaming in the reflected frost. Her voice, when she spoke, was flat and almost unhappy. She asked if he remembered the first time he gave her a lift, when they ate blackberries. He said he did, and put the car into gear. She asked where they were, and he said the Hundreds Road. She was surprised they were so close. He suggested she must be tired, but she denied it, saying that dancing had woken her up, though some of the young men had nearly put her to sleep. He asked about the fellow with the horn rims, and she dismissed him as the worst, unable to dance or talk. He felt a mix of emotions and said bitterly, "Poor little Alan or Alec," but she didn't catch his tone. She admitted she hadn't enjoyed any of the dances as much as the ones they had shared at the start. After a pause, she asked if he had any more of the black brandy, and reached into the dashboard pocket, rummaging among papers and spanners. He asked her not to, but she persisted, finding nothing. The hot water bottle fell to the floor. She grew lively again, asking if there was anything in his bag. He said she could have some ethyl chloride, which would put her to sleep. She said she didn't want to go to sleep. She might as well be back at Hundreds. She didn't want to go back there, and asked him to take her somewhere else. She moved about like a child, and her feet crept further over the gap, her toes moving against his thigh. He said uneasily that her mother would be waiting, but she dismissed it, saying her mother had gone to bed and wouldn't care. He protested that it was past 2, and he had surgery at 9. She suggested stopping for a walk, but he pointed out she was in dancing shoes. She didn't want to go home. Could they drive somewhere and sit, smoke cigarettes? He asked where, and she said anywhere, he must know a place. He said, "Don't be silly again," but weakly. Despite himself, he thought of a spot he sometimes drove to, a dark pond bordered by rushes with smooth, starred water and silvered grass. The turning was just ahead. She seemed to sense the change in him and fell silent. As they approached the lane, he wasn't sure until the last moment if he would turn, but then he slowed, changed down, and made the turn. She reached out to brace herself, her feet sliding further under his thigh. As the car ran more smoothly, she drew them back. When he turned off the engine, the headlamps faded, leaving them in complete darkness. He couldn't see the pond or the grass. The hush was deep, magnifying every sound: her breath, the movement of her throat, the unsticking of her tongue. They sat motionless for a minute or longer. He turned to look at her, but it was too dark. He pictured her face, and heard Seeley's voice in his mind, crude and suggestive. He had felt that pull toward her before, from the first time he saw her bare toes in Gyp's fur. But the feeling stirred something else in him, a dark unease, almost distaste. It wasn't their age difference. It was as if what drew him also repelled him. Seeley would have kissed her, and to hell with it. He imagined that kiss, the chill of her lip, and the heat beyond it, the teasing opening in the darkness. But he was not Seeley. It had been years since he had held a woman with any real passion. He panicked, wondering if he had lost the knack. Yet here she was beside him, youthful and expectant. He placed his hand tentatively on her foot. Her toes shifted, but she didn't respond. He moved his fingers slowly up her stockinged leg, over the arch of her foot and ankle to the cleft between her calf and thigh. She remained still. He turned and leaned toward her, putting out his other hand to catch her shoulder, but in the darkness his thumb found the swell of her breast. She flinched or shivered, and he heard her tongue move inside her mouth, the parting of her lips, an indrawn breath. The car's interior was a dim, intimate shell, the windows beginning to fog from their warmth and breath. He fumbled with the pearl buttons on her gown, his fingers clumsy with want, and found the layers beneath the worn slip, and then the severe, practical brassiere. For a sickening moment, the clinical familiarity of the garment, identical to those he saw on patients in his surgery, threatened to kill his desire, pulling him back to sterile consulting rooms and the detached touch of a physician. Then she shifted. A breath, a subtle movement, and her breast lifted into his palm. The warmth of the flesh beneath the stiff cup, the surprising firmness at its tip, sent a jolt of raw need through him. It was electric, this new charge. He pressed into her, his hat dislodged and forgotten, and her leg, which had been gripping his hand, was guided by him as he eased her closer. She felt solid and heavy as she settled into his lap, and he buried his face in the softness of her chest, then desperately sought her mouth. He was clumsy, moving awkwardly with the frantic, single-minded purpose of wanting only to kiss her. But she bucked, her chin clipping his head, and in the struggle, the legs he had pulled closer were shifting not to accommodate him, but to retreat. It took his lust-dulled senses a moment to grasp what was happening. She was trying to pull away. Her voice came, low and apologetic, as she grew more forceful. She was sorry. She couldn't go through with it. The words were a splash of cold water, but his mind, thick with frustration, was a beat slow. A stubborn, almost desperate desire had seized him. He reached down, his hands gripping her hips with a possessiveness he couldn't control. Her reaction was violent. She twisted free, a brief, frantic scuffle in the cramped space, and then her knee came up, her heel catching him sharply on the jaw. The blow sent him reeling back. Stunned, he was aware only of the jouncing of the seats and the frantic, jerky sounds of her righting herself, straightening her skirt, fastening her gown with hurried, almost panicked movements. Then she was gone from him, shuffling as far away as the small car allowed, wrapping the blanket around herself like a shield. Her forehead was pressed to the cold glass of her window, her body utterly still. He reached out a tentative hand to her arm. She flinched, then went rigid, tolerating his touch with the limp passivity of an inanimate object. Sick with confusion and shame, he blurted out that he'd thought she had wanted it, his voice choked and accusing. A long moment passed before she answered, her voice flat and hollow, admitting that she had thought so too. That was all. Nothing more. Helplessly he withdrew his hand. An absurd, cruel detail struck him. The car windows were now completely clouded over, sealing them in the evidence of their failed intimacy. He cranked his own window down, desperate for the blast of cold night air to break the suffocating tension. She shivered. He asked if he should take her home, and though she didn't answer, he turned the key. The engine's roar was brutal in the silence. They drove in a frozen silence until the familiar road brought them to the gates of Hundreds Park. He had to get out and push them open, and when he returned to the car, she had thrown off the blanket and was sitting rigidly upright, ready for the final approach. They crunched over the gravel, the headlamps catching the dark shuttered windows of the house, which in the near total blackness seemed to swell, looming over them. He moved to get out and open her door, but she was quicker, her voice subdued but firm, refusing his help. She was going in the garden way, not the front since Rod had gone. Betty was under orders to bolt the main door. He insisted on walking her there. The darkness was absolute, a suffocating blanket, and they navigated by touch, their arms brushing only to pull apart, their hands snagging and releasing as if burned. He fumbled for his cigarette lighter to guide them the last few feet to the garden door. She paused on the threshold, her face a pale blur turned up to him in the faint light from the stairwell. She spoke quietly, apologizing for her behavior. She had been stupid, ruining what had been a nice night. She had enjoyed their dances. Her hand came up, cupping the side of his head, and she kissed him, a clumsy, searching kiss. He felt a shudder pass through her as their mouths met, her eyes squeezed tightly shut before she pulled away. She slipped inside, the door closing behind her with the finality of a lock clicking home. He heard her footsteps retreat into the stairwell. The loss of her was a physical ache, a raw want that felt more acute than the nearness she had just denied him. He pressed his body against the cold wood, willing her to return. But the house was silent, sealed against him, and the tangled garden was still. He stood there, waiting, his frustration curdling into a hollow sense of loss. Minutes passed. Finally, with a slow, heavy step, he turned and began to retrace his path through the suffocating dark back to his car. For the week that followed, he didn't see her. He was grateful for the excuse of his work, grateful for the time to sort through the wreckage of his feelings, to dull the sting of embarrassment and convince himself that nothing had really happened, that it was all just a symptom of the drink and the giddy atmosphere of the dance. He even went so far as to mention her casually to a colleague, painting a picture of her dozing innocently in the car like a child, all to quash any speculative gossip. He was prepared to confront Celie about his insinuations, but when they next met, the man said nothing, and he decided the rumors were nothing more than a tipsy prank. Yet, as the week ground on, his thoughts circled back to her. He'd scanned the lanes and the rain-soaked park for a glimpse of her, a brief hit of disappointment hitting him when she wasn't there. His hand would reach for the telephone, then stop. He was nervous. The idea of seeing her filled him with an anxiety that was almost a dread, and the longer he waited, the more unnatural the silence between them felt. He realized he was avoiding her, and the thought that her mother might notice and be suspicious was the final strange push that sent him back to the hall. He found Betty in the kitchen, alone, happily cleaning, and she directed him to the gardens where the two women were surveying the aftermath of the recent rains. He spotted them in the distance, their heads bent together, Mrs. Ayres, looking much recovered, saw him first and greeted him with a bright, welcoming smile. Caroline, who had been stooped to pick up a fallen leaf, straightened more slowly. She met his gaze without a trace of embarrassment, her voice light and deliberate, as she joked about their punishing dance-floor exploits, her tone utterly sceneless. He was the squire's daughter again, a distant and composed figure. For a moment, the poise and the practiced levity of her words triggered a violent shift inside him, a sudden, devastating clarity. His careful reasoning of the past 10 days, all his defenses and denials crumbled. It was a sham, a blind he'd erected to protect himself. He knew, with a certainty that knocked the breath from him, what she meant to him. The thought that she might seal up this delicate, complicated thing between them, just as she had sealed away her grief over Jip, was a sharp, lancing pain. Mrs. Ayres had moved on, and he followed, offering her his arm. Caroline fell in step on her mother's other side, her face a partially obscured profile. The three of them made a slow, meandering inspection of the lawns, discussing the damage from the rains. They stopped at a broken urn, its gaping mouth exposing a tangle of roots. Caroline squatted, prodding them as if she expected the thing to twitch. Her mother stroked the rosemary bush, then held out her scented gloved hand for him to smell. He dutifully bent his face to her fingers, but his mind was wholly elsewhere, all his senses attuned to Caroline's presence. He watched her every minute gesture, how she prodded the roots, straightened, wiped her hands, adjusted her belt, kicked a clump of earth from her heel, without ever fully looking at her. It was as if a new, secret eye had been opened in him, and he was now condemned to suffer its relentless, troubled gaze. Mrs. Ayres guided them across the west lawn, her attention fixed on the house's facade. Barrett had warned her about a possible blockage in one of the drain pipes, and when they turned to look, the evidence was plain, a large, dark stain of moisture spreading from a joint, trailing over the saloon's roof, and disappearing into the lead seam of its protruding bay. Caroline, rising on her tiptoes with a hand on her mother's shoulder, voiced her frustration, fretting about how far the rainwater might have seeped, and hoping the bricks wouldn't need expensive repointing. They wove back and forth on the grass, trying to gauge the damage, their discussion driven by a practical concern that he couldn't quite share. He followed them up to the terrace in silence, his interest elsewhere, his gaze drawn like a compass needle to the garden door around the corner of the saloon's angular bay. The memory of that night standing in the pitch dark, her face tilting to his, her clumsy, searching kiss was so vivid, it made him feel almost dizzy. When Mrs. Ayres called him over to inspect a loose lead clamp and a patch of bulging brickwork, he could only offer a few foolish observations, his mind completely elsewhere. As soon as he could, he moved away, putting the troubling door behind him. He turned to face the parkland, staring without really seeing, when he sensed Caroline had also drifted from her mother's side. Perhaps she, too, found the sight of that door unsettling. She came up beside him, her hands in her pockets, her gaze fixed on the distance. Breaking the silence, she asked if he could hear the workmen, pointing to the far-off scaffolding where new, brash houses were rising. He asked stupidly, "Bab's men?" And she simply nodded. On the still, damp air, the faint, concussive clamor of the work, the shouts, the tumbling of planks drifted towards them. She compared the sound to a phantom battle, the one said to echo over Edge Hill at night. He looked into her face, and for a long moment he couldn't speak. The silence itself seemed to carry his unspoken words. She saw the feeling in his eyes, glanced over at her mother, and then something passed between them, an unspoken charge, a silent acknowledgement of the night at the dance, the dark intimacy of the car, the expectation, the tangle, the kiss. The giddiness returned. She lowered her head, and they stood frozen, uncertain. He leaned in, whispering that he'd been thinking of her, but before he could finish, Mrs. Ayres's voice cut through the air, summoning them back to inspect a failing lead clamp. The spell was broken. The moment was lost. They spent a short time gloomily inspecting the damage, with him again making pointless observations. The cold was beginning to bite, so Mrs. Ayres took his arm and led them back into the little parlor, where a fire was blazing. As they settled in, she chatted about her recovery, warming her hands and straightening the loose rings on her thinner fingers, enjoying the simple pleasure of being out of bed. She tried to draw her daughter into a light conversation about a bashful poet, but Caroline, settling onto the sofa, was vague and unhelpful. Mrs. Ayres eventually identified the poet as Emily Dickinson, dismissing her as too breathless and preferring the jaunty rhythm of Tennyson, a fond memory of her German governess. He barely heard a word of it. He was acutely aware of Caroline sitting just to his left, just out of his direct line of sight. Turning to look at her felt strained, unnatural, and not looking felt impossible. Their eyes would meet, then skitter away. He tried to make conversation, asking about the new houses and the farm, hoping for an excuse to be alone with her, but her answers were flat, polite, and deflecting. The sight of her casually pulling a tartan rug onto her lap brought back the brutal memory of her pulling the blanket tight in the car, physically withdrawing from him. He remembered her breathless apology. She was sorry, she couldn't, and the whole situation felt utterly hopeless. Mrs. Ayres noticed his distraction, asking if something was on his mind. He apologized, blaming an early start and claiming he had patients to see, and made a show of checking his watch. Mrs. Ayres rang for Betty to fetch his coat. Caroline rose, and for a moment his heart leaped, thinking she meant to walk him out, but she only went to the table to gather the teacups. As he stood saying his goodbyes to Mrs. Ayres, Caroline came close. Her head was bent, but he saw her notice something amiss on his coat. Reaching out, she took hold of his top button, which was dangling by a few frayed threads. He flinched, the threads gave way, and the button came free in her hand. They both laughed. She rubbed its leather surface with her thumb and, a little shyly, placed it in his palm. He popped the button into his pocket, remarking on the peril of being a bachelor. It was a throwaway comment, the kind he'd made 100 times, but as soon as the words left his mouth, their implications struck him. The blood rushed to his face. He and Caroline froze, awkward and rigid. He couldn't bring himself to look at her, and his gaze was instead caught by Mrs. Ayres. She was watching them with a look of mild inquiry, expecting to be let in on the joke. When neither of them spoke, her expression shifted, a sudden bright flash of understanding, swiftly replaced by a tight, self-deprecating smile. She turned to the table, absently searching for something, then stood, murmuring that she'd been terribly tiresome. He stammered a denial, and she, still avoiding his eye, suggested Caroline walk him to his car. Caroline laughed it off, insisting he could manage on his own. He agreed, saying she mustn't trouble, but her mother pressed on, saying she'd been the one holding them up with her chattering. She then suggested he take his coat off and stay, that she would leave them to talk. Caroline protested, bewildered by her mother's behavior. Mrs. Ayres, as if not hearing, simply stated that she was sure they had lots to discuss. Caroline assured her they had nothing at all. He stood his ground, insisting he really had to go. Mrs. Ayres pressed, suggesting Caroline walk him out, but Caroline's laugh was sharp, her tone hardening as she refused. She called the whole thing nonsense, a fuss over a button, and told her mother to sit down, that whatever she was thinking was wrong. As she made for the door, he reached a hand out to her, and the pleading look in his eyes and voice gave them away more than any words could. She only shook her head impatiently, and was gone. Left alone with Mrs. Ayres, he turned back, and she asked him flatly if it was nonsense. He could only offer a helpless, "I don't know." She sighed heavily, and sank back into her chair, gesturing for him to do the same. He perched on the edge of his seat, still in his coat, his hat and scarf in his hands, watching her think. When she finally spoke, her voice was brittle, artificially bright. She admitted she'd thought of the match many times, even from his first visit. The age difference she dismissed as irrelevant for a man, and Caroline was too sensible to care about such things. She had always thought of them as good friends, nothing more. He agreed, saying he still hoped they were friends. She countered that it was clearly something more now, frowning at Caroline's secrecy. He tried to deflect, insisting there was little to tell, but she dismissed that, saying these things weren't done by degrees but by crossing a floor. He shifted uncomfortably, admitting it had happened recently. She acknowledged Caroline was of age and knew her own mind, but with her father dead and her brother ill, she felt duty-bound to ask about his intentions. She grimaced at the Edwardian formality of the question, but noted that he had no illusions about the family finances, which was a blessing. He was growing more uncomfortable, insisting she should speak to Caroline herself, that he couldn't speak for her. She laughed without warmth, saying she wouldn't recommend he try. He wanted to let the subject drop and leave. She bowed her head, telling him he could if he wished, but he sat there, struggling with his feelings, perturbed by the direction of the visit and the sudden distance it had created. Finally, he stood abruptly and went to her. She looked up at him, and he was shocked to see her eyes were wet with tears. Her face looked older, her hair was streaked with gray, and the brittle brightness was gone. In a small, self-pitying voice, she asked what would become of her, her world dwindling to a pinprick, and wondered if he and Caroline would abandon her completely. He tried to laugh it off, but his voice was hollow. He insisted it was all absurdly precipitate, that nothing had changed, and no one would be abandoned. He promised that much. He left her then, heading dazedly down the passage. He didn't even think of going after Caroline. He just made his way to the front door, putting on his hat and scarf. But as he crossed the hall, a sound or movement caught his eye. He glanced up the staircase and saw her on the first landing just beyond the turn of the banister. The glass dome above her lit her hair to a soft gold, but her face was in shadow. He took off his hat and went to the bottom of the stairs. She didn't come down, so he called up, apologizing, telling her she needed to speak to her mother, who had gotten the idea they were about to elope. She didn't answer. He lowered his voice, asking if they were. She hooked a hand around the banister and gave a slight shake of her head. Her voice was a low murmur, commenting that two sensible people like them seemed unlikely to elope. Her expression was unreadable in the shadow. He realized suddenly that she was waiting for him to climb the stairs, to come to her, to push the thing forward. He took a step up, but a look of alarm crossed her face, and she stepped back. Defeated, he retreated to the marble floor. He said flatly that it did seem awfully unlikely at the moment, and he put his hat back on and let himself out. He missed her almost instantly, but the feeling irritated him. A stubborn weariness kept him from pursuing her. He avoided the hall for days, wasting fuel on longer routes. Then, unexpectedly, he ran into her and her mother in Leamington. They stood and chatted awkwardly for a few minutes. She wore an unflattering hat and a jaundice-colored scarf, looking plain and remote. The first shock of seeing her faded, replaced by a hollow realization that there was no charge between them, no special sympathy. She had clearly spoken to her mother, who made no reference to his last visit. They all behaved as if it had never happened. He raised his hat to them, as to any acquaintance, and went moodily on his way. He threw himself into his work, filling his days to avoid brooding. Then a chance came. A man on the committee he'd been sitting on fell ill, and he was invited to take his place at a London conference. With things with Caroline so muddled, he jumped at the chance to get away. It involved a long conference and a stay as an observer at a London hospital, the first complete break from his practice in years. He left in early February, and was gone for almost 2 weeks. His absence likely didn't impact the hall much on a practical level, but he learned later they had missed him. They'd come to rely on him, and his visits had eased their isolation. Now that isolation rushed back. They spent time with friends in Lidcote, visited old family friends in Worcestershire, but the rain and petrol rationing kept them close to home. Mrs. Ayres stayed indoors, but Caroline, restless, worked hard on the estate, helping with the spring sowing and fixing the broken fence. She tackled the blocked drain pipe, a dispiriting task that revealed how badly the water had seeped. When she cleared it, she went inside with her mother to check for damage in the west side rooms, finding minor leaks. Then they reluctantly opened up the saloon. It had been shut up since the morning after the disastrous party in October, when the servants had spent hours scrubbing blood from the carpet and sofa. No one had had the heart to go back, and even Caroline had left it untouched when auctioning items. But now, opening the creaking shutters, they cursed themselves for not checking sooner. The room was far worse than they'd imagined. The decorative ceiling was bloated and sagging with water. In other spots, rain had leaked through seams, ruining the carpet and furniture. The harpsichord had escaped the worst, but a gilt Regency chair's tapestried seat was ruined, and the yellow Chinese wallpaper had pulled its corners free from the rusted drawing pins, drooping in ragged strips. Caroline sighed, saying they'd had their trial by fire, and should have expected to be tried by water. They called for the servants, built a fire, started the generator for heaters, and devoted a day and a half to airing the room. The ceiling was beyond saving, and the chandelier fizzed dangerously when they tried it. The wallpaper was a loss, but they thought they could salvage the carpet and bag the larger furniture. Caroline worked alongside the servants, tying her hair back and wearing old trousers. Mrs. Ayres, her health dipped again, could only watch unhappily as the room was stripped and diminished. She fingered a pair of stained silk curtains, saying her grandmother would have broken her heart. Caroline, weary and struggling with a roll of felt, simply said it couldn't be helped. The room had had its life. Her mother looked stricken, accusing her of talking as if they were making a tomb of it. Caroline quipped that if it were a tomb, they might get a county council grant, and Bab could handle the conversion. She flung down a roll of felt in frustration, apologizing for her flippancy and suggesting her mother retreat to the little parlor if the sight was too upsetting. Her mother couldn't help but think of the parties she and her husband had hosted there when they were young. Caroline reminded her that their father had never much liked the room, claiming the wallpaper made him seasick. She looked around for a gentle chore to distract her mother, and, taking her hand, led her to a chair by the gramophone cabinet. She brought out a heap of old records, saying they might as well go through them and throw away the rubbish. It was meant as a simple distraction, but the records were mixed with sheet music, programs, dinner menus, and invitations dating back to her mother's marriage and her own childhood. The task became absorbing and sentimental. They found music the Colonel had bought, and old dance tunes of Rod's. They found a recording of a Mozart opera her mother had seen on her honeymoon in 1912. Mrs. Ayres remembered the gown she'd worn, a blue chiffon with handkerchief sleeves, and how she'd argued with her sister over it. She recalled floating in it at 18, feeling like a mere child, and her husband in his dress suit with a cane after twisting his ankle, jumping off a horse. He'd carried it for a fortnight, thinking it distinguished. He'd been only 22, younger than Roderick was now. The thought of her son was a hard one, and she grew wistful. Caroline gently took the record and set it to play. The old disc hissed and crackled. Then the orchestra boomed, the soprano finally rising purely, like a fragile creature breaking free of thorns. The moment was oddly poignant. The room was dim, but the fire and heaters cast a romantic glow, making the damaged space seem alive with glamour for a minute. Mrs. Ayres smiled, her hand moving with the music. Even the servants were awed, moving stealthily as they worked. The aria ended with a harsh crackle as the needle caught. Caroline lifted it, and in the silence, they heard the steady drip of water from the ruined ceiling. Her mother blinked as if waking from a dream, so Caroline started a brisk music hall song to dispel the melancholy, a tune she and Roderick had marched to as children. She sang along, and the servants, relieved, picked up the pace of their work. Mrs. Baisley approved of the song, and Caroline joked about Vesta Tilley singing it on her honeymoon. Mrs. Baisley confessed she'd never had one, only a night at her sister's. Caroline was sympathetic, but Mrs. Baisley shrugged it off her husband, kept a bottle of rum and black treacle to dose his mother, who slept like the dead. She asked Betty for a tin box of narrow sandbags, known as snakes, familiar to Caroline from childhood. With nostalgic pleasure, she watched Mrs. Baisley lay them on the sills and over the gaps between the sashes. Caroline even drew one out and turned it in her hands as she sorted through the last of the records. She was vaguely aware of Mrs. Baisley exclaiming in annoyance and calling for water and a cloth. A minute or two passed before she looked over to see the two servants kneeling, frowning and rubbing at a spot on the wainscot. She called out, asking what it was. Mrs. Baisley said she didn't know, only that it might be a mark left by the little girl who was bitten. Caroline's heart sank. She realized it was the alcove where Gillian Baker Hyde had been sitting. The area had been thoroughly washed down, but she supposed a stain had been missed. Something in Mrs. Baisley's manner made her curious, so she let the sandbag fall and went to look. Her mother followed, standing at her side with a strange expression. The mark wasn't a stain but a jumble of childish scrawls, a series of S's done in pencil, roughly drawn. Caroline exclaimed under her breath, then caught herself, apologizing. She assumed it was Gillian's work and asked if the marks looked fresh. Her mother was gazing at them, half dismayed, half wanting to touch them. Mrs. Baisley wrung out her cloth and began rubbing, saying the marks were harder to remove than they should be. She was certain they hadn't been there when she'd prepared the room before the party. Betty nervously agreed. Caroline concluded it must have been the child, and told them to do their best to remove them. Mrs. Baisley was indignant, insisting the marks were stuck fast. Caroline asked if it was ink or crayon, but Mrs. Baisley didn't know. She could almost fancy they'd come up from under the paint. Startled, Caroline repeated the phrase. Mrs. Baisley glanced at her, struck by her tone, then noted the time and told Betty to try soda later. Mrs. Ayres turned away, saying nothing. Her pose seemed burdened, and she gathered her things, saying she was tired and would rest upstairs. The saloon had lost its glamour, so Caroline also decided to leave. She picked up the box of rejected records and followed her mother to the door, looking back once at the patch of scrubbed wainscot with its indelible swarm of S's. This was on the Saturday, around the time he was delivering his conference report in London, with the affair with Caroline still nagging at him. The saloon was sealed up by the end of the day, and the scribbles, small annoyances in the family's larger misfortunes, were forgotten. Sunday and Monday passed without incident. On Tuesday, passing the saloon, Caroline was surprised to hear a regular soft tapping from within, which she took to be the drip of rainwater. She opened the door, but the sound stopped. She peered into the lightless room, saw nothing, and closed the door. The next day, repassing, she heard the noise again, a rapid drumming. She went in and drew back a shutter, but the sound stopped as she opened the door. She checked the bowls and pails for drips and inspected the carpet, but all was dry. Just as she was about to give up, the noise started again, this time seeming to come from a neighboring room, a soft, smart rat-tat-tat, like a schoolboy drumming with a stick. She went out into the passage and listened, pursuing the sound to the dining room. It fell silent there, then restarted on the other side of the wall, in the little parlor. She found her mother in the little parlor, absorbed in a week-old newspaper, who claimed to have heard nothing. Caroline made her listen, and after a moment, Mrs. Ayres agreed. There was a sound, a knocking, she called it, suggesting it might be air or water trapped in the heating pipes. Caroline crossed to the radiator, which was tepid and lifeless. As she drew her hand away, the knocking grew louder, seeming to move over her head. They could follow its progress across the ceiling and walls, like a small, hard, bouncing ball. It was afternoon, after Mrs. Baisley had gone. They thought of Betty, wondering if she was at work upstairs. But when they rang, she came straight up from the basement, where she'd been preparing their tea for half an hour. They kept her with them for nearly 10 minutes, and the house was perfectly silent. But no sooner had she left than the knocking resumed, now out in the passage. Caroline went to the door and found Betty standing bewildered in the middle of the hall, while a soft, crisp drumming sounded from the high wall panels. None of them were afraid, not even Betty. The sound was queer, but not menacing. It seemed to lead them playfully from one spot to another, making the pursuit feel like a bit of a lark. They followed it to the front hall, which was always chilly, and today was an icebox. Caroline rubbed her arms, looking up the draughty staircase, and declared that, if it meant to go upstairs, it could go alone. The drumming answered with a loud rat-tat-tat, as if indignant, then settled in one spot, giving the impression it was coming from a shallow laburnum wood cabinet against the wall. Wary, Caroline caught hold of the handles, standing back as she turned them, half expecting the thing to spring open like a jack-in-the-box. But the door swung harmlessly open, revealing only clutter. The tapping sounded again, clearly from behind the cabinet. She closed the doors and peered into the slender dark space between the cabinet and the wall. Reluctantly, she slid her fingers into the gap, her palm flat on the dry wood panel. The knocking came again, louder, and she started back, laughing but alarmed. She felt it in the wall, like a little hand rapping. She guessed it must be beetles or mice, and asked Betty to help her move the cabinet. Betty was fearful, but Caroline insisted it wouldn't bite. The cabinet was light but unwieldy, and they struggled to shift it. The tapping faded as they set it down. Then Mrs. Ayres, who had followed, drew in her breath sharply, her hand stretching out and then recoiling as if in fright. Caroline, still steadying the cabinet, asked what it was. She went to her mother's side and saw what had startled her: more childish scribbles on the newly exposed wall, a jumble of S's. Caroline stared in disbelief. She couldn't believe it was the child's work. She turned to Betty, asking when the cabinet was last moved. Betty was frightened and uncertain, thinking it must have been after the fire. Caroline pressed her, pointing out that she'd washed this wall along with the others and must have seen the writing. Betty didn't remember seeing it. Caroline moved close to the wall, rubbing at the marks with her cuff and her thumb. They remained, perplexed. She suggested the little girl could have slipped out during the party to make a mark where it wouldn't be found for months. Mrs. Ayres cut her off, telling her to cover it up. There was no point washing it, they oughtn't to have found them. She didn't want to look at them. Caroline nodded, and with Betty, maneuvered the cabinet back into place. Only then did the queerness of the whole thing strike her. Her courage began to waver. With forced bravado, she told the house it was no good playing parlor games with them. They wouldn't play. There were no answering knocks. She sent Betty back to the kitchen, but the girl hesitated, concerned about Mrs. Ayres. Caroline assured her Madame was fine and tried to guide her mother to the warm. But Mrs. Ayres, as before, preferred to go alone to her room, tightening her shawl and climbing the stairs. She stayed there until dinner, apparently recovered. Neither of the women mentioned the scribbles again. That evening and the next few days passed uneventfully. But later that week, Mrs. Ayres had her first broken night. Like many who'd lived through the war, she was easily woken by unfamiliar sounds. One night she started up, convinced someone had called for her. She lay still in the deep dark, listening, but heard nothing, and began to relax. Then, as she settled her head, she caught another sound beyond the rustling of her pillow. It came again. It wasn't a voice, nor a tapping or drumming. It was a faint but distinct fluttering, coming from the other side of a narrow jib door beside her bed, leading to her old dressing room, now a box room for trunks and hampers. The odd sound conjured a peculiar image, and for a moment she was frightened, imagining someone in the dressing room plucking clothes from hampers and letting them flutter to the floor. Then she realized it was the beating of wings. A bird must have found its way down the chimney and become trapped. It was a relief, but also a nuisance. She lay awake, listening to its panicked attempts to escape. She didn't relish the idea of going in to catch it. She had a childish fear of birds flying into her face, but at last she could stand it no longer. She lit a candle, got up, and put on her dressing gown, buttoning it to her throat, tying a scarf over her head, and drawing on shoes and wash leather gloves. She made a complete guy of herself, she later told her daughter, before gingerly drawing back the dressing room door. As with Caroline's experience, the fluttering ceased the moment the door swung open. The room seemed undisturbed. There were no droppings or feathers, and when she examined the chimney, the flap was rusted shut. She lay awake for the rest of the night, unsettled and wary, but the house remained silent. The next night she slept soundly, but the following night she was woken again in exactly the same way. This time, she went to Betty's room and had the girl come back with her to listen at the dressing room door. It was about 2:45. Betty said she heard something, though she wasn't sure what, but when they nerved themselves to look inside, they found the room lifeless. It then occurred to Mrs. Ayres that her first instinct had been right. She couldn't have imagined the sounds. The bird must be trapped inside the chimney itself, just behind the breast of it, unable to find its way back up the flue. The thought took hold of her horribly, made worse by the lateness of the hour and the stillness. She sent Betty back to bed but lay awake again, frustrated and upset. By the time Caroline came to see her the next morning, she was already up, on her knees in the dressing room, prizing at the rusted chimney flap with a poker. For a moment, Caroline thought her mother had lost her mind. Once she understood, she helped her up and took over, fetching a broomstick and poking about in the flue until her arm ached. She was black with soot, but there wasn't a feather in it. Mrs. Ayres was so certain about the trapped bird, and so peculiarly upset, that Caroline cleaned up and went into the garden with opera glasses to examine the chimney stack. The pots were covered with wire guards, some broken but pasted with wet leaves, making it seem unlikely a bird could have gotten in. But she told her mother the pot looked like it might recently have held a nest, and that she'd seen a bird go in and out freely. That seemed to reassure Mrs. Ayres a little, and she dressed and took her breakfast. But an hour later, Caroline was startled by a piercing cry from her mother. She ran across the landing and found Mrs. Ayres at the open dressing-room door, backing away feebly with her arms held out. She dashed to her side, thinking her mother had been struck ill. But Mrs. Ayres wasn't ill, at least not in the ordinary way. She let Caroline walk her to her chair, refusing help, wiping her eyes and apologizing for being foolish. She kept looking at the dressing-room with an odd, apprehensive and almost avid expression. Caroline grew afraid, asking what she could see. Her mother shook her head and wouldn't answer. Caroline went warily to the dressing-room door, not knowing what frightened her more, finding something dreadful or finding nothing at all. She saw only a jumble of boxes her mother had pulled out to dust. Then her gaze caught what looked like a thicker smear of soot low on the wall, exposed by the moved boxes. She moved closer, and, as her eyes adjusted, the patch resolved into a block of smudged dark childish writing, exactly like the scribbles she'd seen downstairs. At first, she was struck by its age. It was clearly older, made not by Gillian Baker Hyde, but by another child, years before. She wondered if she or Roderick had made it, or a cousin. Then, with a queer dropping of her heart, she looked again at what was written, and suddenly understood her mother's tears. She felt herself blush, and had to stay in the dim room until the color subsided. When she rejoined her mother, she said at least they could be sure it wasn't the Baker Hyde girl. Her mother simply said she never thought it was. Caroline apologized, but her mother asked what for. Caroline didn't know, and her mother told her not to say it. She sighed, remarking how the house liked to catch them out, testing their weaknesses one by one. God, she was tired. Caroline suggested she go back to bed, but her mother was tired even of that. She settled her in her chair by the fire, and Caroline made up the grate. By the time the flames were lapping, Mrs. Ayres had put back her head and appeared to be dozing. Caroline looked at her, struck by the lines of age and sadness, and suddenly saw her mother as an individual with a past and sorrows she couldn't penetrate. All she could do was make her comfortable, so she drew the curtains, closed the dressing-room door, and added a blanket. She went downstairs, not mentioning the incident to the servants, and made up a chore to do in the kitchen to have company. When she later looked in, her mother was sleeping soundly, but the blanket was on the floor, as if brushed aside, and the dressing-room door, which she'd firmly closed, stood open again. He was still in London while all this happened, returning in the third week of February in a perturbed state. The conference had been a success, and a doctor had suggested he might consider joining the hospital staff, a man like him who'd come from humble beginnings and wanted to shake things up. But he was already in his 40s, while this man was 33 and head of his department. He spent the train journey thinking it over, wondering if he could abandon Graham and his Lidcote life, and cynically questioning if anyone would miss him. The village looked narrow and quaint as he made his way home. The list of calls was the usual round of country ailments, and it suddenly seemed he'd been battling uselessly against them his whole career. There were discouraging cases, a pregnant 13-year-old beaten by her father, and a cottager's son with pneumonia, one of 8 sick children, his father injured and out of work. The family had been treating him with old remedies, binding rabbit skins to his chest. He prescribed penicillin, paying for it himself, but doubted they'd use it. They didn't like the look of the yellow. Their regular doctor's mixture was red. He left their cottage deeply depressed. On his way home, he took the shortcut across Hundreds Park. He'd been back 3 days, and had had no contact with the heiresses. But as he drew closer to the house, Seeing its marred and wasted faces, a surge of angry frustration hit him. He put his foot down and carried on, telling himself he was too busy. There was no point calling in only to rush off again. He told himself the same thing the next time he crossed the park, and again the time after that. So he had no idea of the shift in mood at the house until, a few days later, Caroline called him. Her low, clear voice sent a thrill of surprise through him, quickly followed by concern. He asked if something was wrong, and she answered vaguely that there wasn't, just some trouble with leaking water that was now fixed. She and her mother were well. There were just one or two things she'd like his opinion on if he could spare the time. That was all she would say. Guilt flared in him, and he drove straight out, putting off a patient, worried about what awaited him. But when he arrived, he found her in the unlit little parlor, kneeling at the hearth with a pail of water and crumpled newsprint, making papier-mâché balls for the fire. Her sleeves were rolled up, her arms filthy, her hair straggling. She looked like a servant, a plain Cinderella, and the sight of her inexplicably enraged him. She got awkwardly to her feet, trying to wipe off the muck. She said he needn't have come so quickly. She hadn't expected him. He asked if something was wrong. Where was her mother? She said her mother was upstairs, not ill, but she didn't know. She looked for something to clean her arms with, finally using a piece of newspaper. He offered his handkerchief, insisting she take it, and when she hesitated, he dipped it in the inky water and rubbed at her arms himself, perhaps not very kindly. In the end they were both slightly filthy, but she was cleaner. She suggested he sit and offered tea, but he stayed standing, demanding to know the trouble. She insisted there was nothing to tell. He asked if she'd brought him all this way for nothing. She repeated his words quietly. He folded his arms and spoke more gently, apologizing and urging her to go on. Hesitantly, she told him what had happened since his last visit. The scribbles, the bouncing ball, the trapped bird, her mother's discovery of the final patch of writing. He dismissed it, pointing out the marks must have been there for years, the paint thinning and damp letting them through. The creaks, he said, were just the house settling. It was damp and neglected. She doubted it had ever creaked quite like that before. He suggested the timbers were shifting. She questioned the strangeness of the tapping, leading them to the scribbles. He argued that 3 young children had lived there, and her mother might have unconsciously guided the search based on a forgotten memory. She protested. She'd felt the knocks, but he suggested mice or beetles magnified by the hollow walls. As for the bird, he lowered his voice and suggested her mother might have imagined it. She agreed, but pointed out her mother hadn't been sleeping, and the bird had been keeping her awake. Betty had heard it too. He said Betty would hear any sound suggested to her in the middle of the night. Things had a circularity. Something woke her mother, but her sleeplessness might have kept her dreaming she was awake, leaving her mind vulnerable. She said she thought her mother's mind was vulnerable now. He asked what she meant. She hesitated, saying she wasn't sure, that her mother seemed changed. A note of weariness crept into his tone. They'd had this conversation before. Disappointed, she turned away, saying she was probably imagining things. She wouldn't say more. He watched her, equally disappointed, then said he would go up and see her mother. He took his bag and climbed the stairs, expecting to find Mrs. Ayres ill, perhaps in bed, but she called out brightly for him to enter. The room was dim, but warm, with 2 or 3 lamps lit and a good fire. The smell was of camphor. The dressing-room door was open, and the bed was heaped with gowns and furs. Mrs. Ayres looked up, perfectly happy to see him, telling him she and Betty were looking through some old clothes. She didn't ask about his trip or acknowledge she'd been alone with her daughter. She took his hand and led him to the bed, nodding to the tangle of gowns. She confessed she'd felt guilty keeping them during the war, but hadn't wanted to see them hacked about for refugees. Now she was glad she'd kept them, and asked if he thought it wicked. He smiled, pleased to see her looking so well, like her old self, her hair carefully dressed in a peer-war style, her lips touched with lipstick, her face almost unlined. He turned to the old silks, saying it was hard to imagine them in a refugee camp. She agreed, picking up a flimsy satin gown to show Betty, who emerged from the dressing room with a shoebox. The girl was excited, her face pink, and she smiled as she admired the dress. Mrs. Ayres recalled that things were made to last in those days, with colors you don't see now. She took the shoebox, revealing gold slippers that had pinched like the devil. She told Betty to try them on. The girl blushed, but complied, and with encouragement, she walked like a mannequin, laughing as she stumbled. Mrs. Ayres stuffed the toes with stockings, then dressed her in gloves and a stole, having her stand, walk, and turn, lightly applauding. He thought of the patient he'd put off, but after a few minutes, Mrs. Ayres seemed to tire, telling Betty to tidy things away. He asked if she was sleeping well, then quietly mentioned Caroline had told him about her discovery, which had unsettled her. She admitted it had, rather, and asked if that was foolish. He said not. She murmured that after so much time, she hadn't supposed there was any trace of her left except in here, placing her hand above her heart. She had always been real to her there, more real sometimes than anything else. Her look grew vague, but that was habitual and part of her charm. Nothing struck him as odd. She seemed healthy and content. He spent 15 minutes with her, then headed back downstairs. Caroline was where he'd left her, standing limply at the hearth. The fire was low, the light dimmer than ever, and the contrast between the cheerlessness of this room and her mother's coziness struck him again. The sight of her, with her housemaid's hands, unreasonably annoyed him. She looked up and asked him what her mother was doing. He said he thought she was worrying about nothing. "She's been going through some old clothes with Betty," he told her. "Yes," Caroline replied, "that's all she wants to do now, things like that. Yesterday she'd brought out those spoiled photographs again." He spread his hands, saying she was entitled to look at photographs. Could he blame her for wanting to think about the past when her present was so joyless? Caroline insisted it wasn't just that. He asked what it was then. She said it was something in her mother's manner. She wasn't just thinking about the past when she looked at you. She wasn't really seeing you. She was seeing something else. She tired so easily, taking rests like an old lady. She never mentioned Roderick, wasn't interested in Dr. Warren's reports, didn't want to see anybody. Oh, she couldn't explain it. He said she'd had a jolt. Coming across those scribbles, being reminded of her sister again, was bound to have shaken her up. As he said the words, he realized they'd never spoken about Susan. The same thing must have occurred to her. She stood in silence, raising her dirty fingers to her mouth. When she spoke again, her voice had changed. It was queer to hear him say, "Your sister," like that, she said. It didn't sound right. Her mother had never mentioned her when she and Rod were children. She'd known nothing for years, until she found a book with Suki Ayres written in it and asked her mother. Her mother reacted so oddly she'd been frightened. Their father had told her about it, calling it awfully bad luck. But she didn't remember being sorry for her parents. She just remembered being cross, because everyone had always told her she was the eldest, and it wasn't fair if she hadn't been. She'd been cross all the time as a girl, horrid to Roddy and the maids. You were supposed to grow out of that, but she didn't think she ever had. Sometimes, she thought it was still inside her, like something nasty she'd swallowed that got stuck. At that moment, she did look like a moody child, her hands dirty, a few locks of unbrushed hair drooping across her face. But she also looked desperately sad. He made a half movement towards her. She lifted her head, catching his hesitation. The childishness fell away. In a hard society tone, she asked how his trip to London had gone. He said it went well. She asked if he spoke at the conference. Yes. Did people like what he said? Very much. In fact, there'd been some talk of his going back down there to work. She seemed to quicken at that, asking if he meant to do it. He didn't know he'd have to think about what he'd be giving up. She said that's why he'd been keeping away from them, not wanting the distraction. She'd seen his car in the park on Saturday and thought he might call in. When he didn't, she guessed something had changed. That's why she'd called. Because she couldn't count on his coming out here in the ordinary way. Did he ever mean to visit them again? Of course he did. But he had been keeping away, hadn't he? She tilted her chin as she asked this. The anger inside him shifted, became something else. His heart began to beat faster. He said he'd been a little afraid. Afraid of what? Of her? Hardly. Of her mother? He took a breath and mentioned the time in the car. She turned her head, saying she'd behaved like a fool. He said he was the fool. He was sorry. She said everything was changed and wrong now, and told him not to when he moved to embrace her. She stood rigid. But when she realized he meant only to put his arms around her, she relaxed. The last time he'd held her was to dance. She'd been in heels, her eyes and mouth level with his. Now, she was an inch or two shorter. He moved his chin, and his stubble caught in her hair. She bent her head, her brow sliding into the hollow beneath his ear. Then she was standing full against him, her breasts pushing and yielding, her hips and heavy thighs pressing. He moved his hands across her back, drawing her closer. She said, "Don't again," but weakly. The surge of his feelings astonished him. A few moments before, he'd felt only exasperation. Now he breathed her name, moving his cheek roughly against her head. He'd missed her. God! He'd missed her like hell. He wiped his mouth, telling her to look what a bloody idiot she'd made of him. She began to pull away, apologizing. He gripped her harder, telling her not to be sorry. She said she'd missed him too. Whenever he went away, something happened here. Why was that? This house, and her mother. She closed her eyes, putting her hand to her forehead. This house made one think things. He said it was too much for her. She'd been almost afraid. He told her there was nothing to be afraid of. He shouldn't have left her cooped up. She wished she could get away, but she couldn't with Mother. He told her not to think about her mother or going away. She didn't need to go away. Neither did he thought. Everything seemed clear. The consultant, the London hospital, all of it melted away. He'd been a fool. Everything they needed was right here. Think about that, Caroline. About him. About them. She said someone might come. He started to nudge at her mouth, but they swayed, moving to find their balance, and somehow separated. She took a step out of his reach, putting up one of her filthy hands. Her hair was untidier than ever, her lips parted and damp. She looked like she'd just been kissed and wanted to be kissed again. But when he moved towards her, she stepped back, and he saw reluctance, even fear, mixed with her desire. He didn't try again, afraid of frightening her. Instead, he caught her hand, lifted it, and touched her dirty knuckles to his lips. He gazed at her fingers, rubbing his thumb over the blackened nails, and said with a tremor of desire and daring that there'd be no more of this sort of thing once they were married. She said nothing. The house was still and silent, as if holding its breath. Then she bowed her head again, and with a rush of triumph, he pulled her to him, kissing not her mouth, but her throat, her cheeks, her hair. She gave a burst of nervous laughter, saying, "Wait," half playful, half serious, almost struggling. He thought of the next few weeks as their courtship, but it was never settled or uncomplicated. He was busy, rarely seeing her for more than hurried snatches. She was squeamish about exposing their relationship to her mother. He wanted to make an announcement. She felt her mother wasn't well enough. The news would make her worry. She'd tell her when the moment was right, but the moment seemed slow in arriving, and as often as not, he'd end up sitting with both women in the little parlor, taking tea and chatting dryly, as if nothing had changed. But everything had changed. He thought of her constantly. Looking into her strong, angular face, he couldn't believe he'd ever found it plain. Meeting her eye across the teacups, he felt like a man made of tinder. Sometimes she'd walk into his car, and in the silence of the house, he'd think of pulling her into one of the wasted rooms. He chanced it now and then, but she was never at ease. Standing against him with her head averted, her arms loose at her sides, her limbs would soften and warm, but slowly, as if begrudging their own yielding. If he pressed further, her soft limbs would harden, her hands come up across her face, and she'd apologize, just as she had in the car. It wasn't fair. She needed time. So he learned not to ask too much. His fear was of pushing her away. Overburdened with hundreds business, their engagement seemed one complication too many. He supposed she was waiting for things at the hall to improve before planning for the time beyond. and improvements seemed close. The council houses were progressing, water and electricity were being extended, the farm was looking up, and Makins was pleased. Mrs. Ayres, despite Caroline's doubts, seemed healthier and happier, carefully dressed with rouge and powder, far better turned out than her daughter, who still wore her shapeless old sweaters and hats. But he forgave her once the season turned. He'd take her to Leamington for decent dresses. He thought longingly of summer, the hall open, Caroline in short sleeves, her limbs brown, her feet bare. His own house felt dim as a stage set. At night, lying weary but wakeful, his mind would slip like a poacher through the Hundreds Gate, along the overgrown drive, nudging open the swollen front door, creeping up the silent stairs towards her. Then one day in early March, he dropped in to find that something had happened. The mysterious parlor games, as Caroline had called them, had started up again in a new form. She didn't want to tell him at first, saying they were too boring, but she and her mother both looked tired, and when he commented, she confessed that for the past few nights they'd been woken in the early hours by the ringing of the telephone, 3 or 4 times between 2 and 3, and every time the line was dead. They'd wondered if the caller could be him. He was the only person they could think of who might be up that late. He assured her it wasn't, and she smiled, putting it down to a muddle at the exchange. He let the subject drop. But the next time he visited, he learned another call had come. Caroline had left it to ring, unwilling to get up, but the clamor was too much, and she'd gone down only to find the line dead. At least, it wasn't dead, she corrected herself. There was no voice, but she could have sworn someone was there, someone who'd rung particularly for Hundreds, for them. Again, she'd thought of him, and once again, he said he'd been fast asleep, adding that he'd been dreaming of her, very probably. The doctor raised his hand toward her hair, but she caught his fingers, halting the gesture, unwilling to be distracted. He watched as she pressed on with the worry that had clearly taken root in her mind, the possibility that the caller might have been her brother Roderick, reaching out from the clinic. He found the suggestion jarring, almost foolish. He tried to ease her fears by pointing out the practicalities, the lateness of the hour, the likelihood of a simple fault in the ancient telephone lines, and suggested she call the exchange directly to settle the matter. With a troubled frown, she crossed to the little parlor's extension, her back to him as she dialed. He listened to her recount the story of the phantom calls, her voice initially bright and composed, then gradually deflating as she received the operator's reply. When she turned back, the news was plain: the exchange had logged no calls to Hundreds at all, neither that week nor the previous one. The doctor seized on this as confirmation of a wiring fault, steering her away from any sinister interpretation. She repeated the operator's assurances back at him, as if trying to believe them herself, her fingers rising to her lips to chew at her nails, a nervous gesture that betrayed her lingering unease. But the telephone rang again that night. By his next visit, he could see that the idea of her brother trying to contact her still held her in its grip. To put the matter fully to rest, he placed a call to the Birmingham clinic himself, dialing while she stood beside him. He spoke to Dr. Warren's assistant, whose tone had shifted noticeably from its earlier breeziness. The man confirmed that Roderick could not have made the calls, but then delivered a darker update. After a period of promising progress early in the year, Roderick had suffered a significant relapse over the past couple of weeks. The doctor, feeling foolish for having made the inquiry in Caroline's presence, watched her catch enough of the exchange to understand the news was grim. Her mood, already fragile, seemed to curdle into something more subdued and preoccupied. It was as if the house sensed the shift in her anxieties. The phantom telephone calls stopped, but a new irritation immediately took their place, and this time, the doctor found himself present when it began. He had called in between cases and found himself alone with Caroline in the little parlor. They had just shared a goodbye kiss, and she had only just stepped out of his embrace when the door opened without warning, startling them both. Betty entered, her curtsy stiff, and asked what was wanted of her. Caroline, flustered and sharp, denied having rung. A brief, bewildered exchange followed. Betty insisted it had been the little parlor bell that had sounded, yet both Caroline and the doctor swore they had touched nothing. Caroline dismissed the girl, sending her upstairs on the assumption that her mother must have called. Once the door closed, the doctor wiped his mouth, suppressing a laugh at the absurdity of it. But Caroline refused to meet his amusement. Her irritation was palpable. She called the situation hateful, the house a place of deceitful slinking. He tried to lighten the mood with playful teasing, but she was unmoved, worrying that Betty might return. He pressed his case, suggesting their solution was obvious: they should marry immediately, as soon as possible, so that such skulking would no longer be necessary. He painted a cozy future of breakfasts brought to their bed by the busy maid. But when he looked at her, her expression was strange, guarded. She asked with real uncertainty whether they would even remain at Hundreds. He realized they had never discussed the practical shape of their married life. He had simply assumed they would stay. He fumbled, suggesting they couldn't very well abandon her mother, then asked if she would prefer to live in his cramped, unappealing house in Lidcote. She dismissed that with a firm no. He proposed a vague compromise, keeping his surgery in the village while establishing some new arrangement, but his thoughts were scattered. She reminded him of the London post he had once considered, and he brushed it aside as irrelevant, insisting July's incoming health service would render all such planning moot. The conversation grew increasingly strained. She voiced a quiet fear of never being able to leave, to which he responded by refocusing on the more immediate goal, their marriage itself. He kissed her hand and made his way out, eager to escape the awkwardness. In the hallway, he encountered Betty again, descending the stairs with a confused and sulky demeanor. She insisted the bell had been the little parlor's. She would swear to it, and was aggrieved at her word being doubted. Her voice rose in protest, drawing Caroline to the doorway. Glad for an excuse to retreat, the doctor left them to their argument. When he returned at the end of the week, the house had apparently descended into a state Caroline described as a madhouse. The call bells had taken on a life of their own, ringing at all hours, sending Betty and the daily help, Mrs. Baisley, on endless, fruitless treks through the house, to the growing exasperation of everyone. Caroline had inspected the junction box in the basement and found nothing amiss. She led him down to the vaulted passage to show him, describing the phenomenon as an imp playing on the wires, and insisted it wasn't mice or rats. They had laid traps and caught nothing. He examined the device himself with a lamp and screwdriver, poking at its simple mechanism. There was no tension in the wires, no apparent fault. Yet, as he worked, his unease grew, his mind turning to the odd creaks and raps the women had heard weeks before. He considered the wider decay of the hall, the sagging saloon ceiling, the creeping damp, the bulging brickwork, and a bleak conclusion formed. The house was falling into such disrepair that one fault was beginning to trigger another. He kept this suspicion to himself, but his frustration with the estate's decline deepened. The relentless activity of the bells finally broke Caroline's patience. She took wire snippers to the junction box, effectively silencing them. After that, summoning Betty required shouting from the service staircase, or else they simply did the chores themselves. But the house's mischief only shifted to a new target. The next source of unrest was an old Victorian speaking tube, installed decades ago for nursery staff to communicate with the kitchen, a relic that had gone unused for 15 years, since the war when the nurseries were given over to billeted officers. Now Mrs. Baisley and Betty reported to Caroline that the long, silent mouthpiece had begun emitting eerie little whistles. The doctor heard the full account from Mrs. Baisley. At first the whistling had been faint and gusty, dismissed as air escaping from the pipes, but then one morning it had sounded so sharp and clear that Mrs. Baisley, working alone in the kitchen, had been badly startled, and had burned her wrist. She hadn't even known what the speaking tube was, having always assumed the tarnished mouthpiece was part of the electrics. When the whistle shrieked again the next day, Mrs. Baisley assumed someone upstairs was calling her. She drew out the whistle and put her ear to the cup. The doctor asked her what she had heard. She struggled to describe it, a queer noise, like a breath or a rustling, but not quite that. It was akin to hearing an operator on a silent telephone line knowing someone was there, listening, even without a voice. The sensation, she stressed, was distinctly queer. The doctor stood motionless, struck by the echo between Mrs. Baisley's words and Caroline's own account of the silent, listening telephone. He held the woman's frightened gaze for a moment before she shuddered and looked away, describing how she had jammed the whistle back into its socket and fled to fetch Betty. The younger maid had steeled herself to listen as well, and had come away with the same unnerving impression of something present in the tube. Their shared alarm had driven them upstairs to report the matter to the heiresses. They found Caroline alone. She heard them out with a grave attention that suggested the story unsettled her as much as it had them. She accompanied them back to the kitchen and, with visible reluctance, put her own ear to the mouthpiece, but she heard nothing, only the dead silence of the house's neglected mechanics. She attributed the whole business to imagination or the tricks of the wind, draped a tea-cloth over the apparatus as a makeshift seal, and instructed them to ignore any future noises. Her final instruction, delivered almost as an afterthought, was that they were not to mention any of this to Mrs. Ayres. Her reassurances did little to calm the women. In fact, the tea-cloth only seemed to aggravate the situation. The speaking tube became like a caged parrot, lying dormant until they dared to relax, then startling them with its awful whistle. The doctor, listening to this story, felt a grim disorientation. In any other house, he would have found the tale laughable, but the hall itself now radiated such an oppressive atmosphere of stress and exhaustion that Mrs. Baisley's fear was utterly convincing. Leaving her, he walked across the kitchen to inspect the tube himself. He lifted the cloth and found a simple ivory cup and whistle, mounted at head height on a shallow wooden plaque. It was an absurdly innocent-looking object, yet the terror it had inspired made its quaintness feel almost grotesque. His thoughts turned uneasily to Roderick, and to those ordinary household items, a collar, cuff-links, a shaving mirror, that had once seemed to take on a crafty, malevolent life in the boy's tormented imagination. Then a new thought struck him, jolting him unexpectedly. His mother had been a nursery maid here 40 years before. She must have used this very tube countless times. For a wild, irrational moment, he imagined that if he put his ear to the cup, he might hear her voice calling his name, just as she used to call him home from the fields when he was a boy. Becoming aware of Mrs. Baisley and Betty watching him, he dipped his head to the mouthpiece. He heard nothing but the faint, surging echo of his own pulse sounds that, in a more fanciful mind, might have been misread as something sinister. He straightened up and laughed at himself. He declared that the problem was simple. The ancient tube's rubber had perished, letting in the wind, which was likely the same cause of the phantom bell ringing. Mrs. Baisley was not convinced, and glanced at Betty, voicing her suspicion that the house was simply queer. The doctor cut her off firmly, attributing everything to the building's sad physical decay, nothing more. To put an end to the matter, he did what the distracted women should have done themselves. He pulled the whistle from its chain, pocketed it, and plugged the mouthpiece with a cork. For several days there was calm. Then, the following Saturday, Mrs. Baisley entered the kitchen and found the tea-cloth had fallen to the floor again. She replaced it, assuming Betty or a draught was to blame. An hour later, it had fallen again. Betty, now present, tucked it back with extra care. The cloth came free once more, and this time Mrs. Baisley witnessed it. It didn't flutter or drift, but slid straight down, as if yanked by an invisible hand. Her patience finally snapped. She flung the cloth aside and confronted the stopped-up tube directly, shaking her fist at it and shouting for it to leave them alone. She turned her back, urging Betty to ignore it as well. She had taken only 2 or 3 steps toward the table when she heard a soft clatter behind her. She turned to see the cork he had so carefully inserted, now lying on the floor, rolling gently in a circle. Her bravado vanished. She screamed, and Betty, who had heard the sound but not seen the object, also cried out. They bolted from the kitchen, slamming the door, and stood trembling in the vaulted passage. Hearing movement upstairs, they stumbled toward it, hoping to find Caroline. Instead, they encountered Mrs. Ayres emerging from the little parlor, startled by the commotion and fearing a new disaster. She knew nothing of the speaking tube, and when she pieced together their garbled account of falling cloth and rolling cork, She was genuinely perplexed. She pressed them for an explanation, but they couldn't articulate their fear. She didn't see the gravity of the situation, but agreed to investigate a nuisance, she said, in a house already full of them. The women followed her only as far as the kitchen threshold, refusing to enter. With a shrug, Mrs. Ayres went in, examined the inert cloth and cork, and, after tucking back her graying hair, leaned to put her ear to the mouthpiece. Her daughter's servants called out warnings from the doorway, their fear palpable. She hesitated, struck by their sincerity, then listened. Straightening up, she looked almost apologetic as she reported hearing nothing. Mrs. Baisley insisted the thing was only lying dormant, but would return. Mrs. Ayres, now puzzled, pointed out that the tube led only to the empty nurseries, which had been shut up since the soldiers left. At that, Betty's horror spilled out, voicing the possibility that something might have taken up residence in those dark, sealed rooms. Mrs. Baisley echoed the alarm, insisting that with those rooms shuttered and forgotten, anything could be lurking. She pleaded with Mrs. Ayres to fetch the doctor or one of the men to investigate, but Mrs. Ayres dismissed the idea, insisting they wait for Caroline's return. She tried to redirect them to their work, but Mrs. Baisley refused, declaring they couldn't focus with that nasty presence watching them. Mrs. Ayres dismissed the notion, saying the tube had ears, not eyes. The exchange grew sharp. Mrs. Baisley pleaded for Caroline to handle the matter when she returned, arguing that Miss Caroline wouldn't tolerate any nonsense. The doctor reflected that Mrs. Ayres, like Caroline a week before, seemed driven by a desire to resolve the matter herself before her daughter returned. Whether this impulse was simply practical or, as he suspected, fueled by a subtle, half-glimpsed idea she felt compelled to pursue, he couldn't say. What he witnessed was her declaration, met with the servant's horror, that she would go upstairs and examine the empty rooms herself. Once again they followed her, through the north passage to the hall. But just as they had clung to the kitchen threshold, now they hung back at the foot of the staircase, gripping the serpent-headed banister, and watching her ascend. She moved briskly, and almost silently in her indoor shoes. After she rounded the first landing, all they could do was crane their heads into the stairwell, tracking the flash of her stockinged legs between the rising balusters and the grip of her ringed fingers on the mahogany rail. High up on the second floor, she paused and glanced down at them, then moved on, her footsteps fading into the creak of boards. The creaks continued for a time, then died away. Mrs. Baisley, overcoming her fear, advanced to the first landing, but refused to go further, clinging to the banister and straining to hear any sound within the heavy 100 silence, as if trying to discern shapes through fog. Mrs. Ayres, leaving the stairwell behind, also felt the silence thickening. Though she would later claim she wasn't afraid, she admitted that the servant's suspense must have infected her. She had started her climb boldly, but now found herself moving more cautiously. This floor was different from the two below: narrower corridors, lower ceilings, and the glass dome's chill, milky light only filling the stairwell while deepening the shadows to either side. The rooms she passed were mostly empty box rooms and servants' bedrooms, their doors shut against drafts, some fastened with paper or wood wedges. The corridor was gloomier still, the generator off, making electric lights useless. She moved through shadows to the nursery passage. The day nursery door was closed. Key turned in the lock. As her hand touched the key, apprehension seized her for the first time. The heavy 100 silence pressed in, and she felt an irrational fear of what she might find inside. Old emotions stirred vividly. She remembered visiting her children here when they were small: Roderick, running into her arms, clinging like a monkey, pressing his wet mouth to her dress. Caroline, polite and distant, absorbed in her paints, hair falling over her work. Then, as if from another era, she saw Susan, immaculate in a creaseless dress. She recalled Nurse Palmer, sharp and stern, giving the impression that a mother's visits were a bother, as if wanting to see one's child too often wasn't proper. Unlocking the door, Mrs. Ayres half expected to hear the nurse's voice, to find everything unchanged, to be greeted with the familiar chiding tone. "Here's Mummy come up for you again, Susan. Why, Mummy can't keep away." But the room was anonymous and dismal, stripped of nursery furniture years before, its floorboards dusty, the faded wallpaper stained with damp. Blackout curtains, streaked indigo by the sun, hung from a wire at the barred windows. The hob hearth was swept, but the brass fender was spotted with smuts from rainwater. A corner of the mantelpiece was broken, the exposed enamel pale as a chipped tooth. The speaking tube was still there on the chimney breast, its tarnished mouthpiece familiar. She crossed to it, lifted it, and drew out the whistle, releasing a musty, unpleasant odor, like bad breath. As she put the cup to her ear, she was acutely aware of all the lips that had pressed against it over the years. Again, she heard nothing but the muffled roar of her own blood. She listened for nearly a minute, angling the mouthpiece, then replaced the whistle, let the tube fall, and wiped her hands. She was disappointed, horribly so. The room offered no welcome, no trace of its former life, none of the sentimental pictures that had once hung on the walls. Only grubby echoes of the soldier's occupation remained: rings, scratches, cigarette burns, scuffs on the skirting boards, and the windowsills ugly with little gray circles of gum. It was bitterly cold by the ill-fitting sashes. She stood for a moment, gazing at the oblique view across the park, mildly intrigued by the new perspective on the distant building work. She could pick out Caroline's tall, eccentric figure, just beginning her journey back to the house. The sight made her feel bleaker, and she stepped back from the glass. To her left was the door to the old night nursery, the room where her first daughter had died of diphtheria. It stood ajar. Unable to resist the dark temptation, she opened it properly and went inside. Again, little was recognizable, only wear, waste, and neglect. The windows had cracked panes and crumbling frames. A corner hand basin smelled sourly of urine, the floorboards beneath almost rotting from a leaking tap. She examined the damage, putting her hand to the wall. The wallpaper had a raised pattern of loops and arabesques that she now recalled had once been colorful, but it had been painted over with drab distemper, the damp turning it to curd. The stains on her fingers disgusted her. She rubbed her hands together, trying to brush away the residue, then ran cold water over them at the basin, wiped them on her skirt, and turned to leave. As she did, a cold movement of air struck her cheek, disarranging her hair and making her shiver. A moment later, a violent slamming sound from the neighboring room shocked her. She guessed what it was: the day nursery door, blown shut by a draft, but the unexpected, sickeningly loud noise in the stripped, silent room left her trembling and trying to steady her heart. Returning to the day nursery, she found the door closed. She crossed to it, caught the handle, and couldn't open it. Perplexed, she tried the handle left and right, fearing a broken spindle, but the old rimlock had a gap between it and its keep. Stooping to peer through, she saw clearly that the spindle worked, and that the bolt had been shot home, as if the key had been deliberately turned on the other side. A slamming door couldn't have locked itself. Uneasy, she tried the night nursery door. It was locked too, but then, it had always been locked, like all the others on this floor. She returned to the first door, struggling to keep patience, reasoning it must be warped and sticking. But it had moved easily before, and when she peered again she saw the bolt, unmistakable. Through the keyhole, she could even make out the rounded end of the key shaft. She wondered if she might somehow work it back, perhaps with a hairpin, still believing the door had managed to lock itself. Then she heard footsteps, swift, soft, pattering. In the murky light through the keyhole, she saw a movement, a flash of darkness passing rapidly from left to right, as if heading along the nursery passage from the back stairs. Her first thought was relief. It must be Mrs. Baisley or Betty. She got to her feet, tapped the door and called out, asking who was there and demanding to be let out. No one answered. The footsteps faded. She crouched again, looking out, until the pattering returned. She called for Betty, realizing the steps were too soft for Mrs. Baisley. She pleaded with the girl to turn the key, but another flash of darkness passed, moving right to left, and the footsteps continued. More shrilly, she called again. Silence. Then the pattering returned. After that, the quick dark figure passed and repassed the door repeatedly. She saw only a blur, a shadow without face or feature. Growing horror made her think Betty had lost her wits and was racing madly up and down the passage. Then the figure drew closer, brushing the door, the footsteps now accompanied by a light grating sound. She realized the figure was catching at the panels with its fingernails. She had a distinct impression of a small, sharp-fingered hand, a child's hand. Startled, she scrambled back from the door in panic, tearing her stockings at the knee, then stood in the center of the room, chilled and shaking. At its loudest, the footsteps ceased. She sensed the figure standing just the other side of the door. She even saw the door move slightly, as if nudged or tested. She looked at the lock, expecting the key to turn, steeling herself for what would be revealed. But the door relaxed back on its hinges. She held her breath, hearing only the rapid thumping of her own heart. Then from behind her the speaking tube's whistle let out a sudden piercing blast. The doctor watched Mrs. Ayres recoil from the whistle, her cry of alarm swallowed by the sudden silence. When the tube shrieked again, it did so with a demanding, almost infantile regularity that seemed far beyond the reach of any natural explanation. He could see her mind scrambling for a foothold, finally seizing on the hope that Mrs. Baisley, still too frightened to follow her up the stairs, might have returned to the kitchen to signal her through the old apparatus. The tube, after all, belonged to the ordinary world of the house, unlike whatever shadow had been pattering outside the door. Screwing up her courage, she crossed to the chimney breast and lifted the shrieking device, her fingers clumsy with shaking as she drew the whistle free, plunging the room back into silence. But the cup in her hand was not truly silent. As she raised it to her ear, she caught a faint, moist rustling, as though something delicate were being slowly and haltingly drawn through the tube. The sound, she realized with a shock, was a labored, bubbling breath, catching in a narrow throat. In an instant, she was transported 28 years back to her first child's sickbed. She whispered her daughter's name, and the breathing quickened, growing wetter and more desperate. From that liquid chaos a voice began to emerge, a child's voice, high and pitiful, struggling with tremendous effort to form words. She let the tube drop in absolute horror, and ran to the door, hammering on the panels and calling wildly for Mrs. Baisley. No answer came. She darted unsteadily across the room to one of the barred nursery windows, fumbling at the catch. By now, tears of fright blurred her vision, and her panic seemed to sap her strength. The catch was simple enough, but it cut into her fingers and refused to give. Below, on the terrace, she saw Caroline approaching. At the sight of her daughter, she abandoned the catch and began banging on the window. She watched Caroline pause, raise her head, listening, unable to locate the source of the sound. A moment later, to her immense relief, Caroline lifted her hand in a gesture of recognition. But then, Mrs. Ayres realized her daughter was looking not up at the window, but straight ahead across the terrace. Pressing closer to the glass, she caught sight of Mrs. Baisley running across the gravel, meeting Caroline at the top of the terrace steps, gesturing frantically back toward the hall. Betty joined them, beckoning them on. All the while, the unstoppered mouthpiece continued its pitiful whisper. Now, with the three women gathered below, Mrs. Ayres understood she was alone in that vast house, with the feeble, clamorous presence at the other end of the tube. Panic tipped into hysteria. She raised her fists and pummeled the window, and two of the old panes shattered beneath her hands. Caroline, Mrs. Baisley, and Betty looked up in amazement, seeing Mrs. Ayres shrieking from between the nursery bars, her voice high and childlike, her hands beating against the jagged edges of broken glass. What happened in the time it took the women to stumble, frightened, up to the nursery, no one could later say. They found the door ajar, the speaking tube silent, the whistle neatly back in its socket. Mrs. Ayres had retreated into a corner, rigid, effectively blacked out, bleeding badly from cuts on her hands and arms. They bound her wounds with torn silk scarves, half walked, half carried her downstairs, gave her brandy, built up the fire, and wrapped her in blankets to stop her violent shaking. She was still shaking when the doctor arrived just over an hour later. He had been visiting a private patient with a telephone. Caroline's urgent call reached him through the exchange, and he drove to the hall as quickly as he could, utterly unprepared for what he found. A white-faced Betty led him upstairs. Mrs. Ayres, propped in bed with Caroline at her side, was hunched and shivering, flinching at every unexpected sound, her expression so wild she looked just like Roderick in the worst phase of his delusions. Her hair straggled around her shoulders, and her arms and hands were ghastly, the blood caught in her bulky rings, turning them ruby red. To his relief, the wounds were superficial. He cleaned, dressed, and bound them, then took Caroline's place, sitting quietly and gently holding Mrs. Ayres's hands. Gradually, the wildness faded from her gaze, and she told him what had happened, shuddering and weeping as she recounted each fresh detail. But when she looked at him, her eyes were urgent. She insisted he understand what had occurred, what it meant. She had failed her daughter, she said. The dead child had come back, and she had been too frightened to receive her. She had been greedy, she said, drawing the child nearer through sheer longing. But when she finally came, Mrs. Ayres had been afraid, and had failed her. She didn't know which was worse, the thought that Susan would never come to her again, or that in failing her, she had made the child hate her. The doctor spoke gently to her, doing his best to calm her. He told her no one hated her, that her daughter loved her, and that she must be calm. He forbade her to speak any more, gave her a sedative, and put her to bed. She lay fretful for a time, her bandaged hand still clasping his, but the sedative soon took effect. When she was asleep, he disengaged his fingers and went downstairs to piece together the incident with Caroline, Mrs. Bazley, and Betty. They were gathered in the little parlor, pale and shaken, Caroline having handed out brandy that had made Mrs. Bazley tearful. He questioned them closely, but all they could confirm was that Mrs. Ayres had gone up to the second floor alone, had stayed there so long, perhaps 15 or 20 minutes, that they had grown anxious and gone out to alert Caroline, and then all three had seen her crying out wildly at the broken window. He went up to the day nursery himself. Never having been to the second floor before, he made the ascent warily, unsettled by the house's oppressive mood. The bare room was hideous, its broken window marked with streaks and splashes of darkening blood. But the door moved smoothly on its hinges. The key turned freely in the lock, slamming it produced no jarring effect. He listened at the speaking tube and heard nothing. He moved through to the night nursery, stood still and expectant, thinking of the dead child Susan, thinking of his own mother, holding his breath and almost daring something to happen. Nothing did. The house was deathly silent and chill, the room bleak and unhappy but quite lifeless. He considered that someone might have staged the whole affair to torment Mrs. Ayres, either as a ghastly joke or out of malice. He couldn't suspect Caroline, and he didn't believe Mrs. Bazley capable of it. That left Betty. It was possible she had been behind the speaking tube business all along. Mrs. Ayres had said the footsteps beyond the door were light as a child's. But according to Mrs. Bazley, Betty had been in the hall throughout the incident, though she admitted she herself had moved further up the stairs while Betty hung back. Could the girl have slipped up the servants' stairs, locked the nursery door, and then pattered back and forth without being missed? He had examined those stairs by light or flame and found them covered in dust, disturbed only by his own footprints, no other marks, heavy or soft, and Betty's distress seemed genuine. She was fond of her mistress. Besides, Mrs. Ayres herself had seen the girl outside with Mrs. Bazley while the sounds from the speaking tube continued. He cleaned up the worst of the blood with his handkerchief, blocked the broken panes with loose linoleum, and went heavily back down the main staircase. He met Caroline on the first landing, just emerging from her mother's room. She touched her finger to her lips, and they carried on silently to the little parlor. Once inside with the door closed, he asked how she was. Caroline shivered and said she was sleeping, that she'd thought she heard her mother call out and didn't want her to wake frightened. He reassured her that the Veronal would keep her asleep for hours and urged her to sit by the fire. They drew chairs close together, and he sat with his face in his hands, beaten and weary. She noted he'd been upstairs. He confirmed it, calling the room a lunatic cell and saying he'd locked it, and she should too. She looked away, to the fire, murmuring that it was just another room shut up. He said that was the least of their worries, and turned the conversation to her mother, insisting he couldn't believe what had happened, and she had been quite well that morning, hadn't she? She said her mother had been no different from the day before. He asked if she'd slept well, and she admitted she didn't know, and regretted having gone down to the houses, leaving her mother alone. He lowered his hands and said it was his fault, not hers. She'd been warning him for weeks about her mother's condition, and he hadn't paid enough attention. He was sorry, he said, having had no idea her mind was so unsettled. He added grimly that if the cuts had been deeper, if she'd caught an artery, the outcome could have been far worse. Caroline looked frightened. He reached for her hand, apologizing again, then spoke reluctantly about her mother's fantasies, those ideas about her sister visiting her. He asked if Caroline had known about that. Caroline turned her gaze back to the fire, her voice low and weary, as she admitted she hadn't known about her mother's fixation. But now, she said, it made a terrible kind of sense. Her mother had been spending so much time alone, and Caroline had mistaken it for simple tiredness. Instead, up in her room, she must have been dwelling on thoughts of Susan, a grotesque, filthy idea that made Caroline's pale cheeks flush with a mixture of shame and horror. She insisted it was her fault, no matter what he said. She had known something like this would happen, had felt it was only a matter of time. The doctor countered miserably that he should have known it too, and could have watched her more closely. But Caroline shook her head, saying watching didn't matter, they had watched Roderick after all. She should have taken her mother away, right away from hundreds. There was something odd in the way she said it, almost furtive, and he pressed her to explain. She answered with a kind of bleak certainty it was something in the house, something that had always been there and had only now woken up, or something that had come to punish and spite them. She pointed to what he had witnessed himself, her mother's state, the stories from Mrs. Baisley and Betty. He stared at her in disbelief. He reached for her other hand, holding her fingers tightly, and tried to reason with her. He insisted that she, her mother, Mrs. Baisley and Betty, were all at the end of their tethers. The house had put thoughts in their heads, but that wasn't surprising. One grim event had led so clearly to another jip. Then Roderick, now this. She was stronger than her mother, he reminded her. He remembered her mother weeping in that very spot months ago, fretting over the memory of Susan ever since the scribbles appeared. She had been unwell, not sleeping, her age against her. And then there was that foolish business with the speaking tube. Caroline challenged him, asking about the locked door and the footsteps. He dismissed the door as probably never even being shut. It had been open when she and Mrs. Baisley went up, and the whistle was back in its place. As for the footsteps, she had once thought she heard Jip's footsteps. That must have been all it took for her mother's mind to begin to give way. Frustrated, she shook her head, accusing him of having an answer for everything. He insisted they were rational answers and asked if she was seriously suggesting her sister was involved. She said no, firmly. Then what? He pressed. Some other ghost entirely, haunting her mother, the same ghost that had made those marks in Roderick's room? Something made them, she cried, pulling her hands from his grip. She knew something was there, had known it since Rod got ill, but had been too afraid to face it. She kept thinking of what her mother had said when the last scribbles were found. The house knows all their weaknesses and tests them, one by one. Roddy's weakness was the house itself. Hers, perhaps, was Jip. But her mother's weakness was Susan. The scribbles, the footsteps, the voice, it was as if she was being teased, as if something was playing with her. He said she couldn't possibly believe that. She answered angrily, accusing him of being able to talk about delusions and fantasies, because he didn't really know the family, he'd only seen them like this. They had been different a year ago, things had gone wrong so badly, so quickly. There had to be something, didn't he see? Her face was white and stricken. He put his hand on her arm, insisting she was tired. They were all tired. She snapped back that he kept saying that, and he admitted it at being true, but she insisted it was more than mere tiredness, and he countered that he saw what was in front of him and made sensible deductions. That was what doctors did. She gave a cry of frustration and disgust that seemed to drain the last of her strength. She covered her eyes, sat rigid for a moment, then slumped. She confessed she just didn't know anymore. Sometimes it seemed clear, other times it was simply too much. He drew her toward him, kissing and smoothing her head, then spoke quietly and calmly. He was sorry. He said he knew this was hard, but it wouldn't help anyone, least of all her mother, to avoid the obvious. Things had clearly become too difficult for her, and there was nothing odd or supernatural about that. She had been trying to retreat to an era when her life was easier. He recalled how often she had spoken wistfully about the past. She must have made Susan into a figure for everything she'd lost. He believed her mind would clear with rest. He paused, then suggested that it would help her mother if the estate could get back on its feet if they were to marry. Caroline moved away from him, saying she couldn't think of marrying with her mother in this state. He argued that it would reassure her to see things settled, to see Caroline settled. She insisted it wouldn't be right. He struggled with his own frustration, then spoke measuredly, agreeing but stressing that her mother needed careful nursing and all their help. She didn't need to be frightened or alarmed by any sort of fancy. He asked if she understood. After a hesitation, she closed her eyes and nodded, but then they sat in silence, she folding her arms and gazing into the fire as if brooding on the flames. He stayed as long as he could, then had to leave for the hospital. He told her to rest, promised to return first thing in the morning, and instructed her to call if her mother showed any signs of upset. He went softly down to the kitchen to give the same instructions to Betty and Mrs. Baisley, adding that he wanted them to keep an eye on Caroline herself, who was feeling the strain. Before leaving, he looked in on Mrs. Ayres. She was sleeping heavily, her bandaged arms flung out, long hair tangled on the pillow. She stirred and murmured as he stood beside her bed, but he laid his hand across her forehead, stroking her pale, anxious face, and soon she was still. The next morning, he returned uncertain of what to expect. Life at the house had reached a point where anything seemed possible. But when he stepped into the hall at around 8, he found Caroline coming downstairs to greet him, looking tired but with reassuring color in her cheeks. She told him they had all passed an uneventful night. Her mother had slept deeply and woken calm. Relieved, he asked how she seemed and whether there was any confusion. Caroline said there appeared to be none, and when he asked if her mother had spoken about what happened, she hesitated, then turned and led him back upstairs so he could see for himself. The room was light, curtains wide. Mrs. Ayres, though still in her nightclothes, was out of bed, sitting by the fire, her hair tied back. She looked apprehensive as they entered, but relaxed when she saw them. Her gaze met his, and she blinked and colored, as if embarrassed. He greeted her warmly, noting he had come early but saw he was hardly needed. He pulled over a stool to examine her, asking how she felt. Up close, her eyes were dark and glassy from the sedative, and her pose was weak, but her voice, though low, was clear and steady. She admitted feeling like a fool. He told her not to be silly, and asked about her sleep. She said she had slept so deeply she barely remembered, thanks to his medicine, and reported no bad dreams. He gently took her hands to check her dressings. She turned her face away but meekly extended her arms. The bandages were stained and needed changing. He went for warm water. The task of easing the lint from her wounds was unpleasant, but she bore it without complaint, only catching her breath now and then as the bandage tugged. The cuts were closing well. He applied fresh dressings while Caroline silently took away the soiled items. Then he checked her pulse, blood pressure, and chest. Her breathing was mildly labored, but her heartbeat was firm. Closing her dressing gown and putting away his instruments, he told her she was doing nicely, and had given the house quite a scare the day before. She drew away her fingers, asking him not to talk about it. He pressed, saying she had had a very serious fright. She insisted she had behaved like a foolish old woman, her voice losing steadiness for a moment. She closed her eyes and tried to smile, saying her mind had run away with itself. The house bred fancies, silly thoughts. They were too isolated, she said. Her husband had always called the Hall the loneliest house in Warwickshire, and she asked Caroline to confirm that her father used to say so too. Caroline, still tidying, agreed quietly. He acknowledged the house's condition was partly to blame, but reminded her she had said some very startling things the day before. She dismissed it all as nonsense she was ashamed to remember, and begged him not to discuss it. He insisted it seemed a serious matter to ignore. She insisted they hadn't ignored it. He'd given her medicine. Caroline had looked after her, and she was quite well now. When he asked if she felt anxious or afraid, she laughed, asking what she had to be afraid of. He pointed out she had seemed very afraid yesterday and had spoken of Susan. She moved in her chair, repeating that she had spoken nonsense. She had had too much on her mind, spent too much time alone. She would sit more with Caroline in the future. She asked him not to nag. She put her bandaged hand over his, her eyes dark and glassy in her drawn face, but her voice had leveled, and her tone was sincere. There was no trace of the staring, babbling woman from the day before. He finally agreed, but said he wanted her to rest and go back to bed. He would give Caroline a prescription for a mild sedative to ensure 8 dreamless hours of sleep each night until her strength returned. She answered with a hint of playfulness, saying it made her sound like an invalid. The doctor answered with a gentle firmness, reminding her that he was the physician and must be the one to decide who qualified as an invalid. She rose with a token grumble, but allowed him to help her back to bed. He administered a lower dose of Veronal, and he and Caroline sat with her until she slipped into sleep with a soft sigh. Once they were certain she was resting properly, they left the room quietly. On the landing he shook his head, marveling at her remarkable improvement. He asked Caroline if she had been like that all morning. Caroline confirmed she had, but her eyes wouldn't quite meet his. He observed she seemed almost her old self. Caroline questioned whether he truly thought so, and when he asked if she didn't agree, she confessed she wasn't sure. Her mother, she said, was very skilled at hiding her real feelings. All that generation were, especially the women. He insisted she seemed much better than he'd expected, and said if they could just keep her quiet now, things would be all right. Caroline gave him a strange glance and asked, with a hint of skepticism, whether he really thought they could manage that. Here a question that seemed odd in the midst of the hushed house. Before he could respond, she moved away and asked him to come down to the library. She had something to show him. He followed her uncertainly. The room smelled musty from the winter rains, its shelves still draped in ghostly sheets, though one shutter had been opened. An ashy fire smoked in the grate, and 2 lamps were arranged beside an armchair. He expressed surprise that she'd been sitting there. She said she'd been reading while her mother slept, and that after he'd left the day before she'd spoken to Betty, which had set her thinking. She called for the girl, who appeared almost at once. Caroline had her come inside and close the door. With her hands clasped and fingers working against each other, Caroline instructed Betty to tell the doctor what she had told her yesterday. Betty hesitated, then mumbled that the house had something bad in it. The doctor made a dismayed sound, and Betty lifted her chin, insisting she had known it for months and had tried to tell him, but he'd dismissed her. Caroline, watching him, asked Betty to describe exactly what she had felt. The girl stammered that she just felt it in the house, like a wicked servant who moved things and made them mucky, as though touched by dirty hands. She had nearly spoken up after the fire, but Mrs. Baisley had said not to because Mr. Roderick was to blame. Then all the queer things had happened with Mrs. Ayres, the pops and flappings, and she had finally said something to the mistress herself. The doctor, beginning to understand, asked what Mrs. Ayres had said. Betty replied that Mrs. Ayres had known all about it. She'd said it was a ghost, and she liked it. It was their secret, and Betty wasn't to tell. Betty had kept silent, even from Mrs. Baisley, because Mrs. Ayres seemed so happy. But now the ghost had turned wicked again, and Betty wished she had spoken, because then Mrs. Ayres wouldn't have been hurt. She insisted it wasn't her fault, then broke into tears. Caroline comforted her, saying no one was blaming her, and sent her back to the basement. When the girl had gone, the doctor stood in the silence, conscious of Caroline's watchful gaze. He explained that Betty had mentioned something similar the morning he'd destroyed Jip, but he hadn't wanted to upset anyone further. When Roderick's troubles began, he'd wondered if she might have put the idea in his head, but she'd sworn she hadn't. Caroline said she didn't think Betty had. She crossed to the armchair and picked up 2 heavy books, holding them against her chest. She spoke with quiet dignity, saying she didn't care that he hadn't mentioned Betty's earlier comment, nor that she'd had to hear it from the girl rather than from him. She knew what he thought about the events in the house, but she wanted him to listen to her. He stepped toward her, then stopped, and agreed cautiously. She told him that after speaking with Betty, she'd remembered some of her father's books and had found them. She handed the volumes to him. He expected medical textbooks, but saw the titles Phantasms of the Living and The Night Side of Nature. He let them sink in his hands, saying he couldn't believe they would help. She took them back and opened one, fumbling, her agitation evident in the color rising in her cheeks. She read a passage about a family startled by mysterious movements, jugs breaking, a teapot whisking off a mantelpiece. She looked up, defiant, saying that was London in the 1800s. She turned to another page and read about footsteps, knockings, and scratchings heard daily and nightly in Edinburgh in 1835. He tried to interrupt, but she turned more pages, one tearing in her haste, and read about preternatural bell ringing that continued despite precautions against trickery. He took the book from her and examined the title page, reading aloud the headings with distaste. The Dweller in the Temple, Double Dreaming in Trance, Troubled Spirits, Haunted Houses. He let the book sink again, asking if she really thought encouraging her mother's belief in a ghost would help her recover. She corrected him quickly, saying she didn't believe in ghosts. She knew her mother and Betty did, but the phenomena the book described weren't ghosts, they were poltergeists. He scoffed, asking why not vampires or werewolves. Frustrated, she insisted it was just a word for something they didn't understand, some sort of energy or collection of energies or something inside them. The writers, Gurney and Myers, talked about phantasms, which weren't ghosts, but parts of a person, unconscious parts so strong or troubled they could take on a life of their own. She showed him a page about a man in England appearing to a woman and her companion in Cairo. At the exact moment, he was anxious to speak to his friend, another about a woman hearing a fluttering bird, just like her mother, then seeing her dead husband. The book said that when people were unhappy or troubled or wanted something badly, something could break away from them without their even knowing. She kept thinking of those telephone calls. Suppose it was Roderick. All of it? He stared at her in amazement. She pressed on, saying that if the book was right, someone was at the root of it. Perhaps it was her brother, wanting to come back to them, his frustration and unhappiness manifesting as the ghost Betty had sensed. He countered that it might have been Betty herself. They'd only had trouble since she'd been in the house. Caroline dismissed the idea impatiently, saying they might as well blame him for being in the house. She argued that the noises and bells were signals, even the scribbles. The voice in the speaking tube had been faint, only a breath. Maybe her mother only supposed it was Susan's because that's what she wanted to hear. Maybe it was really Rod's. He insisted there had been no voice, and the bells were explained by faulty wiring. She tried to show him another passage in the book, but he cut her off. He placed his hands over hers, the book trapped between them, and urged her to stop. He called the whole thing nonsense, a fairy tale, and told her about a patient he'd once treated, a man who had tried to kill his wife with a hammer, convinced she wasn't really his wife, but another woman who had swallowed her up, and that he had to smash her head open to release the real one. He pointed out that the book she was reading would likely have supported such a delusion as spirit possession, but they had treated the man with bromides, and in a week, he was sane again. He reminded her that her brother was also being given bromides. He was a very ill young man. To suggest he might be haunting the house like some kind of spook was absurd. He saw a flicker of uncertainty cross her face, but she clung to her theory, arguing that his choice of words made it sound foolish. She insisted he didn't live there, didn't understand. Last night, she said, it had all made sense. She opened the book again, searching for another passage to support her point. Then another. He watched her, noting the feverish flush on her cheeks, the intensity of her gaze. She seemed almost a stranger to him. He took her hand, but she was so absorbed in her reading that she didn't notice. He moved his fingers to her wrist, trying to find her pulse, and felt its rapid, anxious beat. She became aware of his grip, and pulled away in something like horror, demanding he stop. He said her name, but she accused him of treating her the way he'd treated her mother and brother, asking if that was all he could do. His weariness and frustration finally boiled over. He exclaimed that he was a doctor. What did she expect? She wasn't some superstitious country girl. He gestured at their surroundings, pointing out that the house was collapsing around them, that her brother had driven the estate to ruin and blamed it on an infection, and now she was finishing the job by blaming spooks and poltergeists. He couldn't listen to any more of it. It was making him sick. He turned away, shaking from the force of his own outburst. He heard her set the book aside, and he forced himself to calm down, covering his eyes and apologizing. She answered quietly, saying she was glad he'd spoken. He was right. Even about Roderick, she shouldn't have shown him the books. It wasn't his problem. He whirled back, the anger rising again, insisting it was his problem. They were going to be married, weren't they? Though God knew when. He caught her hands, saying he couldn't bear to see her upset or misled. She was just giving herself more things to worry about. Weren't there enough already? Real things in the real world that they could actually address? Again, he saw doubt in her eyes. She confessed that last night it had all made such sense. Everything had fallen into place. She had thought so much about Roderick. She could almost feel him there. He admitted that a few days before, listening to that damned speaking tube, he had convinced himself he could almost hear his own mother. She looked surprised. He lifted her hands and kissed them, saying the house was making them all crazy, but not in the way she thought. Things had gotten out of control, but they could fix it. Together. He suggested they go and see Roderick if that would help. Her head had been lowered, but at his words she looked up, and for the first time in weeks, he saw a flicker of brightness in her eyes. He felt a pang of longing that the brightness was for him. She asked if he meant it, and he assured her he did, though he didn't advise it for Rod's sake. But he was thinking of her now, always thinking of her. The last of his anger shifted into desire, and he drew her to him. She resisted for a moment. Then her arms came around him, slender and firm. She murmured tiredly that yes, of course she did. They drove to the clinic the following Sunday, leaving Mrs. Ayres sleeping with Betty watching over her. The day was dry but dark, the journey tense. Caroline voiced her worries again and again. What if he wouldn't see them? What if he was worse? What if he didn't recognize them? He tried to reassure her that at least they would know. She fell silent, biting her nails. When they arrived, she hesitated in the courtyard, reluctant to get out. Inside the clinic, she gripped his arm in real panic. But a nurse led them to the day room, where they found Roderick sitting alone at a table. Caroline left his side and hurried over, laughing nervously with relief. She exclaimed over his appearance. He had gained weight, his hair was shorter, and he'd grown an uneven ruddy beard that couldn't quite hide the scars. He didn't return her smiles, allowing her embrace, but then retreating behind the table, his hands planted flat on its surface, as if seeking its solidity. The doctor took a chair beside Caroline and greeted him warmly. Caroline echoed the greeting, asking how he was. He answered warily, his tongue moving against dry teeth. She commented on his weight, and asked about the food. He shrugged. She asked if he was pleased to see them. He deflected, asking how they had gotten there, and when she said they came in the doctor's car, he mentioned the ruby. He looked at the doctor with suspicion, remarking that they'd only told him that morning they were coming. Caroline explained they'd only decided that week. He asked why his mother wasn't with them. Caroline hesitated, and the doctor interjected, saying she had a touch of bronchitis but would be fine. Caroline added that her mother sent her love and was sorry not to come. Roderick repeated that they'd only told him that morning. He said that was how the clinic operated, keeping secrets to avoid frightening the patients, much like the RAF. The doctor noticed his hands were shaking, and he seemed to be pressing them to the table to still them. Caroline saw the tremor too, and placed her hands over his, saying they just wanted to see him, that they hadn't seen him for months, and they wanted to be sure he was all right. He frowned down at her fingers, silent for a moment. Then Caroline resumed her chatter about his beard and weight, asking about his routines. He answered flatly about the craft room, meals, recreation, gardening. He spoke clearly enough, but his face remained hard and humorless, his manner cautious. As Caroline's questions grew more hesitant whether he was truly all right, if he would tell them, if he wasn't, if there was anything he wanted, if he thought often of home, his suspicion deepened. He demanded to know if Dr. Warren didn't tell them how he was. She said he did, but they wanted to see him. She had an idea. He pressed her for what idea, and she faltered, saying she thought he might be unhappy. The tremor in his hands worsened, his mouth tightened, and he jerked back from the table, folding his arms, declaring he wouldn't go back. Caroline was bewildered. He accused them of coming to take him home. She insisted they just wanted to see him. He argued. It wasn't fair to bring him to a place like this. Let him get used to having no ties, and then send him back into danger. She pleaded with him, saying she wished he'd come home more than anything, but if he was happier there, he should stay. He dismissed the idea of happiness, saying it was about safety. He accused them of wanting to put him in charge again so he could hurt things. The doctor intervened, saying Hundreds was being well looked after by Caroline and himself, and Roderick wouldn't have to do anything he didn't want to. Roderick sneered at the cleverness of the trick, accusing them of wanting to use and blame him. He refused to go back. Caroline asked him to stop, saying no one wanted to take him back. She'd had the idea that he was unhappy, that he wanted to see her. She was sorry. She'd made a mistake. He asked if she thought he was an idiot, then if she was an idiot. She flinched, but only repeated that she'd made a mistake. A nurse, who had been discreetly watching, approached, asking if he was upsetting his sister. He refused to speak to bloody fools. The nurse, mild but firm, told him she wouldn't tolerate language and asked for an apology. He said nothing. The nurse addressed Caroline and the doctor, explaining that Roderick was a mystery. When he was in a temper, he was the nicest chap. But when he was out of it, she shook her head and tutted. Caroline said he needn't apologize. She didn't want to make him do anything he didn't want to do. She reached across the table again, speaking softly and humbly, saying they missed him, Mother, and she missed him so much, and Hundreds was horrible without him. She had thought he might be thinking of them too. She saw now that he was doing fine, and she was so glad. Roderick remained silent, his features tightening, his breathing becoming strained, as if he were holding back some overwhelming emotion. The nurse, moving closer, advised them in a low voice to leave him alone now, warning that she'd hate for them to see him in one of his rages. They had spent less than 10 minutes with him. Caroline rose reluctantly, unable to accept that her brother would let them go without a word or a glance. But he didn't turn. They had to leave him. She walked ahead to the car while the doctor spoke briefly with Dr. Warren. When he joined her, her eyes were red but dry. She had been crying and had blotted the tears. He took her hand, apologizing for the grim encounter, but she spoke dully, saying they shouldn't have come. She should have listened to him before. She'd been stupid, thinking they'd find something there, but there was nothing at all. It was all just as he'd said. The long drive back to Hundreds was a subdued one. He put his arm around her when the road allowed, but she remained passive, her hands open in her lap, her head moving slackly against his shoulder with the motion of the car, as if all resistance and life had drained out of her. Their affair inevitably languished. Between the frustrations of that and his growing anxiety about her and about Hundreds, he became burdened and fretful, sleeping poorly with muddled dreams. He thought of confiding in Graham and Anne, but he'd been neglecting them for weeks and sensed they were hurt by his absence. He didn't want to approach them now in failure. Even his work began to suffer. One evening at the hospital, assisting with routine minor surgery, he performed so badly that the physician in charge laughed and finished the job himself. It was XIII. Afterward, as they washed their hands, the doctor apologized for his distraction. XIII, affable as ever, brushed it off, remarking that he looked done in and asking if too many night calls were the problem. The doctor agreed that the bad weather didn't help. He turned away but felt Seely's eyes on him as they retrieved their coats. His jacket slipped from his fingers, spilling the contents of its pockets. He swore and gathered them up, And when he rose, Seeley was watching him again, noting he was in a bad way. He asked, with genuine curiosity, whether it was patient troubles or personal ones. The doctor admitted it was both in a way. Seeley invited him home for a drink, producing a bottle of scotch from a grateful patient. The doctor, after a moment's surprise, accepted. They drove separately through the frosty lanes, Seeley's Packard speeding ahead recklessly. When the doctor arrived, Seeley had already started the fire and set out the glasses. His rambling Edwardian house was full of bright, untidy rooms, the chaos of his late marriage and 4 children evident. As the doctor entered, 2 children chased each other on the staircase. Another beat a tennis ball against a door. Seeley bellowed at them, waving the doctor into his study, apologizing for the chaos with an air of secret pride. Settling into dilapidated armchairs by the fire, they drank. Seeley complained about domestic life, joking that family men made poor doctors, and that physicians should be single, like Catholic priests. The doctor disagreed, saying if that were true, he'd be proof of it. Seeley countered that he was a finer doctor for his harder journey. The doctor shrugged off the compliment, but Seeley pressed him, asking what was troubling him, offering a sympathetic ear. The doctor, loosened by the whiskey and the warmth, admitted he could guess part of his trouble. Seeley understood immediately Caroline Ayres. He admitted he'd been impertinent at the dance, but it meant well. He asked what had gone wrong, whether she'd turned him down. The doctor hesitated, and Seeley mentioned rumors about the whole family. A Birmingham friend who consulted for Warren had told him about Roderick's shocking state, and he'd heard there'd been another incident at the hall. The doctor confirmed it, and over the next several minutes, he poured out the whole bizarre story: Roderick's delusions, the fire, the scribbles, the phantom bells, and Mrs. Ayres's horrific experience in the nursery. Seeley listened in silence, occasionally nodding or letting out a grim bark of laughter that faded as the tale went on. When the doctor finished, Seeley leaned forward to flick ash from his cigarette, then sat back and observed that Mrs. Ayres's episode was a pretty elaborate way of cutting her wrists. The doctor asked if that was how he saw the case. Seeley said it was the only logical conclusion, unless she was the victim of a nasty joke, which the doctor had ruled out. The footsteps and heavy breathing pointed to a plain case of psychoneurosis, guilt over her lost children, Roderick, and the little girl leading to self-punishment. The nursery setting was significant, he added, and the doctor had to admit the same idea had struck him, just as the fire in the estate office had seemed a concentration of Roderick's frustrations. But something about the case still didn't ring true. The doctor confessed that, even if they could find rational explanations for each incident, the cumulative nature of it all troubled him. He used the analogy of a child repeatedly returning with broken bones. The individual fractures ceased to be the main problem. Seeley countered that they were dealing with hysteria, not bones, and hysteria was stranger and contagious, recalling a term at a girls' school where fainting had become a fashion. The doctor shook his head, insisting this was weirder, as if something was slowly sucking the life out of the whole family. Seeley laughed again, and said that something was the Labour government. The Ayres's problem was that they couldn't or wouldn't adapt class-wise. They'd had their chips, and nerve-wise, they'd run their course. The doctor's mind recoiled from Seeley's tone. He heard in it the same glib, patronizing certainty he remembered from the builder Baker Hyde, and it made his skin prickle with distaste. Seeley, he reminded himself, had never been a friend to the Ayreses, not like him. He said as much aloud, dismissing the idea of Mrs. Ayres's suicide as preposterous, though the words came out more pointedly than he'd intended. Seeley, however, simply brushed the protest aside, offering a cynical alternative. The incident with the broken window, he argued, was nothing more than a bid for attention, a theatrical little drama staged by a woman starved of it. He advised the doctor to keep a close watch on her, in case she tried the same trick again. The doctor assured him he was already doing so. It was the truth, and yet it brought him no comfort. He admitted the thing that truly baffled him. Mrs. Ayres was making a full recovery, and the entire sordid business, the whole slow-motion catastrophe at Hundreds, defied every rational explanation. It was as if the house itself was sick, gripped by some miasma he couldn't name. He confessed, reluctantly, that Caroline had been entertaining wild notions of the supernatural, reading lurid, disreputable books, and even suggesting that Roderick, in some fevered sleep state, might be the source of the trouble. But Seeley, instead of dismissing the idea, leaned into it. He spoke of Myers and his theories of the subliminal self as if they were the natural evolution of psychology itself. The doctor scoffed, insisting there was no science in it. Seeley countered with a tale from his own family. The ghost of his grandmother appearing to his father at the surgery door, a phantom that had likely saved his uncle's life. The doctor had no explanation for that, but he parried with his own memory, his father's superstitious habit of hanging a bull's heart, bristling with pins, in the chimney to ward off evil spirits. It was a crude peasant thing, and he said as much, a clear attempt to draw a line between their backgrounds. Seeley laughed it off, calling the comparison unfair. He elaborated on the theory of psychic forces, suggesting that stress and emotional bonds could manifest as powerful, purposeful energies. The doctor was unconvinced what was happening at Hundreds was malevolent, not benign. Seeley pressed on, painting a grim picture of a germ of dark impulse, a little stranger born from the subliminal mind's hidden corners, growing and maturing like a child in the womb. It would become a shadow self, a Mr. Hyde, driven by envy and malice. He hinted that Roderick might be the source, or that the true culprit, as often in such cases, was a woman, perhaps Mrs. Ayres herself, in her troubled menopause, or even the teenage housemaid, Betty. The doctor was forced to concede the girl's existence, but insisted she was only a child. Seeley argued that the sexual impulse was the darkest of all, a dangerous energy if left untapped. The word struck the doctor. It was the same word Caroline had used. He felt a slow, creeping unease as Seeley turned the conversation to him, suggesting that his own unresolved situation with Caroline might be the root of the house's malaise. Prodded by the whiskey, he confessed the truth. His feelings for her were far from reciprocated. They were a one-sided, consuming force. Seeley was amused by the admission, clearly enjoying his role as provocateur. The doctor felt his thoughts spiral, dark and helpless. It was all nonsense, he told himself. The fire in the grate crackled. The children thundered on the stairs. The whiskey was warm in his glass, all ordinary, solid, real. Yet the night was dark beyond the window, and only a few miles away stood Hundreds Hall, where things were not ordinary at all. He found himself asking the unthinkable. Could there be something loose in that house? A ravenous, frustrated energy with Caroline at its center? His mind, once set on the path, raced ahead. He thought back to the night of the party, the humiliation Caroline had suffered, the subsequent injury to the Baker Hyde child, the sowing of a seed. He recalled her growing hostility toward her brother, her impatience with her mother, and how both had become injured, just like Gillian. It was Caroline who had found the first strange marks, Caroline who had discovered the fire, Caroline who had felt that strange tapping presence behind the wall. He remembered Betty's phrase, a nip, or a whisper, and saw how the thing had grown, from moving objects and lighting fires, to running on pattering feet and speaking with a struggling voice. It was growing, developing. What would it be next? Unnerved, he made a move to leave, but Seeley, distracted by a noisy child, was briefly pulled away. The doctor drained his glass, and by the time his host returned, was fully ready to go, his coat on and hat in hand. Seeley saw him to the door, his casual manner suggesting he could hold his liquor far better. The doctor drove home unsteadily, the whiskey sour and hot in his stomach. Stepping into the cold, silent dispensary, a wave of nausea rose, bringing with it something worse, a creeping dread that left his heart hammering. He stood sweating in his coat, then made a decision. He went into his consulting room, his fingers clumsy as he dialed the Hundreds number. It was after 11. The phone rang for an eternity before Caroline's cautious voice answered. His own voice came out strained, almost desperate, as he told her there was nothing wrong, he just needed to hear her voice. The silence that followed was broken by her tired laugh. She said he must be a little drunk, he agreed, muttering about Seeley's whiskey and his insidious ideas. He wanted her to speak more, to say anything at all. She responded with a perfunctory line of poetry about frost and ministry, and told him to go to bed. He promised he would, but only after thinking of her being there. She assured him everything was all right. The house was peaceful, her mother was asleep. He apologized, said good night. Her tired, fading laughter was the last thing he heard before the line went dead, leaving only the hiss and murmur of distant trapped voices. The doctor arrived at Hundreds to find Barrett already there, summoned by Caroline to tear out the troublesome speaking tube. He watched the man carry the old device away, its perished braiding and rotted rubber, making it look as pathetic and harmless as a mummified snake, just as he'd suspected. The removal visibly eased the tension in the kitchen. Mrs. Baisley and Betty began to shed their haunted looks, and Mrs. Ayres herself continued her steady recovery, her cuts healing cleanly, her days spent quietly reading or dozing in the little parlor. He noticed a faint glassiness in her eyes, a trace of remoteness, but attributed it to the Veronal she still took for sleep. He regretted that Caroline was now kept so much indoors with her mother, leaving him fewer moments alone with her, but he was relieved to see that Caroline herself seemed calmer, more reconciled to her brother's absence, and thankfully there was no more talk of poltergeists. The house, in fact, had gone quiet. No mysterious rings, no raps, no footsteps, no incidents at all. The strange nervous spell that had gripped Hundreds seemed to have broken, like a fever running its course. He began to believe the crisis was truly over. Then, at the end of March, the weather turned sharply. The skies darkened, the temperature plunged, and snow fell a novelty compared to the previous winter's blizzards, but still a nuisance. His car struggled even with chains, and the park drive became impassable for over a week. Still, he managed to visit often, leaving the car at the east gates and walking the rest of the way, drawn by the need to see Caroline, to check on Mrs. Ayres. And he admitted to himself by the sheer enchantment of the journey. The snow transformed the house, making its red brick and green ivy vivid against the white ground, softening its flaws with a lacework of ice. Without the hum of the generator or the noise of farm machinery or building work, all suspended by the snow, the silence was profound, broken only by his own footsteps, which he tried to muffle, almost abashed, as if the place were enchanted, a sleeping castle whose spell he feared to break. Even the interior felt transformed. The glass dome above the stairwell was translucent with snow, casting the hall into deeper shadow, and the windows let in a chill, reflected light that made shadows fall in puzzling ways. One still, snowbound Tuesday afternoon, the 6th of April, he went to the house expecting to find Caroline with her mother. Instead, Betty was keeping Mrs. Ayres company, a draughts board between them, chipped pieces in play. The room was warm and stuffy from a crackling fire. Caroline, he learned, was at the farm, expected back within the hour. Disappointed but with time to spare before his evening surgery, he agreed to stay. He took Betty's place at the board for a couple of games. Mrs. Ayres played absently, losing piece after piece. When the game was set aside for tea, they sat in near silence. She had lost her taste for gossip, and his few attempts at conversation were met with distracted responses, as if she were straining to hear something else, a more compelling voice from another room. His fund of stories exhausted, he rose and walked to the French window, gazing out at the dazzling white landscape. Turning back, he saw her rubbing her arm as if cold. She caught his eye and apologized for being dull company, blaming her long confinement indoors, and suggested they go out into the garden. They might meet Caroline returning. Surprised but relieved to leave the stuffy room, he fetched her outdoor things, dressed her warmly, and they set out, taking a slow, idle stroll around the house and across the west lawn. The snow was smooth and silky, crisp underfoot, marked by bird tracks and the dog-like pads of foxes. They followed the prints to the old outbuildings, where the stable clock was frozen at 20 to 9, a grim Guggensian joke, and the stables themselves, though neat and bolted, were thick with cobwebs, as if waiting for slumbering horses to wake. Beyond, the kitchen gardens lay in a tangle of neglect, brambles rising through broken glass house roofs, cinder paths choked with nettles. They moved from one walled space to the next, Mrs. Ayres occasionally pausing to brush snow from a plant or gaze around as if memorizing the scene. She spoke of her husband's love for these gardens, how he'd seen them as a spiral, each chamber smaller than the last, like the chambers of a seashell. They passed into the smallest plot, the old herb garden, where a sundial stood at the center of an ornamental pond. The water was frozen, but the ice was thin and flexible. Pressing it, they could see silvery bubbles racing beneath, and flashes of gold as fish darted in the murk. She wondered if the fish would stifle, if the ice should be broken. He recalled a boyhood trick, and knelt to melt the ice with his bare hands, the cold stinging his palms. She watched, then gracefully lowered herself beside him. As he shook his numb fingers, she smiled and teased him, saying women were built for pain. He laughed, but her smile faded when she glanced at his watch and mentioned that Caroline might be home soon, that he would want to see her. He said he was happy where he was. She replied that she didn't want to keep him from her. There was a weight in her words. He met her gaze and realized she knew exactly how things stood between him and Caroline, despite their careful secrecy. Self-conscious, he turned back to the pond, melting 2 small holes in the ice, pleased with his work. When he offered his hand to help her up, she didn't take it. Instead, she watched him shake the water from his fingers and then spoke quietly, admitting she hadn't been pleased at first when she saw an attachment forming between him and her daughter. He was not the match she'd planned. He admitted he had suspected as much. She apologized. He shrugged it off, saying it didn't matter now. She asked if he truly meant to marry Caroline. He said he did. She asked if he thought a great deal of her. He said he thought a great deal of all of them, that he meant to care for her, for the house, for Roderick. He pressed on, eager to reassure her, to leave the gloom behind, and mentioned the nursery incident, a horrible thing, but now over, thank God. She smiled, an odd, patient, secret smile. She straightened, brushing snow from her gloves, and called him a perfect innocent. There was a mild, indulgent quality to her voice that almost made him laugh, but her expression troubled him, and a creeping fear began to take hold. He rose clumsily, nearly stumbling, and caught up to her, touching her arm, demanding to know what she meant. She didn't answer. He pressed further, asking if there had been other things, if she still imagined Susan was somehow there. She murmured that Susan was with her always, following her wherever she went. Mrs. Ayres turned her face fully to him, and the look in her eyes made his blood run cold, a terrible fusion of loneliness, huntedness, and pure fear. He demanded to know why she had kept this from him. She replied with a bitter question so that he could test and treat her, tell her she was dreaming. He tried to reason with her, gripping her gloved hands, urging her to look around at the empty garden and see the truth, that it was all in her mind, that Susan was dead. She snapped back, almost scornfully, that of course she knew her child was dead, but that didn't change the fact that she had returned. He pressed her for details. Could she see Susan? No, not yet, she said. She felt her watching, her gaze so strong it was like fingers that could touch, pinch, press. She heard her voice, no longer needing tubes or telephones. The doctor felt a chill creep up his spine as she tilted her head, raising a hand, claiming Susan was whispering even now. When he asked what she said, Mrs. Ayres's face grew bleak. The same words, every time a plaintive demanding, "Where are you? Why won't you come?" "I am waiting." The words hung in the frozen air, and then vanished, swallowed by the profound silence. The small walled garden, which had seemed almost cozy minutes before, now felt claustrophobic and menacing, its single exit leading only to more choked, isolated spaces. The day was unnaturally still, no wind, no birds, no sound at all, and yet, despite the absence of any movement, he began to feel a creeping, edging presence, something familiar and yet terrifying, advancing across the snow like a shy but determined return. His skin prickled in anticipation of a touch, and he spun around, looking wildly in every direction. The garden was empty, the snow unmarked save for their own footprints. His heart hammered, his hands trembled. He wiped his sweating brow with his hat, and as he put it back on, heard Mrs. Ayres sharply draw in her breath. She was clutching her collar, her face creased with distress, her color rising. Alarmed, thinking of her heart, he pulled her hand away and opened her scarves and coat. Underneath, a pale silk blouse, and as he watched, incredulous, 3 small crimson drops appeared on the fabric, as if from nowhere, spreading rapidly like ink on blotting paper. He tugged down the collar and saw a fresh, deep scratch on her bare skin, still beating red. Horrified, he demanded to know what she had done, how she had done it. He searched her gown for pins or brooches, examined her gloves, found nothing. She murmured, her gaze dropping, that her little girl was so eager for her to join her, and that she wasn't always kind. The words hit him like a physical blow. He stepped back, sickened. Then, with a surge of understanding, he pulled off her gloves and pushed up her sleeves. The old wounds from the broken window had healed, but among the scars were new scratches, and on one arm a faint, curiously shaped bruise, as if the flesh had been pinched and twisted by a small, determined hand. He picked up her fallen gloves, helped her put them back on, and took her firmly by the elbow, announcing he was taking her back to the house. She warned him it was useless to try and take her away from Susan. He shook her, desperate, ordering her to stop saying such things, but she simply moved loosely in his grasp, and afterward, he couldn't bring himself to look at her face again. He led her out of the tangled gardens, past the frozen stable clock, back across the lawns and into the house, taking her straight upstairs to her room without even pausing to remove her outdoor things. Only in the warmth of her own room did he curt off her coat and hat and snowy shoes, settling her in her chair by the fire. Then he looked around the room, seeing danger in every object, the coals, the pokers, the tongs, the glasses, the mirrors. Everything seemed brutal, brittle, capable of harm. He tried to ring for Betty, but the lever moved uselessly in his hand. Caroline had cut the wire. He went to the top of the staircase and called into the silence until Betty finally appeared. He told her not to be frightened, that she was to sit with Mrs. Ayres and make sure she had everything she needed. But having gotten Mrs. Ayres this far, he didn't know what to do next. The isolation of the house pressed in on him. If even Mrs. Baisley had been there, he thought, he would have felt calmer. But with only Betty to help, and without his medical bag, he stood dithering, almost panicking. Then he heard footsteps on the marble floor downstairs. He rushed to the door and saw Caroline just beginning to mount the stairs, unwinding her scarf. He called out, and she hurried up to him, alarmed. He told her it was her mother, asked her to wait a moment, then hurried back into the bedroom to speak to Mrs. Ayres in a calming, reassuring tone, promising to leave the door open and asking her to call if anything frightened her. She seemed weary and didn't answer. He gave Betty a meaningful look, then went out and pulled Caroline around the landing to her own room, leaving both doors ajar. Caroline demanded to know what had happened. He spoke softly, urgently, confessing he had misjudged her mother's case badly. Had she noticed any changes? Any signs of trouble or fear? She looked bewildered and wanted to go to her mother. He held her back, his hands on her shoulders, and told her the truth. He thought her mother was hurting herself. He recounted what had happened in the garden, the scratches, the words about Susan. He asked if Caroline had seen any cuts or bruises, but she struggled to take it in, mentioning her mother's tendency to bruise and the clumsiness caused by the veronal. He insisted this was different. This was madness. He saw Caroline's face close, and she turned away, wanting to see for herself. He tried to draw her back, but she shook him off, her anger flaring. She accused him of breaking his promise. She had warned him about the house, and he had laughed, told her to watch and wait, and now this had happened. He apologized, admitting her condition was worse than he knew, and suggested they watch her longer just for tonight. Caroline asked about tomorrow, the days after. He told her bluntly that her mother was beyond ordinary help. He would make arrangements that evening and take her tomorrow. She didn't understand, asking where. He said she couldn't stay here. She realized he meant like Roderick. He admitted it was the only way. A terrible, mirthless laugh escaped her, and she asked how long until it was her turn. He tried to stop her, but she placed his fingers on her own pulse, demanding he tell her he was the doctor after all. He pulled away, telling her that leaving her mother here was what would cause something terrible, and she couldn't cope. The only solution was the clinic. She argued they couldn't afford it. He said he would help once they were married. She reminded him they weren't married yet. She asked, with a bitter edge, if he wasn't afraid of the heir's family taint. He protested, but she pressed on, saying that was what people would say, and she knew there was already talk about Roderick. He dismissed her concern with an impatient wave, insisting they were past the point of caring about gossip. She snapped back that it couldn't possibly matter to someone like him. He was taken aback, demanding to know what she meant by that. She turned away, flustered, and explained the plan to take her mother away would be something she would hate if she were in her right mind. When they were children, illness was met with a stern command to be silent, to be better and braver than ordinary people. That was the family's duty, its very reason for being. The shame of her brother's removal had been bad enough. If he tried to take her mother too, she doubted Mrs. Ayres would allow it. He countered grimly that she would have no choice. He would bring Graham in, and if she behaved with him as she had with him that afternoon, there would be no question of her staying. Caroline insisted she would rather die. He retorted that leaving her here might very well kill her, and more importantly, he was brutally honest, it might kill Caroline herself. He couldn't put her through that. He had hesitated over Roderick, and regretted it. He wouldn't make the same mistake again. If he could, he would take her right now. He gazed out the window at the darkening gray sky, the white ground still holding the day's light, and thought seriously about doing just that. He talked it through, planning aloud. He could sedate her. They could manage her together. The snow would be a hindrance, but they only needed to get her as far as Hatton for the night. Caroline was appalled, recognizing the county asylum. He explained it would be temporary, just while he made arrangements for a private clinic, but she needed close observation. She stared at him in horror, understanding his seriousness, accusing him of treating her like a danger. He agreed. She was a danger to herself. She threw his own words back at him, bitterly regretting that she hadn't taken her mother away weeks ago when she had wanted to, and now he wanted to bundle her off to the madhouse like a common lunatic. He apologized, but stood firm, repeating what he had seen and heard. He couldn't abandon her to her delusions, not for the sake of class pride. Caroline pressed her hands to her face, fingers steepled over her mouth and nose, the tips pressing into the corners of her eyes. She gazed at him for a long moment, then drew a breath and came to a decision. She dropped her hands. No, she didn't think that, but she wouldn't let him take her mother to Hatton for all to see. She would never forgive her. He could take her tomorrow, privately. She would have time to get used to the idea. He hadn't seen her so determined since the days before Gyp's death. Slightly abashed, he agreed, but insisted on staying the night. She said he didn't need to. He countered that he would be easier in his mind, that he would cancel his hospital duty. This was an emergency. He could do his evening surgery and come back. She shook her head, preferring he didn't. He insisted her mother needed watching all through the night. She argued that she could watch her just as well. Wouldn't she be safest with her? He opened his mouth to reply, but a sharp alarm bell rang in his mind. The conversation with Seeley came flooding back, and with it a sick suspicion, grotesque, impossible, yet other impossible things had happened at Hundreds. What if Caroline herself was somehow to blame? What if unconsciously she had given birth to some violent shadow creature haunting the house? Could he leave Mrs. Ayres unprotected for even one more night? Caroline was watching him, confused by his hesitation, and he saw suspicion creep into her clear brown eyes. He shook off the madness and agreed, but with a strict condition: she must not leave her mother alone, and she must telephone him at once if anything happened. She promised. He put his arms around her briefly, then took her across the landing to her mother's room. Mrs. Ayres and Betty were still sitting in the thickening gloom as he had left them. He tried the light switch, remembered the silent generator, and lit oil lamps from the fire. Drawing the curtains, the room grew cheerier. Caroline went to her mother's side, awkwardly explaining that the doctor thought she was unwell, and tucked back a lock of her graying hair. Mrs. Ayres turned up her tired face and conceded. If the doctor said so, she must be. Caroline offered to read to her, catching his eye and nodding. He left her to take Betty's place in the armchair. Downstairs, he questioned Betty as he had Caroline, asking if she had noticed any changes, any injuries. She shook her head, frightened, and asked if Mrs. Ayres was ill again, if it was starting again. He told her nothing was starting again. He knew what she was thinking, and forbade her from saying those things. Using the Warwickshire word almost unconsciously, he told her not to be afraid. It was nothing like before. He needed her to be a good girl, keep her head, do as she was told. As she moved away, he touched her arm and added quietly that she was to look after Miss Caroline too. He was relying on her. Call him if things didn't seem right. She nodded, her lips pressed tight, her childishness falling away. Outside, the snow had lost its dazzle with the darkening sky, and the day was colder. The trek back up the drive kept him warm, but once in his car, the chill seeped in, and he began to shake. The engine turned at the first try, and the drive back to Lidcote was slow but uneventful, yet he was still shaking as he entered his house. Only by holding his hands under nearly boiling water at the dispensary sink could he steady them. The routine of winter ailments that followed brought him back to himself. After surgery, he called the hall, and Caroline's clear, strong voice assured him all was well, calming him. He made 2 more calls. The first was to a retired district nurse in Rugby, a capable woman who occasionally took private patients. She was more used to physical cases, but agreed to take Mrs. Ayres for a day or 2 while he arranged proper care. The second call he hesitated over by rights. He should have called Graham, but he called Seeley, the only man who knew all the details. It was a relief to tell him what had happened, and he heard Seeley's tone grow grave. Seeley agreed that haste was needed, and urged him not to doubt himself. He offered to come in the morning to back him up, but the doctor refused, saying Graham would do it. Yet he hesitated, bringing up their earlier conversation about Myers. Seeley firmly told him not to trouble himself with crazy ideas. What the patient craved was attention, and he would be giving her that. He urged him to get a good night's sleep and not to brood. The doctor went upstairs, not quite convinced, drank and smoked, ate his supper without appetite, then headed gloomily off to Leamington. He got through his hospital hours in a state of distraction, and as he drove home just before midnight, he was still unhappy. The thought of Caroline seemed to pull him, and he found himself on the Hundreds Road before he realized it. The eerie pallor of the snowy landscape added to his unease. He considered going to the hall, but knew arriving so late would upset everyone. He turned the car around, scanning the bleached fields for any impossible signal that all was well. The telephone call came the next morning just as he sat down to breakfast, already keyed up for the difficult day ahead. His housekeeper answered, and came back looking puzzled and anxious, saying someone was on the line from Hundreds. He threw down his knife and fork and ran to the hall, breathlessly asking for Caroline. The line was bad with snow, but the voice was not hers. It was high, pinched, and weeping with panic. It was Betty, asking him to come, telling him there had been an accident. He demanded to know who was hurt, if it was Caroline, what had happened. But the line crackled, and her words were lost before she could finish. His cry of frustration was swallowed by the bad line. Then, in a sudden burst of clarity, Betty's voice came through. She wasn't supposed to say. Those words, and her obvious terror, told him everything he needed to know. It was bad. He said he would come at once. He raced down to the dispensary, grabbing his bag, hat, and overcoat. His housekeeper followed anxiously, used to his emergency dashes, but never had she seen him so frantic. He barked orders about his surgery. Patients tell them to wait, to come back, to go elsewhere, anything. And she pressed a cup of hot tea on him, reminding him he'd eaten nothing. He gulped it down, then bolted out to his car. Snow had fallen again overnight, making the drive treacherous. He drove too fast, feeling the car slip despite the chains, but the roads were empty. He fretted over the racing minutes, sweating out each mile. At the park gates, He had to abandon the car and run, his ordinary shoes quickly soaked and freezing. He turned his ankle badly on the drive but forced himself to continue, limping through the pain. Betty was at the door, her expression confirming his worst fears. She burst into tears as he reached her, but her helplessness only made him more impatient. He demanded to know where he was needed, but she could only shake her head. The house was silent. He peered up the stairs, then caught her shoulders, demanding to know where Caroline and Mrs. Ayres were. She gestured vaguely into the house. He hurried along the passage to the little parlor, his heart hammering. Caroline was there, sitting alone on the sofa. He felt a sick wave of relief, but then saw her strange grayish stillness. She looked calm, not pale or trembling, and lifted her head as if only mildly interested in his arrival. He crossed to her, took her hand, and asked what had happened, where her mother was. She said her mother was upstairs. He turned to go, but she drew him back and said it was too late. Then she told him the whole story, slowly and deliberately. The previous day she had sat with her mother as he had instructed, reading aloud, sewing, keeping her company. Mrs. Ayres had seemed calm, eating well, speaking of ordinary things. They had taken dinner together, listened to the wireless, had cocoa. But at 10:30, her mother had grown restless, going to the window and claiming to hear something Caroline could not. She had finally returned to the fire, and the restlessness had passed. At bedtime, Caroline had insisted on sitting with her, despite her mother's unhappiness at the arrangement. She had given her a veronal, and Mrs. Ayres had fallen asleep quickly. Caroline had settled in the uncomfortable armchair with a lamp and a novel, but as the night wore on, her thoughts had grown dark. She had begun to doubt his plan, to imagine taking her mother away herself, escaping the house that seemed to be hurting them. She had smoked, watched her mother sleep, and grown increasingly agitated. Just before 5, she had gone to the bathroom, and then to her own room for another cigarette, leaving her mother's door open. She had sat on her bed, kicked off her shoes, and lit the cigarette, the view across the landing clear, and the house silent, except for the sound of her mother's breathing. The next thing she knew, Betty was there with the breakfast tray, asking what to do with it. Caroline had woken in a deep, confused slumber, chilled and fully dressed, an ashtray spilled in her lap. She told Betty to take the tray into her mother, but Betty said the door was locked, and there was no answer. Caroline woke fully, checked the clock just after 8 and ran to the door. It was locked, and her calls brought no response. She and Betty listened, heard nothing. Caroline was certain she had left both doors open. They had no spare key. Frantic, she knelt and peered through the keyhole, relieved to find it empty and the room light. She concluded her mother must have left the room, locking the door behind her. But why and where? She sent Betty to check the little parlor, and went herself to search the rest of the house. She found the nurseries bleak and empty. Betty returned, having found nothing. Mrs. Ayres's coat was still on its peg, her boots dry on the rack, and there were no fresh footprints in the snow. They looked at each other, both remembering the last horrible incident. Caroline rattled the door again, called again. Nothing. She insisted her mother must have gone outside before the latest snow. Betty asked, horrified, without her coat and boots. They hurried down and unbolted the front door, stepping out into the dazzling whiteness. They crossed the gravel and the south terrace, peering over the snow-covered lawn, calling out into the empty, silent garden. There was no answer. She suggested they try the old gardens where her mother had walked with the doctor the day before. But as she spoke, her eye caught something in the snow, a small glint like a fallen coin. Moving closer, she saw it was the long-stemmed end of a key, unmistakably the one to her mother's locked door. How it had tumbled into that unmarked stretch of snow was a mystery. For a wild moment, she imagined it had slipped from a bird's beak, and she lifted her eyes, searching for a magpie or crow. Instead, her gaze fell on her mother's bedroom windows, one closed and curtained, the other open wide to the frosty air. Her heart seemed to die in her chest. She knew then that her mother had thrown the key out after locking herself in, that she was still in there and did not want to be found, and she guessed why. She ran, grabbing Betty and pulling her back into the house and up the stairs. The key was icy in her trembling fingers as she fitted it to the lock. For a horrible second, the metal wouldn't catch, and she thought she had the wrong key, but then the lock shifted. She pushed the door open an inch or two, and it stopped, blocked by something heavy. Crying out for help, she and Betty pushed together until the door opened wide enough for them to see behind it. They both cried out at the sight. Mrs. Ayres, slumped and ungainly, her head lolling, her face hidden by loose gray hair. As they pushed the door further, her head moved slackly to the side, revealing what she had done: hanged herself with the cord of her dressing gown from a brass hook on the back of the door. The next minutes were ghastly. The cord was too tight to unknot, and Betty ran for scissors. The kitchen shears were dull, and they had to saw through the braided silk until it frayed, then prise it away from the swollen flesh of her throat. Mrs. Ayres looked dreadful, bloated and dark, her body already cold. Yet Caroline, according to Betty, bent over her, shaking and chiding her almost playfully, telling her to wake up, to pull herself together. She seemed not to grasp what had happened. Betty finally suggested they lift her onto the bed, and Caroline agreed, but her mother kept slipping from their arms. Miss Caroline spoke to her as if she had merely lost her glasses. Even when they laid her on the pillow, and she looked worse than ever, Caroline acted as if she couldn't see it. Betty asked if they should send for the doctor, and Caroline said yes, but then called after her, "Don't tell him what's been done, not over the telephone. Say there's been an accident." When Betty returned, Caroline was sitting quietly by the bed and simply stated that her mother was dead. They stood there, not knowing what to do, until Betty, overcome with fear, pulled on Caroline's arm, and they left the room together, locking the door behind them. Betty felt terrible for leaving Mrs. Ayres alone, but the horror of what had happened was overwhelming. She kept thinking how, just before, they had been peeping through the keyhole, wondering where she was, while all along she broke down crying, asking why she would have done such a horrible thing. The doctor had already been up to the room himself. He had to nerve himself to go in, and his first sight of the swollen, darkened face made him shudder. Worse was to come when he opened her nightgown to examine her body. He found a score of cuts and bruises, some new, some faded, most simple scratches and nips, but a few had the appearance of bites. The freshest, still smeared with blood, had been made in the brief hours between Caroline leaving her at 5 and Betty's arrival at 8. The voronil should have kept her sleeping instead. She had woken, calculatedly locked herself in, thrown out the key, and begun systematically torturing herself. He recalled their conversation in the walled garden, those 3 springing drops of blood, her words about her little girl not always being kind. Was it possible? Or was it something worse? He couldn't bear to think of it, and drew the blanket up to put her from his sight. He locked the door and went back downstairs. Caroline was sitting blankly on the sofa, Betty moving between rooms like a sleepwalker. He had her make coffee, and after drinking a strong cup, he went to the hall to make the necessary calls. First, the district hospital to arrange for the mortuary van, then with reluctance the local police sergeant to report the death, giving only the barest details and arranging for statements. His final call was to Seeley, catching him at the end of his morning surgery. The line was bad, but he managed to say he was out at the house, and their patient had beaten them. Seeley was shocked, asking how it was done. The doctor said it was a bad way and he couldn't speak of it. He asked Seeley to call the rugby nurse for him and explain what had happened. He couldn't do it himself. Seeley agreed, and expressed his sorrow. The doctor insisted it was his fault, that he should have taken her when he had the chance. Seeley tried to reassure him, saying there was little one could do when a patient was determined, but he remained unconvinced. He rejoined Caroline in the little parlor, holding her cold, lifeless hand. She tilted her head as if listening, and he listened too. The house was soundless, life held, arrested. She caught his eye, and said the house was still at last. Whatever had been there had taken everything it wanted. The worst thing, she said, was that it had made her help it. That was all she would say. The police and mortuary men arrived. Statements were taken. When they left, Caroline mechanically began making lists of things to be done and people to be notified. He wanted her to rest, but realized the chores were protecting her from the shock, and let her continue. He made her promise to rest soon and take a sedative, then tucked a blanket around her. He left the house to the thud of closing shutters and the rattle of curtain rings. Caroline had sent Betty to darken the rooms in an old-fashioned gesture of grief. As he crossed the gravel, he heard the last shutters close, and looking back, the hall seemed to gaze sightless across the hushed white landscape. He didn't want to leave but had duties. He drove to Leamington to discuss the death with the coroner, hoping to spare Caroline an inquest, but the coroner was scrupulous. A sudden, violent death required an inquest and a post-mortem. He offered to let the doctor perform it himself, knowing his connection to the family, but suggested he might prefer to hand the task on. The doctor considered the coroner's offer, but only for a moment. Post-mortems were never pleasant, and harder still when the patient was a personal friend. Yet the thought of handing Mrs. Eyre's poor marked body over to Graham or Seeley revolted him. He felt he had already let her down badly. If he couldn't spare her this final indignity, the least he could do was see it through himself, gently. He shook his head, and said he would manage. With his morning surgery lost and the afternoon stretching empty before him, he went straight to the mortuary to get it over with. Standing in the freezing white-tiled room, the covered body before him and instruments waiting, he wondered if he could go through with it. But once he pulled back the sheet, his nerve began to return. The injuries were less shocking now he knew what to expect. The cuts and nips, so unnerving at hundreds, began to lose their horror on inspection. He had supposed them to cover nearly her entire body, but saw now that most were on areas within her own reach. Her back was unmarked. The harm she had suffered, she had plainly caused herself, and that was a relief, though he wasn't sure why. He pressed on with the incisions, almost expecting secrets, but none came. There were no signs of illness, only the mundane deteriorations of age. No evidence of any force used against her, no damaged bones or internal bruising. Death was plainly from asphyxiation by hanging, consistent with what Caroline and Betty had described. He realized, with unmistakable relief, that he had had a darker reason for wanting to perform the post-mortem himself, a lingering, niggling doubt about Caroline. He had been afraid some detail would emerge that would throw suspicion on her. Now the doubt was dispelled, and he was ashamed he'd ever entertained it. He restored the body as best he could and passed his report to the coroner. The inquest was held 3 days later. With the evidence so pointed, it was a brief affair, lasting less than 30 minutes. The verdict was suicide, whilst the balance of mind was disturbed. The worst part was the public nature of it. Despite a small crowd, several newspapermen were present and made a nuisance of themselves as he led Caroline and Betty away. The story appeared in all the Midland papers and was swiftly picked up by nationals. One reporter even came from London, posing as a policeman to try to interview Caroline at the hall. She and Betty managed to get rid of him, but the thought of it happening again appalled him. He resurrected the chains and padlocks from the Baker Hyde affair, refasting the park gates, leaving one key at the hall and keeping the other, and having a duplicate cut for the garden door. After that, he felt happier, able to come and go as needed. The suicide shocked the district. Mrs. Ayres, though rarely seen, was well known and well liked, and for days the doctor couldn't walk through a village without being stopped by someone wanting to express their disbelief and sorrow. Many asked after Roderick. He said he was holidaying with friends, but told the Rossiters and Desmonds the truth, that Rod was in a nursing home for a breakdown to keep them from bothering Caroline. Helen Desmond was horrified, wondering why Caroline hadn't come to them sooner, and insisted they must go and get her. The Rossiters felt the same, but the doctor, suspecting Caroline wouldn't welcome the interference, asked to speak to her first. As he'd anticipated, she shuddered at the thought of being in someone else's house, under constant scrutiny, afraid of seeming either too unhappy or not unhappy enough. She preferred to stay at Hundreds, at least for now. He felt uneasy about her there alone with only Betty, but she was resolved. He returned to the Desmonds and Rossiters and made it plainer that Caroline was being well cared for by him. After a moment, they took the hint. The Desmonds were quick to congratulate him. The Rossiters were more wary, and Mrs. Rossiter soon called Caroline to confirm the story. Distracted and tired, Caroline had little to say. Yes, he was a great help. Yes, a wedding was planned, but no date was set. Everything was too unsettled. After that, the attempts to persuade her to leave ceased, and news of their engagement quietly spread. The doctor sensed a shift in the district's attitude towards him. He was now treated less as the family physician and more as a member of the family itself. David Graham was delighted, insisting Caroline be his priority and easing his caseload. In that first week after the death, he spent much of each day at the hall, helping with chores, taking gentle walks, or sitting in silence with her. She seemed insulated from her own grief, but his visits provided structure. She never spoke of the house, yet it felt strangely calm. Life in it, already diminished, dwindled further to murmurs and quiet footsteps in 2 or 3 dim rooms. The funeral was the next ordeal. Given the nature of her mother's death, they agreed it should be subdued. The biggest dilemma was whether to involve Rod. It seemed unthinkable he should miss it. But the doctor drove to the clinic to break the news, and Rod's reaction horrified him. Rod hardly registered the loss itself. He saw it as evidence that his mother had finally fallen victim to the diabolical infection he had struggled to contain. It must have been waiting all this time, breeding in the quiet of the house. He gripped the doctor's arm, insisting no one was safe, that Caroline was in danger, and must be taken away from Hundreds immediately. The doctor was momentarily unnerved. The warning almost rang true. But then he caught the wildness in Rod's eye, and realized how far beyond reason he had strayed, and that he himself was at risk of following him. He spoke calmly, which only made Rod wilder. Nurses had to restrain him, and the doctor left him struggling and shouting. He told Caroline only that Rod was no better. She understood from his expression. They gave up the idea of his returning even for a day, and with help from the Desmonds and Rossiters, put out the story that he was abroad and unwell. How much anyone believed it? The doctor didn't know rumors about Rod's condition had been circulating for some time. The funeral went ahead without him. The coffin left from the hall, and the doctor followed the hearse with Caroline. Despite their efforts to keep it low-key, the family was too well known, and the local feudal spirit too resilient. Crowds had gathered to see the coffin pass, and in Lidcote High Street the pavements were packed with silent watchers, men removing their hats, some women crying. The doctor felt a giddy sense of life circling back on itself as he remembered standing with his parents 30 years before, watching another heir's funeral. As the crowd thickened near the church, Caroline tensed, and he took her black-gloved hand, telling her they were showing respect. She asked what they were looking for, and he urged her to be brave. She said she didn't know if she could, but he insisted she could, that he was there and wouldn't leave her. She gripped his hand, startled, telling him not to leave her. The church bell tolled as they crossed the churchyard. She kept her head lowered, but once inside, she grew calmer, going through the service efficiently. She even joined in the hymns, singing tunefully, her words coming clean and whole from her well-shaped mouth. The vicar's eulogy was brief but heartfelt, painting Mrs. Ayres as an old-fashioned lady from a more gracious age, as if she were older than she was, almost the last of her generation. He recalled the death of her daughter Susan, and the doctor saw many in the congregation nod sadly, thinking of the mother who had walked behind that child's coffin and, he believed, had continued to walk behind it every day of her life. The consolation, he said, was that she had now rejoined her lost little girl. The doctor glanced around, aware that none of these mourners had seen Mrs. Ayres in her final weeks, gripped by a grotesque delusion that seemed to cast a spell over the very objects around her. But as they walked out to the family plot, it struck him that perhaps the vicar was right. There was no spell, no shadow, no mystery. Caroline stood beside him. Blameless Hundreds was simply brick and mortar, and Mrs. Ayres, unhappy as she had been, was at last reunited with her daughter. The prayers were said, the coffin lowered, and people began to approach Caroline with condolences. Seeley and his wife shook her hand, followed by Bab and Graham and Anne. While they spoke, the doctor saw Seeley hang back and look his way. He stepped aside to join him. Seeley murmured about the grim day and asked how Caroline was holding up. The doctor said she was withdrawn but doing well, all things considered. Seeley noted she would likely start to feel it now, but the doctor was looking after her, and others had commented on that he supposed he was to be congratulated. The doctor acknowledged it, though it hardly felt like a day for congratulation. XIII tapped his arm, glad for him and for Caroline, and urged him not to hang about once things were settled. Fresh start with a nice honeymoon was in order. The doctor said he intended to. XIII's wife called him away, and Caroline turned looking for him. He went back to her side, her arm heavy through his, and wished he could simply take her home to Hundreds. But a party had been invited for obligatory drinks. There was a flurry of organizing transport, and he sent Caroline with her Sussex uncle and aunt while he fetched his car. He was joined by the Desmonds and a young man, Caroline's cousin, who had a look of Roderick about him. The cousin was sympathetic, but chatty, reminiscing about happy visits to the Hall as a child. He fell silent as they bumped along the tangled drive, and when they emerged to see the house, he looked shocked, saying it looked like something from a horror film, and that no wonder his aunt had cut himself off, embarrassed. Other mourners were clearly thinking the same thing. The little parlor was too crowded for the 25 guests, and Caroline had pushed back the furniture, exposing threadbare carpets and worn upholstery. To anyone who remembered the hall in its grander days, the decline was shocking. Caroline's aunt and uncle had already seen the saloon's sagging ceiling and torn wallpaper, Roderick's blackened room, and a breach in the wall with the new red council houses. They were stunned, and insisted, like the Desmonds and Rossiters, that Caroline couldn't stay at the Hall alone. They had drawn her aside, trying to persuade her to return to Sussex with them that afternoon. She was shaking her head, saying she couldn't think about leaving yet, couldn't think about anything. They pressed her, but she pleaded with them to stop, tucking back her hair with clumsy fingers, her throat pale and veined in the plain black gown. The doctor approached, and she turned to him gratefully, asking if everyone had arrived. He assured her they had, and offered her a drink or something to eat. Betty was beside the table of sandwiches, her cheeks white, her eyes red. Caroline shook her head, saying she wasn't hungry, not even for sherry, but perhaps her aunt and uncle needed something. The aunt, relieved to see the doctor, asked him to back them up. Caroline couldn't stay in this great house alone. He asked what Caroline wanted. The aunt insisted she wasn't in a position to know that a change of scene would do her good. He agreed, as her doctor, but said he wouldn't be happy to see her leave Warwickshire just now, and returned his hand to Caroline's arm. The aunt's expression changed. She had forgotten his name, she said. He gave it again, and she said her sister had never mentioned him. He said he imagined she hadn't, but they were talking about Caroline. The aunt pressed on, saying Caroline was vulnerable and alone and friendless. He countered that she was hardly that. She had many friends here, more than she would in Sussex. The aunt, frustrated, turned back to her niece. The aunt pressed Caroline again, her voice tight with concern, insisting she couldn't bear the thought of anything happening to her niece in that house. Caroline looked confused, asking what could possibly happen now. Her aunt clarified she meant while Caroline was alone. Caroline answered with a strange certainty that nothing could happen anymore, because there was nothing left to happen. The older woman seemed to take this for dark humor, a flicker of distaste crossing her features before she conceded that, of course, Caroline was no child, and couldn't be forced. The arrival of another guest mercifully broke the tension. Caroline excused herself and went to greet him, and Faraday moved away too. The gathering remained profoundly subdued, no one attempting the vicar's comforting words. The visible decay of the house and grounds made the recent tragedy too present, the memory of Mrs. Ayres's suicide hovering just overhead in the room where it had occurred. People murmured, not simply sad, but unsettled, unnerved. They glanced at Caroline with that same disquiet he'd noticed in her aunt, and he overheard several quietly predicting that she would have to give up the Hall, that the place had no future. A resentment began to build in him. These people knew nothing of the house or of Caroline's true needs, yet they judged and assumed as if they had every right. He felt relief when, after an hour, apologies were made and guests began to slip away, the crowd thinning quickly as shared vehicles departed. The Sussex and Kent visitors checked their watches, dreading the long journeys ahead. One by one they approached Caroline with emotional embraces and goodbyes. The aunt and uncle made one last, futile attempt to persuade her to leave. Faraday watched her wilt with each farewell, like a flower being passed from hand to hand, bruising and fading. When the final car had crunched away across the gravel, they stood together on the cracked front steps. She closed her eyes and covered her face, her shoulders sagging, and he caught her, leading her stumbling back into the warmth of the little parlor. He settled her into one of the wing-back chairs by the fire, her mother's old chair. She rubbed her forehead, exhausted, declaring the day the longest of her life. He offered food, but she refused, so he mixed her a glass of warm sherry and sugar, which she drank with aspirin while he watched. When Betty began clearing, Caroline automatically rose to help, but he gently pressed her back down, adding cushions and a blanket, and rubbed her stockinged feet. Her weariness soon overtook her. She drew up her legs and rested her cheek against the worn velvet, eyes closing. He signaled Betty for quiet, and they worked together, loading trays and carrying them down to the kitchen. There he took off his jacket and dried crockery as she washed, finding an odd comfort in the simple routine, something he'd witnessed in other bereaved houses. When the washing up was done, he had her heat soup for them both, and they sat at the old deal table to eat. As he set down his bowl, he grew thoughtful, and told her that the last time he'd sat at that table, he'd been 10 years old, with his mother sitting where Betty was now. She asked if that was a funny thought. He smiled, saying he never imagined he'd be back quite like this, and wished his mother had lived to see it, wished he'd been kinder to his parents. He hoped she was nicer to hers. She sighed, admitting her parents got on her nerves. Her father had made such a fuss about her coming to Hundreds, and now he was pressing her to leave. Alarmed, Faraday asked if that was true. She confirmed it. Her father had been reading the papers and thought the house too strange. Mrs. Baisley had also quit, taking her apron that very morning, her nerves unable to handle what had happened to Madame. Faraday expressed his regret and asked if Betty planned to give notice. She ate her soup without looking up, uncertain it wasn't the same without Madame. He pleaded with her not to go, reminding her that she and he were all Miss Caroline had left. She admitted she didn't really want to leave, didn't want to go back home, but her father was pressuring her. He saw her genuine torn feelings and found her loyalty touching. After a moment, he cautiously suggested she could tell her father things might soon be changing at Hundreds, that Miss Caroline was going to be married. She was amazed, asking who to. He smiled, letting her figure it out. She blushed, and he blushed too, warning her not to spread it yet. She grew excited, asking when and what Caroline would wear, whether it would have to be black because of Madame. He assured her, no, it wasn't the 19th century. Her eyes filled with tears at the shame that Madame wouldn't see it, and she wondered who would give Caroline away. It should be Mr. Roderick, but he would still be too ill. Perhaps Mr. Desmond, or perhaps nobody. Caroline could give herself away. Betty was horrified at that idea. They talked on, both glad for the likeness after that hard day. When they finished, she wiped her eyes and took the bowls to the sink. He put his jacket back on and ladled another portion of soup to take upstairs. He found Caroline still sleeping, but she woke with a start as he approached, her cheek creased from the chair's nap. She asked the time, 6:30, and he told her he'd brought soup. She refused again, but he placed the tray across her chair, pinning her, and coaxed her to try just a little for Betty's sake and his. She began to eat slowly, mechanically, forcing each mouthful down, but when she finished, she looked better, color returning, her headache lessening. She felt only desperately weary. He took her hand, but she pulled it away to cover a long yawn. After wiping her face, she sat forward, staring into the fire, saying the day had felt like a horrible dream. But it wasn't a dream. Her mother was dead and buried forever. She couldn't believe it. It felt as if her mother was just upstairs resting. She had almost imagined Roddy was in his room, Jip beside her chair. She looked at him, bewildered, wondering how any of it had happened. He shook his head, wishing he knew. She told him a woman at the churchyard had said the house must be cursed, a newcomer who looked at Caroline as if she were cursed too, like Dracula's daughter. She yawned again, exhausted. He agreed that sleep was best, but wished she didn't have to do it alone. She sounded like Aunt Sissy Betty would look after her. He offered to put her to bed, then quickly clarified he meant professionally he was a doctor. She pointed out she wasn't his patient and told him to go home. He didn't want to leave her. She joked about being Dracula's daughter, that she'd be fine. She rose, swaying, and he steadied her, stroking her hair and cupping her face. He kissed her tired eyelids. Her arms hung loose. She opened her eyes and thanked him for everything, for being so good to her. He found his coat and hat, took her hand, and they went out to the hall. It was cold, she shivered. He didn't want to keep her standing, but after they kissed and parted, he looked over her shoulder at the dark, empty staircase. The thought of her moving off alone after that day was dreadful. He tightened his grip and pulled her back. He tightened his hold on her fingers, pulling her back as she tried to move away. She protested weakly, too tired to resist, saying she had to go to bed. He drew her close and asked, quietly, when they might be married. She mumbled something about bed again, but he pressed. When? She said soon. He told her he wanted to be with her, and she acknowledged she knew that. He reminded her he'd been patient. She agreed, but not right away, not so soon after her mother. He suggested a month, then 6 weeks, needing to settle a date for the license and planning. She shook her head, saying they could talk tomorrow. He pressed again, insisting a month would be enough time, 6 weeks at most, just for the license and arrangements. She hesitated, struggling against exhaustion, then finally agreed. Yes, if he liked, only let her go to bed. Despite everything, he remembered the period following the funeral as one of the brightest of his life. He left hundreds that night, bursting with plans. The very next day, he went into Leamington to apply for the wedding license, and within days, the date was fixed: Thursday, the 27th of May. The weather seemed to respond, growing finer, the days lengthening, the bare landscape suddenly tense with color and life. The hall had remained shuttered since the morning of Mrs. Ayers's death, and against the stir of the season and clear blue skies, the gloom felt oppressive. He asked Caroline's permission to open the house, and on the last day of April, he went through all the ground floor rooms, drawing back the shutters. Some had been closed for months, groaning on their hinges, dust and paint flaking, but to him the sounds were those of a creature gratefully surfacing from slumber, the wooden floors creaking luxuriously as the warm day met them. He wanted to see Caroline returning to life like that, to kindle and rouse her, but with the first phase of grief past, her spirits had sunk. With no more letters or funeral arrangements to absorb her, she grew aimless and listless. He had to resume his surgeries and rounds, leaving her alone for long stretches with Mrs. Baisley. Gone, there were chores she might have done, but Betty told him Caroline did nothing but sit or gaze blankly from windows, sighing, yawning, smoking, biting her nails. She couldn't plan for the wedding or the changes ahead. She took no interest in the estate, garden, or farm. She'd even lost her ability to read books. Bored and frustrated her, the words glancing off her brain like glass. Remembering Seavy's words at the funeral, get her away for a fresh start, he began to think about their honeymoon. He imagined the good it would do to take her out of the county, to mountains or beaches. He considered Scotland, then the lakes, then one of his patients mentioned Cornwall, describing a quiet, romantic hotel in a cove. It seemed like fate. Without telling Caroline, he found the address, made enquiries, and reserved a room for a week for Dr. and Mrs. Faraday. He thought they could spend the wedding night on the sleeper train out of London, a silly glamour he suspected Caroline would like. In the lonely hours apart, he often thought of that journey, the narrow bunk, the moonlight, the guard passing, the gentle rumble of the train. As the wedding crept nearer, he tried to encourage her to plan. Strolling through the park one Sunday in early May, among sudden bluebells, he told her he wanted David Graham as best man, and that she should choose a bridesmaid. She stopped to pick a flower, rolling the stem between her fingers, frowning. She asked if she really had to have one. He laughed, insisting someone had to hold her bouquet. She hadn't thought about it, there was no one she liked to ask. He suggested Brenda from the hospital dance. She immediately dismissed that. Then Helen Desmond as matron of honor, she supposed she could, with a reluctant shrug. He offered to call Helen himself, but she said she could do it. He didn't want her bothered with details. She countered that a bride was supposed to be bothered. He said not a bride who'd been through what she had, wanting to make it easy for her. She looked at him oddly, and half finished a question about whether it was easy for him he meant, or for her, then let it drop. He pressed her on what she meant, but she only complained that things were moving too quickly. He asked what they had to wait for, and she said nothing. She supposed she just wished people would stop going on about it. He smiled, saying what harm could it do, people were pleased. She doubted that more likely they were laughing, thinking it funny that a spinster was finally coming off the shelf, dust blown off her. He asked if that was what he'd done, blown the dust off her. She threw away the flower and said, tired and cross, she didn't know what he'd done. He caught her hands, drawing her around to face him, declaring he'd fallen in love with her if people laughed at that. They had a bloody, silly sense of humor. She looked startled, then closed her eyes and turned her head, a thread of gray in her brown hair catching the sun. She murmured an apology, saying he was always so good and she was always so beastly. It was hard. So much had changed, yet in other ways nothing seemed to change at all. He pulled her close, promising they could make all the changes they wanted once Hundreds was their own. He could tell from her tense posture that she was gazing back at the house. She said they'd never talked about how it would work. She would be a doctor's wife. He assured her she'd be marvelous. She drew back, asking how it would work. With him and Hundreds he kept talking about the estate, as if he'd have time and money to fix it. He wanted only to reassure her, but he didn't quite know himself. He'd recently told Graham his plan to move into the hall after the wedding, and Graham had been taken aback, assuming Caroline would give it up. Faraday had told Graham nothing was settled yet. He said something similar to Caroline. Now things would sort themselves out, become clear. She looked frustrated but didn't answer, letting him pull her back into his arms, though again she gazed tensely at the hall. After a moment, she broke the embrace and moved away. He imagined that once they were married everything would come right. He pinned a great deal on that one day. But Caroline continued to speak of the wedding with disconcerting vagueness. She failed to contact Helen Desmond. He had to do it himself. Helen was delighted, but her lively questions about their plans made him realize all the preparations still to be made. When he spoke to Caroline next, he was shocked to find she'd given no thought to them, not even to what she'd wear. He suggested Helen advise her. She said she didn't want to be fussed. He offered to take her to Leamington to buy new clothes. She refused, saying she'd put something together from what she had upstairs. He pictured her, unbecoming gowns, and inwardly shuddered. So he secretly spoke to Betty, asking her to bring a sample of Caroline's dresses, picking what they thought was the best. He took it to a ladies' tailor in Leamington, and asked for a costume made up in matching size. He explained it was for a bride who was currently unwell. The shop girls grew excited, producing pattern books and bolts of cloth, clearly imagining a romantic invalid. They asked if the lady could walk, if her hands could bear gloves. He thought of Caroline's thick legs and work-spoiled fingers. They settled on a plain, slim belted dress in fawn material to suit her brown hair and hazel eyes, with simple sprays of pale silk flowers for her head and hands. It cost over £11 and all his clothing coupons. He found a queasy pleasure in continuing to spend. He went to Leamington's best jeweler and looked at wedding rings. Most were utility bands, cheap and brassy. From a more expensive tray he chose a simple gold band, slender but heavy, at 15 guineas more than his first car had cost. He wrote the check with a nervous flourish, trying to seem like a man who dispensed such sums every day. He'd had to leave the ring at the jeweler's to be expanded to her size, driving home with nothing to show for his spending, his bravado crumbling with each mile. The next few days were a bachelor's panic. He went through his accounts, wondering how he'd support a wife, worrying again about the health service. In despair he went to Graham, who laughed, gave him whiskey, and calmed him down. Days later, he returned to Leamington to collect the ring and gown. The ring was heavier than he remembered, reassuring him it sat in a ruffled silk mount, inside an expensive-looking shagreen box. The gown and flowers came in boxes too, and the dress was exactly what he'd wanted, crisp, unfussy, shining with newness. The shop girls grew emotional, hoping the lady was better, and wishing her good luck, good health, a long and happy marriage. That was Tuesday, 2 weeks and 2 days before the wedding. That night, he worked at the hospital with the ring in his pocket and the gown in the boot. Wednesday was too busy for a call at the hall, but Thursday afternoon he went out there, letting himself into the padlocked park with his key, whistling along the drive with his window down. The day glorious. He carried the boxes under his arm, entering quietly by the garden way. At the basement stairs, he called softly for Betty. She emerged from the kitchen, blinking up at him. He asked where Miss Caroline was. The little parlor, she said, all day. He lifted the boxes, asking if she could guess what was inside. She peered, puzzled, then realized things for Miss Caroline's wedding. He said perhaps, later, she might see them, and asked for tea in half an hour. She skipped away, pleased. He maneuvered the boxes around the curtain and into the little parlor. Caroline sat on the sofa, smoking. The room was stuffy, smoke hanging thick. He set the boxes beside her, kissed her, and remarked on the lovely day, suggesting he open the French window. She didn't look at the boxes, sitting tensely, biting her lip, and agreed. The window hadn't been properly opened since January. The handles were stiff, the frames grated, the steps thick with creeper. But once open, the garden air came in, moist and fragrant. He went back to her side. She stubbed out her cigarette and moved her eyes. He told her to stay. He had something to show her. She said she had to talk to him. He said he had to talk too. He'd been busy on their behalf. He brought forward the largest box. She saw the label and grew wary. He explained it, flew in the face of convention, but he wanted the day to be special. He put the box in her lap. She looked almost frightened, then opened it, parting the tissue to see the gown. She sat in silence, hair obscuring her face. He asked if she liked it. No answer. He pressed, hoping it fit. Betty had helped. They'd been secret agents. She still didn't move. He asked again, quietly. She said yes, very much. He passed her the second box with silk flowers for her head and hands. She opened it but didn't touch them. He pressed on, bringing out the shagreen case. When she turned and saw it, she seemed galvanized, rising abruptly, the boxes sliding from her lap. She walked to the open window, back to him, shoulders moving, twisting her hands. She apologized, said she couldn't do this. He scrambled to catch the gown, folding it, asking forgiveness for springing it all on her. They could look later. She half turned, voice flat, saying she didn't mean the dress, she meant everything. She couldn't marry him. She just couldn't. He finished folding the dress, set the box on the sofa, and went to her, placing a hand on her shoulder. She apologized again, saying she did like him very much, but had confused liking with something else. She'd been unsure. And he'd been such a good friend, so grateful for his help with Rod and her mother, but she didn't think one should marry out of gratitude. He said she was tired. Dismay crossed her face. She shrugged off his grip. His hand slid to her wrist. He said with her mother's death. It wasn't surprising she was confused. She insisted she wasn't confused. Her mother's death had clarified things, made her see what she wanted and didn't want, and what he wanted. He tugged her hand, urging her to sit down. She was tired. She pulled free, voice hardening, accusing him of always saying that, even wanting to keep her tired. He protested, saying he wanted her well and happy. She said she wouldn't be either if she married him. He flinched. Her expression softened. Apologetic. It was the truth. She didn't want to hurt him, but wouldn't he prefer honesty now to a wife who didn't love him? Her gaze was unwavering, frightening him. He reached for her hand again, pleading with her to think about what she was saying. She shook her head, face creasing, saying she'd done nothing but think since the funeral, her thoughts tangled but beginning to straighten. He admitted he'd rushed her, but they could begin again, not be like husband and wife, until she was ready. She said it wasn't a problem like that. He said they could take their time. She pulled away, saying she'd wasted too much time already. This whole thing between them had never been real. After Rod went, she'd been so unhappy. And he'd been kind. She'd thought he was unhappy too, that marrying him would change her life, but he would never leave, and her life wouldn't change anyway. She'd just swap one set of duties for another. She was tired of duties. She couldn't be a doctor's wife or anyone's wife. Most of all, she couldn't stay there. Loathing in her voice, she told him she was leaving hundreds. He said she couldn't, but she insisted she had to. He demanded to know where London, then perhaps America or Canada. He was stunned. She repeated she had to get out. England didn't want someone like her. He said he wanted her. Didn't that mean anything? She asked if it was really her he wanted or the house. He was speechless. She suggested he'd had the idea of living there as husband and wife, squire and lady, but the house didn't want her. She hated it. He said that wasn't true. She insisted it was her mother, Jip. Rod had all been killed there. She didn't know why nothing had tried to kill her, but she was being given a chance to get away. She wasn't crazy, though she suspected he might like that too, keeping her upstairs in the nursery with bars already on the windows. She seemed a stranger. He asked how she could say such things after all he'd done for her and her family. She asked if he thought she should repay him by marrying him. Was that what marriage was? A payment? He said no, of course not. But was she throwing away their life together? She said she was sorry, but none of it was real. His voice broke, insisting he was real, she was real, hundreds was real. What would happen to the house if she left? She turned away wearily, saying someone else could worry about that. He demanded what she meant. She turned back, frowning, explaining she was putting the estate up for sale. The house, the farm, everything. She needed the money. Horrified, he said she couldn't be serious. It would be broken up. Anything could happen, and it wasn't hers to sell. It belonged to her brother. Her eyelids fluttered briefly, and she explained that she had spoken to Dr. Warren and then to Mr. Hepton, the family solicitor. When Roderick had first become ill after the war, he had drawn up a power of attorney, allowing his mother and sister to make decisions about the estate on his behalf. According to Hepton, the document was still valid. She could proceed with the sale. She would only be doing what Rod himself would want if he were well, and she believed he would begin to recover once the house was gone. When he was better, wherever she was, she would send for him to join her. She spoke with such even, reasonable conviction that he could see she meant every word. A panic seized his throat, triggering a sudden, violent, dry cough that convulsed him. He had to move away, leaning against the French window frame, shuddering and nearly retching over the creeper-choked steps outside. She reached out a hand, but he waved her off, insisting he was fine. Wiping his mouth, he told her that he, too, had seen Hepton the day before yesterday, running into him in Leamington, a pleasant little chat. She understood his meaning and for the first time looked ashamed, apologizing. He noted she kept saying that. She admitted she should have told him sooner, shouldn't have let things go so far. She had wanted to be sure, and had been a coward. He said he had been rather a fool. She asked him not to say that he had been so decent and kind. He bitterly predicted the fun they'd have with him in Lidcote, now served him right for looking outside his class. She begged him not to. He pushed further, asking if that wasn't what people would say. She said not nice people. He straightened up, coldly delivering the cruel line he knew they would use, poor, plain Caroline Ayres, who didn't realize that even in Canada she'd never find another man who wanted her. He said it deliberately, to her face, then went back to the sofa and grabbed the dress. He threw it at her, saying she'd better keep it. God knew she needed it, and threw the flowers too, which landed quivering at her feet. He then opened the shagreen case, took out the heavy gold ring, and threw it at her hard, meaning to hit her. She dodged, and the ring flew out through the open window. It must have glanced off one of the glass doors because a sharp crack like an air pistol sounded, and a crack appeared in one of the handsome old panes. The sight and sound frightened him. He saw she was frightened too. He stepped toward her, arms outstretched, asking forgiveness. But she stepped hastily back, almost scuttling, and the sight of her retreat made him sick with himself. He turned and left, nearly colliding with Betty in the passage, who had come up with the tea tray, excitement in her eyes, hoping for the promised look at Miss Caroline's wedding things. Over the next hours, his state of feeling was unbearable. Even the drive back to Lidcote was torment. his thoughts spinning like tops with the car's motion. On his way into the village, he saw Helen Desmond, who raised her hand excitedly. He had to stop and exchange words, nodding and smiling, pretending to think through her question about the wedding, unable to reveal what had happened. His face felt like a mask, his voice half strangled. He escaped by claiming an urgent call. At home, a message awaited a request to see a bad case a couple of miles away, but the thought of getting back in the car appalled him. He wrote to Graham, claiming a violent stomach upset, asking him to take the case and evening surgery. He told his housekeeper the same, gave her the rest of the day off, and after she left, he pinned a notice to his surgery door, bolted it, drew the curtains, and drank glass after glass of brown sherry in his dim dispensary. It was all he could think to do. Sober, his mind felt ready to burst. The loss of Caroline was hard enough, but it was the loss of everything he'd planned and hoped for, melting away like a mirage. He imagined telling Celie, Graham, the Desmonds, the Rossiters, everyone seeing their sympathy and pity turning behind his back to scandal and satisfaction. He paced like a feverish patient, drinking, spilling sherry, then hunted upstairs for more alcohol brandy, sloe gin, a sealed keg of Peril war-polished spirit from a raffle. He mixed them into a vile concoction, coughing and spluttering it down. He wanted the squalor of drunkenness. He lay on his bed in his shirt sleeves, drinking until he passed out. He woke in darkness, vomited violently, slept again, then woke shivering and crept under blankets, ill and ashamed. He didn't sleep again. He watched the window lighten, his thoughts clear as ice, telling himself he'd lost her. He never deserved her. But by morning, after washing and coffee, his mood slightly lifted. The day was fine and mild, and it seemed impossible that things had changed so disastrously. He reviewed the scene with Caroline, the sting had worn off, and he marveled that he'd taken her so seriously. She was exhausted, depressed, still in shock. Her erratic behavior was just more of the wildness he'd talked her out of before. Surely he could talk sense into her again. He began to think she might even be longing for it, testing his reactions, buoyed. He drove off his hangover, applied himself to his patients with extra care, called Graham to say his sickness had passed, and took on a list of cases. Then he went back out to Hundreds, letting himself in through the garden door and heading straight to the little parlor. The house looked unchanged, and he grew more confident with each step. He found Caroline at the writing table, going through papers. He half expected her to rise with a sheepish smile, and even step toward her, arms beginning to lift. But her expression held unmistakable dismay. She screwed the lid on her pen and stood slowly. His arms dropped. He told her this was nonsense. He'd had a miserable night worrying about her. She frowned, troubled, and told him not to worry, not to come out there anymore. He couldn't believe it. How could he not, knowing she was in this state? She insisted she wasn't in a state. He argued she was grieving, still in shock, and would regret her decisions about Hundreds and Rod. She stopped him, asking not to be called darling, her tone half pleading but disapproving, as if he'd used a dirty word. He halted, then shifted to a more urgent tone, understanding if she had doubts. Marriage was a big step, but if she would just calm down. She shook her head, saying she felt calmer than she had in months. From the moment she'd agreed to marry him, she'd known it wasn't right, and last night she'd felt easy for the first time. She was sorry she hadn't been more honest from the start. Her tone was cool, remote, contained. She wore her homespun rags but looked oddly poised and purposeful. His confidence crumbled. He looked around. The room was tidier. A heap of ash in the grate, as if she'd been burning papers, the cracked window pane catching his eye, shaming him. He noticed she'd made a neat pile of his gift boxes on a low table. Seeing him look, she went to pick them up, insisting he must take them back. He refused, saying he couldn't return them. He wanted her to keep them for their wedding. She didn't answer, holding them out until he wouldn't take them, then setting the card boxes down, but keeping the shagreen case. She insisted. He'd take the ring. She'd found it on the terrace. It was lovely, and she hoped he might give it to someone else someday. He made a sound of disgust, saying it was made to fit her, there wouldn't be anyone else. She held it out, pleading for him to take it. Reluctantly, he took the box, dropping it into his pocket, but telling her with forced bravado that he was only taking it back temporarily. He'd keep it until he could put it on her finger, and she shouldn't forget that. She looked uncomfortable, but remained calm, pleading with him not to make it harder, not to think she was ill or afraid or foolish, not to imagine she was playing some dramatic game. She hoped he knew her better than that. He didn't answer, panic and frustration rising at the simple fact of wanting her and not having her. She had come close to hand him the ring, only a yard of air separated them, and he felt his flesh tug toward her so urgently he couldn't believe there was no answering pull in her. But when he reached for her, she stepped back, apologizing. He reached again, and she moved more quickly, not with fear this time, but with a hard edge she remembered from their early days. She told him that if he cared even slightly for her, he wouldn't try that again. She thought of him with great fondness and would be sorry for that to change. He drove back to Lidcote in wretchedness, struggling through the afternoon, but when evening surgery ended and night loomed, his nerve failed. He paced, unable to sit or work, tormented by the thought that in a single moment he'd lost Caroline, the hall, their future. It made no sense he couldn't let it happen. He put on his hat, got back in the car and headed to Hundreds, wanting to shake her until she saw reason. But at the crossroads, he had a better idea and turned north toward the house of Harold Hepton, the heirs' solicitor. He'd lost track of time. The maid let him in to the sound of voices, and cutlery. The hall clock showed 8:30, and he realized with dismay the family was at supper. Hepton came out, napkin in hand, dabbing gravy from his mouth. Faraday apologized for disturbing him, offering to return another time, but Hepton good-naturedly insisted he was almost finished and would welcome a pause before putting it did him good to see a man's face, surrounded as he was by women. He led Faraday to his study, overlooking the twilight garden, a fine house, the walls hung with hunting memorabilia, trophies, photographs of meets. Hepton closed the door, offered cigarettes, perched on his desk while Faraday sat tensely. Faraday said he wouldn't mess about. Hepton likely knew why he was there. Hepton made a non-committal gesture as he lit his cigarette. Faraday pressed on about Caroline and Hundreds. Hepton closed his lighter, saying he couldn't discuss the family's financial affairs. Faraday reminded him he'd been about to become a member of that family. Hepton acknowledged he'd heard that. Faraday told him the wedding was called off. Hepton expressed his sympathy. Faraday pushed further, accusing Hepton of knowing before he did, and knowing what Caroline planned with the house and estate, and asked if Roderick's power of attorney was real. Hepton shook his head, refusing to discuss it. Faraday insisted Hepton must not let her proceed. Roderick wasn't so ill, his property should be snatched away. It wasn't ethical. Hepton replied that he wouldn't proceed without a proper medical report. Faraday cried out that he was Roderick's and Caroline's doctor. Hepton crisply told him to keep his voice down, reminding him that he himself had signed the paper, putting Roderick into Dr. Warren's care. Warren was satisfied. The boy couldn't manage his affairs, and likely wouldn't be able to for some time. He was only telling Faraday what Warren would tell him. Faraday said he'd speak to Warren. Hepton said he could, but he didn't take instructions from Warren, he took them from Caroline. Exasperated, Faraday pressed for a personal opinion, the absolute folly of it. Hepton studied his cigarette, saying he wasn't sure he did see the folly. It was a shame for the district to lose another old family, but the house was falling down. The estate needed proper management, and Caroline couldn't maintain it. What did the place hold for her but unhappy memories? No parents, no brother, no husband. Faraday shot back that he was to have been her husband. Hepton said he couldn't comment on that, and didn't see what he could do. Faraday demanded he keep things from going further until Caroline saw sense. It was obvious she was far from well. Hepton said she'd seemed very well when he saw her. Faraday clarified he meant her nerves, her mental state, the strain affecting her judgment. Hepton looked embarrassed and faintly amused, saying if every jilted man tried to get his girl certified. He spread his hands, and Faraday saw how foolish he appeared. The reality of his situation struck him, absolute hopelessness, but he shrank from it, telling himself bitterly he was wasting his time. Hepton had never liked him. He wasn't part of the set. He rose, ground out his cigarette in a pewter ashtray with a fox-hunting motif, and apologized for the bother, saying he'd let Hepton get back to his family. Hepton rose too, saying he wished he could put Faraday's mind at rest. They exchanged bland pleasantries, shook hands, and Faraday followed him out. Through the uncurtained dining room window, he saw Hepton returning to his table, shaking his head, shrugging him off to his wife and daughters, settling back to dinner. He passed another bad night, then a fretful week, suffocating in his grief. He'd confided in no one, maintaining a pretense of jollity as patients congratulated him on the wedding. By Saturday evening, he couldn't take more. He went to David and Anne Graham, sat on their sofa with his head in his hands, and confessed everything. They were kind. Graham insisted it was pure wedding jitters. Just like Anne, she'd given back her ring countless times. They called it the boomerang. Anne smiled, but looked anxious. Caroline's words had clearly struck her more than her husband. She said she was sure Graham was right, but things had been so miserable for Caroline, and she wished she'd tried harder to be friends. Graham suggested she go talk to Caroline on Faraday's behalf. She asked if he'd like that. She spoke without enthusiasm, but he was desperate, pleading his gratitude. She agreed, and Graham comforted him that his wife could sweet-talk Stalin. This would sort things out. Faraday slept well for the first time, and woke Sunday feeling less oppressed. He drove Anne to Hundreds and watched nervously from the car as Betty let her in. Anne was inside for 20 minutes. His anxiety cycled through stages, almost reaching optimism. But when she came back, led out by an unsmiling Caroline who glanced blankly at the car before retreating into the hall, his heart sank. Anne climbed in, silent at first, then shook her head, apologizing. Caroline had made up her mind, felt she'd shamefully strung him along, but was quite decided. He asked if Anne was sure, if Caroline might have resented the visit and spoken harshly. Anne didn't think so. Caroline had been perfectly kind, pleased to see her, and worried about him. She was glad he'd confided in them. That thought, Caroline being glad he'd handed off the responsibility, made him sick with fear. Anne saw it, wishing things were different. She'd said all she could. Caroline spoke warmly of him, clearly liked him a great deal, but spoke of something missing in her feelings. Anne didn't think a woman ever made a mistake about that. And Caroline clearly meant to leave the house, put Hundreds up for sale. She'd begun packing already. He said, "What?" She repeated what she'd said, and he sat tensely for a second, then declared he couldn't stand it, plucked at the door catch and got out. Anne might have called after him, but he didn't look back, striding in fury over the gravel and running up the steps. He shouldered open the front door to find Caroline almost right behind it with Betty, setting down a tea chest on the marble floor. Other chests and crates were scattered in the stairwell. The hall was stripped, walls bare and marked, ornaments gone, tables and cabinets standing awkwardly like guests at a failed party. Caroline was in drill slacks, a turban tucking her hair, sleeves rolled, hands filthy. Even through his anger, he felt that desperate, diabolical straining of his blood and nerves toward her. But her expression was cold. She said she had nothing to say to him. She'd said it all to Anne. He said he couldn't give her up. She almost rolled her eyes, telling him he must. That was all, he pleaded. She didn't answer. He looked at Betty, standing self-consciously by, and asked her to leave them for a minute. Caroline stopped Betty, saying she needn't go. They had nothing to say Betty couldn't hear, and told her to get on with packing. The girl looked torn, then half turned away. He dropped his voice, begging Caroline to think again, saying he didn't care if she didn't feel quite enough for him. She felt something. He knew it. Don't pretend there was nothing, remembering the dance in the terrace. She said wearily she'd made a mistake. He insisted there was no mistake. She said it was all a mistake from start to finish, and she was sorry. He couldn't let her go. She cried out, asking if he wanted to make her hate him, begging him not to keep coming. It was over. All of it. He grabbed her wrist in sudden fury, demanding how she could talk like that, do what she was doing, destroying the house, abandoning Hundreds. How dared she? Didn't she once say living there was a bargain? She had to keep up her side? Was that what she was doing now? Her wrist twisted free. She said that bargain was killing her. She wished she'd left a year ago and taken her mother and brother with her. She started to move away, but he watched her go and said levelly, "Was she sure about that?" Struck again by her air of competence, he pointed out that a year ago she'd had a house draining her time, an aging mother, a sick brother. What future? And now she was free, would have money once Hundreds was sold. It seemed she'd done rather nicely. She stared at him. Then the blood flew into her face. He realized the terrible implication and grew flustered, asking forgiveness. She ordered him out. He pleaded, but she repeated it. Get out of her house. He didn't look at Betty but somehow saw her expression anyway, embarrassed and pitying. He turned, fumbled for the door, and went blindly down the steps to the car. Anne saw his face and asked gently if it was no good, saying she was so sorry. He drove them back to Lidcote in silence, defeated not so much by losing Caroline as by knowing he'd had a chance to win her back and thrown it away. He felt ill with shame, but knew it would pass, and his misery rise, and he'd go to Hundreds again and say something worse. So, to put the business beyond recovery, after dropping Anne off, he drove to the Desmonds and told them Caroline and he had parted, and the wedding was called off. It was the first time he'd said the words, and they came more easily than he'd expected. Bill and Helen were concerned, sympathetic, gave him wine and a cigarette. He told them they were among the first to hear, and could pass it on the sooner everyone knew the better. Helen asked if there was really no hope as she saw him out. He smiled ruefully, saying none at all, managing to suggest he was reconciled, perhaps even that they'd decided together. Lidcote has 3 pubs. He left the Desmonds just on opening time and stopped for a drink at each, buying a bottle of gin at the last to take away. Once again, he stood in his dispensary, squalidly knocking back the liquor, but this time he remained obstinately sober, his thoughts oddly clear. His raving seemed to have worn out his capacity for violent feeling. He left the dispensary and went upstairs. His house, which had seemed flimsy as a stage set, now hardened into its dreary lines. Even that failed to depress him. Almost to stoke misery, he went up to his attic and gathered everything he had from Hundreds, the Empire Day medal, the sepia photograph from Mrs. Ayres that might contain his mother, the ivory whistle from the speaking tube, the keys to the park and house, and the shagreen box with Caroline's ring. They formed a queer collection, spoils of his time at Hundreds. A week before, they'd have told a story with him as hero. Now they were unhappy fragments. He looked to them for meaning and was defeated. He returned the keys to his chain but hid the other things away, went to bed early, and next morning began the joyless task of picking up old routines. That afternoon he learned the hall and lands were up for sale with a local agent. Makins had been given the option to leave or buy the farm, and was choosing to leave. The sudden sale put him in a difficult spot, and he was bitter. More news filtered through vans were seen emptying the hall. Most people assumed it was part of Caroline's and his plan, and he spent a trying few days explaining the wedding was cancelled, and Caroline was leaving alone. Then the news spread. Questions died down, and the subsequent awkwardness was almost harder to bear. He threw himself back into hospital work, made no more visits to Hundreds, gave up his shortcut across the park. He saw nothing of Caroline, though he thought and dreamed of her often. Helen Desmond told him Caroline was due to leave the county with minimum fuss on the last day of May. After that, he only wanted the rest of the month to pass quickly. He'd added jolly ink doodles to the wedding date on his calendar, but pride kept him from putting it away. He wanted to see the day out, and 4 days after it, Caroline would disappear from his life. He had a superstitious feeling that once he turned the page to June, he'd be a new man. He watched the inked square approach with queasy longing and dread, growing increasingly distracted in the final week. The day itself passed flatly. At 1 o'clock, the hour fixed for their wedding, he sat at an elderly patient's bedside. When he left and heard the half-hour strike, he felt almost unmoved, vaguely wondering which other couple had taken their slot. He saw a few more cases. Evening surgery was quiet. He spent the rest at home. By 10:30, weary and thinking of bed, he'd kicked off his shoes and was heading upstairs in slippers when furious knocking and ringing came at the surgery door. A boy of about 17, breathless, had run 5.5 miles to fetch him for his sister's husband, in terrible trouble with belly pains. He gathered his things and drove the boy back to the sister's house, an abandoned hut with holes in the roof, gaps in the windows, no light or water. The family were squatters from Oxfordshire, moved north for work. The husband had been ill for days with vomiting, fever, and stomach pain. They'd treated him with castor oil, but he'd grown so poorly they'd become frightened. Having no regular doctor, they'd come to him because they remembered his name from the local paper. The man lay in the candlelit parlor on a truckle bed, fully clothed under an old army greatcoat. His temperature was high, his abdomen swollen, and so painful that when Faraday began to examine him, he screamed, swore, drew up his knees, and feebly tried to kick him off. It was the plainest case of acute appendix he'd ever seen. He knew he had to get him to hospital at once, or risk it bursting. The family were horrified at the expense of an operation. The wife tugged his sleeve, asking, couldn't he do nothing there? She and her mother knew of a girl who'd had her stomach washed after swallowing pills and wanted him to do the same. The man himself was fixated on that idea. If Faraday would just wash the poison out, he'd be fine. That was all he wanted. He hadn't let them fetch him, he said, to be sent off to be cut up and pulled about by doctors. He was seized by a dreadful fit of vomiting, passing beyond speech. The family grew more frightened, and Faraday managed to persuade them of the seriousness of his condition. The issue became how to get him to the hospital without delay, ideally by ambulance. But the hut was isolated, the nearest telephone 2 miles away. He saw no choice but to take him himself. With a brother-in-law's help, he carried the man outside on his truckle bed and laid him on the back seat of the car. The wife squeezed in beside him, the boy sat in front, and the children were left with the elderly mother. The journey was frightful, 7 or 8 miles of lanes and back roads, the man groaning or screaming with every jolt, vomiting into a bowl, the woman weeping uselessly, the boy terrified. Only the full moon favored them, bright as a lamp. Once they joined the Leamington Road, he could go faster by 12:30. They pulled up at the hospital, and 20 minutes later the man was taken to the operating theater, looking so ill Faraday feared for his chances. He sat with a woman and boy, waiting to see how the case turned out. At last, the surgeon, Andrews, told them all had gone well. He'd caught the appendix before perforation, no threat of peritonitis. The man was weak but recovering. Andrews had the worst public school accent, and the wife, dazed with worry, barely understood him. When Faraday explained her husband was saved, she almost fainted with relief. She wanted to see him, but couldn't they? Wouldn't let her and the boys stay in the waiting room overnight? He offered to drive them home, but they didn't want to stray so far from the hospital thinking of bus fares to return. They said they had friends just outside Leamington who'd let them use a pony and cart. The boy would go back to tell the old mother all was well. The woman would spend the night in town and see her husband in the morning. They seemed as fixated on the pony and cart as they'd been on stomach washing, and he suspected they'd just sleep in a ditch. He offered a lift again, and this time they accepted. The place they led him to was another squatter's hut, just as dismal, with dogs and horses tethered outside. The dogs barked crazily as they arrived. A man with a shotgun opened the door, but recognizing the visitors, he put it down and welcomed them in. They invited Faraday to join them, plenty of tea and cider, and for a second, he was tempted. But he thanked them and said good night. Before the door closed, he glimpsed the room beyond a chaos of mattresses and sleeping bodies, adults, children, babies, dogs, and squirming blind-eyed puppies. After the race to the hospital, the dread of waiting, and the relief, the encounter felt mildly hallucinatory. His car, as he drew away, seemed hushed and lonely. Being plunged in and out of patients' dramas, especially at night, left him drained but oddly wakeful and edgy, his mind running over the past hours like a film loop. He wound down his window and lit a cigarette to break the spell. Something about the darkness, the moon, and the headlamps lighting his hands made him realize he was on the same journey as January, after the hospital dance. He looked at his watch, 2 a.m., on what should have been his wedding night. He was meant to be lying in a train with Caroline in his arms. The loss and grief rose up and swamped him just as bad as ever. He didn't want to go home to his empty bedroom. He wanted Caroline, and couldn't have her, that was all he knew. He'd joined the Hundreds Road, the thought of her so near yet lost making him shake. He threw away his cigarette and stopped the car until the worst passed. But he still couldn't face going home. He drove on slowly, took the turning to the shady overgrown pond, bumped along the track, and parked where he'd once reached to kiss her, and she'd pushed him away. The moon was so bright, the trees cast shadows, the water white as milk. The scene was like an oddly developed photograph, slightly unreal. He gazed, absorbed, feeling out of time, a stranger. He smoked another cigarette, grew cold, and groped for the old red blanket he'd once tucked around Caroline, wrapping himself in it. He expected to sit wakeful all night, but he turned, drew up his legs, lowered his cheek to the seat, and sank into a fretful slumber almost at once. In his sleep, he seemed to leave the car and press on to Hundreds, seeing himself with unnatural clarity crossing the silvered landscape, passing like smoke through the gate, starting along the drive. But there he grew panicked and confused. The drive was changed, queer, impossibly lengthy and tangled, ending in nothing but darkness. He woke in daylight, chastened and cramped, just after 6. The car windows ran with condensation. His hat was crushed, the blanket lumped around his waist. He opened the door, climbed out awkwardly, a scuffling at his feet. Hedgehogs, a pair, nosing the tires, disappearing into the grass, leaving dark trails. The pond had faint mist, the water gray now instead of white, the place stripped of its nighttime unreality. He felt like after a bad air raid coming out of the shelter, seeing houses marked but standing, when it had seemed the world was being blasted apart. He felt washed out, the passion gone. He wanted coffee, a shave, needed the lavatory. He moved aside and saw to that, then combed his hair and straightened his crumpled clothes. The car was damp and cold, wouldn't start at first, but after wiping the spark plugs he got it going, the engine hammering the country silence, frightening birds from the trees. He drove back along the lane, rejoined the Hundreds Road, then turned toward Lidcote. He met no one. The village was coming to life, laboring families stirring, the bakery chimney smoking, the sun low, shadows long, the cobbled church, red brick houses, shops, empty pavements and road all looked crisp and clean and handsome. His house sits at the top of High Street. As he approached, he saw a man at the surgery door, ringing the night bell, cupping his hands to peer through the frosted glass. He wore a hat and coat collar up Faraday. Couldn't see his face. Supposed him a patient, his heart sinking. But hearing the car, the man turned and he recognized David Graham. Something in his pose suggested bad news. As he drew up and saw Graham's expression, he knew it must be very bad. He parked and got out. Graham came wearily over, saying he'd been trying to find him. He passed a hand across his mouth. Faraday heard the rasp of his unshaved chin. Faraday asked if it was Anne. Graham blinked, tired, and said no. It was Caroline. There'd been an accident at Hundreds. He was so sorry. A telephone call had come from the hall around 3. Betty, in a dreadful state, wanting Faraday. He wasn't home, so the exchange passed the message to Graham. He was given no details, only told to get to Hundreds quickly. He'd pulled on clothes and driven there. But his way was blocked by the chain park gates. Betty had forgotten the padlock. He tried both gates, both securely fastened and too high to climb. He was about to head home and call Betty when he thought of the new council houses and the breach in the park wall. The houses had rudimentary gardens with chain-link fences. He climbed over one and made his way to the hall on foot. Betty answered the door, an oil lamp trembling in her hand. She was beyond hysteria, almost dumb with shock and fear. As soon as he entered, he saw why. Behind her, in the moonlight, on the pink and liver-colored marble floor, lay Caroline. She was in her nightgown, hem flung up and twisted, legs bare, hair spread like a halo. In the deep shadows, he thought she might be in a fit or faint. He took the lamp and went closer, and with horror saw what he'd taken for hair was darkening blood. She must have fallen from an upstairs landing. He looked up, expecting broken banisters. There was nothing amiss. He lit more lamps and briefly examined her body, but it was clear she was beyond help. She would have died the moment her head struck the marble. He fetched a blanket and covered her, then took Betty downstairs and brewed tea. He hoped for an account, but Betty had little to tell. She'd heard Caroline's step on the landing in the night. Coming out to see what was wrong, she had actually seen Caroline's falling body, then heard the dreadful thump and crack as she hit the marble. That was all. She couldn't bear to think about it. The sight of Caroline plunging in the moonlight was the most horrible thing she'd ever seen. She thought she'd never be right again. Graham gave her a sedative, then, as Faraday had recently done, picked up the old-fashioned telephone and called the police and mortuary van. He also called Faraday, but got no answer. He thought of the vehicles coming, and remembered the fastened gates. He got the padlock key from Betty and went back across the moonlit park to his car. He said he was glad to leave the house and reluctant to enter it again. He felt irrationally that the place had a sickness in it, a lingering infection in its floors and walls. But he stayed through all the business: the sergeant's arrival, the loading of Caroline's body into the van. It was finished by 5. After that, only Betty remained. She looked so shaken and pathetic. He considered taking her home with him, but found himself oddly unwilling to prolong contact with the hall. He couldn't leave her alone in that frightful setting, so he waited while she gathered her things, then drove her 9.5 miles to her parents' house. She shivered all the way. After that, he'd return to Lidcote to tell Anne, and then come looking for Faraday. Graham told him again there was nothing he could have done, and it was a blessing. The call had come to him. There would have been no paying, but Caroline's injuries were mostly to the head, something Faraday shouldn't have seen. He just wanted him to hear it from him, not someone else. Faraday had been out with a patient, he supposed. They were upstairs now. In Faraday's sitting room, Graham had taken him up and given him a cigarette, but it burned unsmoked beside him as he leaned forward, elbows on knees, head in hands. Without lifting his head, he said dimly that it had been an acute appendix. Looked bad for a while, but Andrews had sorted it out. Graham repeated that there was nothing he could have done, wishing he'd known Faraday was at the hospital. He could have reached him sooner. It took Faraday a moment to realize Graham assumed he'd been at Leamington all night. He opened his mouth to correct him, to say he'd actually been asleep in his car, only a couple of miles from Hundreds when Caroline fell. But remembering the queer state he'd worked himself into, he felt a curious shame and hesitated the moment passed, and it was too late. Graham misinterpreted his confusion for grief, repeated his sympathy, offered tea or breakfast, said he didn't like leaving him alone, wanted him to come home so he and Anne could look after him. Faraday shook his head to every suggestion. When Graham saw he couldn't persuade him, he slowly rose. Faraday rose too to see him out, and they went downstairs to the surgery door. Graham said he looked terrible, wished he'd come back. Anne would never forgive him. Would he really be all right? Faraday said yes. Graham grew awkward, telling him not to sit brooding, not to torture himself with useless speculation. Faraday peered at him. Speculation? Graham meant about how Caroline died. The post-mortem might shed light. There might have been a seizure. People would assume the worst, but it was probably an ordinary accident and they'd never know for sure. Poor Caroline. She deserved better. Faraday realized he hadn't even begun to wonder what caused her fall, as if her death had a terrible inevitability. Then, muddily thinking over Graham's words, he asked if Graham was suggesting she'd done it deliberately. Suicide? Graham hastily said he didn't think anything, but because of her mother people would wonder. Forget about it. Faraday insisted it couldn't have been suicide. She must have slipped or lost her balance. But he thought of the moonlight streaming through the glass dome, the solid banister, Caroline's sturdy, sure-footed way along those familiar stairs. He stared at Graham, who saw the bewildered churning in his mind, and put a hand on his shoulder, firmly telling him not to think about it. It was a ghastly thing, but finished. No one's fault. There was nothing anyone could have done. Perhaps there is a limit to grieving, like adding salt to water. A point comes when no more will be absorbed. His thoughts chased themselves in uneasy circles, then wore out. He passed the next few days almost calmly, as if nothing had changed, and in a sense for him, nothing had. Neighbors and patients were kind, but even they struggled to respond. Caroline's death had come too soon after her mother's. too much apiece with the recent mysteries. Debate murmured about how the fall occurred, most favoring suicide, many mentioning madness. The post-mortem revealed only that Caroline was fit and healthy, no stroke, no seizure, no heart attack, no struggle. He would have been bleakly content to leave it there. No debate would bring her back. But cause of death had to be determined, as after Mrs. Ayres's suicide, the coroner called an inquest. Since Faraday was the family doctor, he was subpoenaed. He went with Graham and sat beside him. The day was Monday, June 14th. The court wasn't crowded, the weather was fine, but they all wore heavy blacks and grays, and the room grew warm. He glanced around at the spectators, newspapermen, family friends, Bill Desmond, the Rossiters. Seeley was there, catching his eye and inclining his head. He spotted Caroline's Sussex uncle and aunt with Harold Hepton. He'd heard they'd seen Roderick and been shaken. News of his sister's death had tipped him into absolute mania. They were staying at Hundreds, sorting out the tangled finances. The aunt looked ill and avoided his eye. She and her husband would have heard about the wedding. Proceedings began. The jury was sworn in. Coroner Cedric Riddell outlined the case and called witnesses. There were few. Graham went first, giving a formal account of his attendance that night and his conclusions. He repeated the post-mortem results, which ruled out physical crisis. It was more likely Caroline had simply fallen, by accident or design. The local sergeant followed, confirming no signs of break-in. He produced photographs of Caroline's body. Faraday didn't see them, but could tell from jurors' reactions they were grim. He also had photos of the second-floor landing with its sturdy banister. Riddell requested the banister's dimensions, then Graham's measurements of Caroline. He had a clerk improvise a mock-up and invited the court secretary, a woman of Caroline's height, to stand beside it. The rail came just above her hip. She said she wouldn't be tipped over it easily at all. The sergeant stepped down, and Betty was called. This was the first time Faraday had seen her since his last disastrous visit. She came forward with her father, a small figure, more girlish than ever against the dark-suited men, pale, her colorless fringe pinned with a crooked grip, just as he remembered from his first trip to Hundreds. Her clothes surprised him. A neat skirt and jacket, white blouse, tapping heels, dark seam stockings. She nervously kissed the testament, repeated the oath, and answered Riddell's preliminary questions in a strong, clear voice. Faraday knew her words would elaborate what she'd told Graham, and he dreaded hearing the story again. He rested his elbows on the table and sat with a hand over his eyes. She said that on the evening of May 27th, she and Miss Ayres had gone to bed early. The house was in a funny way then, most of its carpets, curtains, and furniture gone. Miss Ayres was due to leave on the 31st, and Betty was to return to her parents. They'd spent their final days on last jobs. That particular day they'd swept and cleaned empty rooms and were very tired. Miss Ayres hadn't seemed low or dejected. She'd worked as hard as Betty, if not harder, and seemed to be looking forward to leaving, though she hadn't spoken much of her plans. She'd said more than once she wanted the house left tidy for whoever lived in it next. Betty went to bed at 10. She heard Miss Ayres go into her own room about half an hour later clearly, because it was just around the landing. That was the first landing. There was a second above, both overlooking the hall by the same stairwell, lit by the glass dome. At about 2:30, she was woken by creaking footsteps on the stairs. At first she was frightened, perhaps because the house was large and lonely at night, but the fear soon passed. She realized the steps were Miss Ayres's. She guessed she'd got up to go to the lavatory or make a warm drink. Then she heard more creaks and realized with surprise that Miss Ayres was heading up to the second floor. Why? She couldn't say. There was nothing up there but empty rooms. She heard Miss Ayres go very slowly along the upstairs passage, as if feeling her way in the dark. Then she heard her stop and make a sound. She'd called something out. What? She'd called out. You! Riddell pressed her. Was she positive? She nodded unhappily. Couldn't she have been crying out, exclaiming, groaning? No, sir. She heard it very clear. And how exactly did she call it? As if she'd seen someone she knew, but was mortal afraid of them. After that, Betty heard her running back toward the stairs. She got out of bed, went to the door, and opened it quickly. And that's when she saw her falling. She saw the fall clearly, because the moon was so bright. Did Miss Ayres make any sound? It was a hard thing to recall. But did she seem to be struggling? Or did she drop straight with her arms at her sides? The courtroom fell into a taut hush as the coroner pressed Faraday about Caroline's plans to leave the country. Faraday felt the heat of the room pressing in on him, the stares of the jury and spectators boring into his back. He answered as steadily as he could, admitting that Caroline had spoken of emigrating to America or Canada, of taking her brother with her once he was well enough. The coroner noted that Roderick's condition was grave. Asking if Caroline had been overly upset by it, Faraday hesitated, then said no, not overly, though naturally she had been. When asked if Caroline had shown him any proof of her plans, any tickets or reservations, Faraday had to admit she had not. Still, he believed she had meant it sincerely, as far as he knew. He recalled her saying that England no longer wanted her, that there was no place left for someone like her. The words hung in the air, and Faraday felt the weight of them settle over the courtroom, seeing a few of the gentry spectators nod grimly in recognition. The coroner turned to the jury, suggesting that Caroline's plan seemed more like the careful winding down of a life than the eager beginning of a new one. The broken engagement, the disposal of the family's possessions, the meticulous tidying of the empty house, all pointed toward a suicide carefully reasoned and planned. He asked Faraday directly if Caroline had ever struck him as capable of such an act, and Faraday admitted that anyone might be, under the right conditions. No, she had never mentioned suicide, but her mother's recent death had affected her deeply. Though Faraday insisted, she had not seemed hopeless, just in low spirits. The coroner pressed on, asking if Caroline's mind had seemed unbalanced. Faraday hesitated, feeling the trap closing around him. He confessed that, in her final weeks, Caroline had seemed erratic, distant, not herself. She had entertained odd ideas about her family, about her house. When the coroner asked directly if she had ever spoken of ghosts or phantoms, Faraday felt his throat tighten. He admitted that yes, she had. He explained that Caroline had believed the hall was under some supernatural influence, that it had driven her brother mad and contributed to her mother's death. Faraday tried to distance himself from those beliefs, insisting he had deplored them and tried to discourage her. But the coroner pressed him, asking how he accounted for her persistent conviction. Faraday could only answer miserably that he wished he knew. The coroner suggested that such beliefs were evidence of mental derangement, and Faraday could not deny it. He thought of Caroline's own words about a family taint, her fear of it. The coroner addressed the jury. Summarizing the case, an intelligent, healthy young woman had come to believe herself haunted. Surely a sign of serious deterioration. He was inclined to instruct the jury to return a verdict of suicide while of unsound mind, but he wanted Faraday's support. He asked plainly if Faraday could offer that support. Faraday felt the room sway around him. He saw Graham's worried face, Seeley's ambiguous nod, Betty's bewildered eyes. And then, unbidden, the image of the Hundreds landing rose before him, moonlit, with Caroline's sure-footed figure moving through it. He imagined her mounting the stairs, drawn by something familiar, her face shifting from uncertainty to recognition, and then to horror. For a fleeting, terrible moment, he seemed to glimpse a shadowy form in the silver light. Then it dissolved, leaving only the harsh reality of the courtroom, the waiting jury, the coroner's expectant gaze. He steadied himself against the rail, drank more water, and finally spoke in a flat, lifeless voice. He agreed that Caroline's mind had been clouded in her final weeks. He would support the verdict of suicide. The coroner thanked him, and Faraday stepped down, the weight of his words settling on him like a shroud. The jury retired briefly, returned with the expected verdict, and the inquest was closed. Faraday let Graham steer him from the room, the voices of the crowd rising behind him like a tide he could no longer hear. The coroner pressed on, his questions tightening like a vice around Faraday. He wanted to know if Caroline had ever seemed capable of suicide. Faraday conceded that anyone might be, given the right circumstances. No, she had never mentioned it outright, but her mother's recent death had undoubtedly affected her, lowering her spirits without, he insisted, making her hopeless. When asked about the balance of her mind, Faraday hedged, saying such things were difficult to gauge. The coroner persisted, pointing to Caroline's sudden change of heart about their wedding. Did that seem in character? After a pause, Faraday admitted that in her final weeks, Caroline had seemed erratic, distant, not herself. She had entertained odd ideas about her family and her home. The coroner leaned in, his gaze sharpening, and asked directly if Caroline had ever spoken of ghosts or phantoms. Faraday felt the words stick in his throat, but finally he confessed that yes, she had. She had believed the hall was under some supernatural influence, not an actual ghost, but something that had driven her brother mad and contributed to her mother's death. He emphasized that he had tried to discourage such morbid fancies, but the belief had persisted. When asked how he accounted for that, Faraday could only admit he didn't know. The coroner suggested it was evidence of mental derangement, and Faraday reluctantly agreed that Caroline had spoken of a family taint, a fear that haunted her. The coroner removed his spectacles, rubbing his eyes, clearly troubled. He reminded the court that Caroline had been a level-headed young woman, and for her to have succumbed to such supernatural fears pointed to serious deterioration. He was inclined to instruct the jury to return a verdict of suicide while of unsound mind, but he needed Faraday's support. He asked plainly if Faraday could offer that. Faraday stared down at his shaking hands, acutely aware of the jurors' eyes on him. He felt something on trial, something deeply personal. He had once believed, like Riddell, in a simple explanation inherited family madness, a taint that had destroyed them all, but now his confidence in that neat story was shaken. The calamity at Hundreds seemed stranger, more elusive, not something to be decided in a small plain courtroom. He looked up, scanning the faces, Graham, Hepton, Seeley, Betty's bewildered eyes, and then, unbidden, the image of the moonlit Hundreds landing rose before him. He saw Caroline again, advancing cautiously up the stairs as if drawn by a familiar voice, her face shifting from doubt to recognition, then to pure horror. For a fleeting moment, he glimpsed a shadowy outline reflected in her eyes. Then it vanished, dissolving into darkness. He gripped the rail, dizzy as the clerk brought water and the court murmured, but the moment passed, and he realized it no longer mattered. Everything was finished. Wiping his face, he straightened and told the coroner in a flat, hollow voice that he would support the verdict. He believed Caroline's mind had been clouded in her final weeks, and her death had been suicide. The coroner thanked him, delivered his summing up, and the jury quickly returned with the expected verdict. The inquest closed, chairs scraped, voices rose. Faraday urged Graham to get him out quickly, and Graham steered him from the room. He avoided the newspapers afterward, though he heard they had seized on Betty's haunting account, turning the hall into a morbid attraction. Sightseers gathered at the park gates, and the funeral drew spectators despite the family's efforts to keep it modest. Faraday stayed at the back of the small crowd, the unworn wedding ring in his pocket, his fingers turning it over and over as Caroline's coffin was lowered into the ground. The years since the inquest had passed in a blur of work for Faraday. Against his earlier fears, the new health service had not cost him patience, if anything. His practice had grown, his name now familiar from the newspapers, his connection to the heir's tragedy, lending him an air of a man on the rise. He had become popular, his manner praised as down-to-earth. He still worked from Dr. Gill's old surgery at the top of Lidcote High Street, a place that suited his bachelor life well enough, though the village was expanding rapidly with young families, and his consulting rooms were beginning to look decidedly outdated. He and Graham and Seeley had begun discussing a new health center, with Maurice Babb as the builder. Roderick's condition, however, had only worsened. Faraday had hoped that Caroline's death might finally release him from his delusions. What could he still fear from Hundreds, after all? But instead, Roderick had sunk deeper into self-blame and self-punishment. He had burned, bruised, and scalded himself so often that he was now kept almost permanently sedated, a shadow of the boy he had once been. Faraday visited when he could, which was easier now that the family funds had dried up, and Roderick had been moved from Warren's private clinic to the county mental hospital, sharing a ward with 11 other men. The council houses on the edge of Hundreds Park had proved a great success, with more added and others planned. Many of the families were on Faraday's list, so he was out there often. The homes were comfortable, with neat gardens and children's swings and slides. Only one change had been made: the chain-link fences at the rear had been replaced with wooden ones at the residents' own request. None of them had liked gazing out at the hall from their back windows. The house, they said, gave them the creeps. Stories of the Hundreds ghost still circulated, especially among younger people and newcomers who knew nothing of the heiresses themselves. The most popular tale was of a servant girl, mistreated by a cruel master, who had jumped or been pushed from an upstairs window and now wept endlessly in the park. Faraday had once bumped into Betty on the road in front of the houses, a few months after Caroline's death. He had nearly passed her by, not recognizing the young woman in a cheap summer frock, her hair lightened and permed, her cheeks rouged. She was almost 16 now, still small, but no longer so slight. She told him she still lived with her parents, her mother still carrying on as before, but she had finally got the factory job she wanted. The work was dull, but the other girls were fun, and she had her evenings and weekends free for dancing in Coventry. She kept her arm linked with a young man who looked about 22 or 23, almost Roderick's age. She chattered on without mentioning the inquest or Caroline's death, and Faraday began to think the whole dark interlude had left no mark on her. But when the young man was called away, her bright manner faded slightly. Faraday asked quietly if she minded coming so close to Hundreds, and she blushed, shaking her head. She wouldn't go back inside, though. Not for £1,000. She had dreams about it all the time. Not bad dreams, she said, just funny ones, mostly about Mrs. Ayres trying to give her jewels and brooches, and her never wanting to take them, which made Mrs. Ayres cry. She thought it wasn't fair. What had happened to Mrs. Ayres and Miss Caroline? Faraday agreed, and they stood sadly for a moment, the only two survivors of that terrible year. Then the young man returned. She grew pert again, and they headed off to the bus stop, larking about on the bench while she kicked up her legs and laughed. Hundreds Hall remained unsold. No one had the money or inclination to take it on. Rumors of a teacher training center or a hotel had surfaced and faded, and recently they had grown rarer. The place was falling into ruined gardens hopelessly overgrown, the terrace lost to weeds, children's chalk marks on the walls, stones thrown at the windows. The house sat in the chaos like some wounded, blighted beast. Faraday still went there whenever he could, his keys still working. Occasionally he found signs of tramps or squatters, but the hall's reputation kept most outsiders away, and there was nothing left to steal what Caroline hadn't sold, her uncle and aunt had disposed of. He kept the downstairs rooms shuttered, but the second floor worried him: holes in the roof, swallows nesting in the old day nursery, rainwater pails, broken windows boarded up. He swept the dust and mouse dirt regularly. The saloon ceiling still held, though it was only a matter of time before the bloated stucco fell. Caroline's bedroom continued to fade, and Roderick's room still faintly smelled of burning. Yet the house retained its beauty, in some ways handsomer than ever, without the clutter of occupation. Wandering through the twilit spaces, Faraday could almost see it as the architect had first envisioned it, fresh and unblemished, with no trace of the heiresses, as if the house had simply thrown them off like springing turf releasing a footprint. He was no closer to understanding what had happened than he had been 3 years before. Seeley had settled on his rational view. Hundreds had been defeated by history, destroyed by its failure to keep pace with the changing world. The heiresses, unable to advance, had opted for retreat, suicide, and madness. It was a convincing theory, yet Faraday remained troubled. He remembered Jip, the mysterious black smudges in Roderick's room, the drops of blood on Mrs. Ayres's blouse. He thought of Caroline on that moonlit landing, crying out, "You!" He had never reminded Seeley of his odder theory that some dark germ, some ravenous shadow creature, a little stranger spawned from the troubled unconscious of someone connected to the house, had consumed Hundreds. But on his solitary visits, Faraday found himself growing watchful, sensing presences, catching movements at the corner of his eye. His heart would jolt with fear and expectation, imagining the secret about to be revealed, that he would see what Caroline saw and recognize it. But the ghost never showed itself. When he turned, he saw only a cracked window pane, and the face gazing back at him, baffled and longing, was his own. The end. Thank you for staying until the very end and sharing this journey through the shadowed corridors of Hundreds Hall. Some stories fade as soon as they end, but others settle quietly in the mind, inviting us to revisit them long after the final scene. What makes The Little Stranger endure is not the mystery alone, but the questions it leaves behind. Is every haunting born from something supernatural, or can guilt, loneliness, desire, and the passage of time leave scars that feel just as real? Sarah Waters deliberately leaves that choice in the reader's hands, allowing each interpretation to become part of the story itself. Bringing that uncertainty to the screen was no simple task. Director Lenny Abrahamson chose restraint over spectacle, trusting silence, lingering glances, and an atmosphere of quiet unease instead of conventional horror. Screenwriter Lucinda Coxon preserved the novel's ambiguity while carefully condensing parts of the narrative for film, leaving several emotional moments even more open to interpretation. The performances became the heart of that approach. Domhnall Gleeson keeps Dr. Faraday emotionally guarded, making his smallest expressions carry enormous weight. Ruth Wilson gives Caroline Ayres a quiet resilience that makes her tragedy deeply personal, while Charlotte Rampling and Will Poulter complete a family that feels haunted long before anything unexplainable appears. Behind the camera, cinematographer Ole Brad Birkeland used natural light and patient framing to make the house itself feel alive, while composer Stephen Rennicks resisted dramatic orchestration, letting silence become part of the storytelling. Rather than relying on elaborate visual effects, the filmmakers favored practical techniques, authentic period locations, and carefully crafted sound design, preserving the unsettling feeling that perhaps nothing supernatural was ever shown at all. That creative choice divided audiences in the best possible way. Years after both the novel and the film, readers and viewers still debate what truly happened inside Hundreds Hall. Few ghost stories continue to inspire so many different interpretations without ever revealing a definitive answer. If this retelling drew you into that mystery, the original novel offers an even richer experience, with Dr. Faraday's inner thoughts adding layers of uncertainty that only Sarah Waters' prose can fully capture. If you'd like to continue these literary journeys, I'd love to hear your own interpretation of the ending. Did you believe the house was haunted? Or was the real darkness hidden within its people? If you enjoyed this retelling, consider liking, subscribing, and sharing it with someone who appreciates stories that linger long after they're over. Some endings close a book. The best ones quietly open a conversation that never truly ends. Perhaps that's the finest kind of haunting a story can leave behind.